Chapter 1 Bang. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ruins, followed by a young boy shaking his head as he stood up. Cough, cough, cough. The boy was choked by the thick smoke, coughing incessantly. Surveying his surroundings, he found a blazing inferno relentlessly scorching the desolate city. The air saturated with the acrid smell of charred debris and blood. Hundreds of corpses littered the ground, their lifeblood staining the earth a deep crimson. The gruesome scene filled the boy with a profound sense of unease. Did I not just have an accident? Where am I? The boy's eyes were wide with confusion, utterly oblivious to his current predicament. Have I crossed over? Examining his youthful form, the boy surmised that he had indeed transmigrated. His name was Liu Zhe. An ordinary university student, he was destined for a mundane existence until a tragic car accident altered his fate. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this place. Lowering his gaze, Liu Zhe spotted a woman whose face had been ravaged and whose clothing was mostly burned away. Noticing the faint green glow of a gemstone necklace around her neck, he surmised that she must have once held a position of great esteem. He wished to divert his gaze, but found himself unable to do so. Sorrow surged within him, and tears streamed down his face like a torrent breaching a dam. A flood of memories overwhelmed him, causing him to clutch his head and kneel in agony. The original soul's name was Adrian Zeal, a prince of this kingdom, who had lived an untroubled life. Yet, with the crack of a gunshot, his existence came to a tragic end. In the year 1483 of the Hyuan calendar, the celestial dragons hosted a triannual hunting competition in the Adrian kingdom of the West Sea. Within the memories of the original soul, Liu Zhe witnessed celestial dragons clad in glass helmets and diving suits mercilessly slaughtering the citizens of the Adrian kingdom. He saw the cries of the common people, one after another, collapsing in despair. He witnessed his mother fall before him. He beheld a sky filled with crimson mist and flames engulfing the land. He saw Admiral Warlord, who, under the guise of righteousness, aided the celestial dragons in cutting off the civilians' escape routes. With a roar of fury, the dust on the ground stirred without a breeze, and an indescribable aura of terror erupted from Liu Zhe, spreading recklessly in all directions. An unparalleled dominance enveloped the shattered kingdom. As if it were the collective wrath of all the lost souls, even the raging flames began to extinguish beneath this overwhelming pressure. Coming to his senses, Liu Zhe realized he had traversed into the world of pirates, a world where strength reigns supreme and the weak are devoured by the strong. From now on, I shall be Adrian Zeal. Having released his fury, Zeal gradually calmed himself. The mere outpouring of strength without purpose would only lead to impotent rage. He needed to grow stronger, to exact vengeance, and to restore the Adrian kingdom. Detection indicates the host's desire for restoration. The restoration system is officially activated. Reward: a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Liu Zhe was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the system, but his excitement quickly took over. It is well known that a system is a boon for every transmigrator. While one could become powerful without a system, who would refuse such an opportunity? Claim Zeal muttered to himself. Beginner's gift pack: 1 weaknessless devil fruit, bloodline fruit, and 1 hockey training manual. Bloodline fruit? Zeal was momentarily bewildered. It was a devil fruit. He had never heard of the hockey training manual. Was straightforward, an essential skill for the strong in the pirate world. But the bloodline fruit was a first for him. Focusing his mind on the bloodline fruit within the system's repository, relevant information swiftly appeared. Bloodline fruit. Consuming it grants the ability to manipulate blood and a formidable bloodline talent. By merging with the blood of others, one can decipher and acquire their talents, with the potential for future offspring to inherit a portion of these abilities. After reading the system's explanation of the bloodline fruit, Zeal felt a surge of greed. It is widely acknowledged that the pirate world is one that values bloodlines. If he could gain the bloodline abilities of figures like Charlotte Linland's Iron Balloon, Kaido's Regeneration, Shank's formidable Conqueror's Hockey, or even the bloodline of the D clan, his own lineage would become terrifyingly powerful. Establishing a strong family was a crucial condition for his restoration. With the aid of this bloodline fruit, everything would become significantly easier. He extracted the bloodline fruit from the system space and bit into it. Contrary to his expectations, it bore no foul odor. It was bland, devoid of any distinct flavor. This took Zeal by surprise, leaving him uncertain whether this weaknessless bloodline fruit would allow him to consume another devil fruit. As he consumed the bloodline fruit, he felt his blood flow accelerate, his skin taking on a faint reddish hue, and steam began to emanate from his body. Clenching his fist, Zeal felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. As though he could effortlessly lift a boulder with a mere thought, blood began to seep from the tip of his right index finger, coalescing into a small orb under his control. The tiny blood sphere shot towards a nearby stone wall. With a resounding bang, a small hollow formed in the wall. After familiarizing himself with his newfound ability, Luze retrieved the Haki training manual, a thin yet substantial tome. In the pirate world, Haki is categorized into armament Haki, observation Haki, and the exceedingly rare Conqueror's Haki. Armament Haki enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities, allowing one to touch and strike the bodies of Logia users as if donning an invisible armor. It is divided into 3 stages: hardening, binding, and internal destruction. Observation Haki enables one to acutely sense the presence of energies in the surroundings. It can detect enemies beyond the line of sight or even predict their movements. When mastered, it can grant brief glimpses into the future. Conqueror's Haki cannot be learned through training. It is an innate royal quality. Those who possess Conqueror's Haki can intimidate and incapacitate foes simply by exuding their aura, capable of rendering significantly weaker opponents unconscious. Conqueror's Haki can also be infused into attacks, known as Haki binding. After a cursory glance, Zeal discovered that the content of the Haki training manual was remarkably comprehensive, sparing him the confusion of starting his training from scratch. Returning the Haki training manual to the system space, Zeal once again examined the system. The Exploration and Search Repository System panel was clean and organized, presenting only 3 options. Zeal's consciousness selected the exploration option, and immediately a circular diagram appeared before him. With a single green to blinking a line of text indicated it could detect any devil fruits or users within a 100-mile radius. Exiting the exploration interface, he immersed himself in the search interface. Searching for devil fruits would yield different rewards based on the specific fruit. As for the repository, Zeal understood its function well. Having comprehended the system's details, Zeal's excitement began to wane expressionless. He lifted his mother's lifeless body and began to walk slowly towards the shoreline. Beneath a coconut tree, he dug a hole with his bare hands, blood seeping from his palms, yet he felt no pain. After laying his mother's body to rest, Zeal stared blankly at the calm sea at this moment. His mind was remarkably clear. He knew he ought to cry, yet the tears would not come. One man, one grave. The man is naturally Zeal, while the white giant tiger reigns as the beast king of this island of ferocity. Ever since his arrival in this new realm, Zeal has been tirelessly honing his skills, subsisting on the remnants of food from Adrian Island. However, at merely 12 years of age, his body is still in the throes of development, and the mastery of Haki is yet premature. Thus, he diligently cultivates his fruit abilities and practices swordsmanship with a long blade he has discovered. In the world of pirates, the training system for swordmasters is remarkably formidable, with legendary figures such as the future pirate king Gold Roger, the Dark King Rayleigh, the red-haired Shanks, and the Hawkeye Mihawk standing as paragons of excellence. After a year of relentless practice, Zeal, utilizing his memory, located this island of beasts and journeyed here on a small vessel from the royal dock, embarking on a year-long adventure of monster slaying and leveling up. Throughout this year of arduous training, Zeal's observation Haki has also flourished, enabling him to perceive movements and disturbances within a radius of several kilometers. Moreover, through the integration of his fruit abilities and sword techniques, he has learned to unleash the iconic flying slash of Swordmaster, inflicting even greater damage. Confronted by the formidable presence of the white giant tiger, whose hide is thick and resilient, he cannot control the chaotic flow of its blood. Instead, he resorts to inflicting slashes to hasten the bleeding, thus wearing down his opponent. Based on his understanding of the One Piece anime, Zeal believes his strength is now approaching that of a peak Navy colonel. Once his physical prowess can support the awakening of armament Haki, he shall attain the might of a Navy major. Zeal strides towards the corpse of the white giant tiger, preparing to store it within his system space as his dinner for the evening. Having completed this task, he proceeds towards the tiger's lair, opening the system's exploration map as he approaches the red dot. Atop the tiger's cave, Zeal discovers a fruit of a grayish-white hue. Its surface adorned with spiral patterns. The fruit is nestled among the verdant green vines at the cave's apex. Had it not been for the system, he would have surely overlooked it. It stands to reason that if it were not so well concealed, the white giant tiger would have consumed it long ago. Zeal crouches low and, summoning his strength, leaps upward to pluck the devil fruit from its perch. Upon reopening the system, he selects the search function, and the fruit in his hand vanishes without a trace. Before him appears a line of text indicating a search duration of 2 hours. As time elapses, the numbers change to 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds, then 1 hour 59 minutes and 58 seconds, and so forth. Observing the transformation of the world around him, Zeal shuts off the system interface and exits the cave. His stomach growls in protest. It is time to prepare the tiger meat. As night descends, a flicker of fire illuminates the tranquil island. In his left hand, Zeal holds the sizzling, oil-dripping tiger meat, while his right hand busies itself with salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings. These are provisions he brought from Adrian Island. Regrettably, the system space can only accommodate items with dimensions not exceeding 10 meters in length, width, or height. Otherwise, he would have directly stored a large vessel. Once the tiger meat reaches a golden hue, Zeal begins to devour it ravenously, consuming pieces larger than himself with astonishing speed, his belly swelling in response. After finishing the roasted meat, Zeal activates the abilities of his bloodline fruit. His skin flushes crimson, steam emanates from his body, and his stomach visibly deflates at an observable rate. Before long, Zeal has returned to his original state and resumes his feasting. The bloodline fruit enhances the innate talents of its user, and through continuous exploration, Zeal has unearthed several gifts. The first is a remarkable hematopoietic capacity, bestowing upon him formidable regenerative abilities. The second is an extraordinary digestive power, akin to the Navy's life restoration. The third attribute is an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. Zeal has ascended to the realm of a sword master solely through his own exploration. Do not underestimate the prowess of a sword master. When Zoro first set sail, he was unable to even slice through steel. After quickly satisfying his hunger, Zeal began to meditate, refining the blood of the white giant tiger he had absorbed. As time passed, he felt his skin becoming increasingly taut and fiery. Opening his eyes, a flash of crimson light flickered in his gaze that he grasped the long blade beside him and, using a mere fraction of his strength, struck down upon his arm. With a sound of impact, a faint white mark was left on his skin. The sensation of becoming stronger filled Zeal with exhilaration. Over the past year, through the continuous refinement and absorption of beastly blood, his body had grown increasingly resilient. One could only imagine the terrifying transformation that awaited him after refining the blood of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. The iron balloon undoubtedly stands among the pinnacle of talents in the pirate world. Perhaps only rivaled by the bloodline of the Lunarianest at the tender age of 5, Charlotte Linlin was capable of slaying giants with strength comparable to that of a Navy vice admiral. Without rigorous training, merely birthing children, she ascended to become one of the 4 emperors that dominate the New World, a testament to the formidable iron balloon talent. Soon, it would be the year 1486 of the Sea Circle. Heralding the imminent eruption of the God Valley War, the Pirate King Rox D. Zebek, the Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, the youthful Kaido of the Beasts, Gold. Roger, the Dark King Rayleigh, Sengoku the Buddha, Steelbone Kong, and Iron Fist Garp, among other powerful figures, would gather for an unprecedented battle. Zeal contemplated silently. This God Valley War would serve as the perfect opportunity for him to collect the blood of formidable beings and enhance his own lineage. Yet, he felt inadequate. Without the strength of a Navy vice admiral, mere survival was a luxury, let alone daring to seize opportunities in the flames of conflict. Zeal resolved to set sail to gather devil fruits, thereby augmenting his existing power, striving to reach the status of an elite vice admiral before the God Valley War. Opening the system panel, he noted that the retrieval time was drawing to a close. 2000, 02400, 01500, 001 retrieval complete. Would you like to claim your rewards? Retrieval successful. Superhuman type. Muscle fruit. Reward: 5 doses of super serum, along with 1 formula for the super serum. The super serum enhances human muscle potential, instantly fortifying the user's physical attributes, limited to 1 dose per person. After claiming his rewards, Zeal found himself in possession of 5 doses of green serum and a yellow formula sheet. Without hesitation, he consumed 1 vial of the serum. His blood began to boil, steam rising from his skin as he experienced a tingling sensation similar to that of refining the absorbed blood. Soon, an excruciating pain enveloped his entire being, and his consciousness began to waver, compelling him to grit his teeth and endure. 3 minutes later, Zeal returned to normal. His black attire had burst at the seams, revealing his robust chest muscles. His height surged from 1.8 meters to nearly 2 meters, exposing his calves. As he felt the transformations in his body, he focused his thoughts, enveloping his right hand in an aura of armament hockey. Over the past 2 years, Zeal had concentrated on honing his observation hockey, swordsmanship, and the powers of the devil fruit. However, the strength of his conqueror's hockey was not yet sufficient to enable him to wield it fluidly. The most effective way to enhance one's conqueror's hockey was through clashes with others possessing the same. Of course, it was rumored that slaying celestial dragons could also yield remarkable results. As for armament hockey, it required a robust physique. Regardless of Zeal's efforts, his body was still that of a youth not yet 15, inadequate to support the fluid use of armament hockey. He positioned the long blade at his back, shifted his right leg back, lowered his body slightly, took a deep breath, and summoned the armament hockey, while activating the fruit's power, causing blood to seep from his palm and coat the blade. The interplay of black and crimson soon transformed the long blade into a striking black-red hue, both alluring and perilous. The blood-drenched 1,000 miles. With a soft exhale, Zeal unleashed a horizontal slash of black-red energy, propelled forth with unstoppable momentum. Trees along his path were severed in half as the blade's light traveled nearly 100 meters before dissipating. Huff, huff. After executing this astonishing strike, Zeal's stamina plummeted by half, sweat cascading down his chiseled face. Regaining his breath, he assessed his body, lifting his arms, feeling the fabric tugging against his muscular physique, causing a slight discomfort. With a sudden dash forward, he felt the rush of wind against his face. Gaining a detailed understanding of his newfound speed. It seemed the super serum had significantly enhanced his overall physical attributes, with marked improvements in strength, stamina, and velocity. Zeal bounded through the forest, reaching a crystal-clear stream in mere seconds. With a powerful leap, he soared several meters before plunging into the water like a deep-sea bomb, creating a massive splash. Startled, the fish in the stream immediately swam away from him. Currently, Zeal found himself upstream, within the territory of the white giant tiger. For the other beasts on Beast Island, this was a forbidden zone. After bathing, Zeal retrieved oversized clothing from the system storage, items he had acquired on Adrian Island. Still clad in deep black, the attire matched the profound darkness of the night, save for the crimson glint in his eyes, radiating an otherworldly light. That was the color of blood. 281, 282, at the shoreline. The bare-chested Zeal was performing push-ups, sweat trickling down his well-defined muscles. 4,000. Huff, exhausting. Rising to his feet, he stretched his joints before walking toward the sea, scooping up a handful of seawater to splash across his face. Refreshing. The cool sensation revitalized Zeal, alleviating much of his fatigue. After concluding his morning training, he gazed expectantly at the vast ocean. After 2 years of traversing this world, he had reached the level of a Navy Rear Admiral and was on the brink of embarking on his maritime journey. Accessing the system, Zeal summoned a small sailing vessel measuring 8 meters in length and 4 meters in width from the storage. With a leap, he landed aboard the ship. Next, he produced a nautical chart to select his course. Beast Island, where Zeal currently resided, lay just 5 nautical miles from Adrian Island, with the nearest large island, known as Sony Island, situated to the north of Adrian Island. Adjusting the sails, he set forth in a northern direction, simultaneously activating the system's exploration map. "Miss, the Fong pirate cruise ship has caught up," a tall, muscular blonde woman spoke to a nearby blue-haired woman with a frosty demeanor. "Dahlia, you've helped us sisters so much. I feel guilty for dragging you into this," the blue-haired woman said. "Dahlia, can we not escape?" A cute girl with blue twin tails asked with a quivering voice. "It is my duty to protect you, miss, but alas, I have failed to lead you to safety. It is all my fault for being too weak, Dahlia replied, frustration evident in her tone. That Phong Kex is a pirate with a bounty of 35 million. He is far too powerful for you to contend with. The Merchant Guild is beyond saving. We are already immensely grateful for your protection all this time, the blue-haired woman said, a hint of sorrow in her voice. Indeed, Dahlia. Vilya is very thankful for your protection, chimed in the twin-tailed girl. Bang! A ship bearing the Phong skull insignia collided with the vessel where the three women stood. Miss Vilya, you cannot escape from my grasp. Phong Kex, surrender, and if I am in a good mood, I might just let you go, he cackled. Accompanied by his lewd laughter, a towering figure descended onto the wooden ship, followed by several others. Captain, don't forget to let us have some fun after you're done. One of the crewmen sneered. I want that one. Shallow-minded fools, robbing money, what woman can't be had? The pirates' vile chatter echoed around them. Dahlia drew the rapier from her waist, positioning herself protectively in front of the two sisters. Prepared for a desperate struggle, you little ones, whoever captures this woman belongs to them, Kex commanded, and the pirate crew erupted in excitement. 5 pirate thugs brandished their weapons and charged at the female guard. Dahlia, with a swift motion, Dahlia deflected one pirate's sword and delivered a kick, sending him flying backward. Once again, a swift bend at the waist allowed her to evade another pirate's slash, with a flick of her wrist. Her rapier unleashed a spray of blood from yet another foe. In a matter of moments, 5 pirates lay lifeless upon the ground. Incompetence, Kex bellowed in fury at his inept subordinates. Before long, his physique began to swell. His hair transforming into a dark mane, his nose taking on a pig-like appearance, and elongated white fangs sprouting from the corners of his mouth. With a charged fist, he lunged at Daylight as Kex barreled toward her at an alarming speed. Dahlia quickly raised her sword in defense. Bang! Dahlia was sent flying, crashing into the wooden planks, a cloud of dust erupting around her. Ugh! Struggling to rise, she coughed up a copious amount of blood. 2 panicked figures rushed to her side. Villian and Vilya, one on each side, helped prop Dahlia up, their faces etched with despair as they gazed at the vicious Kex. The farce had come to an end, and now let us revel in the aftermath. Ah! Just as Kex erupted in laughter, a chilling voice pierced the air. May I partake in the enjoyment as well? As Kex's laughter filled the air, a voice, tinged with an icy tone, echoed near his ear. The crew turned to see a figure standing on the deck. A boy, tall at 2 meters, clad in black, with a youthful visage. It was Zeal, guided by the system's map. His crimson eyes glinted coldly at the pirates, emanating a sense of lethal intent. Who is this brat? Capture him. You fools. The pirate lackeys, still reeling from a woman's attack moments ago, sought to vent their frustrations upon this unknown youth. Zeal surveyed the dozen or so pirates before him. His scarlet pupils narrowed, unleashing a terrifying aura. Under the weight of his conqueror's haki, the pirates' eyes glazed over, their weapons slipping from their hands before they collapsed one by one onto the ground. In the distance, Kex felt his mind swim, his body kneeling as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Watching Zeal advance step by step, it was as if the Grim Reaper approached him in a panic. He seized the trembling Vilya, shouting at Zeal, "Stay back, or I'll kill her." At these words, Zeal gradually slowed his pace. Seeing the Reaper pause, Kex's heart momentarily settled, just as he prepared to threaten Zeal further. Terror gripped him as he realized Zeal had vanished from his sight, leaving only a crimson silhouette in his wake. His thoughts began to scatter. Gradually, the world around him descended into darkness, blood-drenched shadow kill. Zeal had materialized behind Kex, sheathing his blade. With a resounding thud, Vilya collapsed onto the deck. The fiery pain radiating from her backside left her in a state of disbelief. This boy, appearing out of thin air, had effortlessly slain the notorious Kex, who had a bounty of 35 million. Villian, initially anxious about Vilya's capture by Kex, soon realized that this boy had saved her sister. She hurried over to assist Vilya. Bowing deeply in gratitude to Zeal, "Thank you for your rescue, my lord," Villian expressed with heartfelt appreciation. "Yes, rise, dispose of these corpses into the sea," Zeal replied, accepting Villian's gratitude with a sense of entitlement. Understood. Villian contemplated inquiring about Zeal's origins, but hesitated before nodding in agreement. Vilya, tend to Dahlia. After instructing her sister, Villian began dragging the pirate corpses to the ship's edge to cast them into the ocean. Vilya, upon her sister's command, regained her composure and rushed to Dahlia's side. Observing Dahlia's pallid complexion and the continued flow of blood from her mouth, Vilya felt a surge of panic, ata loss regarding Dahlia's condition. She summoned her courage and approached my lord. Could you save Diley? Originally nodding in response to Villian's compliance, Zell turned to gaze at Valia. Seeing her pitiful expression, Zell's heart softened after 2 years of not encountering any humans. Approaching the gravely injured golden-haired beauty, he noted her labored breathing. Zell raised his hand toward Diley, causing the blood she had expelled to swirl and flow back toward her skin, gradually returning to her body. Zell possessed the unique ability to absorb any blood to heal himself. Unlike others who were limited by blood type, after completing this process, Diley's complexion regained a hint of color, though she remained unconscious. Her internal injuries inflicted by Kex left Zell powerless to help. He was not a doctor. Thus, he could only ensure that she would not perish from excessive blood loss, delaying her demise as best he could. I cannot fully heal her. We shall seek a doctor when we reach the island. Thank you. I am eternally grateful. Valia bowed deeply to Zell, her gratitude evident. Noticing the disparity in height between the petite girl and the nearly 2-meter-tall Diley, Zell bent down to lift Diley into his arms. Where is the room? Lead the way. Valia paused for a moment before guiding Zell toward the ship's quarters. After settling Diley and leaving Valia to care for her, Zell returned to the deck. Observing Villian struggling to move the bodies, Zell approached and kicked a pirate overboard with ease. He continued to dispose of the remaining corpses in a similar fashion. Now, tell me about your origins, Zell said, gazing at Villian with a calm demeanor. Villian, sensing no threat, began to recount their story. My name is Villian. The one with me is my sister, Valia. We are from the Rose Trading Company of the Sony Kingdom. Owned by my parents, the Blood Wolf Gang, the most powerful gang in the Sony Kingdom, coveted our wealth and murdered our parents. My sister and I escaped under Diley's protection, but we were pursued by the Tooth Pirate crew and ended up here, where we encountered you, my lord. After listening to her account, Zell inquired, do you know how to navigate? Can you take us to Sony Island? Yes. A trace of bitterness flickered in Villian's eyes, for they had just escaped, yet now had to return. Understanding her apprehension, Zell reassured her, do not worry. I will ensure your safety. Set sail for Sony Island. Upon entering a room, Zell opened the system to check. The red dot on the map had vanished, and a brown devil fruit now occupied space in the system's warehouse. This revelation thrilled Zell. It meant the system possessed a function for retrieving devil fruits. Initially, upon spotting the red dot on the map, Zell had assumed it was a devil fruit, but the unmistakable beast-like traits of Kex had given him pause. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous, as it indicated he could collect many more devil fruits in the future. Retrieving the fruit and selecting the search option, the devil fruit in his hand promptly vanished. A countdown appeared before him. 1 o'clock. 00. The time was an hour less than the previous instance with the muscle fruit, suggesting that the duration for searching varied by fruit type. With nothing pressing to attend to, Zell exited the room and returned to the deck, where Villian was still at the helm, lacking the time to train while sailing alone. He now felt free to exercise with Villian's assistance. He shed his clothing, revealing his robust physique, and retrieved a massive dumbbell from the warehouse, commencing his workout. 1, 2, 3. 517. The ship swayed slightly with Zell's movements. Meanwhile, Valia quietly opened the door to the room, peeking her small head out. Spotting Zell exercising, she stealthily approached her sister. Sister, who exactly is he? Valia whispered to Villian. I do not know, but try not to pry, Villian responded. The sisters' conversation was crystal clear to Zell, who bore no discontent. The mastery of armament hockey was significantly linked to one's physical prowess. For the 14-year-old Zaire, this was a time of rapid physical development, necessitating a daily regimen of exercise. In the world of pirates, there exists a saying, hockey surpasses all, with the formidable armament hockey being the ultimate weapon. As Zaire engaged in his training, the countdown was nearing its conclusion. 0, 0, 020, 0, 010, 0, 0, 00. Retrieval complete. Zone type, pig fruit. Wild boar form. Retrieval complete. Zone type, pig fruit. Wild boar form. Reward, 1 special individual. A wild boar and a herd of 30 wild boar sprites. Would you like to claim it? Wild boar. What is that? Zaire found himself utterly bewildered by the system's reward. Claim the special wild boar, but postpone claiming the wild boar herd. A flash of white light revealed before Zaire a small pig with brown fur, adorned with black stripes, squinting its eyes and seemingly legless. Bewley, the wild boar nuzzled against his feet affectionately with its pink snout. At that moment, Zaire's mind was consumed by a singular thought. I've been nudged by a pig. The system is impressive. Lifting the wild boar, he examined it closely, confirming that it was indeed the wild boar from the world of Pokemon. Yet, the nature of this special individual remained a mystery. Could it potentially grow to possess the strength akin to that of Lubo? Regardless, it was a remarkably dependable force. Zaire gently set the wild boar down and inquired softly, "Wild boar, what skills do you possess? Feel free to use them on me." The wild boar responded with a series of Bewley calls, launching itself at Zaire at a collision skill. Zaire felt the impact, akin to being struck by an adult wild boar. While the force was considerable, it felt merely like a tickle to him. Following this, the wild boar expelled a flurry of icy snowflakes, enveloping Zaire in a wintry chill. His body turned slightly white, forming crystalline ice shards. With a mere thought, Zaire shattered the ice crystals. Subsequently, the wild boar demonstrated the skills of Ice Shard and Mist. Ice Shard consisted of coalescing an ice ball and hurling it at an enemy, just as Zaire remembered. However, Mist was peculiar. Enveloped in its embrace, Zaire felt his observation haki slightly diminished. Should the wild boar possess greater strength, the effect would undoubtedly be formidable. After using its skills, the wild boar appeared somewhat fatigued. Zaire picked it up and headed towards the kitchen, as it was time for lunch. Zaire recalled that wild boars were herbivorous, right? As he approached the kitchen, a pair of eyes silently observed him. Or rather, the wild boar in his arms. Just as Zaire stepped into the kitchen, a voice tinged with pity broke the silence. "Dumb. Sir, there is plenty of food in the kitchen." Zaire turned to see the crimson-eyed girl, Villia. Upon encountering Zaire's fierce red eyes, Villia trembled and feared. I can prepare food for you." Seeing Villia quiver like a leaf, Zaire felt an inexplicable amusement. He soon noticed her gaze drifting towards the wild boar in his arms. "She can't possibly think I'm going to cook the wild boar, can she?" Not wishing to admonish her, Zaire placed the wild boar atop her head and turned to enter the kitchen. Feeling a weight on her head, Villia braced for a blow and anxiously shut her eyes. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." However, after a prolonged silence, she cautiously opened her eyes to find Zaire absent, letting out a relieved sigh. Taking the wild boar into her hands, she gazed at its squinty eyes, her heart swelling with affection, and instinctively rubbed it against her cheek. The wild boar showed no resistance. It was a laid-back creature. Zaire didn't ask Villia to prepare lunch, not out of fear of being poisoned, but because his appetite was substantial, and he feared there would not be enough. Retrieving a fresh porcupine carcass from the system space, he began his culinary preparations. Zaire could no longer recall when he had slain this beast. Time within the system's warehouse was frozen. The system space housed nearly 100 beast carcasses. Remembering the wild boar, Zaire also prepared a bowl of mushrooms, for he had gathered these during his time on Beast Island. A balanced diet was indeed crucial. Once he finished cooking, the wild boar, lying lifeless in Villia's arms, nudged its nose and flipped onto the ground, scampering towards Zaire. Placing a platter of mushrooms on the ground, Zaire watched as the wild boar exclaimed, "Bewley," before eagerly devouring its meal. Zaire chuckled at the sight, but was abruptly interrupted by a sound emanating from Villia's stomach. He looked up to see her displaying an embarrassed expression, having been under constant pressure. The realization that Zaire was not a villain led to her stomach's protest that "Go call your sister for lunch." Zaire held Villia in high regard. She was rational and composed. He found her innocent nature endearing, especially after 2 years of solitude. Zaire swiftly consumed a mountain of meat. Villia and her sister were left in shock, forks in hand, their mouths agape. Zaire, with his ever-hungry appetite, focused intently on his meal, oblivious to their astonishment. Utilizing the powers of his devil fruit to digest his food, Zaire then carried the now satiated wild boar towards the deck. "Sister, what kind of person do you think he is?" "Don't ask. You will know in due time." "Will we really return to Sony Island without being targeted by the Blood Wolf gang?" He said he would handle it. He commanded the wild boar to continuously unleash snowflakes and ice shards towards the sea. Zaire commenced his training. Ever since his armament haki had reached the entangling stage, he began merging his haki with the capabilities of the devil fruit into his swordsmanship. The previously employed technique, Bloodstained 1,000 Miles, was a crude amalgamation devoid of finesse. He sought to entwine his haki with the blade, coaxing the blood to fuse, striving to achieve the greatest impact through constant adjustments of their ratios. Crack! The long blade in his hand developed a fissure, which soon shattered into fragments. Shaking his head, Zaire retrieved another long blade from the system warehouse, Identical to the previous one, this was a weapon he had acquired from the armory on Adrian Island. All crafted from the same template. Again, he meticulously controlled the fusion of hockey and blood, repeating the process time and again. 2 hours later, with his eyes closed, Zeal suddenly opened them, a flash of crimson igniting within. An astonishing slash surged forth, slicing through the sea, bloodstained. 3,000 miles. The ocean was momentarily cleaved in two, waves crashing, and the ship began to rock violently. Vilia's scream echoed from afar. After several seconds, the sea returned to tranquility. Exhausted from the effort, Zeal collapsed onto the deck, yet felt a surge of joy. This strike could fell a rear admiral. It was his trump card, his confidence. Even if he were to expend all his strength and face death, he would ensure he took a piece of his enemy with him. Lying on the ship's deck, gazing up at the azure sky, Zeal felt an overwhelming sense of peace. The strength of a rear admiral was the ticket to the Battle of the Divine Valley. And with nearly a year to go, he was determined to attain the prowess of an elite rear admiral before then. Day's night descended. Vilia approached Zeal, who was still lifting weights. "Sir, we have arrived at Sony Island." Ceasing his workout, Zeal acknowledged her. "Understood. Dock the ship at the harbor." Zeal opened the exploration map of the system, and 3 conspicuous red dots caught his eye. Sony Island, a diminutive isle, is governed by the Kingdom of Sony. The Kingdom of Sony is comparable in size to the Kingdom of Adrian, yet it is a member state of the world government. The means by which the Kingdom of Sony has managed to resolve the exorbitant cost of heavenly gold remains a mystery to all. Docking the vessel at the shore, Zeal hoisted Deli onto his back and followed Villian and Vilia in search of a physician. Deli had already regained consciousness aboard the ship and, through Vilia, had grasped the situation. However, being carried by a man for the first time still left her feeling somewhat bashful. Zeal carried Deli not in his arms, which would have been less comfortable, but on his back, where she felt a certain softness. Yet, he maintained his usual stoic expression. After escorting Deli and the others to the hospital, Zeal inquired further about the state of Sony Island from Villian. The Kingdom of Sony boasts a thriving commerce, with hundreds of guilds both large and small. However, its strength is lacking, as it has been unable to eradicate the Bloodwolf Gang. What is the nature of the Bloodwolf Gang? The Bloodwolf Gang is formidable, demanding substantial protection fees on a daily basis. As for their strength, their 3 leaders include the sharpshooter, Weird Gun Reese, a powerful swordsman named Lockelt, and the elusive head leader known only as Jess, who has yet to reveal his prowess. Their ranks comprise nearly 2,000 individuals, with varying levels of ability. Stay put. I will step out for a moment. Having issued his instructions to Villian, Zeal entrusted the little wild boar to Vilia before departing the hospital. Though the little wild boar was not particularly powerful, it was capable of dealing with most ordinary individuals. Gazing at the red dots on the exploration map, Zeal, clad in black, melted into the night. The 3 leaders had obliterated the Rose Guild, seizing 200 million berries. Within a lavish and sprawling mansion, a subordinate reported to a disheveled, diminutive man. This man was none other than Weird Gun Reese, one of the 3 leaders of the Bloodwolf Gang. "Did you fail to capture those 2 women? The strength of that female guard was formidable. We could not subdue her." "Incompetent fools." Reese kicked the subordinate several meters away. "Get out." The subordinate scrambled out of the mansion. "Damn, old lecher." The subordinate, named Lean, cursed inwardly, feeling a sharp pain in his body as he headed toward the hospital for treatment, in the western part of the Kingdom of Sony. Within a prison, a tall man practiced his swordsmanship. This was Lockelt, the second in command of the Bloodwolf Gang. With a swift strike, he severed a man's arm. The man emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as if subjected to unspeakable torture. "Scream all you like. The sensation of pain is simply exquisite." Lockelt revealed a deranged smile, cleaving through the man's leg. "Kill me. Please kill me." "No rush. The night has only just begun." Returning to Zeal, he now stood before a shadowy estate on the outskirts. Activating his observation hockey, he detected over 30 life forces. Cautiously entering the estate, Zeal found no one in sight. With his heightened hearing amplified to approximately 10 times normal, he followed the sound to a door leading underground in the basement. He beheld rows of cages containing frail individuals, men, women, the elderly, and children, all bearing expressions of sheer terror. The incessant screams echoing in their ears served as their greatest dread. Zeal cast a glance but did not linger, pressing deeper into the prison. Though they appeared pitiable, he remained uncertain of their crimes and would not release them indiscriminately. The prisoners looked on in silence as Zell passed, believing him merely to be another member of the Blood Wolf gang seeking Lockhelt. As the sounds intensified, Zell discovered a man with a twisted grin wielding a knife against a bound, bloodied individual. Hearing footsteps, Lockhelt turned. "Who allowed you in? Did I not instruct you to refrain from seeking me at night?" Lockhelt questioned Zell with a frosty demeanor, clearly mistaking him for a lowly member of the Blood Wolf gang. Before Zell could respond, Lockhelt swung his knife in his direction. Zell deftly dodged and quickly created distance. The system map indicated that the man before him was a devil fruit user. Zell felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the bizarre abilities of devil fruit users. If possible, he preferred to understand their powers before resorting to violence. Moreover, he had no intention of killing to seize the fruit without first assessing the user's character, noting the missed strike. Lockhelt frowned. "You are not one of the Blood Wolves." Observing the knife in Lockhelt's hand, Zell questioned uncertainly, "Lockhelt, do you not recognize me? If you are not of the Blood Wolf gang, how did you find this place?" Realizing Lockhelt's affiliation, Zell decided to act decisively. Bloodstained, shadow kill. With a flash of red light, Zell appeared behind Lockhelt, sheathing his blade. As Lockhelt prepared to speak, he found himself unable to utter a sound. A blade had sliced through his chest, causing blood to spurt forth. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground helplessly. So weak. Zell assessed that this second-in-command of the Blood Wolf gang was even less formidable than the previous foe. Fonkes. Opening the system warehouse, a devil fruit indeed appeared. Retrieving the fruit, he chose to search, and a countdown appeared before him. 2 o'clock. 00. Zell glanced at the bloodied man, noting that his family had been lost. Approaching the prison, he struck with his blade, severing the iron bars cleanly in two. The prisoners raised their heads, staring vacantly at Zell. "Go. You are free now." As the others remained in confusion, a red-haired girl stumbled towards the depths of the prison. "Father! Father!" The girl's desperate cries evoked sorrow in Zell. Once again, he was too late. Akin to his arrival on Adrian Island, by the time he crossed over, all had perished. He could only shed tears for the lifeless. Perhaps the fate of the girl's father was inconsequential to him, yet within his capabilities, he did not wish to remain a mere spectator. The girl's wails persisted for an extended duration. While the other prisoners fled, only Zell remained, silently observing. "Can you eradicate the Blood Wolf gang? I can sell myself to you. I know I am not worth the price, but I beg you, please help me." The red-haired girl turned, her eyes brimming with tears. Gazing into her sorrowful and pleading eyes, Zell remained silent for a moment before responding. "What can you do?" Upon hearing Zell's words, hope rekindled in the girl's eyes. "I am a chef. I can also serve as your maid." Her reply came swiftly, without hesitation. "What is your name?" "I am Lewis Kelly. I am Zell. From now on, you shall be my maid." "Yes, master." At the moment when Zaire eliminated Sherlock. Within the confines of the hospital, Lean, injured by a kick from Lacey, spotted Villia cradling a small mountain pig in her arms. Recognizing her as one of the individuals who had attempted to seize the Rose Chamber of Commerce, he contemplated capturing her directly. However, a sudden surge of pain coursed through his body, prompting him to reconsider and return to inform Lacey of his findings. As Lean fixated on Villia, formulating his plans. A pair of eyes were intently observing him. Due to the small mountain pig's squinty gaze, Lean dismissed it as inconsequential. The thought of redeeming himself brought an unrestrained excitement to his face. After Lean departed, the small mountain pig nudged Villia with its pink snout. "What's the matter, little mountain pig?" The pig scampered a few steps away, then glanced back at Villia. Bewley. Villia, puzzled by the pig's actions, wore a bewildered expression. Noticing her confusion, the small mountain pig gave her a scrutinizing look before darting off towards Villian. Although the pig retained its squinty eyes, Villia couldn't shake the feeling of being looked down upon. The small mountain pig nudged Villian and repeated its previous actions. Villian pondered the pig's gestures momentarily. "Do you want us to leave this place?" The pig nodded in affirmation. Villian had no doubts regarding the small mountain pig's intentions. Zaire had entrusted the creature to her care, indicating its reliability. Moreover, Villian had witnessed this seemingly harmless little pig continuously spitting ice cubes into the sea. "Let us go, Villia." With that, Villian hoisted the unconscious Deli, who had completed her treatment, onto her back. After exiting the hospital, they sought refuge in a nearby inn. "You stay here and look after Deli. I'll go out for a while," with a brief command to Villia. Villian donned a hooded cloak and stealthily approached the hospital. She concealed herself in the vicinity, quietly observing the unfolding situation. Approximately 50 minutes later, Lean arrived at the hospital, accompanied by the 3 leaders of the Blood Wolf gang, including the formidable Lacey and several underlings. Upon noticing that Villian and the others had escaped, Lacey confronted Lean. "Where are they? Didn't you say you saw the 2 sisters from the Rose Chamber?" Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, Lean pleaded for more time that he approached the doctor treating Deli and delivered a forceful kick. "Where are those 2 women?" Faced with Lean's menacing demeanor, the doctor could only whisper, "Sir, they have already left." In the distance, Villian felt a surge of rage as she spotted Lacey, her body trembling involuntarily. This very dwarf had murdered her parents and numerous members of the chamber. Just as Villian was consumed by her fury, a hand landed on her shoulder, startling her. She instinctively turned and swung her arm back, only to have her wrist seized, revealing the identity of her assailant, none other than Zaire, who had just returned. Upon recognizing him, she exhaled slowly in relief. "What's wrong?" Zaire inquired, his brow furrowed. In response, Villian hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. "Do not worry. I promised I would take action. You 2 should return and hide for now," Zaire instructed Kelly to accompany Villian. While he set off in pursuit of Lacey and his entourage, Lacey dispatched men to search for Villian and her sister. While he himself returned, the 2 women had caught Lacey's attention solely due to their beauty. In truth, they held no significant value to the Blood Wolf gang. Countless individuals and chambers had fallen victim to their wrath. Yet none had posed a genuine threat to them. Their strength was their cornerstone. Upon returning to his abode, Lacey intended to vent his frustrations on the 2 women. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. "Why do you target the Rose Chamber?" Startled, Lacey spun around, but upon seeing only Zaire, he felt a sense of relief. "Are you one of them?" Lacey inquired, subtly positioning his hand behind him. "Because they are weak. And there are 2 lovely ladies. I find myself quite tempted." Lacey's face reflected his greed. Noting that Zaire appeared lost in contemplation, Lacey shouted frantically, "Little brat, die." He brandished a finely crafted flintlock pistol, preparing to shoot Zaire. Swish! In an instant, Zaire struck, severing Lacey's hand that held the pistol. "Coveting beauty, are we? Life truly seems undervalued. No, it is merely a matter of weakness," Zaire observed as Lacey writhed on the ground in agony. A sense of reflection washing over him, he then pinned Lacey down with a foot and demanded, "Where is your boss? Do not kill me. I will take you to him," Lacey exclaimed, a mix of terror and schadenfreude evident in his voice. Only he and Colt truly understood the extent of their leader Jess's power. Since Jess's sudden emergence 14 years ago, the Blood Wolf gang had rapidly ascended to become the most formidable faction on Sunny Island. After instilling fear in all, Jess had not intervened since, leaving no one aware of the true depth of his strength. As they traversed the path in search of Jess, Zaire's expression grew intricate. He realized they were heading towards one of the red dots on the system map. Recognizing this, Zaire suppressed the arrogance that had arisen from effortlessly dispatching 2 leaders of the Blood Wolf gang. The powers of the devil fruit were unpredictable. One could never be too cautious. Guided by Lacey, Zaire arrived at the entrance to an underground fighting arena. Before entering, the raucous sounds of excitement reached his ears. "Fight him, Ronar, just like that? I've bet so much on you. Colt, you cannot lose. Make it more intense. Even more intense." The cacophony of cheers filled the air, rendering the underground arena lively and vibrant. Leader Lacey. "What brings you here?" a guard at the entrance inquired. Puzzled. "Go fetch Boss Jess immediately, and do it quickly." Lacey, despite being there, dared not act recklessly, for he knew that no matter how swift he was, Zaire's blade was swifter. 5 minutes later, a towering figure, nearly 4 meters tall and muscular, approached. "My friend, release Lacey, and I can make you the 3rd leader of the Blood Wolf gang." Although Lacey felt anger at Jess's proposal to replace him with Zaire, he held his tongue. "Why the 3rd leader? Colt has already been dispatched by me," Zaire replied coolly to Jess's offer. Jess's expression stiffened momentarily before breaking into a hearty laugh. "Ha. Very well, from now on, you shall be the 2nd leader of the Blood Wolf gang. But what if someone seeks my assistance for revenge?" "Revenge for what?" "To eradicate the Blood Wolf gang." Jess's demeanor turned. "I see why. It appears you are determined to make an enemy of the Blood Wolf gang." "Little brat." Without warning, Jess swung a fist at Zaire, who countered with a punch of his own. Bang. The collision of their fists kicked up a cloud of dust. Moments later, both retreated simultaneously, sensing the force transmitted through his arm. Jess felt a thrill of excitement. "It has been years since I encountered such a formidable opponent. Come, little brat, Prepare to pay the price for your foolishness. Metal coated Jess's body, coalescing into a suit of silver armor moments later. Iron fist impact. Jess's powerful strike descended, instilling a sense of urgency in Zaire in response. Zaire swiftly activated his fruit's ability. His blood surged, accelerating in flow, and steam began to emanate from his body, with the aid of observation hockey. He narrowly evaded the strike. Bang! The ground fractured, and the underground fighting arena appeared on the verge of collapse. Run. It's going to cave in. The other individuals in the boxing arena began to flee in a state of disarray. Blood-drenched, 1,000 miles, entwined with the ominous, dark aura of blood, a crimson blade streaked forth, propelling Jace several meters into the air, his armor shattered, only to swiftly mend itself once again. Iron fist rampage. Jace leaped forward, confronting Zell, unleashing a barrage of punches like a torrential downpour of blood-drenched, chaotic current. Zell brandished his sword to counter Jace's relentless assault. Realizing Zell was a formidable opponent, Jace's armored arms morphed once more. His fists swelled to twice their original size, the armor enveloping them becoming even more awe-inspiring. Iron fist impact. Zell coated his blade with hockey, raising it to block. Zing. The two forces collided, sparks flying. After a brief stalemate, Zell succumbed to the overwhelming force, sent crashing back several meters. His feet plowed through the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jace fixated on the mist, his hand glimmering with silver light, before the dust could settle. 2 points of crimson shone prominently, blood-drenched. Wandering dragon, blood-drenched. Wandering dragon, surrounding Zell, swirling crimson fog manifested, transforming into a menacing dragon that surged toward Jace with his every movement. Witnessing the approach of the blood-colored dragon, Jace was taken aback, hastily crossing his arms. The silver armor began to flow once more, forming a diamond-shaped iron shield. Jace, faced with the astonishing strike, found himself unable to withstand it. The immense force twisted his expression into one of sheer agony. Eliciting a pain scream, the blood-red dragon plowed through him, demolishing vast sections of wall in its wake. With a resounding crash, Jace was sent sprawling against a wall. Blood gushed from his mouth, his armor shattered, transforming the silver into a deep crimson. Struggling to rise against the wall, Jace managed to utter, "You little brat, I vomit." Blood continued to flow from Jace's mouth, forcing him to halt his words. "I at the power of a devil fruit." Jace pondered, sensing the transformations within his body with a sense of reluctance that in stark contrast to Jace's dire condition. Zell merely panted slightly. This technique was something he had developed over 2 years of training. Devoid of any combination with hockey, Zell had considered merging it with hockey, but clearly, his reserves were insufficient to sustain the entire blood-red dragon. Nonetheless, it was more than adequate to deal with the West Sea's denizens. To Zell, Jace was already one of the most formidable individuals from the West Sea. Extending his hand, Jace's blood was drawn to Zell, enveloping his entire body. In approximately 3 seconds, Jace's blood vanished entirely, and Zell's condition returned to its original state. Jace, witnessing this spectacle, cried out in terror, "You blood-sucking demon!" Unperturbed by the weakling's outcries, Zell lifted his hand, poised to detonate Jace's blood, sending him off. Feeling the blood within him begin to surge uncontrollably, Jace hastily shouted, "You can't kill me. I am from the kingdom of Sony." Bang! Jace's blood exploded, leaving behind only a mist of crimson. In truth, Zell firmly believed Jace's claims to be genuine. It was indeed peculiar for a small kingdom like Sony to afford such wealth. Furthermore, with such a sizable gang operating with impunity to collect protection fees, it was even more bizarre. Although he had pieced together much about the relationship between the Blood Wolf gang and the kingdom of Sony, Zell decisively eliminated Jace. The rationale was simple. He could not afford to pause now. Avenging Kelly and the others was one motive, while obtaining a devil fruit was another. Surveying the now desolate underground boxing arena, Zell swept up 1 billion berries and other treasures before pursuing the fleeing members of the Blood Wolf gang. Under the cover of night, a plethora of blood-red flowers bloomed. When dawn broke, darkness succumbed to the sunlight. The following morning, as people ventured outside their homes, they discovered that the once dominant members of the Blood Wolf gang had suffered over half their casualties, with all 3 leaders slain. "Welcome back," Villia remarked, shaking her head. Entering the inn where Villia and the others were temporarily residing, Zell noticed their bloodshot eyes, as if they had not slept a wink all night. Zell, feeling an unexpected warmth, was at a loss for words. "I'm going to take a shower." With that, He plunged into the bathroom. The warm water cascaded over him, cleansing him of the blood, and Zeal felt rejuvenated. Perhaps it was the influence of the blood fruit. He found little aversion to the act of killing. Zeal was aware that this was rather abnormal, yet he had no idea how to address it. Vilia's earlier greeting had allowed him a rare moment of relaxation. As if, for that instant, he had forgotten hatred, the act of killing, and the sensation of blood splattering across his face. Slowly closing his eyes, Zeal sensed a shift in his state of mind. Upon completion of the review, he discovered the superhuman type, pain fruit. The rewards included formulas for pain relief and excruciating pain potions. The pain relief potion would render one immune to pain for 3 hours after consumption, while the excruciating pain potion would amplify internal pain tenfold and external pain fivefold. The pain relief potion could serve as an anesthetic or be consumed before a fight, enabling one to exchange injury for injury. Disregarding pain in a world dominated by powerful pirates, pain was trivial for most strong individuals. Yet, there were exceptions. For instance, Kareha, who feared pain and wrapped herself in biscuit soldiers, and Blackbeard, who writhed in agony due to the double pain effect of the Yami Yami no Mi. If the excruciating pain potion were infused into bullets, it could create a type of bullet that inflicted minimal damage but had a remarkable effect on the enemy. Furthermore, should the potion be integrated into blood, it would provide Zeal with yet another means of consumption. Although Zeal had always been capable of delivering a swift kill, directly unleashing his power, he could not only restore himself by absorbing blood, but also manipulate his enemy's blood flow, thus creating the so-called bleeding effect. In prolonged battles, Zeal would not be outmatched by monsters like Kaido in the future. Having examined the two formulas, he found them to be as extraordinary as the previous super serum, confirming that he must visit doctor-rich places like the Giant Bird Island, where Chopper trained, and the Boeing Island and Drum Kingdom, where Usopp honed his skills. Opening the system repository, he retrieved Jace's devil fruit, a silver-gray, apple-shaped fruit. Placing his consciousness on the search option, the fruit in his hand vanished. Before him, a countdown reappeared. 0.60000. Upon seeing the lengthy 6-hour countdown, Zeal began to anticipate the rewards. After finishing his shower, Zeal felt a surge of warmth in his blood, the steam drying his hair. With the 3 leaders of the Blood Wolf gang dead and their subordinates suffering heavy losses, he had avenged his promise. Stepping out of the bathroom, Zeal softly addressed Kelly. "Thank you, my master. Call me young master." Without hesitation, Kelly responded, "Yes, young master." "Vilia, what are your plans?" Zeal turned his gaze toward Vilia. "I have no plans for the moment. I need a navigator. Your skills are quite impressive. Would you be willing to serve as my navigator?" Vilia smiled brightly at Zeal's inquiry. "Certainly, Captain." Observing the gentle smile on Vilia's beautiful face, Zeal extended his hand. "I look forward to your guidance." Having spent a sleepless night, Zeal and the others slumbered until noon, entirely unaware of the seismic events occurring in the kingdom of Sony. Father, Jace, and the Blood Wolf gangs Lays and Krolt have been killed. But Jace was a notorious pirate with an 80 million bounty 14 years ago. How could he be so easily slain? Arrange for Mundo to clean up the remnants of the Blood Wolf gang. We cannot allow them to cause chaos. But what if that mysterious individual strikes again? We cannot concern ourselves with that. Protection fees must be collected, but we cannot be the ones to collect them. In the palace of the kingdom of Sony, a dialogue unfolds unbeknownst to Zeal, yet everything is progressing in accordance with his envisioned course. The new Blood Wolf gang has reduced the protection fees, imposing constraints upon its members, though the gang itself continues to exist. Upon awakening, the system's search has concluded, and the devil fruit has returned to the system's repository. The retrieval was successful. Superhuman type, armor fruit. A reward of nano-armor technology is presented. Will it be claimed? Claimed. As Zeal made his choice, a hefty tome materialized in his hands, its cover inscribed with the words nano-armor. Upon flipping through a few pages, Zeal encountered an abundance of content related to nano-armor, regrettably beyond his comprehension. Safeguarding the book, Zeal fell into contemplation. The system had proclaimed itself a restoration system, thus it stands to reason that the rewards would aid in the nation's development. Alas, it cannot immediately augment his combat prowess. However, in the future, recruiting a few scientists to establish his kingdom's own scientific team will render this nano-armor technology invaluable. Exiting the chamber, he found Kaylee already awake and preparing food, while Vivian tended to the now-conscious Deli. Only Vilia, cradling a small boar, remained fast asleep. Observing the assortment of dishes and rice before him, Zeal approached the kitchen with a mere wave of his hand. A pig's trotter, taller than a person, thudded onto the countertop. Boil this pig's trotter, Zell instructed the still-dazed Kaylee. As you wish, young master. Although taken aback by Zell's seemingly magical summoning, Kaylee refrained from further inquiries. Before the bed, Vivian was explaining the events of the past 2 days to Deli. Vilia and I plan to set sail with Zell. What do you intend to do? Deli expressed her unwavering desire to remain by the young lady's side. Vivian was not surprised by Deli's decision. Being an orphan, Deli had been raised by Vivian's parents since childhood, forming a sisterly bond between them. An hour later, having calmed his spirit, Zell completed his meal. Captain, what are our plans next? Noticing Zell's idleness, Vivian inquired about their upcoming destination. Let us stay for a few days. We shall depart once Deli has fully recovered. After some reflection, Zell posed another question. Do you possess a sea chart of the West Sea? No, but one should be available for purchase on Sony Island. I will step out shortly. Please acquire a sea chart and procure some daily necessities. After instructing Vivian, Zell departed, intent on locating the last devil fruit. Approximately 3 hours later, following the map, Zell arrived at an orchard, discovering a yellow devil fruit upon one of the trees. 1:00:00. Observing the countdown of 1 hour, Zell surmised that this was merely a standard animal-type devil fruit. Nevertheless, it was quite satisfactory, if given the choice between the worlds of Pokemon and One Piece. Zell would likely opt for the former. One world resembles a utopia, while the other teams with pirates and vice. Most would naturally choose the former. On the return journey to the inn, the system's search concluded. Retrieval successful. Animal type, mouse fruit, squirrel form. Reward, 1 special Pikachu, and a group of 30 Pikus. Will you claim it? Claim the special Pikachu. I shall defer the Pikus. Pika Pika. Exclaimed Pikachu, a familiar yellow rodent. Pleased to meet you, Pikachu. Zell knelt, extending his right hand. Pika Pika, Pikachu chirped, promptly climbing onto Zell's shoulder. Feeling the weight upon his shoulder, Zell smiled faintly. As night fell, Zell returned to the inn. Welcome back, exclaimed the group in unison. Upon entering, he found everyone gathered. The moment Vivian spotted Pikachu perched on Zell's shoulder, she was instantly captivated. So adorable. Captain, may I pet it? Zell glanced at Pikachu, who seemed to understand. Leaping from his shoulder into Vivian's embrace. Pika Pika, Pikachu displayed its charm, with remarkable effect. Seizing the opportunity, Vivian affectionately rubbed her cheek against it. Observing the lively Vivian, Zell gently patted her head. A little exuberance is delightful. Had he not been a transmigrator, perhaps he would not be ensnared by hatred. Have you procured the sea chart I requested? Zell inquired of Vivian. I have bought it. With that, Vivian handed Zell a sea chart. The War of the Divine Valley is set to commence in a year, and Zell must enhance his power within that time frame. The urgency is palpable. However, the location of the Divine Valley lies in the West Sea. Eliminating the need for Zell to traverse the treacherous reverse mountain to reach the Grand Line. A glance at the map revealed only well-known islands, with no mention of the Divine Valley. Notable islands in the West Sea include O'Hara and the Flower Country, both of which Zell yearned to visit. O'Hara boasts the world's largest collection of scholars and the most extensive library. The Tree of Knowledge. For future nation-building, knowledge is indispensable. Cultivating a favorable relationship with O'Hara could yield a plethora of scholars during future demon-slaying endeavors. As for the Flower Country, Zell was aware of its numerous similarities to his former homeland. China. We shall set sail for O'Hara. If we are headed there, the most direct route will pass by Kashia Island, Tross Island, and Kashian Island. I entrust the navigation to you. You are my navigator. Zell nodded at Vivian. In the following days, Zell and his companions remained on Sony Island. Despite the external tumult caused by the downfall of the Blood Wolf gang, they maintained a calm demeanor during Zell's battle with Jess. He was shrouded in blood mist, rendering him unrecognizable to others. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika Pika, a flash of lightning struck a massive boulder. Little Boar, continue using Ice Shard. Kaylee, hold on, just 130 more. Vivian, do not cease. By the coast, Zell was training his companions. Except for Vilia, who stayed behind to care for Deli. All others were summoned for training. Zell did not require them to be exceptionally powerful, but a degree of self-defense capability was essential. This world ultimately operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. As Zell observed the training of his companions and Pokemon, he grasped a heavy dumbbell, continuing his regimen. Just as the seaside training was in full swing, a ship appeared on the horizon. From a distance, a high, fluttering skull flag was visible. Captain, we have arrived at Sony Island. The lookout on the pirate ship reported to his captain. Crew, prepare to raid. Let us seize all the berries and women on this island, bellowed the bearded pirate captain Doe. Oh, seize the berries, seize the women, the pirate crew echoed enthusiastically. On the shore, Zell activated his observation hockey. Squinting at the approaching pirate ship. 3 minutes later, the lookout exclaimed, "Captain, there are 2 beautiful women, 2 strange creatures, and a little boy on the shore. Kill that boy and bind the 2 women." Thanks to the enhancement of his observation hockey, Zell's ears could hear far beyond the distance. Even before the pirate ship drew near, he caught the bearded captain's voice. "Blood die. 1,000 miles. Crew, attack." Before the pirate captain could finish his command, a crimson light surged forth with alarming speed. Rendering him speechless in terror, the blade cleaved through the ship, slicing it in half before dissipating. The pirate vessel was bifurcated and gradually sank beneath the sea. Impressive, Kaylee marveled at Zell's display of power. Her astonishment palpable. "All is well. Continue training." "Yes, young master." The pirate invasion was but a mere interlude. After this, Zell and his companions remained on Sony Island for 6 days before departing, out at sea. The sky was a brilliant azure. The water tranquil, occasionally disturbed by the flight of seagulls. Villian turned the ship southward. "Aye, Captain," she replied. Regarding Zell's sudden request, Villian did not inquire further. "Captain, what lies to the south?" Villia, more straightforward, directly questioned Zell upon noticing the abrupt change in course. The reason for Zell's pivot was the fleeting red light he had glimpsed on the system map at the southernmost point. Unsure how to respond, he simply stated, "There are treasures to be found." "Treasure hunting, you say?" Upon hearing Zell speak of treasures in the south, Villia's excitement surged. Clutching a small mountain pig, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Zell, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her intense scrutiny. Zell turned his head away and murmured, "Perhaps." After 2 hours of sailing southward, a small island suddenly appeared on the horizon. "You all stay aboard and await my return. I shall investigate the situation on this island," Zell declared, and, amidst Villia's forlorn gaze, he took Pikachu and disembarked onto the island. The terrain was thick with trees, making navigation difficult and easy to become lost. Opening the system map, Zell discovered the red that was in constant motion, indicating the presence of another ability user. Within the dense forest, over 30 individuals were scattered in a specific area. "Captain, perhaps we should reconsider. We have already lost over 10 crew members," a tall, lean man suggested, bending down to speak to a shorter companion. "Absolutely not. The Red Lizard pirate crew has been at sea for many years. How can we let a mere woman toy with us? Moreover, the weapon she wields is mine for the taking." The short man, enraged, leapt up and struck the tall man down to the ground. "Once more, you shall lead the way," he commanded. Though the tall man grimaced at this, he dared not protest. "Onward, lads," the short man shouted. And the rest had no choice but to follow. Unbeknownst to the group, Zell was leaping through the treetops, advancing towards them. After traversing approximately 2 kilometers, they arrived at a massive, semicircular structure, constructed of steel. The building was enshrouded in an abundance of vines, lending it an air of mystery. The group, led by the tall man, cautiously entered the steel edifice. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit underground laboratory, a long-haired beauty donning black-framed glasses reclined with her legs crossed, smiling at the large screen before her. Observing the Red Lizard pirate crew's anxious demeanor on the screen, the woman began to operate the controls with swift precision. "Dare you come again? I shall make sure to annihilate you this time." Inside the steel structure, the tall man grew increasingly uneasy as he approached a narrow passage. Upon seeing the bodies sprawled haphazardly within, terror gripped him once more. "Captain, I think we should turn back," he stammered. "Enough of your nonsense. Get inside." The short man, hearing his words, kicked him into the passage. The tall man had barely registered what happened when he dashed inside, sprinting frantically. Behind him, rows of red lasers shot forth. Hot on his heels, despite his swiftness, the tall man was not caught. Upon reaching the end, he lunged forward and managed to survive, turning to witness the bodies being pierced by the red lasers once more. He was filled with dread, his chest heaving violently. Seeing the tall man had successfully reached the other side, the short man ordered the remaining crew to follow suit. After several more members made it across, the short man suddenly commanded one of the fatter crew members, "Ulu, you go next." "Not me. Captain, I can't make it," Ulu protested, trembling in fear of the short man's wrath. "Quit your whining. If you don't go, I'll toss you in myself." Forced by the threat, Ulu shakily approached the passage. Wiping away sweat, he shouted, "Ah." and with all his strength, he bolted forward. Yet, he was far too slow. Halfway through, a red beam pierced through his calf, causing him to collapse in agony. Subsequently, multiple beams shot through his head, arms, abdomen, and thighs. Bang! His plump body crumpled to the ground, blood seeping from him as he stared ahead with an expression of bitter regret. Once an ordinary man, he had endured ridicule from others in his village. One day, a band of pirates invaded, mercilessly slaughtering those who had mocked him. He began to envy those ruthless pirates, admiring their audacity and freedom to do as they pleased. In a desperate bid to join their ranks, he traded the lives of his fellow villagers for their acceptance. From that moment on, he sank into a life of villainy, bullying those who resembled his former self. Yet, the mockery persisted. Pirates were merely a band of rogues, devoid of any true camaraderie. Reflecting on his life, Ulu realized that perhaps he had already died the moment he set sail. This worthless pig remains as useless as ever. The short man cursed, then shouted, "Lads, those who can run fast will make it. Unleash your utmost speed." With that, he began to transform, his head morphing into that of a crimson lizard, his body covered in green scales, and a long tail sprouting from behind. With a sudden surge of energy, he dashed forward at astonishing speed towards the passage's end. When all was said and done, 6 had perished, leaving 28 remaining. "Lads, we shall seize that woman and claim the weapons she possesses. Then we'll head for the Grand Line." The thought of the various weapons in the woman's possession reignited excitement among the crew. The pirates glanced around, discovering 2 passageways, momentarily uncertain of which to choose. "Lucy, you take 10 men down the left. The rest will follow me down the right," the short man commanded. After walking a few meters, the path before them split again, forcing the short man to divide the group once more, taking 8 with him while another team ventured off. However, after traversing over 100 meters, they encountered 3 more forks in the path. It dawned on the short man that they were in a vast maze, and he quickly ordered everyone to remain together. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the rear of the group. "Ah, damn it, everyone back!" The short man urgently led the crew in retreat, but upon returning to the original junction, the exit had vanished. Surrounded by identical silver walls, the short man struck the wall in frustration. It trembled but yielded no dent to the entrance. Zeal, who had followed the short man's group, stepped inside. After taking a few strides, Zeal furrowed his brow, sensing he was being watched. Looking up, he spotted a silver camera blending seamlessly with the wall. It was nearly undetectable to the average person. Zeal concentrated, forming a drop of blood on his fingertip, which he directed towards the camera, shattering it with incredible speed. "Ugh, you scared the life out of me," the woman in the basement exclaimed, her curse surprising given her beauty. Meanwhile, the tall man Lucy led his crew through the maze, encountering multiple exits just as the short man had. However, to err on the side of caution, he refrained from splitting the group. After approximately 30 minutes of wandering, a scream erupted from the back of the line. A towering silver mech wielding a massive steel sword felled one of the pirates with a single swing. The remaining pirates, seeing the mech, watched in horror as it extended its right hand, revealing a nozzle from which flames erupted towards the crowd. "Hot. I'm going to burn alive." Pirates scrambled in panic, clutching their heads in desperation. "Calm down. We need to counterattack," Lucy shouted, drawing a flintlock pistol and firing at the silver mech. Bang! The bullet struck the mech, producing a sound but leaving only a faint mark. "The guns are useless." Luxi, a seasoned pirate, hastily drew his sword and aimed it at the mech. The others, witnessing this, promptly dispersed to surround the mech. The woman inside the mech, observing the situation, smiled and ceased her fiery onslaught. Instead, gripping her great sword firmly, the pirates encircled the mech, brandishing their weapons and attacking it. However, to their dismay, their assaults left no mark on the mech. The mech swung its massive sword, cleaving one pirate in 2. Terrified by this display, the remaining pirates quickly retreated. The mech raised its sword once more, but struck only air. Luxi shouted that the mech was too cumbersome. They could defeat it by skillfully dodging its attacks. Just as they believed they had found an opportunity, 2 pipes on the mech's back expelled flames, propelling it forward and instantly positioning it before another pirate, piercing through the pirate's body with a single stroke. The remaining pirates, still in shock, found the mech turning to face them, continuing its relentless hunt. 5 minutes later, none of the pirates were left alive. After dispatching this band of pirates, the woman inside the mech consulted the map from her memory to locate the remaining 2 groups. 10 minutes later, in another corner of the labyrinth, 9 corpses lay quietly on the cold ground. Before a narrow passage, Zeal pondered over the pirate bodies. Maximizing his observation hockey, Zeal stepped into the passage. After just a couple of steps, a sense of impending danger washed over him, prompting him to charge forward, tightly clutching Pikachu. "Pika Pika!" exclaimed Pikachu, perched on Zeal's shoulder, gripping his clothing tightly as his hindquarters lifted off the ground. As Zeal dashed through the passage, he glanced back to see red beams blocking the way, piquing his curiosity. Infrared. According to Zeal's recollections, such technology had never appeared in the age of pirates. Without dwelling on it, he continued onward. Upon entering the labyrinth, Zeal grew increasingly impatient after a while. Drawing his long knife from his waist, he cleaved a gap through the iron wall before advancing towards the red dots. After slashing through 4 walls, Zeal found himself before a small figure. Bang! The small figure and his companions turned, witnessing a portion of the seemingly indestructible iron wall crumble. A man clad in black, carrying a yellow rodent on his shoulder and wielding a long knife, emerged from the debris. "You little brat, are you with that woman? Are you pirates?" Zeal disregarded their inquiries and directly posed his question. "Pika Pika?" Pikachu echoed, mimicking Zeal's tone. "Don't tell me even our red lizard pirate crew is unknown to you?" "I am Cassilia of the Red Lizard, with a bounty of 40 million, the pirate exclaimed. "Then you may proceed to your demise." Zeal's eye sharpened as he raised his knife to strike. Blood-dyed chaotic flow. In an instant, dozens of crimson blades of energy surged forth, enveloping Cassilia and his companions. The splattering blood stained the silver walls red, and before they could utter a single cry, they lost their lives. In the era of rocks, pirates embodied evil. There were no innocents among them. After retrieving the newly acquired devil fruit, the familiar countdown appeared before him. 1.0000. Closing the system panel, Zeal followed the life signatures sensed through his observation hockey. Along the way, many walls suffered damage. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zeal encountered a tall silver mech unexpectedly. He raised an eyebrow at the advanced technology before him. It was known that the technological advancements in the pirate world had strayed significantly, with such large mechs being the creations of Vegapunk's peacekeepers and Frankie's robots. The woman inside the mech, startled by the sudden black screen of her monitor, assumed Zeal was a pirate and immediately swung her sword at him. Zeal responded in kind, sparking a shower of sparks upon impact. Realizing the mech's durability far surpassed ordinary steel, he infused his knife with armament hockey and manipulated his blood-dyed chaotic flow. The blade moved like a shadow, swiftly striking multiple times at the mech's limbs. Bang! The mech's limbs detached from its body, crashing heavily to the ground. The woman controlling the mech sensed the peril and hastily began executing other commands, just as Zeal thought the mech was rendered inoperative. 2 pipes on its back whirled, expelling flames. Blood-dyed shadow kill. Zeal, moving swiftly, positioned himself behind the mech. The 2 flaming pipes were dislodged, and the flames erupted freely, scorching the mech's head. Startled by the sudden turn of events, the woman inside the mech quickly ceased the flames. "Come out, or I will cleave this iron shell apart. Pika Pika, come out." After about 10 seconds of silence from the mech, Zeal lifted his knife, intending to strike first and ask questions later. Just then, a voice filled with anguish and fury rang out. "The exit is in my chest. I cannot get out." Upon hearing the voice, Zeal approached the mech and single-handedly flipped it over. "Could you not flip it so hastily?" A woman with long black hair, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a white lab coat, emerged, shielding her head. Zeal praised her. She was fair-skinned, beautiful, and possessed an extraordinary demeanor. "Speak. Who are you?" "Good question. I am the most outstanding female scientist in history, Idheli." The black-haired woman suddenly became proud, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle with her arms spread wide, observing Idheli lost in her self-admiration. Zeal spoke. "Pikachu, Pikachu." Pikachu understood and unleashed a jolt of electricity toward her. Idheli exclaimed, feeling a tingling sensation coursing through her body, furiously shouting, "What have you done to the most outstanding female scientist?" Pikachu. Another jolt struck her. "Damn yellow rodent. You." Pikachu. My name is Idheli, a scientist. If you have any inquiries, I shall answer them truthfully. Gazing at the woman whose hair stood on end from the electric shock, Zeal inquired, "What is your origin? Where is this place? Did you create that mech?" Zeal asked several questions in quick succession. "I hail from the future nation of Barkamora, having arrived here based on a map found on the island." "That mech is from this experimental base," Idheli answered candidly. "Barkamora, also known as Mechanism Island, Vegapunk's homeland. Why are those pirates after you? Well, scientific research also requires sustenance. Did you steal their food? Zell asked, bewildered. Of course not. Helly protested. Zell's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze on her. I may have taken their berries, Helly added quietly. Looking at this female scientist, Zell suddenly recalled a previous book regarding nano-armor. Are you skilled in creating mechs and weapons? Of course, I am the greatest female scientist in history. Helly regained her proud demeanor. I have a design here related to nano-armor. Can you produce it? Nano-armor. What is that? Helly looked at Zell with a puzzled expression. A multifunctional, lightweight external armor. As he spoke, Zell retrieved paper and pen from his system storage, drafting some designs and concepts for nano-armor. Helly's eyes brightened as she examined the paper. You possess complete information. She gazed at Zell with eager eyes. If you wish to obtain it, become my crew member, and I shall provide it to you. You are a pirate? Helly's expression turned peculiar. No. Zell shook his head. Greetings, Captain. Hurley immediately spoke up. Seeing Hurley agree so readily, Zell felt a bit surprised. Pikachu. Although he couldn't quite comprehend the conversation between Zell and Hurley, he understood that Hurley had become a partner. Pikachu extended its hand towards Hurley. Despite having been zapped quite severely by Pikachu earlier, Hurley was still quite intrigued by the electric mouse. Thus, she reached out and shook hands with Pikachu. Was there anything of interest in this laboratory? Just some materials on mecha manufacturing, along with the mecha itself. Zell followed Hurley back to the basement, taking some documents and a few instruments, including the broken mecha. In the midst of this, Hurley was startled by Zell's ability to collect items. However, as a scientist from a new world, she found this strange ability somewhat acceptable, merely attributing it to a special devil fruit power. 30 minutes later, Zell brought Hurley to the ship's side. After introducing her to Villian and the others, he was promptly pulled away by the impatient Hurley. Captain, the documents. Zell had not deceived her. He recorded a quarter of the content from the documents on paper and handed it over, withholding the entirety. Yet, this quarter was sufficient for Hurley to conduct research for quite some time. Captain, what about the treasure? Valia, seeing that Zell's conversation with Hurley had concluded, hurriedly approached to inquire, glancing at the eager Valia. Zell felt a bit troubled. Should he produce a discarded mecha? Just then, the retrieval was completed, and rewards could be claimed. Retrieval complete. Animal type, lizard fruit. Rainbow flying lizard form. Reward, 1 special individual Charmander and a group of 30 Charmanders. Would you like to claim it? Claim the special individual Charmander. Do not claim the group of Charmanders for now. A flash of white light appeared, revealing a lizard-like creature that was entirely golden with flames flickering at its tail. A shiny Charmander. Even Zell was somewhat surprised. This was his first reward of a shiny Pokemon Kaka. The Charmander called out energetically before immediately running to Zell's side. So cute. Can I hold it? Zell did not respond, leaving the choice to the Charmander. Kaka. Upon hearing Valia's request, the Charmander hesitated for a moment before nodding. Valia picked up the Charmander and, as usual, rubbed her cheek against it. The small boar on her head swayed along with her movements. Remaining unfazed, Zell instructed Valia to take good care of the Charmander and turned to find Kelly. The day was getting late. It was time for a meal. Being at sea had indeed been rather dull, leaving little to do besides training. As for the grand task of breeding a family, it was still too early for Zell, who was only 15 years old, after they had eaten and drunk their fill. Valia asked Zell, Captain, shall we continue on the original course? Yes, but I might alter the direction at times. For the next 2 months, Zell and his crew proceeded towards O'Hara along the planned route. They encountered numerous pirates along the way, but their strength was lacking. Sometimes, it didn't even require Zell's intervention, as Deli could handle them alongside Pikachu. Among these pirates were also those with devil fruit powers, though predominantly of the Zoan type. From these pirates, Zell obtained 3 Zoan-type devil fruits and 1 Paramecia-type devil fruit. Animal type, cow fruit, yellow cow form. Animal type, bird fruit, sparrow form. Animal type, goat fruit, sheep form, and Paramecia type, soundwave fruit, which rewarded him with a Tauros, a Pidgey, a Mareep, and a Soundwave technology manual. Tauros proved to be an excellent assistant for farmers and a superb mount. The final evolution of Pidgey, the Fiero, made for an impressive flying mount. Powerful and striking in appearance, the Mareep's wool was a practical material for crafting various garments. As for the Soundwave technology, Zell had Hurley create a Soundwave gun, which demonstrated considerable power, far surpassing that of flintlock guns. One shot could obliterate objects several dozen meters ahead, boasting immense strength, though its effective range was rather short. However, according to Hurley, this technology could be applied to nano-armor, reminiscent of the future Vegapunk Seraphim. Yet, the latter involved clones, while Zell's focus was solely on weaponry. While passing by a beast island, Zell discovered an animal type, ancient type, short-faced bear form. Ancient types differ from regular Zoan types, rewarding Zell with a special individual bear cub and a Galarian zigzag gun, along with groups of 30 of each. Finally, he acquired the Paramecia type, Box fruit from Cash Island, and the Paramecia type, Power fruit from Tross Island. The Box fruit rewarded him with a design blueprint for a spatial backpack, while the Power fruit granted him a strength training room, 5 doses of a berserk potion, and a formula. The design blueprint for the spatial backpack delighted Zell immensely, though the required materials were extensive, making immediate production impossible. The berserk potion, when consumed, could triple a person's strength for a short duration, but would lead to a state of weakness afterward. Serving as a potential trump card. In summary, Zell had amassed a wealth of devil fruits and system rewards, marking a bountiful harvest. Additionally, he and his crew had made rapid progress over these 2 months. Delhi had begun to grasp the basics of Busashoko Haki, capable of contending with pirates with bounties of 50 million without defeat. Kelly, though she had yet to master Haki, possessed strength comparable to a Navy lieutenant. Zell was uncertain about Hurley's strength, as she never trained or fought, preferring to immerse herself in machinery. As for Valia and Valia, they exhibited little potential, prompting Zell to assign the small boar and Charmander to Valia while the Pidgey, Bear Cub, and Zigzagoon accompanied Valia. They could be considered among the first trainers in the pirate world. Charmander had already evolved into Charmeleon, its size considerably larger than in the Pokemon world. Zell wondered if this was due to its special nature or the influence of the pirate world. However, despite the small boar and Pikachu not having evolved, their strength was even more formidable than that of Charmeleon. Especially Pikachu, which had effortlessly dispatched a pirate with a bounty of 15 million with a single thunderbolt. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Zell and his crew finally arrived at the renowned archaeological haven of O'Hara in the West Sea. Marineford, Navy Headquarters. Admiral Steelbone Sora reviewed the reports from the 4 seas. The bloodstained swordsman of the West Sea had slain the bounty of 35 million on Fong Kars, 40 million on the Bull Demon Gemin, and 64 million on Soundwave Rolsey. A formidable individual indeed, worthy of recruitment. Steelbone Sora was quite pleased with the newly emerged swordsman from the West Sea and planned to send someone to recruit him. Summon Sengoku, Tsuru, and that fellow Garp. About 10 minutes later, a Navy Rear Admiral with sleek black hair, dressed in a Navy uniform and possessing a refined appearance, entered the conference room. Following her were 2 boisterous men. One, wearing a military cap and sporting a long beard resembling braids, was Admiral Sengoku. The other, with a black flat top, exuding vigor and enthusiasm, was Rear Admiral Monkey D. Garp. Garp, where's my senpai? Sengoku asked angrily, spittle flying onto his face. Garp turned his head, picking his nose with one finger, and replied, probably eaten by your goat. Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku's temper flared, and he grabbed Garp by the collar, preparing to unleash a torrent of verbal fury. Cough. Tsuru, accustomed to the antics of these 2, nonetheless felt it necessary to remind them now that they were in the conference room. Despite Tsuru's reminder, for someone as powerful as Sora, their hearing was remarkably acute. He found their quarrel over Sunbei utterly exasperating. Bang! Sora slammed his hand down on the table, signaling the 2 to quiet down. In recent years, the Rocks Pirates had been expanding continuously, boasting formidable crew members such as Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John. Even the new generation boasts a Kaido, yet our Navy seems to lack any promising newcomers. Thus, I have resolved to send someone to recruit the recent potential pirate hunters emerging on the seas. With that, Kong retrieved several reports, among which was the dossier on Zell. A bloodstained swordsman. Suspected of possessing the blood fruit ability, he is also a master swordsman. His specific name remains unknown, but one thing is certain. He is very young and possesses immense potential. He has been known to slay a bounty of 64 million with a single stroke against the sound-based pirate, Ralshi. After speaking, Kong surveyed the group and continued, I intend to send someone to recruit him. However, given this individual's strength, the average Navy personnel may not suffice. Do you have any recommendations? Zifa seems to be in the West Sea. He could be sent to recruit this individual, Suru replied from the side. You mean Zifa? He is quite a promising fellow, though it is a pity he engaged with hockey rather late. Otherwise, our navy could have gained another admiral's prowess. Karp expressed his interest upon hearing Suru mention Zifa. Very well, then let us proceed with that plan. Kong placed great trust in Suru's judgment and readily agreed to her suggestion. Wanghua, what are you daydreaming about? Upon noticing Wanghua lost in thought while holding Zell's photograph, Kong inquired, Wanghua, Wanghua. Seeing Wanghua still seemingly entranced, Kong called out again. Oh, it is nothing. I just feel that this person seems somewhat familiar. The drastic changes in Zell over the past 2 years, coupled with his blood-red irises, had rendered Wanghua unrecognizable. Moreover, he did not believe anyone could have survived that hunting game. After all, it was he who had blocked their last avenue of escape. West Sea, O'Hara. After nearly 2 months of sailing, Zell and his companions finally arrived at the archaeological haven of O'Hara. This O'Hara, what a magnificent tree. Gazing at the enormous tree of knowledge, Villia was momentarily entranced. Kylie, go fetch Helira. As Helira had yet to appear, Zell dispatched Kylie to summon the woman engrossed in her research. The tree of knowledge harbored an extensive collection of books, serving as a treasure trove of knowledge in the pirate world. For a scientist, nothing could be more valuable. Have we arrived? Have we arrived? Helira, initially reluctant to be drawn out, transformed into a bundle of excitement upon hearing they had reached O'Hara, docking the ship. All companions and Pakmon disembarked onto O'Hara's shores. Zell opted not to bring Kintaro and Mariang, as they were ill-suited for maritime travel. The atmosphere of O'Hara was refreshingly simple, with many islanders being relatives of the scholars on the island. These scholars had been lured by Dr. Clover, all of them devoted to the pursuit of knowledge. Zell provided each person with 3 million berries for shopping, with Pikachu perched on his shoulder. He led Helira toward the Tree of Knowledge. May I assist you with anything? At the entrance of the Tree of Knowledge, Zell and Helira encountered a beautiful woman with flowing silver hair. We wish to borrow some books from here. Is that so? I happen to be seeking some books as well. Would you care to join me? Much appreciated. Zell smiled, exuding a tranquil aura. My name is Alvia. I am Zell, and this is Helira, along with him, Pikachu. Zell gestured towards Helira and the Pikachu resting on his shoulder. Hello, I am the greatest female scientist. Helira. Pika Pika. Delighted to meet you all. Let us proceed. Upon entering the Tree of Knowledge, Zell and his companions were immediately awestruck by the astounding volume of literature. Rows upon rows of bookshelves surrounded the trunk of the tree, tightly arranged, with spiraling staircases connecting each shelf. Overflowing with various types of books, the books are well organized. You may peruse them at your leisure. Thank you. Zell replied to Alvia before parting ways with her, gazing at the multitude of books before him. Zell felt an intense desire if he could acquire all these volumes. It would undoubtedly facilitate the strengthening of his future kingdom. But a nation's most vital need is talent, which requires nurturing, and nurturing talent necessitates books. One could say that books are the very foundation of a nation. It is bewildering how the world government could incinerate such a vast collection of knowledge, though the books were ultimately preserved. It did not quell Zell's yearning to possess them. After spending an entire day in the Tree of Knowledge, Zell finally awaited the arrival of the individual he had longed to meet. Dr. Clover, may we have a word? The elderly man with clover-like hair emerged from a door, and Zell promptly approached him. Bloodstained swordsman. What brings you here? Bloodstained swordsman. What do you mean? Zell was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Me? He pointed to himself. Are you unaware? You are the most renowned pirate hunter in the West Sea of late. Drifting upon the seas, Zell remained oblivious to his newfound fame, while Dr. Clover had been engrossed in archaeology. He was still well informed about the outside world, having been captured by the Navy on 10 separate occasions. Given that he had slain numerous pirates along his journey, Zell was not surprised to be labeled a pirate hunter. Regaining his composure, Zell continued, I believe we can converse about the history you are currently exploring. What history? Are you interested in ancient history as well? Zell suddenly lowered his voice. I wish to discuss the Void Century. Dr. Clover's eyes widened in shock. Upon hearing the mention of the Void Century from Zell, he led him to a hidden chamber. Are you affiliated with the world government? Dr. Clover inquired in a flat tone. No. If the world government sent someone, they wouldn't bother to speak with you. Our exploration of the Void Century is still in the preparatory stages. How did you come to know of it? What if I claimed to see the future? Would you believe me? Zell offered a mysterious smile to Dr. Clover. The future, you say? Our exploration of the past is to pave the way for the future. Dr. Clover's gaze grew resolute. Yet your exploration of the past lacks a future. Is that so? The past should not be buried. This world is regressing, and humanity's wisdom is being erased. Someone must strive to resurrect history. Even at the cost of sacrifice. Even if it requires sacrifice. Dr. Clover's unwavering conviction stirred something within Zeal. There will always be resolute wills in this world. The will of O'Hara cannot be diminished by gunfire. Amidst the ruins, history shall once again radiate its brilliance. Doctor, you are truly remarkable, Zeal remarked earnestly. I possess knowledge of what the future holds, and in truth, you do too. Zeal paused. If that future arrives, I hope you will endure. Without further elaboration, Zeal departed the chamber. After exiting, he found Hilira and lifted the Pikachu, who had dozed off from boredom. How was your acquisition? If I can find suitable metals, I can commence the creation of nano armor. Hilira appeared exhilarated, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zeal. Zeal already had ideas regarding the metal materials for crafting armor and intended to explore Magnetic Island in the Grand Line to see if he could find the gulp-gulp fruit. Leaving Hilira to continue her studies, Zeal set off with Pikachu in search of the devil fruits marked on the system map, in a village on O'Hara. Villia balanced a small mountain pig atop her head while a Charmeleon trailed beside her. Shopping along the street. Charmeleon, what do you think Captain Zeal would like as a gift? For Zeal, Villia felt an immense sense of gratitude and affection. However, she was acutely aware that her sister, Vivian, was a navigator. Daisy was a warrior, Kelly was a chef, and Helly was a scientist, leaving her feeling rather superfluous. Thus, she resolved to purchase a gift for Zeal, hoping to enhance her image in his eyes. Roar, the fire dinosaur concealed its claws behind its body before striking out in a gesture reminiscent of wielding a sword. A sword, you say? What a splendid idea. Villia twirled the fire dinosaur in her arms. Before long, she had scoured all the weapon shops on the island. Unfortunately, they only offered ordinary blades, which even she, lacking expertise, could discern. Just as disappointment began to settle in, an elderly man, around 50, burst into the shop, cradling an iron box. Old York, behold this sword. I discovered it in a relic. It is undoubtedly a remarkable blade. Villia's ears perked up at the sound, drawing her closer. Cahildan, have you brought relic artifacts to me again? Are you out of money for drinks? Isn't it a pity to let such a divine weapon languish underground? I wish to see it revived in the world. Old York, however, harbored doubts about Cahildan's words. This was not their first encounter. Cahildan, a solitary drinker who indulged in high-end spirits, often resorted to selling relic weapons when funds ran low. Yet, occasionally, he did possess fine swords, which Old York was always eager to acquire. Upon opening the iron box, a rusted longsword lay inside. Noticing Old York's grim expression, Cahildan hastily defended, this must be an exceptional blade. Otherwise, you could test its metal against your own. Old York, still skeptical, retrieved a sword from the display. He struck the two blades together with force. Clang. The collision resulted in a gash on the shop's sword. This sword is forged from high-grade steel and exhibits exquisite craftsmanship. It was at least a fine blade once. However, it must have suffered a significant trauma to be in this rusted state. Old York scrutinized the long sword point. 3 million berries. Will you sell? For million berries. 350,000 at most. 360,000. I shall buy this sword. At this moment, Villia, who had been observing for quite some time, interjected. Little girl, that's rather unsporting. Old York, initially ready to scold, softened upon realizing she was just a young girl and instead rubbed his balding head, grimacing. Cahildan would sell to anyone, but of course, he preferred the highest bidder. Feeling a bit bashful, Villia blinked her big eyes and looked at Old York with a pitiful expression. Uncle, I truly wish to have this sword. Could you please let me have it? Old York, being a congenial man, after all, it was why Cahildan frequented him, found it hard to resist her plea. All right. Thank you, Uncle. Villia beamed sweetly at Old York. Roar. The fire dinosaur echoed its master's excitement. As for the small mountain pig, it appeared to be in a deep slumber to onlookers. Having spent 360,000 without a hint of remorse, Villia was accustomed to lavish spending. Although Zeal had only allocated 300,000 berries to each person, Villia still maintained her own little treasury. Zeal frequently provided them with funds for shopping, often in the millions. Thus, aside from Helly, who was a big spender, the others had amassed considerable berries. Meanwhile, on another part of the island, Zeal accompanied Pikachu to a towering tree, where a devil fruit glimmered with rainbow hues hung high above. Pikachu, could you fetch that fruit for me? Pikachu, perched on his shoulder, yawned before swiftly scaling the tree with a flash of electricity. With a powerful iron tail, it severed the stem, cradling the devil fruit as it descended, finally landing gracefully on Zell's shoulder. Pikachu reveled in its seamless execution and sought praise from Zell. Well done. Pikachu. Zell, not one for pretense, affectionately patted Pikachu's head. Pika. Pikachu chirped happily. Zell examined the devil fruit and noted it differed significantly from the Hana fruit he remembered. The Hana fruit was pink, reminiscent of blooming petals, whereas this devil fruit radiated a crystalline brilliance in a spectrum of colors. Zell had anticipated that the Hana fruit would not be found on O'Hara. Devil fruits possess a will of their own and choose their masters. Perhaps, shortly, the Hana fruit would find its way onto a ship bound for O'Hara and eventually be consumed by the young Robin. After entrusting the devil fruit to the system for analysis, Zell departed. As this was the only fruit detectable on O'Hara at Marine Fort, the Navy headquarters, a messenger entered the Marshal's office. Marshal Kong, we have discovered the bloodstained swordsman and his companions on O'Hara. Inform Zephyr to proceed to O'Hara and recruit the bloodstained swordsman immediately. Yes, having acquired the devil fruit, Zell intended to rendezvous with Vivian and the others. Upon reaching the designated spot, he saw Villia rushing toward him, clutching an iron box. Captain, you're back. I have prepared a gift for you. Though puzzled as to why Villia would gift him something, Zell felt a surge of happiness. He affectionately ruffled Villia's hair and said, "Thank you." Villia's face flushed with delight as she hurriedly extended the iron box toward Zell. He accepted it with a smile, but did not open it immediately. We shall remain here for a few days, awaiting Heli's studies to conclude. Of course, it's far better on land after drifting at sea for so long. Vivian replied gently. Listening to the young master, Kelly's response remained succinct. Perfect. I can train my observation hockey, Daisy exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Chirp. The fledgling sparrow perched on Vivian's shoulder chirped in agreement. Certainly. Captain, do take a look at the gift Villia prepared for you. Vivian urged, noticing Zell's hesitation to open the iron box at her prompting. Villia perked up the dough. I was just about to see. Zell felt somewhat awkward. In his past life, he typically refrained from unwrapping gifts in front of the giver, a habit he had unconsciously adopted. Upon opening the iron box, a rusted long sword lay quietly within. Zell was not taken aback by its appearance. Instead, he found himself inexplicably drawn to it. He summoned his blood to envelop the long sword, which astonishingly absorbed it. This sword drinks blood, Villia exclaimed in shock. Is it some kind of cursed blade? Captain, perhaps you should reconsider this weapon. Fear not, Zell reassured her while channeling more blood into the sword. After approximately 2 minutes, the long sword ceased its absorption. The original rust transformed into crimson patterns, and the sword gleamed under the sun. Zell swung the sword, feeling as though it was an extension of his own arm. As if they were one. He laid his hand flat and gradually released his grip. To the astonishment of all, the long sword floated in mid-air, motionless. The sword is flying. The onlookers, including Vivian, were utterly astounded. With a mere thought, Zell commanded the long sword to soar, accelerating with increasing speed. The sensation mirrored his control over blood. After a brief demonstration, the long sword returned to his hand. Thank you, Villia. This gift is splendid. Holding the long sword, Zell expressed his gratitude once more. What is this sword called? I'm not sure. It was excavated from a relic. Villia elucidated the origins of the blade, prompting Zell to exclaim in awe. This knife is certainly not an ordinary one. Typically, a fine blade can fetch close to 10 million, a true windfall. Thus, it shall be named Bloodstained. After all, both its techniques and moniker bear this name. As night fell, Zell concluded his training and entered the bathroom, drenched in sweat. While he was immersed in the bathtub, the bathroom door was suddenly thrust open. Young master, do you require my assistance? Zell felt a soft presence press against his back, nearly causing him to leap in surprise. Kylie, there's no need for that. I am still quite young. Is that so? You appear rather grown up to me. Kylie's unexpected jest left Zell momentarily flustered, and he could only manage a smile. The two fell into a comfortable silence, basking in the tranquility. After a considerable pause, Zell broke the stillness. What is it? Did something happen today? Nothing, Kylie replied. Do you know what my purpose in navigating is? Without allowing Kylie a chance to respond, Zell continued, I aspire to establish a vast family, to forge a formidable kingdom, to ignite a flame in this decaying world. I will incite wars, yet I shall also bring them to a close. The dreams of the young master are indeed grand, Kylie remarked, following up with, regardless, I shall remain by your side. Yes, I too need you by my side. Zell's words imbued Kylie with a sense of purpose, which was precisely why she sought him out. Ever since her father's passing, she had been utterly alone. Even her role as Zell's maid was merely a matter of obligation. She felt uncertain about her own existence and its purpose. Would she forever be a maid? Now, however, she found solace in the thought of serving Zell in that capacity. After Kylie departed, Zell finally dared to emerge from the water. Had it not been for his extraordinary willpower, he would have succumbed to the temptations of the maid who had seduced him. He was not truly a child. Rather, 2 years of solitude had rendered him somewhat awkward in social interactions. Over the course of 2 months, he had adapted considerably. The most apparent change was his newfound verbosity. He could no longer strike without encountering a living being first. Once his companions regained their composure, Zell donned his attire and ventured outside. In the hall, Villia was poring over nautical charts at her desk, while Villia played with the Pokémon Dolly had collapsed in her room after her workout. And Kylie was busy in the kitchen. Not spotting Helly, Zell surmised she was still at the Tree of Omniscience. Taking a seat on the sofa, Zell accessed the system's search interface. Upon completion, he discovered Superhuman category, Purification Fruit. The rewards included 5 bottles of Purification Potion, a formula for the potion, and a comprehensive guide to purification technology. The Purification Potion could cleanse all negative effects, erase most scars, and treat certain ailments. Upon witnessing the potion's capabilities, Zell's initial instinct was to combine it with the Berserk Potion, creating a rather formidable synergy. He then perused the guide to purification technology, uncovering an array of advanced air purifiers, water resource purifiers, soil purifiers, and various other purification devices. This technology was another boon for national development, and Zell carefully stowed the book away. In the days that followed, Zell and his companions trained by the seaside. While Helly immersed herself in literature, the fledgling sparrow evolved into a blue crow, the patterned bear transformed into a charging bear, and Dolly was on the verge of mastering observation AS for Kylie. Since their heartfelt exchange, her progress had been remarkable. She had successfully grasped armament in the days following his acquisition of Bloodstained. Zell tirelessly pursued new experiments. He had previously contemplated infusing the agonizing potion into his own bloodstream. But such a course would be self-destructive, leaving him in greater pain than his adversaries. However, with Bloodstained's ability to absorb blood, he was inspired to experiment anew. After countless failures, Zell wielded Bloodstained and struck his right hand. Even with preparation, the quintuple pain was unbearable, eliciting a pain cry from him. "Ha ha, I succeeded," Zell exclaimed, his laughter drawing the attention of several onlookers, who were left bewildered by his antics. "Sister, has the captain lost his mind?" Villia inquired, concern etched on her face as she glanced at Villian. With his heightened observation hockey, Zell swiftly composed his expression, realizing he must maintain his facade. Just as he was about to explain, he felt a sudden pulse in his heart, sensing an overwhelming presence approaching at an alarming speed. From the treetops along the coast, a figure burst forth, right hand drawn back, preparing to unleash a powerful punch. Bloodstained. 1,000 miles, Zell swung his blade, unleashing a formidable arc of light towards the figure in the air. Haha, splendid timing. Bang. Zifa, who had thought he could easily block the attack, suddenly felt a surge of pain. Unable to restrain a cry of anguish. As he landed, his visage was revealed. Upon closer inspection, Zell noted that the newcomer donned a purple inner garment, a navy cloak, and sported short purple hair. "Zifa," Zell's expression grew serious. "Young man, do you recognize me?" Zifa queried. Zell refrained from answering. "Navy, what do you seek from me? Your prowess is commendable. Would you be interested in joining the Navy?" "Not at all," Zell replied curtly. "However, I find you quite intriguing. Shall we engage in battle?" "Why?" Zifa mused at no matter. "Allow me to showcase the strength of the Navy." "Dolly, everyone, keep your distance and ensure no one approaches," Zell instructed, preparing for a clash with Zifa. Zifa had assumed the rank of admiral at the age of 38. Now a few years passed. However, he certainly possessed the strength of a vice admiral, making him an excellent sparring partner. Once the others had retreated, Zifa's naval comrades watched from afar. Zell felt a rare surge of excitement. The West Sea adversaries were too weak for him, and he craved a formidable opponent, making Zifa a perfect match. Bloodstained. 1,000 miles. Zell initiated the duel with a powerful strike. Having previously experienced the excruciating pain, Zifa was cautious, quickly enveloping his entire right hand with armament hockey. The clash of the blade and obsidian fist sparked an explosion of light. "Young man, you possess considerable strength." Zeal grimaced, suppressing his pain as he spoke. With that, he vanished, employing one of the Navy's 6 styles, the Saru, to position himself above Zeal. The intense warning from observation hockey alerted Zeal that the forthcoming attack would be exceedingly difficult to evade. Bloodstained, bloody wind. Zeal spun with his blade, summoning a swirling vortex of crimson to shield himself. Zeal's punch pierced through the whirlwind, yet he was hurled away by the high-velocity winds. As the vortex subsided, Zephyr reappeared before Zeal. Witnessing the dark fist magnifying in his vision, Zeal raised his blade to defend. Bang! Zeal was forced back, stumbling several meters before regaining his footing, feeling his trembling hands. Zeal swiftly invigorated his blood, steam beginning to emanate from his body. Bloodstained. Turbulence. Zeal unleashed a flurry of blade strikes, enveloping Zephyr in a tempest of shimmering light, with no avenue for retreat. Zephyr cloaked his fists in armament hockey, relentlessly fending off the barrage of strikes. However, Zeal's blades were not so easily deflected. Numerous cuts marred Zephyr's skin, causing blood to flow. Seeing Zephyr begin to bleed, a smile crept across Zeal's face. Blood-stained, swimming dragon. As the blood mist swirled and transformed into the head of a dragon, Zephyr sprang into action, the blood dragon soaring low to the ground and charging towards Zeal. Feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure, Zephyr enveloped his entire right arm with armament hockey, his pitch-black fist forcefully thrust forward, clashing against the blood dragon in a stalemate. Initially, Zephyr felt he could manage. But mere seconds later, his complexion had noticeably paled. The blood seeping from his wounds flowed towards Zeal, mingling with the blood mist, nearly undetectable. Zephyr howled, breaking free from Zeal's assault and hastily retreating. The power of the devil fruit abilities is truly insidious. Zephyr mused, shedding his inner lining to reveal his muscular chest. Zeal's gaze sharpened as he advanced with his blade, swiftly closing the distance to Zephyr. Crush and explode. Zephyr, undaunted and slightly exhilarated, drew back his right hand, charged with armament hockey, and unleashed a powerful punch as Zeal approached. Bang! The long blade collided with the iron fist, causing the ground to sink and dust to billow, even felt by those at a distance. "Sister, will the captain be all right?" Varia asked anxiously. "He's fine. Have faith in the captain," Villian replied, her eyes fixed on the dust-laden battlefield. Meanwhile, the navy brought by Zephyr gathered in awe. How impressive, to hold his own against Vice Admiral Zephyr. One navy personnel exclaimed. "The key point is, this blood-stained swordsman seems even younger than us." Another navy member chimed in, only to feel his comrades casting him strange glances, as if to say, better to remain silent. "Ha ha. I believe in the end, Vice Admiral Zephyr will emerge victorious." The navy member scratched his head, awkwardly adding, "At the heart of the battlefield, Zeal's strength was gradually being suppressed by Zephyr, forcing him back." However, Zephyr was also not in a good state. The loss of blood and fivefold pain was wearing down his condition. Seizing the opportunity presented by Zephyr's punch, Zeal expertly utilized his skills to instantaneously detonate his own blood and evade Zephyr's attack. Bang! Zephyr's fist struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Blood rained falling stars. A multitude of blood poured from Zeal's body, raining down densely upon Zephyr. Iron block. Zephyr covered most of his body with armament hockey, employing one of the Navy's 6 styles. Iron block. Crimson blood explosion. Zeal gradually clenched his fist in Zephyr's direction. Bang! Bang! The blood mist swirling around Zephyr began to explode. Bloodstained. Shadow kill. Stunned by the explosions, Zephyr found himself unable to react, receiving a long gash from Zeal's blade, slashing diagonally across his chest. Cough. Zephyr was caught off guard by a flurry of attacks, coughing up blood, his chest ablaze with pain. Not merely a swordsman, but possessing abilities unseen before. "You are worth my utmost effort," Zeal declared, swinging his long knife once more. Zephyr smashed downwards with his fist, shattering the incoming slash, causing dust to rise from the ground. Unable to see Zephyr, Zeal heightened his observation hockey to its peak. Suddenly, Zeal executed a powerful upward slash, directly colliding with Zephyr's fist. However, the hasty block could not withstand the full force of Zephyr's punch. The long blade shattered, and Zephyr seized Zeal's arm, spinning him around in the air before slamming him heavily to the ground. The earth cracked once more, as if Zeal's chest had split open. Just as Zephyr intended to swing Zeal down again, Zeal abruptly hurled his long knife away. Zephyr turned to evade, and in that instant of distraction, Zeal flipped back to his feet. Zephyr was determined to deny Zeal any respite, launching another punch. Yet, Just as it was about to connect, an intense feeling of unease surged within him. Such strong individuals possess an acute sense of danger, leading him to leap into the air. Looking down, he saw Zayr's previously thrown long knife enveloped in a layer of blood radiance, hurtling back at high speed. Watching Zafar still suspended in the air, Zayr grasped the returning bloodstained blade and positioned it at his waist. Bloodstained, rising dragon, the blade's light resembled a red dragon soaring through the sky, aimed at the airborne Zafar. Iron block. In midair, Zafar attempted to use moonwalk to evade, but could not match the speed of Zaya's attack. Forcing him to utilize iron block once more to absorb the blow, Zafar was sent flying by the Crimson Dragon, landing some distance away. As he stood up, Zaya's next strike came crashing in. Bloodstained, continuous slash, blade after blade slashed against Zafar's armament hockey-covered body. Although the damage was minimal, the pain continuously assaulted Zafar's nerves. After nearly 4 hours of fierce combat, both combatants bore numerous wounds. However, Zayr, having absorbed Zafar's blood, had partially restored his vitality, feeling somewhat better. Stop, stop, stop. No more fighting. Upon hearing this, Zayr ceased his actions as well. You are strong. If you wish, the doors of the Navy remain open to you. Zafar stated, observing Zayr in silence. Seeing Zayr's indifference towards the Navy, Zafar did not press the matter, reminding himself that a bounty hunter is not a pirate. My name is Zafar. What is yours, young man? Zayr, we seem to share a connection. I look forward to our next battle. Without waiting for Zayr's response, Zafar swiftly used shave to depart. Vice Admiral Zafar, the Navy personnel on the battlefield, still puzzled by the cessation of combat, found Zafar suddenly at their side. Let's go. Return to the ship. I have matters to attend to, he instructed before hastily departing. The Navy personnel, unsure of Zafar's intentions, complied. Not long after, in a deserted forest of O'Hara, anguished cries echoed. It hurts so much. Zayr sat upon the shattered earth, manipulating his blood to mend his injured body. Captain, 3 young master, Pika, Villian, and the others rushed to Zayr's side, their eyes rife with concern. I'm fine, Zayr replied with a faint smile. Carrie, could you please prepare more food? I need to recuperate. I'll help, Varia volunteered. All right, let's go. Dinner is ready, Zayr instructed the group. That evening, within the inn, Zayr finished digesting his meal. Feeling his body nearly fully restored, relishing the pain coursing through him, Zayr felt exhilarated. Though Zafar was not yet an admiral, he was still a formidable rear admiral within the Navy headquarters. While Zafar had conceded, he had not sustained severe injuries. Zayr believed that had they fought to the death, he would ultimately prevail, but not without enduring several days and nights of struggle. Zafar's concession stemmed not only from the inability to quickly determine a victor, but also from the unbearable pain he experienced. Beyond gaining a clearer understanding of his own strength, this battle yielded substantial rewards. Most notably, the intensity of his haki had grown stronger. However, the greatest boon was the absorption of Zafar's blood. Zayr could distinctly sense his enhanced control over haki, a gift born of Zafar's bloodline. Zafar earned the moniker Black Arm due to his mastery of armament haki. Unlike Barrett, who wielded vast quantities of armament haki, Zafar's prowess lay in precision rather than volume. Merely with a single hand enveloped in armament haki, he had earned the title Black Arm. The fierce clash with Zafar had proven immensely beneficial for Zayr, extending his time in O'Hara by several days for further training. In Marine headquarters at Marineford, Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru gazed upon the purple-haired man before them, bare-chested, revealing ghastly scars. Is that blood-stained swordsman's strength truly so formidable? Kong inquired. His name is Zayr, powerful enough to be likened to a monster. Came the response that he is not only a master swordsman, but also possesses a unique ability to control blood, seamlessly integrating offense, defense, absorption, enhancement, and explosion into one. Fulton paused momentarily. Yet, the most peculiar aspect of his attacks is that they are somewhat painful. Zephyl hesitantly opened his mouth. Zephyr, are you actually afraid of pain? Karp asked incredulously. Ahem, Crane coughed, subtly reminding Karp to be quiet. That pain is unlike any other. His attacks rarely penetrate my defenses. Yet that intense agony persistently torments my nerves. Moreover, he can absorb my blood to regain his strength. This implies that we cannot engage him in a prolonged battle. Crane summarized for Zephyr. Oh, you know why he hasn't joined the Navy? Sengoku inquired, puzzled. I do not know, but it is evident that he has no interest in joining the Navy. Fleet Admiral Kong tapped the table, raising his gaze to survey the others. The current situation in the New World is dire. The Rocks pirates are brazenly assaulting Navy strongholds. Zephyr, You will remain here and cooperate with Carp. Understood. A month later, Zeal and his companions departed from O'Hara and set sail once more. Captain, where are we headed this time? Velian asked, gripping the helm as she looked towards Zeal. Let us circumnavigate the West Blue. I intend to linger there for a year. For now, we shall head to the nearest island to see if we can find a ship's doctor. All right, Captain. Velian turned the helm, initiating their voyage around the West Blue. West Blue, an uncharted sea. Captain, there is a ship approaching us. Velian shouted to Zeal, who was still swinging his dumbbells. Huh. Zeal exhaled. Bear armed. All hands, take caution. Upon hearing Zeal's command, Kelly, Daisy, and various Pokémon, including Pikachu and Charizard, ceased their training. It appears to be a slave ship. Velian, holding a telescope, spotted several individuals confined within cages. Zeal activated his observation hockey. The opponents were not particularly strong, and Daisy and her companions could handle them. There are 34 individuals on the opposing side, and they lack strength. You may practice your skills on them. Yes, Captain. Daisy nodded, leading Kelly and a host of Pokémon forward. Boss, there are indeed beauties. This time we struck gold. A lecherous middle-aged man aboard the slave ship remarked to a nearby muscular brute. Boys, we have new cargo coming in. Oh. The crew aboard the slave ship erupted in sinister cheers. Pikachu, just as the crew reveled in their fortune, Pikachu leaped into action, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt. Following closely, Daisy and Kelly jumped onto the deck, charging ahead, with Ursaring and Charizard in hot pursuit, while Honchkrow circled above. The small boar remained atop Velian's head, and Teddy Ursa stayed beside her, not boarding the ship. Witnessing the unfortunate souls around them being electrocuted, the muscular man bellowed, "Boys, capture them," at his command. The crew seemed to be invigorated with newfound zeal. It was inevitable. Daisy, striking golden hair, clad in armor, exuded gallantry, while Kelly, with her red ponytail and maid outfit, radiated charm. The slave traders immediately recognized that these two women could fetch a handsome price. The slave traders brandished weapons and charged at Daisy and her companions. Daisy drew her rapier, deftly deflecting a lackey's weapon with a single strike before piercing him through. When two assailants rushed at her, she unsheathed her sword, coating it with armament hockey, and executed a sweeping slash that sent both men flying. Observing Daisy's valor, the muscular man swung a massive spiked club down upon her. The clash of her rapier against the club sent sparks flying. Realizing that Daisy matched his strength, the muscular man shouted, "Subdue her, partner." The rest of his crew surged towards Kelly and the various Pokémon. As they approached, Pikachu and Charizard unleashed Thunderbolt and Flamethrower, respectively. Bang! The two attacks collided, resulting in an explosive impact. Seizing the moment, Kelly drew the long blade Zeal had given her and executed a strike that felled one enemy. Ursaring also used Quick Attack to knock another foe aside. The Honchkrow overhead refrained from attacking, instead monitoring the safety of the others. The lecherous crew, seeing Daisy and her companions' formidable close combat prowess, hastily drew flintlock pistols. Bang! 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 Bullets flew towards Kelly. Turbulence, Kelly swiftly slashed multiple times, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Pika Pika! Roar! Pikachu executed Quick Attack while Charizard used Wing Attack, incapacitating those near Kelly. Meanwhile, the lecherous man, sensing danger, aimed his gun at Daisy, hoping to unleash their strongest fighter. Swoosh! Honchkrow, observing from the skies, swooped down and knocked him to the ground. The man scrambled to his feet only to be met with another blinding light. Ursaring's Quick Attack struck him in the stomach, causing his eyes to bulge in shock. 3 minutes later, Daisy pierced the muscular man's chest with her sword, bringing an end to his nefarious existence. Kelly and the Pokémon concluded their battle as well, leaving the slave traders decimated, with only a few remaining incapacitated. Zeal, witnessing the scene, leaped aboard the slave ship. "Captain, mission accomplished." "Well done," Zeal commended, approaching the cages that held the captives. The faces of the imprisoned women were gaunt, yet remnants of beauty still lingered. Zeal drew his sword, severing the iron bars and shackles, liberating 7 young girls. "The crew aboard this ship is no more. You are free now." The girls inside the cage lifted their heads, their eyes once again shining with hope. "Thank you, kind sir, for rescuing us. We are from Cabrin Village. Our village was invaded by the Black Bat pirates, and we were sold to this slave ship for profit," spoke the eldest among them. "This is a world of pirates, rife with mobsters and slave traders. When encountered, it is only natural to lend a hand. After all, it requires little effort, despite having witnessed much darkness since his arrival." Zeal still wished to uphold the goodness of humanity. Indeed, Any traveler would have a zero-tolerance stance towards human trafficking, organ trade, and drugs. Zeal was not adept at comforting others. Upon returning to the ship, he instructed Velian to console the girls. Approximately 10 minutes later, the remaining slave traders were slain by Daisy and her companions, and Velian brought the girls back to the ship. Captain, Cabran village is on the nearest island. Shall we escort them back? Let us do just that. Zeal nodded in agreement with Velian's suggestion. Cabran Island. After 4 hours of sailing, Zeal and his companions successfully reached the shore. Zeal inhaled deeply, catching a familiar scent in the air, the scent of blood. His heart sank slightly. The group made their way towards Cabran village, ultimately stopping before the village. Collapsed houses, slain villagers, blood staining the ground, and flames slowly consuming the ruins greeted them. The cries echoed like sharp needles piercing Zeal's heart. The scene before him mirrored that of 2 years prior, identical slaughter, identical devastation. The 7 girls from Cabran village wept as they searched through the debris for their family members' remains. Captain, Velian tugged at Zeal's sleeve. Her eyes brimming with tears, Zeal placed his hand upon her head, soothing the kind-hearted girl. Kelly and the others felt their hearts ache at the sight, comforting the girls while assisting in burying the deceased villagers. As the sun set, casting its golden glow, the moon ascended into the sky. Sir, we have nowhere to go. Please take us and we can be of great service and will not trouble you. The eldest girl knelt before Zeal, followed closely by the other 6 maidens. Following me may not lead to good fortune. The adults rescued us, and we are willing to repay their kindness for the rest of our lives. What are your names? I am called Quilisai. I am called Daya. I am called Koya. I am called Maya. I am called Kenis. I am called Kara. I am called Bifula. The young women answered in turn. Quilisai, the village chief's daughter, is 18 years old, while the others are aged 16 and 17, with the youngest, Bifula, being 15, just like Wailia. Among them, Daya, Koya, and Maya are triplets. You may follow Kelly. She will teach you what to do. After everything was completed, Zaire instructed the fire dinosaur to set the village ablaze as the flames soared, consuming all in their wake. A profound sorrow enveloped the onlookers in the darkness of night, where moonlight could not reach. The flames dispelled the shadows. Zaire and his companions chose not to spend the night on the island but returned to their ship. Initially, Zaire had intended to recruit additional crew members, although he had gained 7 maids. They served the same purpose he directed them to learn from Kelly, relieving Wailia and the others from the ship's menial tasks. The vessel sailed across the sea, over the span of half a month. Zaire and his companions vanquished 2 pirate factions. Among them was the notorious Black Bat pirates, responsible for the massacre of the Cabran village. Their captain, the infamous Black Bat Wade, bore a bounty of 40 million. Having consumed the animal-type bat fruit, transforming him into a bat-human. However, upon their encounter, Zaya swiftly dispatched him with a single blow from his blood-dyed shadow kill. The newcomers, witnessing Zaya avenging their plight, felt immense gratitude and admiration towards him. The bat fruit provided Zaire with a new Pokemon, the supersonic bat. Having previously acquired sound wave technology, the supersonic bat, which navigates using ultrasonic waves, was entrusted to Heli for collaboration in developing new sound-based weaponry. On board, Heli proudly showcased her latest research to Zaire. Captain, behold the new sonic wristband. It's portable and powerful. Would you care to try it? Heli exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation for Zaire's praise. Go ahead, give it a try. Zaire replied, precisely as Heli had hoped. She raised her right hand, and the wristband emitted a sonic wave directed at Zaire. The black windbreaker billowed dramatically, yet Zaire remained unyielding. Impressive. The force is substantial, roughly equivalent to a punch from a Navy lieutenant. Zaire acknowledged with a nod. I refuse to believe it, Heli declared, determined, and with a swift motion, she flicked her hand to the right. The sea breeze was gentle, yet Zaire felt a sudden chill below. Turning, he saw his garments fluttering beside him, gradually descending to the ground. Wailia, observing from the sidelines, pretended not to see. Her fingers splayed before her eyes as she let out a gasp. Zaire promptly retrieved a new outfit from his system space and, with a swift motion, appeared before Heli. Captain, I assure you it was unintentional. Do you believe me? Heli stammered, beads of sweat trickling down her face as she glanced nervously at the scowling Zaire. Clap, clap. Captain, please. My behind. My behind. What a commotion, Wailia remarked, leisurely basking in the sun while stroking the blue crow and perusing a book. Since the addition of 7 newcomers, she no longer needed to helm the ship, only intervening when others faltered. Sister Wailia, it seems we've arrived at War Island. Kaira shouted. Peering through a telescope, Wylea set her book aside and approached Kaoru just as Heli's cry subsided, hearing Kaoru's voice. Zaire paused his reprimand, placing the dejected Heli onto a lounge chair. Opening the system map, Zaire discovered 2 red dots, indicating the presence of 2 devil fruits on War Island. Have we arrived? However, I have heard this island is rather perilous. Observing the gathering crowd, Wylea spoke to Zaire. War Island, originally known as Pazit Island, is a vast land with a population of approximately 3 million. 20 years prior, the old king passed away, leading the 3 princes to vie for the throne, each refusing to yield. Consequently, the nation fractured, resulting in relentless warfare, and the population dwindled to just over 1.5 million. Due to the near-constant conflict, it earned the title of War Island. Bang! Bang! Even before the ship could approach the shore, gunfire erupted in the distance on the coastline. Around 100 individuals pursued a mere handful of others. The fleeing group, their faces caked in mud, glimpsed Zaire's vessel and felt a renewed sense of hope. A ship approaches. If we seize that vessel, we can survive, one of the leaders shouted, prompting the others to rally behind him. Young master, they are coming towards us, Kaoru exclaimed in alarm. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Pikachu, the yellow lightning struck the water's surface, electrocuting those who had entered the sea. Zaire's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a formidable wave of Conqueror's Haki, causing all on the shoreline to collapse. Let us proceed, but anchor the ship at a distance. This island is too dangerous. Do you wish to disembark? Captain, we shall remain on the ship and await your return, Wylea replied, noticing the other's reluctance to speak. Very well, I merely seek something. You may wait here. Zaire concurred. In truth, he had no intention of allowing the newcomers ashore, for they were merely ordinary individuals. Even with Zaire's assistance and training, they remained too weak for such perilous encounters. Young master, I wish to accompany you. Kelly interjected. Zaire nodded in approval. Kelly possessed commendable strength, at least by West Sea standards. Thus, Zaire, accompanied by Kelly and Pikachu, set foot upon the war-torn War Island. Little mountain pig, we must train diligently to assist the captain, Wylea declared, cradling the small creature in her arms while stroking its As Zaire and Kelly ventured into the forest. The sounds of gunfire persisted, occasionally accompanied by the booming of cannons, emerging from the woods. Zaire beheld a vast battlefield where 2 armies clashed fiercely. Notably, one side appeared to be a coalition of 2 factions, with one having a significantly larger number of combatants, dressed in distinct attire. Yet, the combatants engaged in battle were predominantly young adolescents, hardly older than 12 or 13. A few among them wielded firearms. The majority brandished swords and clubs as they fought desperately. Young master, why are they all just children? Kelly gasped, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. They are likely child soldiers, mere cannon fodder, their lives disregarded, Zaire responded, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, particularly on a girl with disheveled hair. She belonged to the outnumbered faction. Surrounded by 5 or 6 attackers, yet she deftly evaded their strikes. Armed with a dagger, she harvested the lives of her foes. As 2 assailants charged her, she bent low to avoid their attacks, supporting herself on the ground, and dispatched one with a swift kick. Then, with a nimble roll, she struck down another. The others rushed to fill the gaps left by their fallen comrades. Yet, the girl seemed to perceive every attack aimed at her, effortlessly dodging each one as if she were an embodiment of death itself. What a remarkable girl! Kelly marveled at the girl's prowess, astonished by her combat skills. Indeed, she displayed exceptional talent, her instincts for battle remarkably honed. To Zaire, the girl's physical strength appeared modest, yet her combat instincts were extraordinary, allowing her to navigate the battlefield with unmatched agility. Approximately half an hour later, the true armies engaged in combat. However, the side with superior numbers found themselves steadily retreating. As the disparity in equipment proved decisive, the outnumbered faction wielded superior weaponry, while the other side was only partially armed, and their firearms were outdated. Let us move on and seek out a village, Zaire suggested. Zaire departed with Kelly, having no intention of engaging in the conflict between the 2 factions. Approximately half an hour later, the duo arrived at a dilapidated village. The village was predominantly inhabited by frail elderly individuals and women, all appearing weary and despondent. Zaire led them into a tavern, which had but a handful of patrons. An elderly man was polishing glasses behind the bar. Do you serve alcohol? Zaire inquired. You wish to drink? The old man looked up at Zaire, puzzled. What else would one consume in a tavern? Zaire responded that you're from out of town, aren't you? These days, Taverns hardly serve liquor. It's all been looted. Is there anything to drink then? Zer pressed. Would you care for oolong tea? 3 cups, please. Zer nodded. Shortly thereafter, the proprietor poured 3 cups of oolong tea. Zer handed one to Kelly and Pikachu. Taking one for himself, you know of a girl on the battlefield? Zer asked the proprietor. You must be referring to the Death Huntress, correct? Death Huntress? Zer echoed, perplexed. Is she a girl with black hair, around 13 or 14, who kills on the battlefield? Indeed. Do you know her? Zer inquired. He reached into his pocket and produced 50,000 berries, placing them on the table. The old man's eyes lit up at the sight of the berries. He discreetly tucked them away, glancing around. You mean the Death Huntress, Elisa? She was once an orphan from our village. Her parents perished on the battlefield at merely 10 years of age. She was captured by the Third Prince's army to serve as cannon fodder. Remarkably, she survived countless battles, always managing to kill, earning her the moniker of Death Huntress. You know where she resides? Zer interrupted. Most likely in the cannon fodder camp. Those captured as cannon fodder typically reside there. Do you have any rooms available? Zer inquired again. Yes. How many do you require? It's 30,000 berries per day. 1 room will suffice for 2 days. No need for change, Zer stated, producing 100,000 berries. He asked Kelly to gather intelligence on the cannon fodder camp and left Pikachu with her. He then set off in search of the devil fruit, following the system's map. After about an hour of walking, Zer arrived at a military encampment. Activating his observation hotkey, he evaded all personnel and entered the camp. After a brief search, Zer discovered a wooden box. Upon opening it, he found a white devil fruit. He submitted the devil fruit for system analysis, triggering a 3-hour countdown. Cautiously exiting the military camp, Zer proceeded towards the location of another devil fruit. Finally, after half an hour of travel, he stood before a towering tree. Looking up, he indeed spotted a purple devil fruit hanging high above. Zer stored the devil fruit in the system's warehouse and turned back towards the tavern. Young master, the cannon fodder camp is located about 5 kilometers south of the village. It is usually guarded by 1,000 troops to prevent the youths from escaping. Well done, Zer praised Kelly. Young master, why did you only book 1 room? Kelly suddenly swept her red hair back, asking with a hint of allure. Funds are tight. Is that so? Kelly questioned skeptically. Pikachu, I'm sleepy. Pikachu, sensing the ambiguous atmosphere between the two, jumped onto the table and promptly fell asleep. It's getting late. Let us bathe and retire. After bathing, the two lay in bed, with Zer embracing Kelly, his hands soothingly comforting the frightened little bear. Young master, do you desire anything? Kelly's face flushed slightly, as Zer's hand was rather indiscreet. I am still young. It's time to sleep, Zer replied, emitting a soft snore. Had it not been for his wandering hand, Kelly might have believed he was truly asleep. Dinner is served, you little rascals. A soldier bellowed, entering the cannon fodder camp with a large basin of coarse rice. The rice appeared plentiful, yet for the over 300 inhabitants of the camp, it was woefully inadequate. The sound of the call. The crowd jostled towards the wooden basin, directly scooping rice with their hands. As utensils were a mere fantasy to them, a few towering figures dominated the front, leaving the rest to scramble for mere scraps. While a significant portion could only savor the aroma of the rice, the chaotic scene settled only with the arrival of a girl. She had long black hair and wore tattered clothing, holding a wooden bowl in her left hand and a dagger in her right. Despite her small stature, everyone instinctively made way, none daring to utter a word. The girl was none other than the Death Huntress. Elisa. Previously, some had attempted to bully her, relying on their strength, but they quickly met their demise. Coupled with her fearsome reputation on the battlefield, no one dared to provoke her. Elisa filled her wooden bowl with rice, disregarding the others, and left the crowd. Beneath a large tree, she sharpened 2 twigs with her dagger, holding them along with the dagger as she quietly consumed her meal. She ate rapidly, finishing in no time. Are you not going to ask for another bowl? A man's voice chimed near Elisa. The sound. She abruptly hurled her wooden bowl behind her and lunged with her dagger. Zer deflected the bowl with a swift motion and seized Elisa's wrist as she swung her dagger. Elisa, unfazed, attempted to kick Zer down with both legs. Bang! Elisa found her kick meeting not flesh but steel. The man she struck remained unperturbed. Zer disregarded Elisa's attempts. While she was formidable against ordinary individuals, she was insignificant to him. He took the dagger from Elisa's grasp, and her eyes turned wild. Elisa swung another punch, but Zer caught her wrist once more, just when Zer thought she might calm down. She thrust her head forward, colliding with his. Bang! Blood splattered on Zer's forehead, yet not a drop was his own. After delivering a headbutt, Elisa's gaze became vacant, but she still leaned back, intent on another strike. "We can talk," Zer stated, a surge of blood coursing through him as he restrained Elisa's hands. "That I think I'll pass. Someone is coming." Zer's keen observation Haki sensed approaching individuals, and he, with the bound Elisa in tow, stealthily evaded detection while exiting the cannon fodder camp. Adjacent to the cannon fodder camp was the military encampment, where attempting to leave would undoubtedly result in capture. However, for someone like Zer, possessing exceptional observation Haki, navigating through was effortless. Ignoring Elisa's struggles, he continued to lead her away. After roughly 20 minutes, Zer brought Elisa to an isolated clearing. "I will release you shortly. But you must not flee. Respond if you understand." Zer held Elisa firmly, his crimson eyes glinting dangerously. "Return my dagger," Elisa demanded, her tone cold and resolute. Zer nodded, retracting his blood and tossing the dagger back to her. The dagger was old but well-maintained, gleaming under her touch. As Elisa grasped it, her gaze returned to calmness, and she looked up at Zer with serene composure. "Would you like to leave this place with me?" "I can take you away," Zer asked, locking eyes with Elisa. "Why?" "Because you are worthy. Your talent is exceptional, and I believe you should not remain here." "Very well, I will leave with you. Actually, you might want to consider it further." "Have you agreed to leave with me?" "I cannot kill you." Elisa's response darkened Zer's expression. What did she mean by "cannot kill me"? If she could, would she not simply act? "Come here," Zer solemnly commanded Alicia, who did not hesitate to approach him. Alicia was quite petite, standing at a mere 1.40 meters, which made her appear even smaller before Zer's towering height of 2.20 meters. Zer placed his hand upon her forehead. Activating his fruit ability, Alicia felt a gentle warmth on her brow, the pain from her bleeding head dissipating, and she felt revitalized, as if cradled in her mother's embrace. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to cascade down her cheeks as she gazed at the dagger in her hand. Reminiscent of her mother, "Alicia, with this dagger, you shall henceforth protect yourself." Observing Alicia's dazed stare at the dagger, Zer mused that it must hold great significance for her. Ruffling Alicia's hair, Zer withdrew his hand. "Let us depart." He led Alicia back to the tavern, startling many patrons. "Young master, you have returned." "Pikachu?" "Indeed, the issue has been resolved. It is time to leave." After Zer exited, conversations erupted among the tavern-goers. "Boss, that girl was a death hunter." "Wasn't she?" inquired a scruffy old man. "What death hunter? She is merely an ordinary girl," the boss retorted, shooting the old man a glare. On the coast, the ship's Villia spotted Zer and his companions, immediately calling out, "The captain has returned." Without hesitation, she leaped from the ship and raced towards Zer. He embraced the rushing Villia, unable to contain a chuckle. "It's only been 2 days, not 2 years." Daitu wished to accompany the captain. Villia's face flushed as she mumbled in response. After releasing her, Zer greeted the other women and introduced Alicia to them. All the women, except Heli, had lost their families and felt a profound sympathy for Alicia, who had endured similar trials. Zer instructed Kelly to take Alicia to freshen up while he returned to his room. The search for the devil fruit from the previous night had concluded. Revealing the paramecia-type bone fruit, Zer was rewarded with the hardening bone gene. Although he had yet to claim it, the hardening bone gene allowed the bearer's bones to continuously harden. The explanation was simple yet immensely powerful. Zeal envisioned the prospect of becoming the hardest bone in the pirate world. Upon claiming the reward, an intense itching surged through him, as if insects were burrowing within his bones. Approximately 3 minutes later, Zer returned to normalcy. Clenching his fist, he sensed an increase in his strength. Upon gazing into the mirror, he noticed he had grown slightly taller, now standing at 2.40 meters. After observing the changes, Zer redirected his consciousness to the system's search interface, where another devil fruit search had concluded successfully. The paramecia-type shadow fruit. He was rewarded with a shadow clone, the shadow fruit, the same fruit as Moonlight Moria's. Zer was momentarily taken aback, but soon found it reasonable, considering Moria's origins in the West Sea, and that he was still a mere child of 12 or 13, although the means by which he obtained the shadow fruit remained unclear. It was evident that Zer would have no connection to it in the future. The shadow clone operated under the control of the original, possessing 70% of its strength, while it could not utilize the original's devil fruit abilities. It retained a diminished version of the shadow fruit's powers. With a thought, Zer's shadow appeared to come alive. He could perceive the perspective of the shadow clone as if controlling his own body. After conducting some experiments, he discovered the shadow clone could infiltrate shadows and was impervious to destruction. However, if dispersed, it required time to regenerate, the duration dependent on the extent of the damage. Furthermore, Zeal could instantly swap positions with the shadow clone, significantly enhancing his survival capabilities. An hour later, Zeal emerged from his room. Under the twilight, the ship glided across the tranquil sea, accompanied by the cheerful chatter of the women, instilling a sense of peace within him. In the year 1486 of the Sea Round, on a desolate beast island in the West Sea, a young girl with blue hair and twin ponytails commanded a multicolored Charizard. Charizard, unleash your flames. Beware, circle bear, evade, and charge. Another girl with straight blue hair directed a robust circle bear. Now's your chance. Charizard, throw it to the ground. The black dragon lifted the charging circle bear into the air before slamming it down, leaving the circle bear dazed. Oh yeah, I won. Charizard is amazing. Villia sprinted over, embracing her victorious Charizard, which was still breathing flames into the sky. Well done, Villia. Zeal commended her spontaneous performance. This group was indeed Zeal's entourage, presently training on the Beast Island where he had dedicated 2 years of effort. Over the course of a year, Zeal traversed much of the West as his strength grew. He acquired numerous devil fruits and received substantial rewards, including the Paramecia-type magnet fruit, granting him magnetic technology encompassing maglev trains, magnetic electricity generation, and devices for disrupting magnetic fields. The Paramecia-type shell fruit, providing exoskeleton genes. The Paramecia-type rope fruit, yielding sealing ropes capable of restricting armament hockey and devil fruit abilities. The Paramecia-type smell fruit, offering scent synthesis technology applicable in perfumes and food seasoning. The Paramecia-type fur fruit, which rewarded him with activation technology. The Paramecia-type penetration fruit, providing specialized armor-piercing ammunition manufacturing techniques. The Paramecia-type speed fruit, which granted him 5 vials of speed-enhancing potion in its formula. The animal-type bug fruit in its telephone bug form, rewarding him with the ammonite species, capable of eavesdropping on all telephone bug communications. The animal-type frog fruit in its rain frog form, yielding the Bulbasaur species. The animal-type bug fruit in its butterfly form, providing the green caterpillar species. The animal-type bird fruit in its canary form, rewarding the Pidgey species. The animal-type snake fruit in its rattlesnake form, granting the adder species. The animal-type cow fruit in its dairy cow form, yielding the big milkkin species. The animal-type dog fruit in its dachshund form, rewarding the puppy species. The animal-type bug fruit in its earthworm form, yielding the soil dragon species. The animal-type dog fruit in its Shiba Inu form, rewarding the cutie dog species. The Paramecia-type rabbit fruit in its lop-eared rabbit form, yielding the curly ear species. The animal-type human fruit in its fairy form, granting the Larura species. The animal-type human fruit in its long-handed form, rewarding the arm strength species. And the ancient-type fish fruit in its terror crocodile form, yielding the little saw crocodile and black-eyed crocodile species. 0.7 Paramecia-type fruits, 12 ordinary animal-type fruits, and 1 ancient-type. Just as Zeal watched the sisterly rivalry between Villia and Villia unfold, Clearus rushed over, cradling an ammonite. Captain, the intelligence you asked me to gather regarding God Valley has come through. 3 minutes ago, a girl claiming to be Ginny revealed the location of God Valley to a powerful pirate crew at sea. Clearus's eyes dimmed slightly. She mentioned that the celestial dragons are hosting a hunting game at God Valley, targeting slaves and indigenous people. Her tone was laced with confusion and anger. Gather everyone, Zeal instructed, patting her head with a smile. Approximately 10 minutes later, everyone gathered. Zeal addressed them. Are you familiar with Adrian Island? Before anyone could respond, he continued. 3 years ago, a group of self-proclaimed noble individuals annihilated Adrian Island, slaughtering its inhabitants. Only one person survived. I am he, fully named Adrian Zeal, the prince who was meant to perish. As he spoke, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain, Villia opened her mouth, intending to console Zeal, but he halted her. Now, that cruel hunting game is about to commence once more, right in the West Seas God Valley. In that place, where the strong gather, it is the most brutal of battlegrounds. Yet, I must go. I shall consecrate the lives lost on Adrian Island with the blood of those hunters, allowing them to experience what it is to be prey. Xiaoyang has much to say, but ultimately, he utters just 4 words. Wait for my return. Xiaoyang understands that his current strength is merely that of a substitute general, and even with the aid of medication, he barely reaches the combat prowess of a second-rate general like Green Bull. To the likes of Rox, Roger, Garp, and the Five Elders, he is utterly insignificant. However, this venture is not solely for vengeance. It is also his best opportunity to strengthen himself. The bloodline of the strong can significantly amplify his power. Thus, he must embark on this journey. This time, Zhao Yang does not intend to sail. Instead, he rides his Charizard straight to God Valley. Notably, aside from Pokemon like Pikachu and the small boar that have not evolved to their final forms, others are considerably larger than their counterparts in the original world. For instance, this shiny Charizard stands 5 meters tall, with a wingspan of 7 meters. God Valley. A purple-haired boy inquires of a pink-haired girl beside him. Ginny, has the message been sent? It has been sent, little Ivan. Ginny replies with a nod toward Ivankov. Upon seeing this, Ivankov climbs onto a large rock and shouts to the slaves below, "The Celestial Dragon's hunting game is about to commence. Will you willingly perish here? The pirates will disrupt this hunt. We have a chance to survive. Among the rewards for this hunting competition are the Machi Machi fruit and the Azure Dragon fruit. If we seize them, we can escape. Who wishes to join us?" Ivankov incites the slaves, yet no one responds. "I will join you." A tall boy with a buzz cut declares. "Xiongzi!" Ginny exclaims joyfully upon recognizing him. In the New World, on Hive Island, the ambitious Rox, with his flowing red hair, gestures towards the fleet that darkens the sky and bellows, "Lads, let us slay those thieves and reclaim what is ours." The ambition in Rox's eyes swells as if the entire world lies beneath his feet. This is his opportunity to obtain that coveted treasure. With it, he can ascend to become the king of the world. Below, Captain John drinks from his bottle, while Wang Ji and Silver Axe hide their faces behind masks, obscuring their true expressions. The Golden Lion Shiki turns to the nearby Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. "Hey, Newgate, do you know what the captain's objective is this time? He summoned us all back." "Goo. I have no idea." Newgate replies nonchalantly, pouring himself another bottle of liquor. This will be his last mission as a member of the Rox Pirates. Afterward, he intends to set sail in search of his family. What about Lingling? She must be off looking for that intern brat, in an uncharted sea of the New World. "Roger, are you truly planning to engage in this battle?" Upon hearing this, Roger lowers his gaze. "Rayleigh, Rox must die. His ambition is too great." Rayleigh scratches his head. "This is quite troublesome, but who can argue with you, Captain?" At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku expresses his concern to Fleet Admiral Kong. "Admiral Kong, the Rox Pirates have assembled at Hive Island." "Damn it, Sengoku. Hurry and recall the vacationing Garp." Kong realizes the gravity of the situation. Garp may very well refuse to protect the Celestial Dragons. Sengoku adds, "Tell him to come and capture Roger. The world is tumultuous, and the major powers are about to converge on God Valley, heralding the onset of the grandest war. In God Valley, one of the Five Elders, the scientific and defensive martial god, Saint Sadin, stands on a high platform, donning a hat. Behind him stands a row of CP0 agents in white suits, motionless as if they were statues. Below him are 7 celestial dragons clad in diving suits, wielding blades, members of the Knights of God. Further down are the ordinary celestial dragons, exhibiting a range of emotions from boredom to excitement to reluctance, each reacting differently to the impending hunting game. This hunt will last for 10 days, and the victors shall earn the honor of protecting the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons, still resistant, suddenly become exhilarated upon hearing this. The honor of the celestial dragons. These brainwashed individuals remain oblivious to their fate. The hunt begins, with the celestial dragons commanding the slaves to slaughter one another, unleashing indiscriminate gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots echo as the slaves scatter in panic. The indigenous people unaware of the impending doom as bullets pierce their chests. Only later do they realize that they, too, are the prey. Do not flee prey. To die at the hands of the great celestial dragons is your honor. Run, hurry, they are demons. Mommy, where are you, my child? The raucous laughter of the celestial dragons mingles with the desperate struggles of the slaves and the bewilderment of the natives, creating a haunting cacophony throughout the valley. The air is thick with the stench of gunpowder and blood as a merciless slaughter unfolds. Suddenly, cannonballs rain down from above, landing near the celestial dragons, intercepted by the Knights of God. A terrifying wave of conquerors' hockey sweeps across, splitting the sky. Lads, the hunt has begun. This is the treasure trove of the celestial dragons. Let us seize all the riches here. Oh, let us grab the treasure. The raucous voices of pirates resonate from the coastline. Treasure, I'm coming. Upon hearing the word treasure, Captain John discards his bottle and charges toward God Valley. Silver Axe and Wangji follow closely behind. No one can resist the allure of treasure. Even Shiki and Newgate feel their interest piqued. Shiki aims to establish his own aerial fleet, and funds are essential. Newgate requires money to care for his children. Kaido, remember, after this, you are joining my pirate crew. The youthful and beautiful Charlotte Lingling addresses Kaido. However, Kaido remains unresponsive. As a wielder of Conqueror's Haki, how could he possibly submit to another, save for someone as overwhelmingly powerful as Rocks? Rocks, halt. Sensing the commotion from the coast, Fleet Admiral Kong launches a fist toward Rocks. Rocks retaliates with a punch of his own, mockingly taunting, Kong, it's you, protecting the celestial dragons while hunting slaves and natives. Ha! Their fists collide in midair, unleashing a tempest of black lightning, sending clouds of dust swirling. Kong's strength falters, and he is sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing into numerous structures along the way. You kneeling dogs of the Navy will never awaken the Conqueror's Haki. Without the Haki, you cannot contend with me. Rock's red hair stands on end, resembling flames, as he continually releases waves of Conqueror's Haki. Rocks, what are you doing here? Saint Satin's voice, accompanied by Conqueror's Haki, surges toward Rocks. Why? To reclaim what is mine, and to seize your treasures. Saint Satin, you know where the Heavenly King is, don't you? Rock's voice reverberates throughout the valley, piquing everyone's curiosity. Shiki, having deflected Sengoku's punch with his sword, interjects, Hey, Sengoku, do you know what the Heavenly King is? The golden-hued Sengoku pays no mind to Shiki's inquiry, launching another massive Buddha shockwave toward him. Slash wave. Shiki swiftly counters with his weapons, blocking the colossal golden hand. Charlotte Lingling bursts into laughter upon hearing Rock's words. Mommy, the Heavenly King? I want that too. Even Newgate is intrigued by the existence of the Heavenly King. He initially believed this was merely an ordinary invasion. Rocks, it seems the world government has been too lenient with you. This time, you shall remain forever, the Saint of Satan proclaimed, as his body began to transform. Horns sprouting from his head and his lower body morphing into spider legs, enveloped by swirling black flames. Beast type, mythical Zoan, bull demon form. Ha ha ha, mythical Zoan, you cannot stop me. In an instant, Rocks appeared before the Saint of Satan, delivering a devastating punch imbued with immense destructive power. The Saint of Satan hastily swung a spider leg cloaked in armament Haki to defend against the blow. Upon their collision, a powerful gust of wind radiated outward from the two, creating a tremendous spectacle. However, Rock's strength prevailed, piercing through the Saint's spider leg. Yet, the wound did not last long, healing almost instantaneously. The recovery ability of a mythical Zoan is formidable and unreasonable. Just then, the airborne figure of Kong charged towards them. Kong's form began to enlarge, golden fur and a tail sprouting, surrounded by similar swirling flames. Beast type, monkey fruit, ancient type, diamond form. Faced with the dual assault, Rock's counterattack became more calculated, yet he still managed to respond effortlessly. Meanwhile, Newgate was obstructed by the chief of CP0. The Golden Lion Shiki was left behind by Admiral Sengoku. Captain John, Wangji, Silver Axe, Clawkelt, the four-armed monster Shumand, the Fishman Bess, and the explosive man Dio each held back 7 members of the Divine Knights. Charlotte Lingling advanced unimpeded, leading Kaido towards the palace at the center of God Valley. The other pirates of the Rocks Pirates engaged in fierce battles with the Navy and CP0 agents. The slaves scattered in terror, while Kuma, Ivankov, and Jinny sprinted towards the direction of the Devil Fruits. Battles erupted in virtually every corner, plunging the entire God Valley into chaos. Amidst this turmoil, the figure of Zeal quietly emerged. Zeal left the fire dragon outside God Valley, coming alone, choosing not to partake in the fierce battle with the strong. Zeal summoned shadow clones to search for the devil fruits while his main body hunted the weaker devil fruit users. The Minotaur Logu, with a bounty of 245 million, could only be considered a standard combatant within the Rocks Pirates. Not even a subordinate. IT is known that Rock's bounty reaches an astounding 5.4 billion, with every subordinate having a minimum of 1 billion, while high-ranking officers like Shiki, Newgate, and Charlotte Lingling boast bounties exceeding 3 billion. With a single strike, Zeal dispatched the Minotaur, then turned his gaze towards the sea. Once again, several powerful auras approached. The Roger Pirates had arrived at God Valley. Rocks, stand down, the commanding voice of Roger, infused with the powerful Conqueror's Haki, surged towards the center of the battlefield where Rocks stood. Rocks, stand down, the formidable Conqueror's Haki thundered towards him, inciting an overwhelming fury in Rocks. Roger, Do you intend to stop me as well? I cannot allow you to destroy this world. Rox laughed derisively at Roger's words. Ha ha ha. Roger, you are a pirate. Must you also preach justice to me? Roger offered no reply. Instead, a terrifying flash of a blade responded to Rox. God avoid. Rox deflected the attacks of the Saint of Satan and Kong, turning to shatter Roger's strike with a single punch. Newgate, Shiki, John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, Lin Lin. With a furious roar, Rox instilled a fleeting fear into the minds of those who were skimming the waters, prompting them to take the situation seriously. Silver Axe broke free from an attack by a divine knight, swinging his axe towards Roger. Bang! Beside Roger, Jabba raised his axe to intercept. With an axe, do not obstruct our captain. The two axes collided violently, sparks flying. Seeing Silver Axe blocked, Wang Ji also broke free from his opponent, but was intercepted midway by Rayleigh. Silver's Rayleigh. What brings you Roger pirates here? What brings us? If the captain wishes to come, then we as his crew have no choice but to obey. Rayleigh replied with a hint of resignation, yet his sword never faltered, parrying Wang Ji's every strike. Wagwa, Charlotte Lin Lin, seeing Rox take command, had no choice but to join the fray, forcing Kong to confront her. Although the Saint of Satan found Roger's actions peculiar, he did not relinquish his opportunity, relentlessly attacking Rox with his spider legs. You cannot stop me, the Heavenly King shall be mine. Rox's expression grew even more frenzied, seizing a spider leg and twisting it with great force, tearing it off. Rox, perish. The Saint's visage twisted, launching a more frenzied assault on Rox. Two spider legs merged, descending with attacks cloaked in armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. Come, too weak. Satan. Rox forcibly blocked the attack, his body sinking into the ground, yet his maniacal voice continued to instill fear in the Saint. God avoid. Roger followed up with an attack, aiming to severely injure Rox. But Rox utilized the Saint of Satan as a shield, absorbing the blow. Just as Roger prepared to continue his assault, Rox had already positioned himself behind him, his fist enveloped in conqueror's hockey and crackling with black lightning. Crashing down with tremendous force, in a moment of haste, Zeal covered Ace with armament hockey to withstand Rox's punch. Bang! Roger was still sent flying. Rox's strength was unmatched. The Saint of Satan had no choice but to accept this outcome. Barely managing to fend off Rox alongside Roger. As the central battlefield erupted in chaos, the Shadow Clone had already infiltrated the palace. Following the system map's guidance, the Shadow Clone swiftly located a treasure chamber, neglecting to examine the devil fruits and instead sweeping them into the system's space with a wave of its hand. It then slipped into the shadows of the palace, entering the next room to commence collecting devil fruits and treasures. The patrolling guards and Navy personnel remained oblivious, a detestable thief concealed among them. While the Shadow Clone effortlessly gathered devil fruits, Zeal encountered his first worthy opponent, Bloodscythe Sterling, a Paramecia-type scythe fruit user. With a bounty of 1.23 billion. Little brat, you fight with such enthusiasm. Zeal offered no response, launching his attack directly. Bloodstain, 1,000 miles, raging wind. The crimson blade clashed with the azure slash, neither yielding. Raging wind, tornado, Sterling spun, forming a cerulean whirlwind aimed at Zeal, an unavoidable onslaught. Bloodstain, stench wind. The azure tornado collided with the crimson whirlwind, reminiscent of two typhoons converging. Approximately 10 seconds later, the azure whirlwind ceased. Sterling clutched his wound, terror etched on his face as he gazed at Zeal. Each time Zeal struck him, it felt as though his body was being torn apart, an agonizing sensation that pierced his very soul. Bloodstain, swimming dragon. The blood-red dragon lunged at Sterling, blood gushing forth. After roughly 5 minutes, Sterling lay on the ground, pallid and devoid of blood, lifting his gaze to the celestial dragons, who were fleeing in panic from the pirates. A flash of red flickered in Zeal's eyes. The hunt had begun. A portly celestial dragon rejected the CP agent's pleas to leave, shooting dead a slave. You useless wretches, unable to even stop a pirate. I am a celestial dragon, a god. Those pirates dare not kill me. With a flash of red, a headless corpse collapsed to the ground. The nearby CP agent utterly unable to react. Who dares to slay the great celestial dragon? The CP agent exclaimed in horror, but soon, his own head separated from his body. In his final moments, he glimpsed a man in black, a man drenched in blood. Subsequently, an average of 3 minutes elapsed before another pirate crew fell at Zeal's hands. The self-proclaimed gods, the celestial dragons, began to panic, cursing Zeal as despicable while evading his pursuit. Where are the Navy? Come protect me. I am a god. Filthy creatures cannot kill me. Don't kill me. I can offer you great wealth. Ah, save me. Zeal's hunt for the celestial dragons ignited a fervor among all pirates. Even the distant rocks took notice. Witnessing Zeal hunt the celestial dragons, he bellowed, "Ha! The celestial dragons have been slain, little ones. The celestial dragons are naught but domesticated swine, ripe for slaughter. Go forth and vanquish the celestial dragons, and let the world bear witness to the might of the rocks pirates." The morale among the pirates soared, driving the Marines into a retreat. Sensing the dire situation, Sengoku hastily evaded Shiki. He wished to minimize the casualties among the Marines. Upon seeing Sengoku flee, Shiki chose not to pursue, intent on seeking out his long-desired Roger. "Roger, join my pirate fleet. Together we can reign supreme over the world." Shiki had resolved to part ways with the Rocks pirates and harbored a foreboding sense that their assault on God Valley was a grievous error. Rocks would pay dearly for his arrogance. "Shiki, are you betraying me?" Upon hearing Shiki's words, Rocks realized his intent to leave the crew, igniting a fury within him. "Nay, Captain, I am here to aid you." Shiki recognized the inopportune timing of his declaration as a colossal wave of force surged towards the enormous Satan Saint. "Gold Lion, you seek your demise," Satan Saint bellowed, raising his massive spider leg to strike at Shiki. Black lightning enveloped the leg, shattering the earth beneath. However, as a user of the float fruit, Shiki deftly dodged the assault. Engaging in a fierce struggle with Satan Saint no longer mitigating the damage, the pressure on Roger intensified. Each of Rock's blows became increasingly difficult for Roger to withstand. "Roger, perish. Rocks. Only your death can bring tranquility to the seas and safety to this world." The clash of a pitch-black fist and the hefty blade of Ace reverberated as if tearing through the very fabric of reality. Along the coastline, a dog-headed warship raced towards the fray. On the gangplank, Carp, sporting a black crew cut, wore an expression of exhilaration. "Roger, this time you cannot escape." Carp's voice preceded his arrival. A wave of terrifying energy swept across the island, startling all engaged in battle. Such a formidable presence. Zell gazed up, utterly awestruck by Carp's aura. Carp dashed into the fray, immediately spotting his old friend Roger locked in combat with Rocks. As Roger heard Carp's proclamation, a myriad of black lines appeared on his forehead. He quickly regained his composure and roared, "Carp, join me in slaying Rocks. His ambition poses too great a threat to the world. Are not you Marines also fearful of the Rocks pirates? If we eliminate Rocks, the crew shall disband." Carp surveyed the chaotic battlefield, then glanced at the clash between Roger and Rocks, hesitating momentarily before aligning himself with Roger against Rocks. "Carp, will the Marines truly ally with pirates?" Rocks, caught unawares by Roger's emergence, now faced the dual onslaught of both men, his fury escalating. Iron Fist, God avoid. Their strikes converged, as Rock's formidable conqueror's haki enveloped his fists, resulting in a stalemate. The ground began to fracture in layers, resembling an explosion, while a blinding light engulfed the vicinity. Zell, having dispatched a CP agent with a single stroke, fixated on the trio's confrontation. Is this truly the pinnacle of power upon the seas? Indeed, I still have much to learn. Carp, Roger, perish. Dark Void, Rocks, besieged by the two, revealed his unrestrained power. The ground around him darkened ominously, resembling ink, as the black water erupted with a tremendous gravitational pull, as if it would consume all. Carp and Roger were taken aback by Rock's sudden display of devil fruit power, hastily retreating from the black water's pull. That dark fruit. Satan Saint, engaged with Shiki, also noted Rock's transformation, incredulously exclaiming, "The dark fruit, such profound concealment." Captain Rocks, Shiki too was astounded by Rock's abilities. "Waha, the dark fruit, you say?" Whitebeard obliterated a CP chief, redirecting his gaze towards Rocks, Emperor's sword. Shatter. Big Mom cleaved through the air, her attention fixed firmly on Rocks. Mama. The dark fruit, what a formidable devil fruit. The island's inhabitants were left in shock by Rock's sudden exhibition of power, having never witnessed him utilize the abilities of a devil fruit before. Dark water. Rocks commanded the dark water to ensnare Carp and Roger, determined to prevent their escape from the dark void. Fist of collision. Carp unleashed a blow infused with Conqueror's haki, yet it was effortlessly neutralized by Rocks, leaving Carp with the sensation of striking water. Dark trap. The dark water enveloped Roger and Carp, ensnaring them in a perilous predicament, their breaths growing labored. God avoid. Roger's strike shattered the dark trap, allowing both men to break free. Rocks, as long as you live, a new era cannot dawn. This time, You shall remain here for good. I am the king of the world. What concern have I for Eris, as long as this age is known as rocks? It is sufficient. The three resumed their battle. The sky rent asunder, the earth fractured, dust swirling chaotically, and blood splattering in all directions. Outside of Rock's battlefield, the others seemed to merely be treading water. Charlotte Linlin abandoned the air, directly mounting Zeus as she soared towards the six coveted devil fruits. At that moment, the shadow clone had also completed its plundering of the palace and was en route to the six treasure chests. However, before either could reach their destination, Ivankov, Kuma, and Ginny had already arrived at the prize. Ivankov seized the fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form, while Kuma snatched the pawpaw fruit. Ivankov, elated by his acquisition of the devil fruit, was soon met by a figure riding upon a cloud. Little brat, hand over the devil fruit. Charlotte Linlin's authoritative voice resonated, leaving Ivankov paralyzed with fear, his desire to consume the fruit stifled, just as the two stood at an impasse. The shadow clone stealthily approached, swiftly claiming the remaining 4 treasure chests before vanishing into the shadows. Kuma, in contrast to Ivankov, acted decisively. Upon acquiring the pawpaw fruit, he immediately consumed it, confronted by Charlotte Linlin. Ivankov had no choice but to relinquish the azure dragon fruit. Having secured the devil fruit, Charlotte Linlin did not linger, instead seeking out her dear brother Kaido. Ivankov, are you all right? Kuma rushed to Ivankov's side. Worry etched upon his face. I am fine. Kuma, quickly transport us away. Understood. In the moment he consumed the pawpaw fruit, Kuma mastered its power. Placing his hand upon Ivankov, a white bubble encased him, and they vanished from sight. Ginny, you all go ahead. I will rescue more people, Kuma declared, placing his hand on Ginny, who instantly disappeared. After sending off the two, Kuma set about aiding the slaves and indigenous people, his compassionate heart unwilling to witness their suffering. However, Kuma's conspicuous actions caught the attention of Satan Saint, who was locked in a standoff with Shiki. Enraged by the slave who had pilfered the celestial dragon's treasures, Satan Saint's fury surged. Shiki, get out of my way. Satan Saint's fierce gaze bore down on Shiki, instilling a sense of foreboding. Instinctively sensing danger, Shiki swiftly distanced himself. Lion's might. Earthquake. The ground began to tremble as 4 earthen lions erupted from the soil, encircling Satan Saint. The fiery clouds encircling Satan Saint's spider leg shattered the surrounding earth lions. Dust billowed as Shiki braced for Satan Saint's onslaught, but the latter had vanished, leaving behind a pentagram formation on the ground. A sense of peril enveloped Kuma, a massive shadow casting over him. Struggling to turn, Kuma found Satan Saint looming behind him. Annihilation of the slave. You have stolen from the celestial dragons, the merciless voice echoed, filled with contempt, sending a shiver through Kuma's heart. The voice of his father resonated in his mind. The warriors of liberation shall return. Nika will free all slaves. Kuma raised his gaze, summoning courage to meet Satan Saint's stare. Are we truly born to be slaves? Why is the dragon born with power? If I possessed such authority, I would undoubtedly aid those in need. Satan, the Holy One, listened to the bear's words with an unflinching demeanor. Raising his arachnid limbs, the sharp spikes aimed directly at the bear. Those harboring such thoughts ought to be eradicated. Dismissing the bear's sentiments with contempt, Satan intended to obliterate him outright. That moment, a chilling voice resonated. Should the virtuous be annihilated? How utterly deplorable this world is. Who? A terrifying aura of kingly dominance surged forth, causing Satan to grow vigilant. In a swift motion, he pivoted his body, swinging his fist backward. Bang! The crimson blade clashed with his fist, a flash of lightning erupting from the impact. Adrian Zeal, another with the potential of a king. The inhabitants of the Valley of the Gods turned their gaze toward the unfamiliar wielder of the kingly aura. Adrian, a survivor still among them. You insects should simply resign yourselves to death. With renewed ferocity, Satan's power intensified, sending Zeal hurtling through the air. Such weak insects, utterly unaware of their own limitations, unfazed by Zeal's frailty. Satan regarded him with disdain. Cough. Experiencing the overwhelming might of the world's top-tier power, Zeal felt as though his entire being was fracturing. Nevertheless, as a traveler, he knew the remedy for defeat from the depths of his system space. Zeal retrieved 2 vials of elixirs, a berserker potion and a speed potion. As he consumed both potions simultaneously, a surge of strength coursed through him, the flow of time itself appearing to slow as he sought to unleash his pent-up energy. Blood died. 30,000 miles. The black-red blade light extended for over 100 meters, propelled by an unmatched momentum towards Satan. Piercing attack, wrapping his kingly aura around the spikes, Satan clashed against the blade light. The two forces evenly matched. Satan was puzzled by Zeal's sudden enhancement of power, but before he could react, Zeal had already closed the distance. The blood died. Soaring dragon. The crimson dragon lunged straight for Satan's arachnid limb, tearing away flesh and blood in its wake. As Satan sought to recover, he found the blood flowing incessantly. The efficiency of his recovery severely hampered. This the blood fruit. Perhaps it is best to cast this devil fruit back into the sea. With his fierce eyes fixed upon Zeal, the Holy One's gaze quickened Zeal's heartbeat and made his breath labored. In desperation, Zeal shut his eyes, relying on his intuition to engage with Satan. You ought to perish. Your family is dead, and yet you cling to life. Prey should possess the awareness of their status. Do not attempt to resist. Satan's words and the kingly aura assaulted Zeal, significantly complicating his battle. Thoughts of his deceased family and citizens, his companions, and Pokemon flooded his mind, along with the relentless training of the past 3 years. The bitterness of regret intensified within Zeal. He aspired to become the king of the world, and he could not falter here. Since awakening, the once stagnant kingly aura began to strengthen, its might now capable of countering Satan's dominance. Blood died. 80,000 miles. Zeal drew back, intertwining the powers of armament Haki, kingly Haki, and the bloodline fruit around his blade, unleashing a full-force strike. The black-red blade light erupted with lightning, a strike reaching 300 meters, as if it were tearing the heavens asunder. Satan enveloped his fists in armament Haki and kingly Haki, striking against the seemingly world-rending blow, ripping apart. A gaping, gruesome wound appeared across Satan's form, sending him flying several hundred meters away. Noticing the bear lingering nearby, Zeal understood he sought to assist him, yet he clearly misjudged his own capabilities. Hurry and flee. The bear, who had been waiting for an opportunity to help Zeal escape, paused momentarily upon hearing the command. However, it wasn't long before a powerful paw sent him tumbling away. Blood reversal. Seizing the moment while Satan was airborne, Zeal activated the full potential of his fruit's abilities. The inhabitants of the Valley of the Gods felt as if their blood was boiling, yet it bore no effect on them. Only the strong turned their eyes towards Zeal, recognizing that this was the awakening of the fruit. Blood began to seep into the ground from all directions. Flowing towards Zeal, from beneath the earth, a torrent of blood erupted, encircling him. The whirlwind persisted for a moment before dissipating, with Zeal absorbing all the blood. The essence of various powerful beings imparted a sense of metamorphosis upon him, elevating his understanding of the fruit to its zenith. As Zeal's form emerged, his crimson pupils piercing and alluring, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he regarded the now recovering Satan. Blood realm descends, centered around Zeal. The ground began to shift, crimson waves sweeping across the expanse, even staining the sky a blood-red hue. Bloodthirsty tsunami. The waves of congealed blood surged, crashing down upon Satan. Damnable remnants. Satan was bewildered by Zeal's sudden surge in power, mastery of his aura, and the awakening of his fruit. Who experiences such drastic growth in an instant? Could it be that he too harbors the potential to become a legendary master? In truth, Satan merely reinforced Zeal's kingly aura. His newfound strength stemmed from the elixirs, while the awakening was fueled by the blood of the strong. As for the mastery of aura, Zeal had trained for that long before, but his aura had not been potent enough to support its use. Faced with the awakened Zeal, Satan was merely momentarily flustered. Having survived for so many years, he was not unfamiliar with such formidable foes. Satan's arachnid limbs began secreting toxins, mingling with the blood. Unbeknownst to Zeal, the toxins flowed into his body along with the blood. Should Zeal's strength wane, the blood returning to him would surely provoke a counterattack. Azure blood ascends. The blood surged skyward, enveloping Satan, invading his body and eliciting anguished cries of suffering. After a prolonged struggle, Satan finally managed to break free from the sanguine sphere, but Zeal's voice resonated once more. Blood explosion. Bang. A blinding crimson light illuminated the sky, the blood sphere detonating, and Satan plummeted to the ground like a ragged piece of refuse. Yet, despite the appearance of disarray, his injuries were not severe. Adrian Zeal, you shall pay dearly. Satan, mending his wounds, fixed his gaze intently upon Zeal. Due to the prolonged effects of the elixirs, Zeal's stamina could no longer sustain the awakening of his fruit, and much of the blood began to flow back. The toxins from Satan also returned to his body. The sudden weakness left Zeal unable to react, causing him to collapse to the ground. Observing Zeal's state, Satan recognized the efficacy of his toxins. You can no longer move, can you? How does the toxin of the bull demon fare? No matter how you struggle, this insect cannot escape the fate of death. Satan's taunts persisted, yet Zeal remained unfazed. In his hand appeared a vial of colorful elixir. Upon drinking it, Zeal's complexion visibly improved at an astonishing pace. Rising to his feet, he advanced towards Satan with his blade drawn. What a pitiful toxin! The cold words ignited confusion within Satan, for his once proud venom had been so easily neutralized. Buddha's shockwave, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind as Zeal swiftly consumed 2 additional vials. Turning to defend, he shouted, "Blood veil!" The earth transformed into liquid blood, forming a crimson wall that repelled the oncoming assault from Sengoku. Blood-colored swordmaster Zeal, why do you attack the world government's agents? Recognizing Zeal's form, Sengoku immediately grasped the situation. Sengoku, it seems we meet again. Do you not recognize me? Zeal's voice was calm, yet Sengoku sensed the boundless fury concealed within those tranquil words. 3 years prior, on Adrian Island. Sengoku's pupils constricted as memories of the past flooded back. The figure of the youth before him gradually overlapped with that of the small boy who had wept beside his mother. Sengoku, the Admiral, you are indeed a complicit ally of these beasts. It is all in the name of justice. At the outset, the voice of Zhangguo wavered hesitantly, yet it soon solidified into a resolute tone. Jair had long anticipated Zhangguo's response. It did not surprise him, but it did little to quell his fury. Much like the dilemma of the train, Zhangguo had opted for the world government in a bid to safeguard a greater multitude. However, Jair was precisely the one who had been forsaken, thus he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the one who made such a choice. A calm voice resonated once more, bearing the mantle of justice. Does one possess the right to disregard the encroaching darkness? Adrian Zeal, for the sake of justice, may you remain and impelled down for all eternity. Fist of Buddha, a colossal golden fist descended upon Zeal. Yet he neither flinched nor evaded, his crimson gaze fixated steadily on Zhangguo. The very instant the fist made contact, Jair's body exchanged places with a distant shadow clone. The shadow clone was obliterated by Zhangguo's strike. Yet Zhangguo remained unperturbed. In that fleeting moment of impact, he realized that Jair had already escaped. In the distance, amidst the ruined shadows, Jair's figure materialized. The objectives of God Valley had been fulfilled. 4 devil fruits had been seized, along with numerous treasures from the palace. Moreover, he had absorbed the blood of everyone present, maximizing his innate talents and significantly enhancing his potential. His conqueror's haki intensified, and his devil fruit awakened. With a few more years of training, he could contend with Saint Satan without the aid of enhancements. However, even with enhancements, he would struggle to inflict severe damage upon Saint Satan. And with Zhangguo present, he could only endure. Finding a secluded corner, Jair heightened his observation haki to its utmost, silently observing the clash between Rox, Roger, and Carp. The Black Mire constrained their movements. Yet Carp and Roger exhibited an exceptional synergy, preventing Rox from swiftly overcoming them. Carp, is your collaboration with pirates this seamless? When did the Navy and pirates begin to fight side by side? Ha! Rox seethed with rage at Roger's assault, finding the duo's cooperation deeply ironic. Ha! Once I defeat you, I shall certainly escort him to impel down for a lifetime. Carp dismissed Rox's mockery with indifference. Rox, your existence is the greatest impediment to this era. For both pirates and the Navy, you must perish, Roger retorted while wielding Ace, their blades and fists intertwining with the dark waters, the howling winds swirling around their fierce encounter, leaving the vicinity desolate. The fierce battle among the three threatened to rend God Valley asunder, the sky torn by the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki, a wound that would not heal. Battles among the strong are invariably prolonged. The three fought tirelessly for 3 days and nights without a clear victor. Meanwhile, the ordinary members of the Rock's pirates continued their skirmishes, but figures like Shiki, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido had already found a vantage point to spectate. Whitebeard, did you catch sight of that blood-controlling brat earlier, Gururur? That little brat. I wonder if he would consider being my son. Whitebeard held a significant admiration for Jair, wishing to adopt him as his own. You bastard, Whitebeard. He is the one I have chosen. I wanted to join my flying pirate fleet. Shiki held a profound respect for strength, which is why he remained fixated on Roger. Mother, it feels as though I want to bear his child. Though Charlotte Linlin still belonged to the Rock's pirates, Her ambitions of motherhood had commenced. Were it not for her inability to contend with Shiki and the others, she might have pursued that path as well. Both Whitebeard and Shiki were repulsed by Charlotte Linlin's words, feigning ignorance. Linlin was acutely aware of their sentiments, inciting her ire. She turned to Kaido, who was bloodied and wielding a kanabo, declaring, "Kaido, brother, this devil fruit is for you." Kaido gazed at the devil fruit in his hand, hesitated briefly, then bit down decisively. Immediately, his form began to swell, azure dragon scales enveloping him as he transformed into a colossal azure dragon. The dragon obscured the sky, surrounded by flame clouds, a sight that mesmerized all. Kaido, feeling the transformation coursing through him, could not resist unleashing a torrent of flames towards the heavens. Heat breath, the flames pierced the sky like a rain of fire. Having expended his power, Kaido charged toward the navy, eager to test his newfound abilities. Iron Fist Impact. After 2 days of fierce combat against Charlotte Linlin, Admiral Sengoku, who had been tirelessly extinguishing fires, unleashed a heavy blow upon the suddenly appearing dragon. Kaido, caught off guard by the attack, felt his dragon head flatten, his eyes bulging as though they might escape their sockets. Yet, the formidable physique granted by his mythical Zoan kept him conscious as he ascended into the sky. Sengoku did not pursue. He was unable to fly, and the moonwalk was too slow to catch up. Kaido's antics attracted the attention of many. After all, his dragon form was too enormous to go unnoticed. Witnessing this scene, Jair could not help but exclaim, "Truly, how remarkable is Kaido, with a talent for self-destruction par excellence." Although Kaido relished in his reckless nature, he was not devoid of intellect. When faced with insurmountable odds, he would retreat. Such a powerful fruit handed to that in turn brat, Linlin. When did you become so generous? Initially, Shiki had assumed it was an ordinary devil fruit, only to be astonished when Charlotte Linlin bestowed such a formidable one. "Kaido is my brother. You cannot take him." Charlotte Linlin was equally reluctant to let her cultivated brother fall into the hands of the two. Whitebeard and Shiki remained silent, not genuinely seeking to seize him. They could sense Kaido's ambition, while Linlin was merely indulging in her own wishes. Shiki, casting his gaze toward the ongoing battle involving rocks, addressed Whitebeard. "Whitebeard, what will you do once we depart?" "Brr, of course, I shall seek my family." Shiki scoffed at Whitebeard's intentions. "Such a naive notion. We are pirates, and our aim is to unify the world and become the sovereign of all. Family is of no consequence. Shiki, you shall never comprehend." Whitebeard shot a glance at Shiki before returning his attention to the fierce battle at the heart of the battlefield. The 3 warriors were battered and bruised yet exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Carp, bare-chested, laughed at Rocks. "Ha! Rocks, it seems you are faltering." Rocks, with his wild crimson hair dancing like flames, retorted, "Carp, it is you who shall falter." Rocks was acutely aware of his precarious situation. No one had come to his aid. And despite his cries, he would not find assistance. He had long anticipated this scenario. The Rocks pirates lacked unity, merely a self-assembled coalition of interests. Within the Rocks pirates, internecine conflict was commonplace. Alliances and rivalries were tacitly condoned by him. He was Rocks, confident in his ability to subdue all ambitious souls. Even now, he could not concede defeat. The formidable conqueror's haki surged forth, rendering all other haki insignificant in its wake. Dark Hole. Rock's eyes remained ablaze with combat fervor. He was the strongest upon the seas, shaping the very era. His voice roared like a beast in the darkness, deafening and spine-chilling. Dark Hole. Jair's awakened fruit claimed a fifth of an island. While the darkness unleashed by Rock's awakening engulfed the entirety of God Valley, the gravitational pull from the ground sent shivers down everyone's spines, compelling them to flee frantically toward the shore. Ordinary Navy personnel and pirates alike were consumed by the darkness. Only those of Vice Admiral caliber could barely maintain their lives, especially for the devil fruit users. It felt as though their powers were being shackled. Even Whitebeard and the others sensed a change within their bodies, as if they were being obstructed. Sengoku and the others held firm faith in Carp's prowess and did not entertain thoughts of providing support, turning instead to rescue those Navy personnel who had yet to reach Vice Admiral status. Observing this scene, Shiki hastily ascended into the sky, his gaze fixated on the man at the heart of the darkness. A glimmer of ambition flickering in his eyes. How powerful indeed! Captain Rocks, Zeal, concealed in the shadows, sensed the fruit's power, yet observed no discernible change. It appeared that being restrained by the darkness fruit was indeed one of the inherent flaws of the devil fruit. In the absence of him, Rox undoubtedly stood as the preeminent figure of the sea. Regrettably, both Roger and Garp were among the most formidable of warriors. Furthermore, neither was a user of abilities, thus nullifying one of the darkness fruit's significant powers. Roger recognized that Rox was now at his last gasp. This was his final strike. He bellowed, "Rox, your era has come to an end." God's escape. Garp, still brimming with exhilaration, gazed at Rox. "Farewell, Rox, fist of conflict." Rox summoned all his strength and shouted, "Even in death, I will take you both with me." Eternal Night's erosion. A sharp slash erupted with lightning, cleaving through the air towards Rox with an overwhelming force, followed closely by a terrifyingly dark fist. The dark mire coalesced, swirling like a tempest, intent on shattering the blow. The blade of light sliced through much of the dark whirlwind, and Garp's following fist obliterated the remaining vortex, transforming it into black rain that fell upon the earth. Garp's fist descended like a meteor, driving Rox into the ground. The earth began to crack, a blinding white light enveloping much of the island, akin to a seismic tremor, forming a vast chasm in the terrain. Rox lay upon the ground, his eyes fixed intently on Garp. Had it not been for Roger's God's escape, which had mitigated much of the onslaught, Garp would never have reached him. As the darkness receded, the devastation of the land was revealed. The entire God Valley lay in ruins, with not a single corner remaining intact. Garp stood before Rox, panting heavily, as though his chest might split open. "Rox, your era is over." Upon uttering these words, Garp seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing to the ground. Sengoku hurried over to lift Garp. Despite Rox's demise, the senior officers of the Rox pirates remained intact. The loss of Garp as a force to reckon with raised concerns about a potential betrayal from Roger's crew. Leaving the Navy at a disadvantage. Let's go. Newgate, Linlin. Shiki had observed the entire battle, the formidable strength of Rox leaving him in a prolonged state of agitation. Yet, even someone as powerful as Rox could not escape the fate of being overwhelmed. Had they not held back, Rox would have never perished. Nevertheless, he bore no regrets. Rox loomed over them like a mountain, and in this era, there could only be one name: Rox. Shiki exchanged words with Newgate and Charlotte Linlin before heading straight toward Roger. However, at that moment, Rayleigh, Jabba, and a myriad of Roger's crew members stood guard by Roger's side. Shiki spoke directly. "Roger, come aboard my ship. Together we shall reign over these seas." Roger paused, patting Rayleigh on the shoulder to signal him to step aside. "Shiki, Rox is dead, and I wish to pursue my own desires, to continue my adventure. I have no interest in ruling the world. What I seek is to be the freest man in this world." "How naive you all are, Newgate. You too." A powerful burst of Conqueror's haki suddenly emanated from Shiki, intimidating all present from Roger's crew. Roger, undeterred, unleashed his own Conqueror's haki in response. The two stood in a tense standoff for a moment before Shiki finally withdrew his haki, leaving behind a parting proclamation. "Roger, there will come a day when you will join my pirate crew." Once Shiki departed, Roger collapsed onto the ground, prompting Rayleigh to rush to his aid. "Ha ha ha. Truly reckless, Shiki." Rayleigh observed Roger's uncontainable laughter with a hint of exasperation. "Captain, where do we go from here?" Roger hoisted Ace above his head, proclaiming, "Of course, we shall complete the adventure of the Roger pirates." Upon returning to the ship, a crew member suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, there are 2 children here." The crew gathered around, observing the 2 youngsters, one with red hair and the other with blue, along with a clownish red nose. "What shall we do, Captain?" After a moment of silence, Roger declared, "From this day forth, these 2 little rascals shall be our apprentices. The red-haired boy shall be named Shanks, and the clown-nosed one shall be called Buggy." To celebrate the addition of these new members, a feast was called. Oh, a feast! Amidst the excitement of the Roger pirates, someone else seethed with anger. "Newgate, where has that scoundrel Kaido gone?" Charlotte Linlin directed her ire at Newgate, who was still drinking heartily. "Gulalala, that little apprentice, he has already flown off." Seemingly intent on forming his own pirate crew, Whitebeard, seemingly indifferent, elicited a furious response from Charlotte Linlin. She had initially planned to set sail with Kaido at the end of the great battle to establish her land of sweets. However, Kaido had outwitted her, vanishing without a trace. After venting her frustrations, Charlotte Linlin eventually calmed down and departed God Valley with a long loaf of bread in hand. Observing the crowd disperse, Newgate set down his jug and proceeded to seek out his sons. At the Navy's gathering point, a Marine Vice Admiral addressed the bare-chested Sora. "Marshal Sora, shall we not detain these pirates?" Sora remained silent, prompting Sengoku to interject. We cannot hold them. Moreover, with Rock's dead, the remnants of his crew can be dealt with one by one. Without the Marshal's consent, the remaining navy could only watch as one notorious pirate after another departed as all began to leave. Zeal stood alone amidst the shattered battlefield. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and gunpowder. Distant buildings lay in ruins, and the ground was littered with corpses and shattered weapons, all bathed in the glow of the setting sun. As if narrating a sorrowful tale, the battles of the powerful were beyond the reach of the weak. This place, once a paradise-like island, now lay in ruins. No one paid heed to the indigenous people, yet Zeal could not turn a blind eye, having been protected by his nation all his life. He could not fathom the unchecked slaughter of people within their own land. Zeal gazed silently at the devastation. Oh, unfortunate souls, may you be born into a powerful nation in your next life. Approaching the shoreline, he found the hidden salamander, Roar. Sensing Zeal's troubled mood, the salamander nudged him gently with its head. I am fine, thank you, salamander. Let us go, on the tranquil sea. The silhouette of a man and a dragon grew ever more distant under the twilight sky. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the conference room, Sora occupied the head seat. Garp, Sengoku, Tsuru, Zephyr, and numerous Marine vice admirals filled the 2 rows, many bearing bandages and injuries. Sora began. Tsuru, please report on the casualties from this operation. With her blue hair tied in a ponytail, Tsuru stood up with a sense of urgency. In this operation, we lost 22 vice admirals and 89 rear admirals. The number of casualties among lower-ranked Marines is incalculable. A heavy silence fell over the meeting. The ramifications of this operation weighed heavily on the Navy. The strength of a rear admiral could be likened to that of a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. While a vice admiral served as a cornerstone of the Navy, each loss was a significant blow. Although the current devaluation of berries was not yet critical, the prowess of a vice admiral could rival that of a pirate with a bounty between 500 million and 1 billion. Additionally, individuals like Tsuru possessed strength comparable to that of a pirate with a bounty of 2 billion. Moreover, the rapidly growing Zephyr, whose strength had already reached a level akin to that of a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion during his fight with Zeal, was also a cause for concern. Sora refrained from speaking immediately, allowing a moment of silence to linger before finally stating, however, with Rock's demise, the Rock's pirates have disbanded, and the sea shall grow calmer. Yet, figures such as Shiki the Golden Lion, Newgate the Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Captain John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji remained unscathed, leaving the New World still turbulent, particularly with Shiki, who had absorbed a substantial number of the Rock's pirates' cadre. His influence was rapidly expanding. Furthermore, the Roger Pirates, Bondi Pirates, Dragon Pirates, and Void Pirates, powerful crews that had long been suppressed by the Rock's pirates, were now beginning to expand aggressively, with Navy outposts in the New World facing continuous assaults. However, the world government has granted approval, and we are poised to embark on a grand conscription. The weary populace, long besieged by disheartening news, suddenly brightened, for it is well known that the expansion of pirate forces is remarkably facile, with countless individuals setting sail upon the seas each day. Yet, the lifeblood of the Navy is under the stringent control of the world government, and such a large-scale recruitment must receive their sanction. Observing the smiles on the faces of the Navy personnel, Kong chose to speak. The primary objective of this conscription is the 4 seas, but there lies a significant challenge within them. The bloodstained swordsman, Adrian Zeal, a remnant of Adrian Island, possesses formidable strength rivaling that of a pirate with a bounty of 2 billion. Additionally, he has access to special potions that can temporarily counter a Marine admiral. Upon hearing the name Zeal, Sengoku's eyes dimmed, though Garp appeared less troubled. Once again, the foolish actions of that group. Kong let out a sigh, while Garp dug at his nose and remarked, "Oh, I take back what I just said." Garp had been deceived into the God Valley, yet later came to understand the nefarious dealings of the celestial dragons. While he felt anger, he also recognized his own helplessness. He could not simply betray the Navy. Other pirates have their sights set on the New World, but Adrian Zeal has lingered in the West Sea, necessitating someone to apprehend him. Zephyr, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke. He was a genuinely kind Marine, and he held a favorable impression of Zeal. In his view, Zeal was a vengeful spirit, yet not a heartless pirate, with the potential for redemption. Moreover, his strength was rapidly increasing, and having clashed with Zeal before, he felt confident in facing him. Then it shall be Zephyr, but he possesses potions that enhance his strength. You cannot handle him alone. Kong mused for a moment before stating, the individuals in the New World are in a phase of expansion, competing fiercely for territory and skirmishes among pirates are commonplace. For now, let them engage in mutual destruction. Tsuru, you shall accompany Zephyr. Yes, though Tsuru was merely a rear admiral, her prowess was not to be underestimated. And as she was not yet the chief of staff, she was not obligated to remain at the headquarters. Thus, Zeal set sail for the West Sea with his fleet, accompanied by Tsuru and her ships. The crew aboard Zephyr's vessel expressed their satisfaction, as it was well known that Tsuru's fleet consisted entirely of female marines. In the West Sea, on the island of beasts, the roar of a fire-breathing dragon echoed throughout the land. Prompting those training to hastily set down their tools, they turned their gazes skyward to behold a man clad in black standing atop the dark dragon, as if he had emerged from the sun itself. Exuding an awe-inspiring presence, "Captain, for young master," the crowd swiftly gathered around him, concern evident in their eyes as they looked at Zeal. "I have returned." Zeal embraced each person in turn, only to realize one was missing. "Where is Eliza?" Vivian interjected. "She is likely still battling the beasts on the island. She has scarcely ventured out of the forest these past few days." Vivian admired Eliza's dedication. Aside from Zeal, she had never encountered someone so relentless. After a pleasant conversation with the women, Zeal ventured into the forest in search of Eliza. After all, she was merely a 15-year-old girl, unlike him, a reincarnated individual. Thus, he felt a twinge of concern. Activating his observation hockey, Zeal quickly detected Eliza's presence. Deep within the forest, a massive boar, bloodied and enraged, charged wildly, its body marked with numerous wounds. In a flash, a shadow darted past, inflicting yet another injury upon the boar. Humph, humph, the boar, in pain, became increasingly frenzied. Yet no matter how fiercely it charged, its unseen adversary remained hidden. After an hour of torment, the boar finally collapsed, and Eliza descended from the trees. "Who?" Eliza suddenly turned, brandishing a dagger defensively. No one answered, but she sensed the presence of someone behind her and swiftly thrust her dagger backward. The intruder was, of course, Zeal, who reached forward and effortlessly grasped Eliza's small hand. With a smile, Zeal released her hand. "It is I. Your observation hockey has improved remarkably." Recognizing Zeal, Eliza relaxed her guard, and together they returned to the shore. Upon arrival, Vivian approached with a newspaper in hand. "Captain, the latest newspaper." Seeing Vivian's excitement, Zeal curiously took the paper. The primary article detailed the Navy's grand conscription, followed by Garp being hailed as a naval hero, and concluding with a series of bounties. Among them were figures like Shiki and Whitebeard. Yet the notorious Rox was conspicuously absent. As Zeal perused the paper, he stumbled upon his own bounty. The bloodstained swordsman Adrian Zeal, a remnant of evil, user of the blood fruit, adept in the 3 forms of hockey. With a bounty of 1.5 billion, dead or alive. Is this truly a bounty of 1.5 billion for the first time? It seems Saint Satan is quite irate. The bounty failed to mention Zeal's origins or actions, for the world government would never disclose his slaying of celestial dragons, as it would undermine their authority. Zeal paid little heed to the bounty and casually tucked the newspaper away. "Today, we shall host a banquet to celebrate." Oh, a banquet. At the jubilant feast, all gathered, including Pokemon, indulged in food and drink. Vivian performed a dance, Pikachu showcased its mimicry skills, and even Zeal sang a song. Even Eliza, who usually kept to herself, fully participated in the festivities. As night fell, Zeal and Helly became thoroughly inebriated, while the others had abstained from alcohol, being relatively young, with only Helly, the scientist, enjoying a drink. Kelly assisted Zeal in returning to his quarters, helping him change his clothes. Gazing at Zeal's rugged features, Kelly lowered her head and gently kissed his lips, just as she was about to leave. Zeal reached out and grasped her. Beneath the night sky, the moon shyly concealed itself within the sea, observing the swaying vessels. The following day, the sun hung high in the sky. Zeal yawned and pulled the covers to shield Kelly from the light. As he toyed with her vibrant red locks, a subtle smile graced his lips. A drunken escapade. How absurd. Exiting his room, Zeal found the deck deserted, perplexed. Where is everyone? Only the fire-breathing dragon, Pikachu, and steel-winged crow remained. Not a soul was in sight. Had the women chosen to sleep in? If they were aware of his thoughts, they would undoubtedly roll their eyes at him. Perhaps they simply did not wish to rise. With ears attuned to their surroundings, they had no choice. Aside from the still slumbering Helly, the emotionally oblivious Eliza had already gone off to train. Zeal did not wake the others, and with Pikachu perched on his shoulder, he strolled toward the shore, Soon encountering Eliza engaged in battle with a blocking bear and a circle bear, Eliza refrained from utilizing her formidable observation hockey, instead relying on armament hockey to defend against the bear's assaults. The sounds of her training echoed loudly. Fortunate that they were far from the ship. Otherwise, Vivian and the others might indeed have suffered from insomnia. Zeal observed Eliza's training with satisfaction. This was a method he had taught her. He possessed a manual for hockey training, which distilled the process of honing armament hockey into 2 words: endure blows. After enduring relentless strikes from the 2 Pokemon, the exhausted bears finally collapsed. Panting heavily, "Thank you, Bear 1 and Bear 2, Eliza expressed her gratitude, referring to the bears with the nicknames Vivian had given them, which struck Zeal as amusing given Vivian's otherwise stoic demeanor. "Well done. Today, I shall treat you to a special meal," Zeal promised the 2 weary Pokemon, eliciting delighted cheers from them. Pika Pika, so easily satisfied. Pikachu shook its head in mild exasperation. While enduring blows can foster growth in armament hockey, you are still young. The priority is training. Zeal affectionately ruffled Eliza's hair, using his fruit abilities to invigorate her body. Elisa relished the warm sensation, nodding in response to Zeal. Without lingering, Zeal encouraged Elisa to continue her training while he sought a place to exercise. Within the forest, a majestic elk was drinking from the lake. Suddenly, the elk transformed into a cascade of blood, splattering across the lake's surface, leaving the lurking crocodile utterly bewildered. Moments later, Zeal leaped down from a tree. Nodding in satisfaction, it appeared that the awakening of the fruit was more potent than he had anticipated. In the past, he could not easily cause an enemy's blood to explode. After several attempts, Zeal discovered that even ordinary ferocious beasts could not withstand his abilities. Following this, Zeal experimented with other capabilities, sending the creatures of the forest fleeing in terror, vanishing in the blink of an eye. It was not until midday that Zeal returned to the shore. During his training, he did not forget to search for the devil fruits. The fruits obtained from the Valley of the Gods were plentiful. 5 had been found in the palace by Shadow, for were rewards from the celestial dragons, and 3 were from the hunters, totaling 12 devil fruits. The search proved fruitful. Animal type: horse fruit. Mythical beast: ice unicorn form. A juvenile waterlord was awarded. Would you like to claim it? The mention of the waterlord made Zeal's heart race. After all, it was a divine beast. Claim it. With a flash of white light, a blue and white Chelan creature materialized before him, adorned with flowing purple hair and a pristine white skirt billowing in the wind. The embodiment of the north wind, Waterlord. Waterlord, the juvenile waterlord, still in its early developmental stage, appeared particularly adorable. Zeal retrieved a bottle of Moo Moo milk from the system space and fed it, cradling it in his arms while bringing Pikachu back to the shore. The women aboard the ship had all awoken, except for Helly, who remained in slumber. "Young master, you have returned." Kyrie appeared radiant, her smile devoid of any awkwardness as she beamed at Zeal. Valia, however, was even more bashful. Her cheeks flushed as she dared not meet Zeal's gaze. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Zeal had become adept in his abilities, and the search for the devil fruits was complete. During his seclusion, aside from daytime training, his evenings were equally rigorous, providing him with a sense of ease. All but Kyrie had succumbed to Zeal's charm, leaving Valia with a lingering sense of anxiety. Yet she remained too shy to take that final step. While Zeal reveled in joy, others bore the weight of concern. Zephyr and Crane had been tirelessly searching for Zeal's whereabouts, yet they had not even caught a glimpse of him. After a month of fruitless searching, they eventually gave up, concluding the Grand Conscription perfectly. The rewards from this venture were bountiful. In addition to the ice unicorn fruit, there were several other formidable devil fruits. Animal type: monkey fruit. Golden snub-nosed monkey form, awarded to the Little Fire Monkey Clan. Animal type: bull fruit. Water buffalo form, awarded to the Explosive Head Water Buffalo Clan. Animal type: cat fruit. Lion form, awarded to the Little Lion Clan. Animal type: turtle fruit. Sea turtle form, awarded to the Squirtle Clan. Animal type: dragon fruit. Ancient type: wind god pterosaur form, awarded to the Fossil Pterosaur Clan. Animal type: bird fruit. Ancient type: Archaeopteryx form, awarded to the Archaeopteryx Clan. Animal type: mythical beast type: horse fruit. Ice unicorn form, awarded to a juvenile waterlord. Superhuman type: mirror fruit, awarded the twin mirrors. The twin mirrors allow the holders to communicate with one another, share visions, and even transport items. Superhuman type: book fruit, awarded the Book of Omniscience. capable of containing all written content and manifesting the thoughts of the heart. Superhuman type, scythe fruit, awarded the supreme great scythe, wind god scythe, capable of delivering slashes akin to the gentle breeze. Superhuman type, cream fruit, awarded to the little fairy milk clan. Superhuman type, devour fruit, awarded the culinary cell. Those endowed with the culinary cell can enhance their bodies through the consumption of food. But they cannot resist the allure of gourmet delicacies. In total, 12 devil fruits were acquired, with the most beneficial for Zeal being the culinary cell, as it would allow him to grow stronger simply by eating. And the inability to resist food was hardly a weakness. While the others were temporarily of little use, the accumulation of peculiar items would surely prove advantageous in the future, having absorbed all the rewards. Zeal and his companions prepared to set sail towards the Grand Line. Due to the Grand Conscription, pirates from all seas had ventured into the New World. The remaining pirates were merely small fry with bounties below 10 million. Requiring no effort from Zeal, after half a month of intermittent travel, Zeal finally arrived at Reverse Mountain. The reversed waves surged relentlessly towards the mountaintop point. One could certainly say that in the world of pirates, strange climates and terrains were to be expected. Valia and Bevala leaned against the side of the ship, gazing at the sea crashing against the red earth continent, creating a striking visual spectacle. Wow, how magnificent! At that moment, Valia spoke up. Captain, we are about to ascend Reverse Mountain. Zeal nodded in affirmation as he regarded the stone gate. Valia adjusted the ship's wheel, steering them smoothly through the stone entrance. Unfortunately, the weather began to change abruptly. A light drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour in mere minutes. The fierce winds battered the vessel, causing it to sway perilously. Valia shouted, Captain, we are about to collide with the stone gate. Charizard, Steel Wing, Firo, under Zeal's command, 3 flying Pokémon braced against one side of the ship, preventing it from crashing into the stone gate. This experience also highlighted the advantages of flight. It appeared he would need to capture a Navy member to learn the 6 styles. As for the Navy's 6 styles, the techniques of Gale Foot, Finger Pistol, and Iron Body were unnecessary for Zeal. However, he had a similar technique, Shadow Kill. He was uncertain if they could be combined. The remaining techniques, Moonwalk and Shave, were undoubtedly practical. With the combined efforts of the 3 Pokémon, the ship successfully reached the mountaintop. The summit was shrouded in dark clouds, creating an intimate atmosphere with the cloud layer. Although the ascent was steep, the speed remained within an acceptable range. However, the descent felt like a roller coaster, with the opposing wind striking painfully against their faces. Valia and Bevala, terrified, clung to Zeal, one on each side. Even the others grasped their Pokémon tightly to prevent being flung overboard. The majority of those aboard screamed, their voices piercing through the storm's clamor. Strangely, midway through the descent, the sky cleared, revealing 2 distinctly different worlds on either side. Captain, what a massive whale! Following Valia's pointing finger, Zeal beheld a colossal whale crashing against the red earth continent. Its head bore numerous scars, indicating it had not been its first collision with the land. The ship made a safe landing beside Twin Cape. Zeal spoke. His name is Laboon, a deeply loyal island whale. Over 20 years ago, he agreed to reunite with his companions here. They had promised to return in 3 years. But his companions perished in the sea, never to return. Laboon began to crash against the red earth continent, yearning to find his companions, and this relentless assault had persisted for over 20 years. Upon hearing Zeal's tale of Laboon, Valia's eyes turned red, and she felt a deep sympathy for the devoted island whale. After recounting the story, Zeal turned to gaze at a massive boulder in the distance. Am I correct, Kurokas? A man with yellow petal-like hair emerged from behind the stone, awkwardly scratching his head. Do you know me? I do not. Huh? Kurokas, puzzled yet unconcerned, inquired. Is what you said earlier true? Has the entire Rumbar pirates perished? Zeal nodded. They are all gone, yet not entirely. Brook, the Rumbar pirate's musician, possessed the Yomi Yomi no Mi, allowing him to be reborn after death. Kurokas' previously dim eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed intently at Zeal. I can provide you with Brook's whereabouts, but you must exchange it for your medical book. Zer, though pitiable, is undeterred in his pursuit of benefits, ever since acquiring the Book of Omniscience. He has meticulously recorded every tome within its pages. Through experimentation, Zer discovered that the content of the recorded books would amalgamate. For instance, by inputting the formulas for the Berserker Potion and the Haste Potion, he could modify them to yield a formula for a Frenzied Potion that incorporates the effects of both. Consequently, Zur has developed an insatiable thirst for all literature, encompassing, but not limited to, manuals on cultivation, medical notes, and entertaining tales. Kurakasa hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced, leading Zur to the lighthouse and entrusting him with his years of medical notes. Zur diligently transcribed all the content into the Book of Omniscience, completing the task in a remarkably short span of time. Upon witnessing his books remain intact, Kurakasu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Zur. To him, it appeared that Zur had merely wished to avoid putting him in a difficult position by casually proposing a condition that in truth, the Book of Omniscience records without depleting the original texts. After the transcription was complete, Zur informed Kurakasu of Brook's plight in the Devil's Triangle. Kurakasu, filled with excitement, rushed to share the good news with Lab. Upon hearing that Brook was still alive, Lab ceased its relentless battering and shed tears of joy. In a buoyant mood, Kurakasu inquired of Zur, "Which route do you intend to take?" The Grand Line, due to magnetic anomalies, offers 7 distinct navigational paths, but ultimately leads to the Sabaody archipelago that we plan to traverse the Whiskey Peak route. Do you possess an eternal pointer? Zur had initially considered borrowing a pointer from some unfortunate pirates, but if Kurakasu had one, that would be preferable. Hold on a moment, Kurakasu cheerfully replied, scurrying off to search for the recorded pointer. Equipped with the pointer, Zur and his companions returned to their ship. Gazing at the dilapidated vessel, Zur realized it was time to procure a larger ship. This was merely an ordinary merchant vessel, and after carrying them through their journey, it was due for retirement. Zur had already envisioned replacing it with an Ark upon reaching Skypea, a vessel capable of flight, augmented with various technologies, enabling them to construct the finest ship in the world. Farewell, my friend. You. Kurakasu and Lab bid farewell to Zur and his party, watching them depart. Lab, I intend to venture out in search of Brook. Would you kindly remain here and await my return? Lab shook its head and emitted a U sound. Kurakasu, troubled, understood Lab's reluctance to be alone. However, Lab's considerable size posed a risk at sea, especially in the perilous waters of the Grand Line, often referred to as the graveyard of pirates. Although Kurakasa later joined the Roger Pirates, it was due to his exceptional medical skills and not his combat prowess. His strength had been cultivated aboard Roger's ship, and he currently remained a mere novice proficient in the basics of hockey. After a moment of contemplation, Kurakasu smiled and said, "Very well, let us search for Brook together." You! Lab exclaimed joyfully, spraying water from its head like a magnificent fountain. At Whiskey Peak, the first island after Reverse Mountain, throngs of bounty hunters awaited the arrival of ambitious pirates eager to embark upon the Grand Line. For these pirate hunters, no location could rival this as a hunting ground. On the placid sea, a merchant ship sailed slowly. We finally arrived. Even the typically composed Velian could not suppress her exclamation. She was merely a common merchant's daughter with a few years of sailing experience. Yet she was not a seasoned navigator, unable to predict the capricious weather of the Grand Line. After enduring countless hardships to reach their destination, the favorable weather brought her immense joy. Before her lay a quaint town, with hills resembling cacti in the background. However, as a time traveler, Zur recognized that those cactus-like spikes were, in fact, tombstones. As the first stop on the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak attracted numerous bounty hunters who preyed upon novice pirates newly arrived in these treacherous waters. Yet for Zur, such concerns were trivial. Strength would always be his greatest asset. Within a tavern in the town, a group of burly men drank heartily while discussing their recent pirate hunts. Descartes, bald man, seemingly inebriated, bellowed, "The venomous tooth pirates, with a bounty of 30 million, are nothing but a joke. They've merely become my drinking fund." Others chimed in, jeering. Indeed, they displayed no sense of caution. As he spoke, one man kicked the corpse of a pirate beneath his feet. A closer inspection would reveal that the tavern, aside from the sense of liquor and sweat, also bore a faint metallic tang of blood. At that moment, a tall, lean man burst through the door. A big catch. The bloodstained swordsman has landed on the island. His announcement jolted many patrons back to reality, prompting one to retort, "Isn't he just another pirate? Why the fuss?" Before the tall man could respond, the bartender interjected, "The bloodstained swordsman, with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Are you all out of your minds? 1.5 billion. The staggering bounty caused many to reconsider their bravado, though a few still succumbed to their greed. The bald man spoke up, "Isn't that the kid with a first bounty of 1.5 billion berries? He has been hiding in the West Blue. Now that he is here, that bounty will be mine. Although Zer's bounty was exorbitantly high, his youthful appearance and lack of corresponding achievements led many to view him as an enticing target. The bartender, incensed by the bald man's arrogance, pointed his pipe at him. Fuming, "Zach, you scoundrel, have you forgotten our agreement? We cannot handle pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Zach was an orphan. His parents perished during an earlier assault on a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. Following that tragedy, the town mayor had taken him in. That incident not only claimed Zach's parents, but also decimated much of the town as populace, and had the Navy not intervened, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Ever since, the mayor had prohibited any attempts to confront bounty hunters exceeding 100 million. Though Zach superficially acquiesced to the mayor's wishes, he harbored confidence in his abilities. He believed that had he been a pirate, his bounty would undoubtedly surpass Zer's. The sea was rife with individuals lacking an accurate understanding of their own capabilities, and only through hardship would they come to recognize reality in a clandestine location. A Den Mushy was activated. Navy, the bloodstained swordsman, Adrian Zeal, has landed on Whiskey Peak. On the shore, Zeal instructed his companions to equip the weapons prepared by Heli before disembarking. Such was the nature of the pirate world, perilous and unforgiving. Regardless of location, Kelly and several maids ventured to procure food, as Zer's appetite had greatly increased since acquiring the gourmet cell. To facilitate this, Zeal had gifted Kelly the box fruit. Granting her ample storage space, he had not yet decided on the fate of the other devil fruits. He intended to bestow one suited for assassination upon Eliza and offer another to Deli. However, Deli, wishing to specialize in swordsmanship, declined the opportunity to become a devil fruit user. The remaining non-combatants had no need for devil fruits either, with the protection of their extraordinary Pokemon, coupled with Heli's innovative weaponry. They could sufficiently defend themselves. Zeal ventured alone in search of a devil fruit on the island, while Velian, and Deli set out to procure daily necessities. Heli, Eliza, and the other larger Pokemon remained on the ship. According to the system map, 2 devil fruits were located on the island. Zeal strolled leisurely down the street, displaying little awareness of his status as a bounty target. He continued until he reached an open area. Halting his steps as he calmly inquired, "Are you still following me?" From behind trees and rocks, figures began to emerge. The leader, a bald man, called out, "Kid, do you know we're following you? Are you seeking death by coming to a place like this?" Others chimed in, "Ha ha ha, the brain of the one with a bounty of 1.5 billion must be malfunctioning." Unfazed by their ridicule, Zeal responded, "Are you here to kill me? Ha ha ha. Kid, have you lost your mind? We're not here to kill you. Are we here to invite you for a drink?" A pirate hunter, clutching a flintlock musket, erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, silencing his mirth as blood splattered across Zach's face. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Witnessing the pirate hunter's body disintegrate into a cloud of crimson mist, Zach wiped the blood from his face, the sticky sensation imparting an uncanny feeling of unreality. "Run!" Zach shouted, jolting the crowd from their stupor as they realized they had encountered insurmountable danger. Bang! Bang! Zach sprinted desperately, feeling as if the very flow of blood had ceased within him, his pace slowing with each frantic step. With the final echo of a gunshot, an eerie silence enveloped him, leading him to believe he had successfully fled. A hand settled on Zach's shoulder, a cold voice piercing the stillness. "Your physique seems quite robust. Will you continue to run?" A chill coursed through Zach's body as he struggled to turn his head, exclaiming, "You devil! A devil, you say? Unfortunately, if you wish to kill me, you must be prepared to face the consequences." Zeal activated his fruit ability, and Zach felt his blood reverse its flow, his face turning crimson as he clutched his head and repeatedly struck it against the ground. Approximately 10 seconds later, Zach succumbed to death. While Zeal had already distanced himself, it was not that Zeal lacked the capacity to detonate Zach himself. Rather, he found it unfeasible. The physical constitution of others was generally so poor that they could be easily obliterated. But Zach's strength was considerable. To punish him for squandering Zeal's time, Zeal allowed him to perish in agony. Beyond the misfortunes of Zach, others had set their sights on Zeal's crew, particularly the trio of Villia. Accompanied by a pig and a mouse, who presented no intimidation whatsoever. In contrast, Kelly and her entourage appeared formidable, flanked by the imposing figures of Block Bear and Circle Bear, clearly not to be trifled with. The last merchant ship was the most populated, Yet none could have anticipated the presence of a young girl known as the Death Hunter. Zeal and his companions faced the ill intentions of the pirate hunters. A far graver threat loomed on the horizon. The naval headquarters. Two warships set sail towards Whiskey Peak. Upon receiving the report, Kong immediately dispatched Crane and Zifa to pursue Zeal. The pirates of the New World had grown too powerful. Zeal could not be allowed to flourish further. Villia, with the small mountain pig atop her head, trailed behind her sister, gazing around with curiosity at the myriad peculiarities of the pirate world, such as the very pig she bore, which drew no strange looks from passers-by. After acquiring some everyday supplies, the trio, accompanied by their two pets, strolled down the street, unperturbed by the fearsome merchants surrounding them. But as they walked, Deli suddenly halted, her brow furrowed as she cautioned. "Ladies, be wary. Many are approaching." The air seemed to thicken, and numerous merchants began to pack up. Yet, many others brandished weapons, eyeing the three young women as if they were lambs to the slaughter. Zeal had amassed more than just devil fruits in the Valley of Gods. He had also gathered a considerable fortune in berries and treasures. With their growing wealth, the trio had spent a significant amount of money. Soon, several pirate hunters emerged from nearby buildings, their mocking gazes fixated on the three. Among them stood a tall, lean man, towering at 4 meters, who toyed with a long sword while his eyes gleamed with greed. 3 exquisite specimens. "They must be the women of the blood-stained swordsman," he proclaimed. Deli stood resolutely in front of her companions, her expression serious as she regarded the intruders. At that moment, Villia stepped forward, maintaining her composure. Her clear voice rang out, "Are you seeking to threaten our captain?" Villia's innocent inquiry elicited laughter from the pirate hunters, their amusement at her naivety palpable. The tall, lean man sheathed his sword, bowing in a gentlemanly manner as he replied, "I sincerely apologize, my dear, but I assure you that after this encounter, your safety will be guaranteed." His words provoked another round of laughter, with some heckling. Indeed, we promise you will come to no harm." Even a few among them whistled lewdly, casting sinister glances at the trio. Villian refrained from interjecting, aware that Villia's admiration for Zeal had transcended mere idolization, and that she had long harbored fears of being unable to assist him. Now, with this group attempting to leverage her against Zeal, they had struck a nerve. Amidst the laughter, Villia's icy voice pierced the air. Absolute Zero, the small mountain pig, feigning slumber atop Villia's head, suddenly exuded an imposing aura, releasing a torrent of frigid air. The chilling blast enveloped the surroundings, encasing all in ice and snow, freezing the laughter of those who had moments ago been so carefree. Villia raised her hand, the soundwave bracelet around her wrist emitting a powerful sonic wave. The ice sculptures shattered, scattering crystalline shards across the ground. Though the small mountain pig appeared harmless, it was, in fact, the very first extraordinary creature summoned by Zeal, and over time, it had grown exceedingly powerful. Coupled with Villia's relentless training, this absolute Zero would be lethal to those of mediocre strength. Ironically, the approaching foes were precisely those of insufficient caliber, as the truly formidable pirate hunters would never dare confront Zeal and his companions. Those of notable strength had already sought him out, leaving only the weaker to trouble others. Those who hid within their homes observed in terror as the pirate hunters were effortlessly dispatched, grateful they had not been foolish enough to join them. Having completed their shopping, Villia and her companions, disheartened by the interruption, returned to their ship. Meanwhile, Kelly and her group encountered their own troubles, albeit far bloodier than those faced by Villia. A pack of menacing pirate hunters surrounded Kelly and her entourage, scrutinizing them as if appraising goods. Kelly met their gazes with calm defiance, inquiring, "Do you require something?" Yet, her question went unanswered as the hunters continued their discourse. "Boss, these 8 women are prime specimens, and with those 2 peculiar bears, they will fetch a high price." The one referred to as boss was a muscular man standing 5 meters tall, clad in a tank top that showcased his brawn. Wielding a hefty axe, "Find them. There's a slave capture crew in town. S&T there." Upon hearing their intent to sell them to the slave traders, the faces of the 7 maidens darkened. Kelly, understanding their fate, silently retrieved the wind god's scythe from her fruit space. Observing the malevolent intentions of the hunters, she brandished her scythe without hesitation. 1,000 miles. The azure wind blade shot forth, cleaving several of the hunters in half. Although Kelly was not a swordsman, the unique nature of the wind god scythe rendered her combat prowess akin to that of one. A swordsman, The muscular man's expression hardened as he swung his axe down towards Kelly. She had no intention of taking the brunt of the attack. The years of experience the pirate hunter possessed were not something she could withstand with mere months of training. Bloody wind. Kelly's scythe caught the descending axe, spinning it away and unleashing a flurry of wind blades that forced the brute to relinquish his weapon. As Kelly engaged the muscular man, the others sprang into action. Block Bear and Circle Bear charged forward, wreaking havoc among the hunters, their skin impervious to knives and swords, even bullets bouncing off uselessly. Clearus and the others trailed behind the two Pokémon, relentlessly launching sonic attacks at those attempting to flee. Those struck by the sonic waves bled from their orifices, collapsing into lifeless heaps. Run! Realizing the dire situation, the remaining hunters scrambled to escape, but the chaos would not cease so easily. Circle Bear and Block Bear unleashed their devastating beams of light, the blinding radiance obliterating a significant portion of the street, engulfing those who had attempted to flee in its brilliance. Continuous slash. Seizing the opportunity while her opponent was disarmed, Kelly pressed her attack. The muscular man crossed his arms, enveloping his hands in hockey to shield himself from Kelly's relentless onslaught. Yet, the wind god's scythe was not so easily thwarted. Countless fine wind blades assailed his face and legs, akin to a torturous execution, driving him to despair. The muscular man bellowed in fury, deflecting the scythe and retreating hastily, shadow kill, before he could react. His throat was torn open. Although she could not teleport behind her enemies like Zaire, the inherent speed of her technique allowed her to strike swiftly, often before her opponents could react. The muscular man clutched his throat, his eyes wide in shock, collapsing to the ground. Continue the procurement. Kylie paid no heed to the corpses strewn across the ground as she continued to procure supplies with her entourage. The merchants in the market observed this group of assassins with trepidation, scarcely daring to state their prices. Witnessing the subservient demeanor of these individuals, Kylie callously cast aside Bailey and departed by the coastline. Near Zell's vessel, a band of marauding pirate hunters encircled the ship. Yet, before they could board, an array of peculiar creatures leapt down. Leading the charge was a dashing blue chelan, accompanied by a formidable black dragon, a resplendent golden bird, armored ravens, long-eared rabbits, and fairies clad in pristine white garments. An eclectic assortment indeed. To Zell's delight, among these oddities were creatures that promised a lucrative return, likely fetching a handsome price in the market, perhaps even pelts from the fur tribes. A veritable windfall. A throng of individuals armed with blades and firearms sought to subdue these extraordinary beings. Chaos was imminent as fire-breathing dragons unleashed torrents of flames, leaving the hapless hunters in disarray, while the gusts from the steel-clad ravens and the soaring eagles spread the inferno amongst them. Some of the fantastical creatures engaged in close combat, others obstructed fleeing individuals, while a few observed the fray from a distance. Eliza joined the fray, resembling a reaper of lives, harvesting the vibrant souls with chilling efficiency. By the time Villian and her companions returned, the waters were stained a vivid crimson. Meanwhile, Zell, in search of a devil fruit, stumbled upon one in a desolate expanse and continued toward the location of a second as indicated on his map. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived in a cactus-laden area, surrounded by gravestones, the atmosphere oppressive and foreboding. Zell stifled his presence, activated his observation hockey, and tread cautiously. Before one gravestone, a small girl with white hair and a frail frame was voraciously consuming offerings. She appeared to be no more than 5 or 6 years old and had no inkling of Zell's arrival. After swallowing the last piece of fruit, she let out a satisfied burp and patted her stomach, preparing to depart. However, upon turning around, she beheld Zell, towering at 2.5 meters, like a giant in her eyes. In disbelief, she turned away, feigning ignorance. A moment later, she glanced back, seemingly oblivious to Zell's presence, and brushed past him. Zell found amusement in the girl's self-deception and remarked, "Do not pretend, little sister. Tell me how you came to be here, stealing offerings?" The moment she heard his words, her demeanor shifted drastically. Her lower legs vanished, transforming into a cloud-like substance as she burrowed into the ground. Zell attempted to seize her, but found his arm passing through her form effortlessly in the blink of an eye. The girl had vanished from sight. Examining his hand, Zell grew increasingly intrigued by the devil fruit's capabilities, akin to those of a Logia user. He leisurely followed the red dot on the map provided by the system. Initially, his observation haki had allowed him to sense the girl, but after she employed her ability, she became as lifeless as the dead, devoid of vitality. Approximately 20 minutes later, at another gravestone, the girl's head emerged. Glancing around as she prepared to exhale a sigh of relief, only to once more encounter Zell's figure. Just as she intended to vanish again, Zell's arm, cloaked in haki, ensnared her, binding her with sealing ropes. Realizing escape was futile, the girl's eyes darted, and she began to wail. "Big brother, can you please let Kelly go?" Had Zell not observed her furtive movements, he might have succumbed to sympathy, ignoring Kelly's sobs. Zell delivered a light smack to her head, amplifying the authenticity of her cries. He raised his hand, feigning another strike, which caused Kelly to cease her weeping in fear. "Speak now. How did you come to be here?" Zell's inquiry prompted Kelly to hesitate momentarily before she raised her head and confessed, "Because here, no one will despise me." Zell was taken aback by her words. This was a graveyard filled with the deceased, who would harbor disdain for her. According to Kelly's account, she had been there for a year at the tender age of 4. She had inadvertently consumed a devil fruit, resulting in her hair and skin becoming ghostly pale. Her parents, both pirates, were enraged by her consumption of their immensely valuable devil fruit, subjecting her to daily beatings and scoldings. When they reached Whiskey Peak, they were slain by pirate hunters, and Kelly had managed to escape by utilizing her fruit's powers to burrow underground. With nowhere else to turn, she discovered the cemetery filled with gravestones and an abundance of food. Thus, she settled there, and a year slipped by until she was captured by Zell. Zell discerned that Kelly was not lying and felt a wave of sorrow for her plight. She was merely a 6-year-old child who had endured such a tumultuous upbringing. Not all pirates were benevolent like Roger, who would nurture children. Most were consumed by greed and vice, regarding children as mere byproducts of their indulgences. Zell untied the ropes and gently invited Kelly, "Would you care to join me? I assure you, there will be an endless supply of food for you." His soft voice instilled a sense of comfort in Kelly, and against her better judgment, she found herself unable to refuse. Zell crouched down and extended his hand toward her. After a moment's hesitation, Kelly reached out and clasped his hand. Along the coast, Valia, having returned early, was soaring through the skies atop a fire-breathing dragon when she caught sight of Zell in the distance. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a tiny figure accompanying him. "Everyone, the captain has returned," upon hearing Zell's voice. The crew turned to look, drawn in by Kelly's presence beside him. "Ah, is that the captain's illegitimate daughter?" exclaimed the oblivious Helly. Leaving Zell momentarily stunned, he scooped Kelly up and leaped onto the ship. Delivering a light smack to Helly's head. "Ow, that hurts," Helly exclaimed, clutching her head and crouching down. "If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything." The others chuckled at the scene. Valia inquired, "Captain, do you not intend to explain?" Having spent considerable time with Zell, she understood his nature and no longer approached him with the same caution as before. Zell briefly recounted Kelly's ordeal to the crew, eliciting sympathy from the women. Although they had their misfortunes, they were fortunate to have loving parents and were much older than Kelly. Afterward, Valia shared the events of the day with Zell, inciting his indignation. While he had anticipated someone might target them, he never imagined there would be so many who were unafraid of death. This heightened Zell's sense of urgency. It appeared they needed to reach Drum Island sooner rather than later, for the acquisition of the Tontata fruit was essential, and he could only hope it awaited them there. The nanomachine armor required high-quality metals, which was why Heli had yet to commence its construction. Let us linger here for a few days. To unwind, continuous sailing upon the ocean is not advisable. Though Zell yearned to depart sooner, he found the endless drifting upon the sea to be exceedingly dull. Nothing could provide a sense of security quite like solid ground. The following day, Zell awoke, gently removing the hands of Queelis and Carol that rested upon him. Before stepping out through the door, he had thoroughly examined the devil fruit acquired the previous day, revealing it to be the Paramecia-type explosion fruit, which rewarded him with knowledge of explosive-related technologies. After recording the information in the Book of Omniscience, he promptly passed the original to Heli, igniting her excitement to embark on her journey of explosions. After a brief workout, the others began to rise as well, forming an extended line for exercise along the dawnlit coastline. Seizing the moment, Zell also took the opportunity to learn about Coley's devil fruit abilities. According to Coley, she could transform her body into a spiritual form, rendering her imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Additionally, she possessed the ability to sense the inner thoughts of others and manipulate soul energy. Her ease in departing with Zeal was significantly influenced by her capacity to perceive the hearts of others. Zeal experimented with the soul energy, discovering it to be a force that directly struck at the soul. Devoid of physical harm, it could nonetheless instill profound pressure upon one's spirit. The more he understood, the more he felt that this devil fruit resembled a ghost fruit, entirely distinct from Perona's spirit fruit. 2 days later, as the group continued their routine exercises by the shore, there was little reaction from them. Only Zeal noticed a red rapidly approaching on the system map. Initially, he assumed it to be a mere band of pirates. But as 2 massive warships emerged on the horizon, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. All hands on deck, he commanded. As the warships approached, Zeal gathered everyone together, prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Zeal, my little rascal. Long time no see. This time, however, I shall apprehend you, and we can share a drink and impel down, came the voice of Zephyr, tinged with both excitement and resignation. Zephyr, this time, I cannot afford to hold back. Crane was well aware of Zephyr's enhanced strength over the years, which now placed him just a step away from the rank of admiral. With both Crane and Zephyr in action, Zeal recognized the Navy's heightened regard for him. Notably, these 2 combined could contend with an admiral, while only Carp had been dispatched to capture Roger, underscoring the Navy's focus on Zeal. Crane's calm voice rang out. Adrian Zeal, you might as well spend your life in impel down. Zeal understood the formidable strength of his opponents, though he felt no fear. His companions had yet to fully develop, and thus he spoke. Dahlia, Kelly, Eliza, Pikachu, Charizard, Suicune, Steelwing, and Pidgeot shall remain, the rest. Return to the ship and vacate these waters. With that, Zeal pricked his fingertip to draw a drop of blood, touching it to Villia's forehead, softly assuring her, be obedient. We shall reunite soon. With tears in her eyes, Villia replied, it's a promise, as the others departed. Crane furrowed her brow and calmly ordered, sink their ship. The warships aimed their cannon ports at Zeal's vessel, and black bombs were fired in unison. Allow me to demonstrate my latest invention, the magnetic rebound field. On the ship, Helly, witnessing the incoming cannonballs, reacted with laughter, a peculiar blush adorning her cheeks. Grasping a disc-like object, she manipulated it, enveloping the ship in an invisible field. All the incoming cannonballs slowed dramatically, ultimately plunging harmlessly into the sea. Farewell, Helly exclaimed, her heart swelling with pride at the astonished expressions of the Navy. At that moment, Villia did not hesitate to steer the ship away, just as Crane was about to issue another command. An overwhelming conqueror's haki surged forth, causing the Navy personnel aboard the warships to shudder, with nearly half collapsing to the ground. Advance, Crane called to Zephyr, and the 2 leapt towards the shore with moonwalks. Followed closely by other competent Navy members, blood-stained 1,000 miles, a blade of light slashed towards the sky, only to be shattered by Zephyr's fist. Feeling no intense pain, Zephyr's spirits lifted as he laughed heartily. Ha! Zeal, my little rascal, this time you cannot escape. Zeal was not unwilling to use pain-inducing potions, but he had run out. He could no longer gather the materials needed for concoction, having exhausted his supplies in the last encounter. Frenzied bombardment. A dark fist descended with tremendous force, splitting the earth open. Spear. Zeal retreated to evade Zephyr's punch, but was unable to avoid Crane's attack, which struck his shoulder. Yet, to Crane's astonishment, she felt as though her fingers had struck an impenetrable steel. She could not pierce Zeal's skin. How amusing, Crane. Zeal smirked, delivering a sweeping kick that sent her sliding across the ground for several meters. Do not become too arrogant, Zeal. Shattering explosion. Zephyr lunged forward, like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. Exuding an imposing presence. Bloodstained, continuous slash. As Zeal parried Zephyr's assault, Crane once again utilized Shave to appear behind him. Wash away. Crane's hands gathered a liquid resembling laundry detergent, striking the ground. Suddenly, Zeal felt the world shift. The chaotic skirmish felt less secure, and even the speed of slashing attacks diminished. Sensing something amiss, Zeal hastily distanced himself from the 2. Bloodstained, smelling wind. Was this the ability of the wash fruit? Such a terrifying capability. Meanwhile, Dahlia and the others found themselves engaged with the Navy, as Crane's Vice Admiral, Karina, and Zephyr's Vice Admiral, Turn, both possessed the strength of a rear admiral. Dahlia and Eliza teamed up against the young swordswoman Karina, while Kelly and Pikachu faced off against the martial arts expert Turn. Charizard and Suicune unleashed powerful area attacks to intercept other Navy personnel, while Pidgeot and Steelwing maneuvered in the air to provide support. Miss Navy, do you know the 6 forms? Dahlia, wielding a rapier, stood tall in her armor, resembling a valiant knight. Would you like to find out? Shave. Karina, a sword master, though recently promoted, was not an opponent Dahlia could easily handle. With a swift motion, Karina appeared before Dahlia, delivering a decisive strike. Dahlia reacted quickly, but she was overpowered and sent flying several meters away. As Karina prepared to capitalize on her advantage, Dahlia dashed into the forest. Confident in her abilities, Karina, having previously defeated pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, felt assured. Deep within the forest, Dahlia ceased her flight and turned to charge at Karina. You overestimate yourself. Karina coated her sword with hockey, effortlessly blocking Dahlia's advance. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and Karina felt a gash open on her back. Coward, she exclaimed, kicking Dahlia away and scanning her surroundings for the sneak attacker. Do not be distracted, Miss Navy. Dahlia thrust her rapier once more, forcing Karina to defend herself. With another swift motion, Karina's thigh was cut. Instant slash. Angered, Karina employed a combination of shave and swordsmanship, swiftly knocking Dahlia to the ground. Yet, contrary to Karina's expectations, Dahlia, like an indomitable cockroach, rose once more with tenacity. Trained rigorously by Zeal and endowed with notable talent, Dahlia had managed to reach the pinnacle of Rear Admiral strength, merely a step away from matching a Navy Vice Admiral. The battle in the forest raged on, while outside, the conflict persisted. Zeal summoned the fruit's power, transforming the earth into boiling blood that surged towards the two combatants. Bloodthirsty tide, however, to Zeal's astonishment, a bubble-like substance appeared in Crane's hands. And as she pressed her palms to the ground, the blood-turned earth was restored to its original state, as if it were a garment being cleansed, as expected of you. Crane. Beside them, Zifa could not help but commend the scene unfolding before his eyes. A smile graced Crane's face as she replied, Zeal, since your fruit ability has awakened, you might as well surrender. The realization that his blood abilities were countered came as an utter shock to Zeal. However, it was worth noting that the wash fruit counters the blood fruit, while he had consumed the bloodline fruit. Have you ever heard the saying? Zifa seemed quite intrigued by Zeal's words. Attentively listening, Conqueror's hockey surpasses all. With a sudden shift in momentum, Zeal summoned his weapon, Bloodstain, and prepared to unleash a powerful slash. Bloodstain. 8,000 miles. His attack, imbued with Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey, tore through the heavens, aimed directly at the two of them, shatter and explode. Zifa positioned himself in front of Crane, his armament hockey flowing over his hands as he countered with a punch directed at Zeal's assault. Zifa was propelled far away by the force of the strike, landing in the sea. Crane did not glance back at Zifa. She had faith in his strength and could not afford to miss this prime opportunity. Utilizing the shave technique, she appeared beside the somewhat fatigued Zeal and relentlessly unleashed her finger strikes. Bang! Bang! Though they did not breach his defenses, Zeal felt the impact resonate through his internal organs, causing a slight disruption in his chi. Bloodstain, shadow kill. In an instant, Zeal's speed surged, catching Crane off guard with a sweeping kick, which she deftly evaded. Crane executed a backflip, her serious expression now fixed in front of Zeal. Yet, in a swift movement, her foot came crashing down upon Zeal's head, bringing him into an intimate encounter with the ground. A seasoned Vice Admiral. Crane, though appearing youthful, was already 38 years old, with combat experience that far surpassed Zeal's. Seeing Zeal on the ground, she intended to cleanse his body, transforming him into clothing. But suddenly, the surroundings morphed into a sea of blood, and Zeal sank into it, vanishing from sight. By the time Crane cleansed the earth, Zeal had distanced himself. Bloodstain. Swimming dragon. A massive blood-colored dragon opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Crane. Bang! Zifa erupted from the sea, blood cascading from his body, appearing particularly fearsome. The Conqueror's hockey. Truly remarkable. Zifa's fist struck down upon the dragon's head, disrupting Zeal's assault entirely. Explode. The blood on Zifa's body erupted, catching him off guard. Crane hurried to Zifa's side, purging the blood from him to prevent Zeal from exploiting it again. Zeal rose, shaking his head. Despite the chaotic onslaught from the two, he reveled in this kind of battle, knowing that only through continuous confrontation with the strong could he undergo transformation. The clash between Zeal, Crane, and Zifa created a vast disturbance. far removed from the battlefield where Kelly and the others fought. 1,000 miles. After over an hour of battling Turn, Kelly was on the brink of exhaustion. After delivering her final scythe strike, she seemed to collapse onto the ground. Upon seeing Kelly's dire state, Turn prepared to finish her off using the shave technique. However, as he approached, a multitude of densely packed explosives suddenly appeared before him, magnetic bombs stored within Kelly's fruit space. Invented by Kelly. Uncertain if these explosives would take down Turn, Kelly called out for assurance. Pikachu! Thunderbolt! Pikachu! A massive bolt of yellow lightning struck the magnetic bombs, and white light began to spread. Turn's pupils constricted as he crossed his arms. Shouting, "Iron block!" Boom! The explosion kicked up a cloud of dust, and the formidable Navy officer Turn collapsed under the weight of his own confidence. Meanwhile, the battle on the other front was even more straightforward. Although Suicune had only recently emerged, being a divine beast and positioned along the coast, it held a significant advantage. Suicune manipulated the ocean to create a massive whirlpool, incapacitating numerous Navy soldiers. Additionally, Charizard, Steel Wing, and Pidgeot, 3 flying-type Pokémon, easily dispatched ordinary Navy soldiers, who could not even utilize the moonwalk technique. However, Kelly was aware that the battlefield involving Zeal was beyond their reach, so she focused on binding the incapacitated Navy soldiers with ropes. Approximately an hour later, Eliza emerged from the forest, carrying the bloodied and unconscious Karina. Deli followed closely behind, clearly injured as well. The 3 engaged in battle had already sensed that the outcome for the others had been decided. Crane stepped back and declared, "We will allow you to leave safely, but you must ensure your people do not harm them." Zeal was thoroughly enjoying the fight. Though he appeared disheveled, the 2 opponents had yet to find a way to truly contend with him. "If you wish to fight, then let us fight. If not, do not." Zeal swung his blade once more, forcing the 2 to engage. The battle raged on for 2 days, and both Zifa and Crane observed that Kelly and the others had not attacked the Navy soldiers. Remaining fully focused on their conflict with Zeal, another day passed, and Crane's stamina had nearly depleted. Although Zifa and Zeal could still fight, they too were nearing their limits. "Zeal, how splendid it would be if you could join the Navy." After 3 days of intense combat, Zifa grew increasingly impressed by the young fighter. "You may advise me to be kind, but you cannot persuade me to relinquish my hatred." Zeal's response was resolute, and Zifa understood he had no right to urge him to forget his vengeance. The sins of the celestial dragons were unforgivable, and he was destined not to join the Navy. Is that so? Zeal gazed at the Navy officer before him, who embodied his own sense of justice, and, recalling his tragic life, could not help but say, "Protect your family well. Otherwise, you will come to regret it." Ha ha ha. "I'm still single." Without any family, Zifa showed no embarrassment regarding his solitary status. "Zeal, let this final strike conclude our battle. Shatter and explode." Bloodstain. Swimming dragon. The pitch-black iron fist collided with the blood-colored dragon. Black lightning crackled wildly, and shockwaves stirred the dust around them, forming a long chasm beneath their feet. Bang! As the smoke cleared, both Zifa and Zeal stood firm, neither having fallen. "Next time, I will face you alone." Zeal understood Zifa's implication. This time, their joint assault was due to his Navy affiliation, but next time, it could very well be as allies. Zeal departed. He took Karina with him, as capturing a Navy officer skilled in the 6 powers was initially his mission. However, Deli believed Zeal might prefer women, hence the choice of Karina. Once Zeal had left, Crane and her crew realized that Karina had been taken dead on the warship. Crane was counting the remaining personnel. Among them, Turn had sustained the most severe injuries, while the others were mostly dazed from the sea. After tallying the numbers, Crane furrowed her brow, whereas Karina, a female Navy officer, reported, Karina was captured by that black dragon. Crane pondered for a moment, uncertain of Zeal's intentions in abducting Karina. She bowed to the assembled Navy personnel and stated, "We misjudged the strength of Zeal and his group. Thank you all for your hard work." Witnessing Crane's gesture, the Navy personnel were filled with gratitude, as they already felt culpable for their capture, and this only intensified their embarrassment. However, it was evident that the previously somber atmosphere on the ship had lightened. Zifa was still recuperating, so Crane could only report to the Admiral herself. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Kong, Sengoku, and Garp sat in the conference room, listening to Crane's report. Suspected devil fruit users. 3 formidable crew members, and strange technology. The configuration aboard Zeal's ship was peculiar. Yet Kong and the others paid little mind to it. What truly captured their attention was Zeal himself. His awakened fruit ability, powerful three-colored hockey, top-tier swordsmanship, formidable physique, ample stamina, and hidden enhancement drugs. Garp. Stuffing rice crackers into his mouth. Mumbled indistinctly, "What an extraordinary young lad." Garp. Eating is prohibited in the conference room. Already in a foul mood, Kong's irritation only intensified as Garp's antics provoked him further, leading him to slam his fist down on the table. Bang! The wooden table shattered into splinters. Shall we issue a bounty increase for Zeal and his crew? Kong contemplated for a long time. In truth, he was reluctant to oppose Zeal. The existence of Adrian Zeal is intolerable to the world government. And after weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately chose to oppose Zeal. Furthermore, increased the bounty on Adrian Zeal to 2 billion berries. In a certain maritime expanse, Villia and her companions are engaged in a fierce battle against a band of pirates. 2 days after their departure, they find themselves targeted by the bounty of 120 million berries for the ability user of the Moku Moku fruit, the magician Kitturk, fortunately, with the extraordinary capabilities of the psychic Pokemon. Xanadu, restraining Kitturk's performance. The others aboard the ship would have been utterly helpless against him otherwise. The Circle Bear, Blockade Bear, and the Little Mountain Pig take the lead in the offensive, while the others and their Pokemon surround Kitturk. The battle raging on for over 3 hours. During the fray, Villia suddenly felt a scorching heat on her forehead and looked up to see 3 Pokemon and Zeal approaching from the horizon. "Little girl, your acting is simply atrocious." The pirate, who was distracted by Villia, thought she was merely trying to divert his attention, heedless of her presence. Just as he drew closer to her, his body inexplicably soared into the sky, exploding into a mist of blood as he drifted away from the ship. This horrifying scene sent a jolt through Kitturk's pupils, and he hastily opened a spatial gate, intending to escape through it. However, his blood seemed to congeal, rendering his raised foot immobile, as if he were frozen in place, blood-drenched. Falling star. A streak of crimson light tore through the firmament, obliterating Kitturk completely, with a mere wave of his hand. Zeal sent the blood mist, laden with Kitturk's remains, cascading into the sea. "Run! Don't kill me! I can join you!" The cacophony of pleas surged forth, yet all met the same fate in the depths of the ocean. "Captain!" Villia leapt forward, wrapping her arms around Zeal's neck, burying her head into his shoulder. "It's all right." Zeal reassured her, gently patting her back. With the battle concluded, Zeal naturally would not overlook the pirates' treasures. Although only amounting to around 500 million berries, the recorded pointers were numerous. Once settled, Zeal commenced on matters of importance. He needed to acquire the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles. However, directly inquiring would yield no results. So he sought an uninhabited island where Kelly and the others could take turns battling Karina. Only in this manner could she be sustained. To survive, Karina had no choice but to submit. Zeal observed her battles daily, and after half a month, he finally grasped the usage of the Navy's 6 styles. This revelation left Karina astounded for quite some time, though she was surprised by Zeal's proficiency in the 6 styles. Completely unaware that he had learned it by covertly studying her, Zeal's innate talent was exceptional. He could learn anything at an astonishing pace, leaving no one believing that he could master the 6 styles merely by observation. Of course, this was also influenced by his prior experiences learning from pirate forums before his reincarnation. During this period, 2 significant events transpired, one being the conclusion of the Moku Moku fruit's retrieval, which rewarded them with a pair of bidirectional portals. These bidirectional portals allow for mutual transport, regardless of distance, which, although limited to 2, is immensely powerful. It would enable them to venture forth with peace of mind once they establish their own stronghold. The other matter concerned the bounties placed on Zeal and his companions. Blood-drenched swordsman Adrian Zeal, wielder of the 3-colored hockey, swordsman, and blood fruit user, bounty of 2 billion berries. Dead or alive, scythe-wielding Kelly, bounty of 60 million berries. Death Hunter Eliza, bounty of 55 million berries. Warrior Deli, bounty of 52 million berries. Scientist 8 Helia, bounty of 100 million berries, to be captured alive. Villia, bounty of 10 million berries. Villia, bounty of 10 million berries. Quiris and Carol Bevela, bounty of 3 million berries. Among these, Helia's bounty is the highest, reflecting the Navy's esteem for scientists, while Kelly and Deli's bounties fall short of their actual prowess. However, for newcomers receiving bounties for the first time, these amounts are already quite considerable. A month later, Zeal and his companions, initially intending to set sail for Little Garden, altered their course toward Drum Island. The reason was quite simple. They needed a doctor. 10 days prior, Zeal had suddenly sensed a connection of bloodlines, attributing it to the capabilities of the blood fruit, which led him to believe that Kelly was nurturing their offspring within her. In the following days, he began to sense the same with Quiris and the others. The fetus was approximately 6 weeks old, indicating that they had been pregnant for over a month. However, due to their rigorous training, the signs of pregnancy were not evident until nowadays small snowflakes began to drift from the sky. The ship officially entered the vicinity of Drum Island. Drum Island is a winter island, perpetually blanketed in snow throughout the year. Moreover, the medical industry of the Drum Kingdom is remarkably advanced, with the current ruler being the father of Wapol, a diligent and benevolent king. Wow, snow! Villia, having never seen snow before, gazed in wonder at the novel winter landscape. Bewley, the little mountain pig, never straying far from Villia's head, suddenly leapt to the ground, sniffing the earth. Villia, puzzled by the pig's behavior, inquired, "Hey, little mountain pig, what are you doing?" Zeal recalled the unique abilities of the little mountain pig and explained, "The little mountain pig can locate hot springs in the snow. It's likely doing just that." Bewley, the little mountain pig, acknowledged Zeal's words. Villia followed the little mountain pig in search of a hot spring, while Deli stayed close to provide protection, and the others split into several teams. Kelly, Quiris, Eliza, and Bevela formed a group to procure supplies and gather herbs for potions. Villia, Zeal, and Coley teamed up, while the three sisters, Koya, and Canwys and Carol formed another group to seek out a doctor, leaving Helia behind with the other Pokemon to guard the ship. Zeal, spotting 3 red dots on the map indicating devil fruits, summoned his shadow clones to collect them. As Zeal strolled down the street with Coley and Villia, they resembled a close-knit family. Finding a doctor in the Drum Kingdom is an exceedingly simple task, as clinics are plentiful. However, locating a doctor willing to leave with them poses a challenge. Coley's white hair and complexion made her appear ill. Before Zeal could find a doctor, an unexpected visitor approached. "Hey, young man, are you looking for a doctor?" The newcomer was a tall, slender man with hair styled in 3 directions resembling a cross. Zeal regarded him, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to place him immediately. "Who are you?" "I am Dr. Hiraluk, capable of treating any patient." A wave of realization washed over Zeal as he finally recognized him. The infamous quack, Hiraluk, known as Chopper's father. Although his story is quite touching, inviting him to serve as their ship's doctor would be unwise. That you are the quack Hiraluk, renowned throughout Drum Island for your ineptitude. Alas, aren't you from out of town? He cherished the art of medicine but was a quintessential charlatan. No one on the island dared to seek his treatment, so he turned his gaze upon outsiders. Hiraluk despondently walked away, and Zeal had no intention of pursuing the matter further. After inquiring with the residents regarding Dr. Correa's whereabouts, Zeal and his companions made their way toward Correa's castle. Upon arriving at the castle, before they could enter, a voice rang out. "No consultations today. Truly, a woman who has lived for over 110 years possesses remarkable observation skills." Zeal, not wishing to be overly courteous, unleashed his conqueror's haki, leading the two inside the castle. Within, Dr. Correa gazed calmly as Zeal entered. "What an impudent little brat. Do you not know how to respect your elders? Yet, strength is indeed the best passport. You speak true." Correa nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, what brings you here? I've heard that your medical skills are unrivaled in the world. My wives are pregnant, and I wish for you to accompany us to see." Zeal's tone was solemn, but he was swiftly met with refusal. "That I could never leave Drum Island." Gu Lehua suddenly shifted her tone, saying, "However, I can recommend someone to you." Following Gu Lehua's suggestion, Zaire and his companions ventured into a forest teeming with the elusive rabbit-like creatures known as labong. Bang! Zaire kicked a ferocious fat rabbit soaring through the air. These rabbits are the unique inhabitants of magnetic Drum Island. "Captain, why are there so many rabbits here?" Kelly tugged at Zaire's clothing. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the unconscious labong around them. "I believe it has a significant connection to the doctor who lives in this forest." Zaire mused. Gu Lehua had not been entirely silent. In her words, the doctor residing in the woods was a medical genius engrossed in pharmacology. After defeating several hundred labong, Zaire finally stumbled upon a dilapidated brick house. Before even stepping inside, a pungent odor assaulted his senses. Upon catching a whiff, Zaire felt his blood simmer slightly, while Kelly, unaffected due to her fruit abilities. Noticed an unusual flush on Vivian's face. Captain, something feels off. Sister Vivian, your face is so red. Zaire observed Vivian's unusual reaction. Understanding it well from his own experiences, he finally grasped the reason behind the labong infestation. Captain, I'm feeling quite hot. Vivian looked at Zaire, her flushed complexion starkly contrasting her usual composed demeanor. Before Zaire could react, she rose onto her tiptoes. Wow, Sister Vivian is so bold, Kelly exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Displaying no sense of restraint, although Zaire found the situation somewhat enjoyable as the captain, he could not take advantage of someone in distress. He utilized his devil fruit abilities to soothe Vivian's agitated blood, restoring her awareness. Captain, Zaire gently patted her head and retrieved a towel from his system space, offering it to Vivian to cover her nose. Embarrassed, she shyly obscured much of her face, making it difficult to discern her expression. After resolving Vivian's predicament, Zaire knocked on the door. Approximately 10 seconds later, it creaked open. A disheveled woman, clad in clothes that had not seen a wash for days, with unkempt black hair and tissues stuffed in her nostrils, appeared behind the door. Kelly was so startled that she transformed into her spirit form. The woman, taken aback by Kelly's sudden change, fell onto the ground. We were sent by Dr. Zaire explained to the startled woman seated on the ground. Oh, are you from Dr. Doriel's recommendation? Please come in. The woman, upon hearing Dr. name, quickly rose, her demeanor shifting to one of humility. As Zaire and his companions entered the room, they were met with heaps of household clutter and numerous vials of medicine scattered about. I apologize, I haven't cleaned in a long time, she said, sheepishly brushing her hair with her hand. Please have a seat. I'll take a quick shower. Acknowledging her disheveled appearance, she excused herself and headed to the bathroom. Once she had left, Kelly incredulously remarked, Captain, is she really a genius doctor? Zaire affectionately patted her small head, replying, Kelly, we must not judge a book by its cover. About 10 minutes later, the woman emerged from the bathroom. Her once disheveled hair now neatly in place, adorned in a pristine white lab coat, appearing as if transformed. However, her frail figure still bore the resemblance of a patient. Mr. Zaire, right? My name is Lena. How may I assist you? Dr. mentioned you possess rare medical talents. I wonder if Miss Lena would be interested in joining my crew as the ship's doctor? Zaire broached the subject directly, catching Lena somewhat off guard. Me? She pointed at herself, her expression one of disbelief. I might disappoint you, Mr. Zaire. I have no desire to set sail. Zaire understood that recruiting someone was not as simple as persuading Kelly, yet he remained confident. Might I inquire what kind of medicine you are currently researching? The mention of pharmacology ignited Lena's enthusiasm, and she began to speak fervently. She explained that her unique constitution rendered her incapable of strengthening her body through exercise, a fatal flaw for a physician, leading her to focus on medicinal research, albeit with little success. The only effects of her concoctions were to induce heightened vitality and fervor in living beings. Previously, while conducting her research in the magnetic drum kingdom, her experimental sense had inadvertently contributed to a significant rise in the kingdom's birth rate, after which she was expelled. Years of fruitless research had resulted in the labong infestation. After hearing Lena's account, Zaire couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Given the effects of her concoctions, it was no wonder she had been cast out. I happen to have a potion that enhances physical constitution. Would you dare to try it, Miss Lena? Zaire produced 2 vials from his system space, one containing a super serum and the other a pain relief potion. This is the super serum, which can enhance physical abilities, and this is the pain relief potion, allowing for temporary loss of pain sensation. Lena's eyes lit up as she examined the vials carefully, dipping a fingertip into the super serum before tasting it. The sensation surged through her body like an electric shock, a fleeting pain that quickly dissipated. Her previously frail physique felt as if it were undergoing a rejuvenation, brimming with newfound strength. Lena then gulped down the pain relief potion, followed by the super serum. As her blood began to boil, steam emanated from her body, and approximately 5 minutes later, she emerged from the mist. The formerly frail Lena now stood with a fuller figure, her height having increased from 1.8 meters to 2 meters, with a hint of rosy color gracing her cheeks. "So beautiful," Kelly exclaimed, her initial fears of Lena completely vanishing. Is this what it feels like to possess strength? Lena twirled around, reveling in her newfound vitality. "I look forward to working with you, Captain." Lena extended her hand towards Zaire, evidently having made her decision. Likewise, Zaire replied, shaking her hand. Lena gathered her belongings and departed with Zaire and the others. They met with Koya and Kinnis, yet none of the doctors they encountered were willing to join their journey. Nevertheless, with Lena on board, their objective was successfully achieved. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, a shadow clone stealthily attached itself to a soldier's shadow. Infiltrating the palace, the IT navigated through the halls, guided by the system map, in search of the devil fruit. Upon confirmation, a red indicated a devil fruit user, while 2 others were the king's prized possessions. Leaving behind 300 million berries, the shadow clone absconded with the devil fruit. Zaya speculated that these 2 fruits were likely the ones destined for the 2 princes. In contrast to Zaire's fortunate expedition, the hot spring exploration team faced misfortune. Vivia and Deli followed a wild boar to the forest where Lena resided. They indeed discovered a hot spring, but were relentlessly pursued by hordes of labong. When Zaire tracked them down, following the trail of blood he had left on Vivia's head, he found them besieged by the labong. Upon seeing Zaire's figure, Vivia, frantically fleeing, clutched at the hope of salvation. "Captain, help!" she cried. As Vivia's voice rang out, Zaire unleashed his formidable conqueror's haki, engulfing the entire snowy expanse. The labong, their pupils dilating in fear, collapsed onto the ground. Half an hour later, Vivia led the group to a small hill. Zaire had deliberately brought the earth dragon, and after an hour of digging, the hot spring was revealed. "I can't believe there's a hot spring in this vicinity," Lena exclaimed, astonished as someone who had lived nearby for many years. "Wow, the wild boar is incredible. It really found a hot spring." Vilia cradled the small mountain pig in her arms, gently nuzzling its fluffy cheeks in order to allow everyone to enjoy the hot springs. Zaire had even taken the initiative to bring the crew and Pokemon from the ship. Only the fire-type and rock-type Pokemon remained on board to guard the vessel. Slowly, Sukun approached the hot springs. Stepping onto the water's surface as if it were solid ground, to everyone's astonishment, it stood effortlessly atop the water. Sukun emitted a long, soothing call that resonated with healing energy, radiating a soft blue glow. The hot springs rippled beneath Sukun's feet, transforming what seemed like an ordinary spring into a crystal-clear oasis. This was nothing short of a miracle. Harry was equally astonished by Sukun's ability to purify the water, as it was the first time the Pokemon had showcased such power. Ever since Pikachu, Harry had been intrigued by these creatures known as Pokemon that Zaire summoned. She even drew inspiration from the Zubat to enhance her sonic wristband. However, the presence of Suicune left her most awestruck, as it exuded an aura of divinity. Known as the embodiment of the North Wind, Suicune possessed the ability to cleanse water sources, making this hot spring a trivial matter for it. Zaire smiled as he explained. Afterward, he utilized his fruit powers to create a barrier, dividing the hot springs into 2 sections. Although Kyrie and the others advised against bathing alongside him, respect was due to the newly joined Lena. Observing Zaire and Kyrie retreating to one side of the hot springs, Lena suddenly realized that the ship was predominantly filled with women. The thought of joining them caused her face to flush crimson, prompting her to dash to the other side and submerge herself in the water. Vilia gazed at the divided hot springs, hesitating for a long while before finally summoning the courage to run over to Zaire's side. Vivienne, recalling her bold kiss with Zaire earlier, contemplated but ultimately followed suit. Delilah, in a bid to protect her ladies, was forced to join them. Only Harry opted to remain with Lena in the other hot spring. Under Pikachu's stern gaze, the Pokemon reluctantly gave up on joining Zaire in the hot springs. With a splash, the clumsy Ursaring and Teddiursa dove into the water, sending waves splashing towards themselves. "Bears, stop it!" Harry exclaimed, her patience wearing thin as she began to scold the 2 bumbling creatures. In contrast, Shiny and Buniri sat quietly beside Lena, embodying the essence of decorum. "Excuse me, what species are you?" Lena inquired of the humanoid Shiny. "I am a Pokemon," a gentle voice echoed in her mind, startling Lena. "Fear not, it is I who speaks to you," Shiny continued to explain telepathically. Lena quickly grasped the situation and curiously asked, "What is a Pokemon? Marvelous beings created by our master," came the response. "Is the master Captain Zaire?" Lena pressed further. Just as Lena and Shiny were engrossed in their lively conversation, the atmosphere on the other side of the hot spring grew quite peculiar. The maids were unfazed, fully at Zaire's beck and call. However, Vilia and her companions were different. Although Zaire had rescued them, Vivian felt that as a navigator, Zaire viewed them merely as crew members. Naturally, Zaire would not overlook any opportunity presented to him. While chatting with Kyrie and the others, Zaire pretended to be nonchalant as he edged closer to Villiat though. "Captain, you touched me," she exclaimed. "Oh, my apologies," he replied, feigning innocence. However, beneath the water, Zaire's hands began to wander, causing Villia's cheeks to flush while she stifled a gasp. Meanwhile, as Zaire and the others indulged in the hot springs, Karina initiated her escape plan. With a creak, the wooden door to the storage room swung open, revealing a peculiar cheese-like creature perched atop a small orange dog. "Mama, Mama." The creature gestured for the dog to set down a plate laden with cake, its eyes fixated on Karina, as if to say, "Eat, and tell me how it tastes." Though bound by enchanted ropes, Karina was not entirely helpless. She still possessed the strength of an ordinary person. Her stomach let out a disgruntled growl, prompting her to seize the cake and devour it. The cake melted in her mouth, sweet and delectable, enveloping Karina in a blissful sensation. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she hastened her pace of consumption, finishing the cake in mere seconds. "Delicious," she exclaimed, prompting the creature's eyes to narrow with satisfaction. "Mama." Karina noted the creature's innocent expression and seized the opportunity to inquire, "What about Zaire and the others?" recalling Zaire's instructions to simply deliver food and refrain from conversing with Karina. The creature shook its head and indicated that the dog could leave. Seeing the two adorable creatures about to depart, Karina suddenly collapsed, rolling on the ground while exclaiming, "Oh no, my stomach hurts terribly." The dog, just at the threshold, halted. "Woof, woof, woof. What should we do? Your cake seems to have upset her stomach." The creature fumed in response, Mama, my cake is definitely fine." "Woof. Then what should we do? I believe a trip to the restroom should suffice." Karina interjected, fearing their conversation would continue indefinitely. After a brief discussion, the two creatures ultimately decided to escort Karina to the restroom, but as they quietly traversed the ship, Karina noticed that not a single soul was present, filling her with a sense of glee. "Once I escape, I shall ensure you all end up in the prison," she mused. Karina climbed out of the restroom window and stealthily approached the edge of the ship. She surveyed her surroundings, confirming the absence of any creatures, and leaped into the water. Unbeknownst to her, above the clouds, Charizard watched her with a sense of boredom. Bound by the enchanted ropes, Karina resembled an ordinary person, and by the time she reached the shore, she was utterly exhausted. Breathing in the crisp air of the magnetic drum island, Karina felt the intoxicating allure of freedom, tinged with a hint of chill. Suddenly, a column of fire erupted from the sky, causing Karina to leap in shock and commence a frantic escape. Charizard, feeling bored, relentlessly scorched the area around her with flames, ensuring that while she remained unharmed, she was subjected to the searing heat. "It's so hot, so hot," Karina cried, desperately fleeing in one direction as Charizard pursued her. Approximately an hour later, Karina noticed a misty haze ahead. Without a moment to contemplate, she plunged forward into the fog. She felt herself plunging into water, struggling to breathe, and quickly raised her head. Upon doing so, she found Zaire gazing at her with a mischievous glint, his hands soothing Villia, who appeared startled. "Just kill me," Karina declared defiantly, drenched and shivering in the snow. "That won't do. Weren't you the one who wished to imprison me in the prison for all eternity? How about I keep you there forever instead?" Zaire replied, sporting an evil grin as his eyes roamed her alluring figure. "I would rather die than submit to you," Karina retorted, familiar with his gaze yet repulsed by it. She had joined Admiral Crane's fleet precisely because it was composed entirely of women, allowing her to avoid unwanted advances. Now, Zaire was clearly no different from those sailors, coveting her beauty, evoking both her disdain and fear. "How about this? Let us wager. If you win, I shall grant you your freedom," Zaire proposed, resting his chin on his hand in a contemplative manner. "What shall we wager? If you can defeat me, I will let you go." Karina regarded Zaire with a look of incredulity. If she could defeat him, why would she need his permission to leave? "Are you mocking me?" Karina's expression darkened, her tone becoming markedly somber. Bang! Zell delivered a powerful kick, transforming the snow beside Karina into a barren patch of ground. "Remember, you are a prisoner. You possess no rights to choose. There is no possibility of release. Once captured, one does not simply let go." With that, Zell turned and walked away, seemingly indifferent to Karina's potential escape. Cold sweat dripped down Karina's delicate face as she dared not imagine what might have happened had Zell's kick landed on her face. After a moment of shifting colors, she finally rose and followed him. Only when faced with the specter of death does one realize their own lack of courage. Having dealt with Karina, Zell and his companions spent half a month enjoying leisure on Magnetic Drum Island, procuring essential supplies. They also successfully captured Vivian and Villia, along with the fiercely loyal Diley, who had been devotedly protecting the two ladies. Additionally, the search for the two devil fruits concluded with remarkable bounty. The paramecia-type gulp-gulp fruit yielded a metalwork table as a reward, enabling the fusion of various materials to manufacture the metals they required. The paramecia-type mushroom fruit granted a large bundle of spores, including paralysis spores, hypnosis spores, and parasitic spores, among others. With the metalwork table, the production of nano-armor could finally commence, playing a crucial role in enhancing Zell and his companion's strength. After half a month, Zell's group finally departed from Magnetic Drum Island, setting sail for Gaia Island. From the outset, Zell's aim was to restore his nation, and naturally, he could not choose the original location. Moreover, it needed to be shrouded in mystery. Otherwise, the world government might unleash a swift justice to obliterate the entire island. Thus, Zell's initial choices were limited to two options, the Doldrums or the Sky Island. However, the Doldrums posed a significant issue regarding population. Weighing the pros and cons, Zell ultimately opted for the Sky Island. On the calm sea surface, a merchant ship was slowly sailing. It was Zell and his companions. Everyone was engaged in their own activities. Zell was exercising. Vivian was engrossed in reading the Book of Omniscience. While Vivian and Kelly played with the Pokemon in the kitchen, the Frost Fairy, having evolved under Zell's guidance, was preparing pastries, while Kelly and other maids were busy preparing lunch. Karina, in a state of humiliation, was relegated to cleaning the dishes. Ever since her failed escape, she had sunk to the status of a servant aboard the ship, burdened with all manner of menial tasks. Bang, a loud crash echoed, and the crew had grown accustomed to the commotion. Ha ha ha. Success. I am a genius. In the laboratory, Helly appeared charred, her hair resembling an explosion, holding a silver block with a faint metallic sheen, laughing excitedly. The synthetic metal itself did not explode, but this individual insisted on testing the metal's ductility, stability, and hardness with explosives, resulting in daily explosions reverberating through the lab. Upon hearing this laughter, Zell couldn't help but grimace. It seemed he needed to acquire a new ship. As this merchant vessel was nearing its breaking point, "Captain, we've arrived at Gaia Island." Before Zell could confront Helly, Carol shouted to in the distance. A bustling town could be seen on Gaia Island, Magic Valley Town. This town, known for attracting pirates who spent money lavishly, was not a place Zell wished to linger, as it was a veritable paradise for pirates. Although he had a bounty of 2 billion berries, he was aware that certain pirates might take the risk. This was the first half of the Grand Line, often referred to as the Pirates' Haven, perpetually populated by self-important pirates. Thus, Zell planned to first cleanse the area of those troublesome pirates. With a light step, Zell sauntered into Magic Valley Town. Activating his observation hotkey, he discovered that there were hundreds of pirates covertly observing him. Ignoring the crowd, Zell entered a tavern, requesting a drink from the menacing-looking bartender, and began to drink leisurely. Outside the tavern, a group of pirates gathered, discussing the notorious swordsman with a blood-stained reputation, Adrian Zeal, whose bounty stood at a staggering 2 billion berries. "Captain, are we truly going to provoke him?" One pirate, trembling with fear, asked his captain while clutching the bounty poster, "I am Deshabi, a hippo human who has consumed the hippo fruit. How could I possibly lose to a mere child? I assure you, there is definitely some exaggeration in that bounty," replied Deshabi, whose nostrils resembled those of a hippo, stout and short, indeed resembling the creature. "If it weren't for the Navy Admiral's interference, how could my captain's bounty be so low?" A sycophantic subordinate chimed in beside him. "Indeed, Galley is right. Given my strength, a bounty of 2 billion is no challenge." Deshabi responded with an air of misplaced confidence, while over 100 pirates brazenly boasted outside the tavern. Several hundreds remained in the shadows, silently observing. "Deathshot Lacey, are you also planning to hunt down the bloodstained swordsman?" An elderly, hunched pirate inquired of a man beside him armed with a long spear. With a bounty of 230 million, Deathshot Lacey, and a bounty of 180 million, Poison Scorpion Shelton, were both present. "I didn't expect you to be here," one voice materialized from the void. While the average person might feel a chill, Lacey's keen hockey allowed him to tilt his spear and call out, "Come out. I know you're there." A figure gradually emerged from the rooftop, clad in a tight black suit. Fear etched across his face as he said, "How frightening, Deathshot Lacey." The eyes of the Poison Scorpion narrowed, a long purple tail extending behind him. showing his unease toward the individual before him. Invisible Man Claude. Bounty 500 million berries. I thought you were being pursued by Vice Admiral Zifa, that I didn't expect to find you here, but it turned out that after Zifa concluded his battle with Zeal, he had been urgently dispatched to pursue Claude, who had assassinated an octogenarian Vice Admiral. Despite the Vice Admiral's waning strength, the Navy, short on personnel, could not afford to lose him. He was meant to retire after the Navy's recent recruitment. But Claude's assassination enraged the Navy, prompting them to raise his bounty to 500 million berries. Despite being in a desperate flight from Zifa, his notoriety surged as a result. Do not be alarmed. I believe we can collaborate. Claude spoke with a smile, his mouth covered by black fabric, leaving only his eyes visible, which curved slightly, suggesting ill intentions. Shelton and Lacey observed him silently, not uttering a word. Unfazed, Claude continued, a pirate with a bounty of 2 billion berries is not easily slain. However, if the three of us were to join forces, our chances would increase significantly. I will ambush him from the shadows, while the poison scorpion can engage him head-on. What do you think? Lacey and Shelton were intrigued by Claude's proposal. They were not merely after the 2 billion bounty, but sought fame. Just as Kid, Law, and Luffy had gained immense recognition after defeating Kaido and Big Mom, their fame would also soar. Lacey lowered his weapon, and Shelton retracted his tail. It seemed the three had reached an agreement. At that moment, while the trio were engaged in conversation, Dashabi, buoyed by his subordinate's flattery, kicked open the tavern door with a flourish. Adrian Zeal, I demand your head. Zeal inadvertently sprayed his drink upon hearing the name. The absurdity of it was simply overwhelming. Looking at the disgruntled Dashabi before him, Zeal couldn't help but inquire, what did you say your name was? Are you frightened by my name? Huh? Indeed, I am the captain of the Hippo Pirates. Dashabi. Zeal scrutinized him, bursting into laughter, though no one could fathom the reason behind it. Dare to mock me? You seek death. Hippo charge. Dashabi planted his hands on the ground, transforming into a colossal hippo as he charged at Zeal. Without even drawing his blade, Zeal delivered a kick, and Dashabi exploded into a cloud of blood mist. With a flick of his hand, the blood mist coalesced into droplets, shooting toward the surrounding pirates. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fallen pirates echoed throughout the air, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 souls were extinguished before anyone could grasp the gravity of the situation. Zaire raised his glass and casually directed to the bartender. Please refill my drink. I shall return shortly. With that, he rose, hands tucked into his pockets. As if nothing had transpired, the patrons of the bar observed Zaire's calm demeanor, swallowing hard at the sight. The notorious hippopotamus man, Dashabi, with a bounty of 55 million, had been dispatched in an instant, truly befitting a pirate with a staggering bounty of 2 billion berries. Just as Zaire stepped through the door, a purple tail resembling a shoe descended from above. However, Zaire merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the tail to brush past him. Bloodstained Swordmaster, today marks your demise. With that, Shelton's tail lunged forth again, appearing infinitely long. Ready to ensnare Zaire. Is that all you've got? Shelton's aged visage betrayed a look of disdain. Yet, in the instant the tail wrapped around Zaire, his form transformed into liquid, the tail passing harmlessly through him. Poisonous stinger dance. The scorpion tail, enveloped in hockey, began to thrust forward at breakneck speed, leaving only afterimages in its wake. It was the poisonous scorpion, Shelton, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 180 million from a decade ago. Recognizing Shelton, some patrons gasped in astonishment. Zaire regarded the oncoming assaults. To others, they seemed extraordinarily swift, yet to him, they appeared as mere trifles. Casually evading each attack, Zaire found himself before Shelton as the onslaught ceased. With a swift motion, Zaire drew bloodstained and intercepted a dagger that was aimed at him, his gaze fixed intently on Claude. Did you believe I could not see you? In Zaire's eyes, Claude's invisibility was nothing short of a jest. Even with his transparent fruit developed to the point of obscuring observation hockey, the blood coursing through Claude was all too apparent to Zaire. Claude hastily retreated. A failed strike necessitated a swift escape. A lesson every assassin must learn. Don't forget about me. Shelton's attack surged forth once more, and Zaire seized his tail, hurling it violently towards Claude. With a resounding crash, the earth split open, revealing Claude's form to the world. Just as Zaire advanced toward them, a bullet, cloaked in hockey, hurtled toward him at tremendous speed. Without a glance back, Zaire launched Bloodstained, cleaving the bullet in twain, which continued its trajectory towards Lacey. Bang! Bang! Lacey fired several shots from atop the roof. Each one met with the same fate, severed in half by Bloodstained. Upon realizing that Bloodstained was merely 100 meters away, Lacey scrambled to flee. Yet, Bloodstained suddenly erupted with a cloud of crimson mist, accelerating to pierce Lacey's chest. Gazing down at the gaping void in his torso, Lacey succumbed to unconsciousness, tumbling off the rooftop to the ground below. "Now, it's your turn," Zeal announced, a kindly smile gracing his face as he regarded the two before him. Claude promptly activated his invisibility, retreating into the distance, well aware that this endeavor had failed and survival took precedence. Zeal lifted his hand, manipulating Chelton's expelled blood to flow back into his body, which erupted into a mist of crimson. With a mere wave, the mist transformed into a foul wind, ensnaring the fleeing Claude. "Please, don't kill me. I can serve you," Claude exclaimed, terror evident in his eyes as he felt the seething blood around him. "No need for that. Thank you," Zeal smiled as he crushed Claude, extinguishing his life amidst his fear. The other pirates, who had been covertly observing, began to scatter in a panic. The oppressive aura of a 2 billion bounty pirate was unbearable, and they knew that delay would seal their fate. "Since you've come this far, don't be too hasty in departing." That a formidable presence swept through the town of Magic Valley, and every pirate who had been lurking in the shadows, without exception, burst into a mist of blood. This was the culmination of Zeal's ability to meld the bloodline fruit with Conqueror's hockey. For those of feeble strength, it was a swift execution. Zeal detected the pervasive scent of blood in the air as he entered the bar, downing the drink poured by the bartender in one gulp. He addressed the patrons. 100 million berries to cleanse Magic Valley within 3 hours. With that, he placed the bounty upon the table and gracefully returned to his ship. "I am a professional cleaner. After all, no need to fight over it. No one cleans up better than our pure white pirates." "You filthy black devil. How dare you call yourselves the pure white pirates? Why not name yourselves the Black Devil Pirates?" The patrons of the bar began to scramble for the 100 million berries. After all, who wouldn't want a bounty for a mere cleanup job? In this world, there were far too many pirates, and sometimes even they needed to seek a side gig. "Captain, you've returned," Vilya exclaimed, embracing Zeal and inquiring. "Set sail for Magic Valley." Vilya nodded, and the merchant ship, previously adrift upon the waves, resumed its course. "Reinforce here." "Are you a fool? Don't strike so hard. Hurry up. We need some planks." On a stretch of coastline in Magic Valley, Heli was directing the pirates captured by Zeal in repairing their vessel. The sturdiness of the ship was of utmost importance to navigate the soaring sea currents. Though Zeal's merchant ship was significantly safer than the once battered Mary, it was prudent to reinforce it nonetheless. "Captain, there are changes in the southern waters. It appears the soaring sea currents are about to erupt," Vilya and Waterlord reported as they approached Zeal, who was still training. Over the past 3 days, they had been dispatched to scout the sea, determining the eruption's timing and location. The mechanics of the soaring sea currents were akin to a volcanic eruption, where geothermal heating led to increasing pressure within the caverns. Once a critical threshold was reached, it would expel the seawater, only to accumulate once more after the pressure was released, and on average, 5 such currents would occur each month. And only by harnessing this force could one reach Sky Island. Zeal instructed Heli to halt the near-completed repairs on the merchant ship, and the crew boarded, setting their course toward the southern waters. Finally, Weave escaped that demon. But what are they doing? Shouldn't they be repairing the ship in Water 7? The released laborers from the bar drank and lamented their fate at that moment. A small boy with a tuft of chestnut hair spoke up. "They are off to find Sky Island." The boy's eyes shone with unwavering determination, as if certain Zeal and his crew were destined for Sky Island. "Ha! Sky Island. That's merely a tale from storybooks. It's impossible for such a place to exist." The pirates laughed heartily, swaying drunkenly, dismissing the boy's words. Meanwhile, Zeal and his crew had arrived at the location identified by Waterlord where the soaring sea currents were likely to occur. About an hour later, the turbulence of the water grew increasingly pronounced. The soaring sea currents were imminent. "Hold on tight, everyone," Zeal bellowed. "Yes, young master." "Aye, Captain." Just as they prepared, a colossal waterspout erupted, and Zeal's crew steered their vessel directly into it. "Ah!" the crew cried out as they rode the soaring sea currents, ascending higher and higher. 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 6,000 meters. At 6,000 meters, the ship began to splinter, veering off course. Yet, Zeal had contingency plans. Otherwise, he would never dare risk the lives of his crew. Waterlord, surf, Zeal commanded, and Waterlord leaped from the ship. With each stride upon the soaring sea currents, his limbs radiated with azure light. Gathering powerful water energy, roar, Waterlord's call split the currents, propelling the vessel forward at an accelerated pace that the rapidly speeding ship heightened the crew's fear. Vilya and Lena clung to Zeal's arms, while Coley wrapped her arms around his neck, swaying as if tossed by the wind. Oh dear, is this the power of nature? But science will prevail, as Heli's long hair danced in the wind. She reveled in the invigorating sensation of the sea breeze, her face illuminated with anticipation. At last, after a thrilling surf pushed by the Waterlord for 1,000 meters, the merchant ship broke through the white clouds, landing upon the pristine expanse of fluffy white. Finally arrived. What a fright it gave me. At that moment, Lena realized she had been clutching Zeal's arm and quickly released her grip. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered. I didn't mean to, Captain. That I am glad you are well, Zeal replied with a reassuring smile and a wave of his hand. It is just like the ocean. Heli, filled with curiosity about the sea clouds enveloping the ship, leapt directly into them. Eager to learn more about the sea clouds, she plunged deeper into their embrace. Just then, Vilya spoke weakly. Captain, why do I feel so suffocated? Observing Vilya's condition, Zeal suddenly recalled some important notes regarding the Sky Island. We are currently at an altitude of 7,000 meters, where the oxygen levels differ. You will need to acclimatize. Oh dear, is Miss Heli all right? Upon hearing Zeal's explanation, the perceptive Lena suddenly thought of Heli, who had just jumped into the sea of clouds. Zeal also realized this and promptly leaped into the cloud sea himself. The sea clouds are composed of keratin particles found in sea stone, which form upon absorbing moisture. They can weaken those with fruit abilities, but Zeal consumed a demon fruit with no side effects as a reward from the system. Thus he bore no such weakness. After 3 minutes, Zeal resurfaced, carrying the unconscious Heli and leaping onto the deck, prompting Lena to rush to her aid. Fortunately, Heli's physical constitution was commendable, as she was a scientist accustomed to explosions in the laboratory. Within half a minute, Heli was revived. Upon opening her eyes, she groggily exclaimed, "Oh see, how is it that you have no water?" Boom! Zeal provided her with a special attention reserved for patients, restoring her clarity. Next time, do not act so recklessly. After imparting this lesson to Heli, Zeal activated his observation hockey and sensed human presence to the south, instructing Vilya to steer the ship in that direction. Oh, are there fish here too? Vilya exclaimed in astonishment as a colossal sea fish burst forth from the cloud sea. Wow, what a huge fish! A creature far larger than their ship surged from the clouds, opening its massive jaws to bite at them. Wait, Captain! Kelly, terrified, transformed into a ghostly form, her face pale as she cried out, "Blood die! 1,000 miles!" A crimson slash cleaved the monstrous fish in two, sending its halves tumbling into the cloud sea on either side of the ship. An hour later, as the crew savored delicious roasted fish aboard the ship, they arrived before a colossal gateway. The gateway to the kingdom of heaven. Vilya, gripping the helm, stared in awe at the immense heavenly gate. Zeal, setting aside his roasted fish, approached her side. It is merely an entrance. This is the White Sea, and the true Sky Island lies beyond. Just then, a woman with small wings appeared before them. Sky people, to enter the Sky Island. Each ticket costs 100 million EQ. 100 million. Although Zeal had never been short of funds, the price of 100 million per person was exorbitant. Observing Vilya's astonished expression, Zeal clarified, EQ is the currency of the Sky Island, with an exchange rate of 1 belly equaling 10,000 EQ. Thus, a ticket only costs 10,000 belly. Hearing this explanation, Vilya regained her composure. After paying the amount without hesitation, Zeal and his companions entered the heavenly gate. Upon stepping through, they were greeted by a breathtaking spiral ascent of Cloud Sea, a sight that left them in awe. How do we navigate the ship upward? Vilya expressed her confusion as immense pincers clasped the ends of the ship, lifting it swiftly into the air. Oh, how magnificent! Kelly marveled at the enchanting passage, her voice filled with wonder. Following the guidance of his observation hockey, Zeal detected a multitude of life signs to the north and instructed Vilya to steer the ship in that direction. To the north, a large number of Shandians, donning shoes resembling skateboards, glided effortlessly over the Cloud Sea, heading straight for Appiado at the edge of Appiado. A considerable assembly of Sky Island warriors had gathered, weapons in hand, Vigilantly observing the rapidly approaching Shandians to that moment, a leading man declared, "Wade, it is time to halt. This 400-year war must come to an end." Opposing him was a middle-aged man with red hair and bare arms, who continued to surge forward, declaring, "Appiato is the land of the Shandians, reclaiming it has been the desire of every Shandian throughout history. How can we cease our struggle in my generation?" Ganfuer's expression grew grim as he regarded the advancing Shandians. Ordering his warriors to prepare for battle, the clash of war erupted, the sounds of colliding weapons echoing through the skies. Wade and Ganfuer engaged in combat, their long spears intertwining, but soon Wade found himself at a disadvantage. "Stand down, Wade. This war must not continue." Ganfuer, weary of the prolonged conflict between the Sky Islanders and Shandians, lamented the countless young warriors lost to the brutality of war. "If you too wish to avoid battle, let us restore everything to its original state. We simply seek to reclaim our homeland." Their spears crossed once more. Both men exchanged words while relentlessly attacking one another. "I apologize. We are all grateful for the blessings bestowed by Appiato. Thus, I cannot make a choice for everyone." Ganfuer understood they were the true villains, yet he had no choice but to play that role. They could not abandon their land. Amidst the fervor of battle, Zeal and his companions piloted their ship towards Appiato. "Captain, it seems many are fighting," Carol announced, peering through her telescope. Zeal had already discerned the combatants. According to his recollection, the confrontation involved the Shandians, native inhabitants of the original Ganaya Island, and the Sky Islanders. Zeal vividly remembered the history of their conflict, where the Sky Islanders had seized the Shandians' home and expelled them. For the Shandians, reclaiming Appiato was a collective aspiration, and every newborn Shandian was taught their mission and fought for it. Over the course of 400 years, both sides had come to realize that the war should end. Their children carried the wishes of their ancestors, relentlessly rushing into battle, only to perish in combat. However, they needed a catalyst, an opportunity to cease hostilities. Zeal stepped into the battlefield with a moonlit stride, his overwhelming conqueror's haki surging forth, the dark red lightning resembling divine retribution, instilling fear in all. One by one, warriors fell, leaving only Wade and Ganfuer, the strongest of their respective tribes, barely conscious, unable to steady their weapons, kneeling upon the ground, devoid of fighting capability. "Mighty warrior of the Blue Sea, what brings you here?" Ganfuer, regarded as the god of the Sky Island, despite losing control of his body, still managed to hold his head high and inquire, "You are the ruler of the Sky Island, are you not? From this day forward, the Sky Island shall fall under my jurisdiction. Gather all officials by this afternoon." Zeal's crimson eyes betrayed no emotion, yet coupled with the overwhelming aura of his conqueror's haki, he emanated the presence of a noble ruler, radiating an unyielding authority. Zeal then turned his gaze toward Wade, speaking devoid of sentiment. "And you, summon your Shandians. I shall ring the golden bell, and this 400-year war shall finally come to an end." With that, Zeal led his companions, who had risen from their slumber, into Appiato. Zeal's figure vanished from sight. Both Wade and Ganfuer exhaled deeply, the pressure of the conqueror's haki dissipating, leaving them with a profound sense of rebirth. A formidable force, an insurmountable strength. Perhaps it would be wise to heed his words, for the war must conclude. Ganfuer's eyes reflected resignation and a subtle sense of relief as he roused the unconscious warriors, guiding the awakened back to inform all residents. That Wade's expression fluctuated between shadows and light, ultimately succumbing to a resigned sigh as he murmured, "If only I could hear the chime of the bell from Chandora. Then perhaps the war would truly end." As the multitude traversed through the forest, overcoming numerous obstacles, they finally beheld the splendor of Chandora. Before their eyes lay a city crafted from gold, radiating brilliance that transported them into a fairy tale realm. It became evident that Rolando was indeed no charlatan. The Golden Country existed in truth. Villian, who had just been narrating the tale of the grand deceiver Rolando, was now enlightened to the reason behind Zeal's request for her tale. The abundance of gold promised a future devoid of financial constraints for research, evoking a gleeful chuckle from her. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the Golden City, Heli's eyes brimmed with tears of emotion. As the group ventured further, the ground began to tremble, and a colossal blue and white serpent, stretching 400 meters, emerged. With a swift motion, the previously unassuming Eliza charged forth, brandishing a dagger that she plunged fiercely into the serpent's head. In the absence of Zell's intervention, the remaining members of the group were mostly with child, leaving only the prisoner Karina and Heli with any combat capability. However, Karina's powers were sealed, and Heli's reactions were sluggish, rendering Eliza the sole active participant. The serpent, poised to crush the diminutive figure, was startled to find Eliza had seemingly vanished into thin air, a gift of the transparent fruit bestowed by Zell. Perfectly suited for her assassination prowess, having previously vanquished 3 users of devil fruits in Magic Valley Town, they had acquired the following: the superhuman transparent fruit, which granted the power of invisibility; the animal-type bug fruit, transforming into a long-tailed whip scorpion; and the animal-type hippo fruit, rewarding the sand hippopotamus tribe. Observing Eliza's desire to experiment with her newly acquired devil fruit abilities, Zell chose to remain a spectator. After enduring half an hour of torment from the invisible Eliza, the serpent lowered its bloodied head in submission. "Eliza, that will suffice." With Zell's voice resonating, the previously unseen Eliza revealed herself, her expression serene. The party ascended the serpent's back, allowing it to carry them as they toured the ruins of Chandra, the heart of Chandora. Zell discovered a golden bell ensconced in moss, accompanied by an ancient historical text. Gazing at the historical document, a wave of joyous energy enveloped him, compelling an uncontrollable laugh. Was this the might of Nika? Even after 8 centuries, the essence of Nika emanated from Joy Boy's historical record. Unable to decipher the historical text, Zell instructed the all-knowing book to archive it and proceeded to the golden bell. Seizing a golden pillar, Zell struck it forcefully, producing a clear, resonant chime. Ding! The sound reverberated throughout the Sky Island, reaching even the distant Jaya Island. The Sandians, upon hearing the bell's toll, joyfully laid down their weapons, tears streaming down their faces, as if celebrating the realization of their ancestors' dreams while reminiscing about their departed kin. Goffer listened intently to the melodious chime, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Far below, the young Kurokai, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, shed tears of joy, for the Golden Country was indeed real. Other pirates also heard the bell, yet remained indifferent, continuing to indulge in revelry. What a beautiful sound! Kelly stood entranced, as if the world had quieted around her. Zell caressed the golden bell, his tone gentle as he declared, "You have fulfilled your purpose. Now, yield to me." With a swift motion, he directed the gold into the system's repository, shattering the larger pieces to ensure that financial worries would be a thing of the past. Oh yes, gold, funds, research. Heli readily participated, using her sonic wave bracelet to smash a colossal golden pillar. Zell busied himself with collecting the gold until nightfall. Outside Appiato, a multitude of over 100 individuals, comprised of the deities and Sandian leaders, had gathered. Were it not for the restraint imposed by Gonfor and Wade, some may have already fled. Under the luminous full moon, Zell and his party finally emerged, the great warriors of the Blue Sea. "All management personnel are present," Gonfor respectfully announced. Bowing his head, Zell nodded, retracting his conqueror's haki to a manageable level, sufficient to intimidate yet not overwhelm the crowd. "From this day forth, I shall be the new ruler of the Sky Island. Does anyone dare to contest this?" Zell's crimson gaze swept across the assembly, quickening their heartbeats as though ensnared by an invisible force. "My lord, we pledge our allegiance to you. You are the new god of the Sky Island." The Sandians proclaimed their fealty to the warrior who had struck the golden bell. With the strongest of both tribes declaring their loyalty, none dared to oppose. Gonfor led Zell and his companions to the divine palace, even assigning 2 maidens to serve Zell, referred to as the god's maidens. Intriguingly, these maidens possessed golden hair and petite wings, resembling angels. Zell, of course, did not refuse their company and, after indulging in the unique delicacies of the Sky Island with his companions, took the 4 divine maidens to explore the myriad uses of wings. Since Philia and the others had also become pregnant, Zell confirmed his own likelihood of fatherhood was significantly heightened. However, he had not tasted meat in over 2 weeks. The following day, after completing his morning exercises, Zell ventured alone, guided by the map in search of the thunder fruit. Philia and the others, captivated by the peculiarities of the Sky Island, had formed groups to explore the marketplace at dawn. With funds abundant, Zell decided to embark on his solitary quest. Following the system's map, Zell arrived at an island, the homeland of Enel, known as Burka. Not long into his journey, Zell spotted a child with notably large earlobes being bullied by a group of others. "You wingless freak, how dare you show your face here? Freak, die?" Enel, bruised and battered, watched as a foot approached him, instinctively closing his eyes in anticipation of the impending pain. To his surprise, the anticipated hurt did not materialize. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a man clad in a black trench coat, one hand gripping the ankle of the child who had attempted to kick him. Do you wish to resist? Do you desire power? If so, seek me in the divine palace. Zeal, holding the child aloft, displayed a chilling smile. I am the new god of the Sky Island, and I detest bullies. Do you understand? After releasing the child onto the ground, Zeal departed. The divine palace, you say? I shall find my way there. Enel's swollen eyes seemed to ignite with a fiery determination. Before an ancient relic, Zeal halted his steps. My lord, this is a sacred site. Entry is forbidden. A trembling priest, who had encountered Zeal the previous day, spoke nervously. Zeal regarded him with an unflinching gaze. My lord, please proceed. The priest, drenched in sweat, bowed deeply, ushering Zeal into the relic. Upon entering, Zeal was greeted by the sight of a colossal statue. Its hands holding two chests. Opening one, he discovered a fruit resembling lightning, adorned with spiral patterns. Indeed, the fabled thunder fruit, renowned as the strongest of the natural types. After submitting the thunder fruit for system analysis, he approached the second chest. Inside lay a weathered blueprint. Zeal examined it closely and realized it depicted the design of the Ark Maxim, a vessel capable of flight, invaluable in its utility, though lacking the destructive power of the Pluton. It remained a rare treasure. After securing all his findings, Zeal departed Burka and returned to the Divine Palace. Noticing that the others had yet to return, he resolved to engage in some trainings. Only to notice Karina bound by sealing ropes. That moment, Karina was wielding a wooden stick, repeatedly practicing her swordsmanship. Despite her powers being sealed, she found that training her swordplay under these constraints yielded faster progress. She intended to hone her skills in secrecy, ultimately freeing herself from Zeal's control and rejoining the Navy. Your breath is erratic. You shall make no progress this way. You are a woman. There is no need to exert yourself relentlessly. Instead, apply a clever finesse. Is that so? Following Zeal's guidance, Karina adjusted her breathing and indeed found her swordplay to flow more smoothly. 2 hours later, drenched in sweat, Karina ceased her training. Well, if you can maintain this regimen, becoming a master swordsman is not beyond the realm of possibility. Flattered by the praise, Karina remained humble, attributing her progress to Zeal's instruction. Suddenly, she was startled and fell to the ground, her eyes wide with fear, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Zeal. How long have you been here? Observing her astonishment with amusement, Zeal replied, perhaps 2 hours. All right, training is concluded. You ought to take a bath. You've perspired excessively. With that, Zeal scooped up the still-dazed Karina and made his way towards the palace's bathing chamber. Hey, what are you doing? Realizing she was being lifted, Karina quickly regained her composure. Naturally, we are to continue our swordsmanship discourse. Zeal's nonchalance left Karina momentarily speechless. Within the bathhouse, the duel between the two swordsmen was intense. After laying the exhausted Karina on the bed, Zeal accessed the system to examine the rewards from the thunder fruit. Upon completion of the search, he discovered it was a natural-type thunder fruit, granting him a compendium of electrical technologies. Flipping through the pages, he found a wealth of applications related to electricity, including techniques from the Ark Prophecy. After recording the content into the Book of Omniscience, Zeal sought out Heli. Ahoy! Captain, have you unearthed another treasure? Heli, upon spotting Zeal alone, sensed the arrival of something new. Under Heli's eager gaze, Zeal produced the Electrical Technology Compendium. As she received the book, Heli noted the diverse applications within, from electromagnetic cannons to the peculiar lightning forging machine. What a splendid tome! Heli immersed herself in the text, oblivious to Zeal's hand making its way to her back. Captain, what are you doing? Feeling his hand's mischief, Heli turned to inquire. Nothing at all. Please, continue your reading. Zeal replied with utmost seriousness. To his surprise, Heli tossed the book aside onto a nearby table, turned, and embraced Zeal's neck, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Captain, I must admit, I am quite intrigued about what such activities feel like. Yes, the captain. It was Zeal's duty to satiate the curiosity of his crew. After an absurd day had concluded, Zeal finally turned his attention to matters of significance. Accompanied by Vilya and others, he began to establish a community for the Pokemon. Their current location was the Sky Island, which would serve as their base for an extended period. Thus, it was imperative for Zeal to develop his influence during this time. Beyond nurturing talent, the power of Pokemon was equally vital. Among the Pokemon he acquired, many unique individuals remained unclaimed, such as Bulbasaur and Squirtle, which he intended to reserve for his future offspring. The potential of these unique individuals was immense. For instance, his Pikachu and Swinub had been trained for about 2 years and were nearing the strength of a Navy Rear Admiral, continually growing. Additionally, Pokemon played a significant role in the development of a nation, including those like Snorlax, Rockruff, and Swablu. Although Zell possessed substantial gold, he believed that no amount of money was ever too much. Furthermore, regarding combat applications, while it was impractical for every soldier to wear nano armor, each individual could indeed have a Pokemon companion. Although the current roster consisted of 30 Pokemon, with decades of training, their numbers could become quite formidable. To this end, Zell specifically instructed Gonfor and others to allocate a portion of Appiato for the construction of a vast breeding facility for the Pokemon. After managing the Pokemon's placement, Zell began to implement his vision for Appiato, for the Sky Island was the only landmass in the vicinity. The others, like the Divine Kingdom and Baika, were situated on Cloud Islands, lacking the sense of security that comes from solid ground. Additionally, there were concerns regarding food supplies on the Sky Island and the metals needed for Heli's experiments. Fortunately, with his portal, Zell had his shadow clone transport one portal while he handled another, resolving the logistical issues effortlessly to facilitate transportation further. Zell even traveled to the South Seas Solb Kingdom to bring Bear and Ginny to the Sky Island. Zell also established a royal academy, taking on the role of principal. The student body included Wade's son Weber, the future warrior Lachi, and the 4 future high priests of the Sky Island, Gatas, Shadley, Shura, and Ohm, along with Enel, Coley, Bear, and Ginny. These were the promising talents Zell selected for cultivation, while he personally guided those with more average talents. The other ordinary students were instructed by Deli and Karina as for the original high priests. Zell had plans. Ganfor's Divine Knights were reformed into peacekeepers to maintain order on the Sky Island. Wade was dispatched to guard the entrance to the Sky Island's Gate of Heaven, preventing incursions by other pirates. Moreover, the shipwrights and artisans from the Sky Island were sent to assist Heli, also contributing to the construction of new vessels and preparation for future travels. Lena established a medical clinic, recruiting many Sky Island residents interested in medicine to cultivate various herbs scarce on the island. Everyone diligently fulfilled their roles, and the Sky Island was rapidly progressing. Time flew, and by the year 1488 of the Sea Garden calendar, Zephyr had ascended to the rank of admiral, and Zell's children were born. At the door of the room, Zell paced anxiously back and forth, visibly distressed. It was his first time becoming a father, a mix of joy and worry overwhelming him. Wow, the sound of a baby's cry resonated from within the room. Zell's eldest son, the firstborn of the Adrian family, had arrived. The infant boasted a head of red hair akin to his mother Kelly, and crimson eyes inherited from Zell's lineage, radiating vitality. Zell, have you decided on a name for the child? This marked the first time Kelly addressed Zell by name instead of young master, filling him with warmth. Let us name him Rasha, Adrian Rasha. Kelly appeared in excellent spirits, embodying the resilience characteristic of those in the pirate world. Over the next 3 months, Zell's other children were born in succession. His eldest daughter, the black-haired Adrian Nix from Clearus, the daughter Adrian Mona from Nis, the son Adrian Sol from Bayfla, the son Adrian Carmen from Daya, the son Adrian Trax from Koya, the daughter Adrian Hella from Maya, the daughter Adrian May Lin from Carol, the son Adrian Deichel from Villia, the daughter Adrian Cohen from Villian, the son Adrian Gavin from Delhi, the son Adrian Cassio from Karina, the son Adrian Tesla from Heli, the daughter Adrian Keisha from the Divine Maid Annie, and the daughter Adrian Morgana from the Divine Maid Angia. 8 boys and 7 girls. These were the newest additions to the Adrian family. The children exhibited a variety of hair colors, mirroring their mother's blonde, blue, and black locks, all possessing pleasing appearances. After all, Zell's looks were commendable, complemented by the beauty of their mothers. However, their shared trait was their striking red eyes, for Zell's natural eye color was not red. Yet after consuming the devil fruit, he transformed into a crimson hue. Zell speculated that this must be an external manifestation of his formidable lineage. Just as dragons possess golden slit-like pupils, the crimson eyes serve as the emblem of the Adrian family. The ocean roiled with tumultuous winds and waves, as countless pirates vied for dominance over territories. While Zell relished in familial bliss, simultaneously educating his children and expanding his influence, in the year 1490 of the Sea Era, the maritime situation was on the brink of chaos, in a clearing on Appiato. Zeal closed his eyes to attune himself to the blood-soaked essence within his grasp. After a prolonged moment, he swung his blade toward the heavens, cleaving the sky and altering the very hues of the world. Shaking his head, Zeal felt dissatisfaction with his strike. Indeed, solitary training bore little fruit. Must he engage in combat with the strong? Zeal's power had reached a bottleneck, unable to transcend to the level of a grand swordsman. Although his physical prowess and fruit abilities approached their zenith, there remained ample room for improvement in his hockey and swordsmanship. Zeal had long pursued the breakthrough to becoming a grand swordsman. Yet each attempt ended in failure. He had studied hockey through manuals, but his swordsmanship training had been a mere groping in the dark. It seemed he would need to seek out a few masters of swordplay for guidance. Presently, there were 3 renowned sword masters upon the ocean: Roger, Gold Lion Shiki, and Red Earl Barelick Lidefield. Roger's whereabouts were erratic, while Lidefield was a solitary wanderer. Only Shiki maintained a fixed stronghold. That it appeared he would need to seek out Gold Lion Shiki for a confrontation. As Zeal concealed the blood-stained essence, he pondered while making his way toward the palace. On Apiato Island, 9/10 of the trees had been felled, leaving merely 1/10 in the far east for the nurturing of Pokemon. Dad, help! At that moment, the black-haired Daikar was seized by a Charizard and soared through the skies. Upon seeing Villia upon the Charizard, Zeal realized that this mischievous child was once again in trouble. Mom, I was wrong. Please let me go, Daikar pleaded with Villia. Villia, appearing quite irate, ruffled Daikar's hair and inquired, "You understand your mistake. Then what exactly did you do wrong?" With his head bowed, Daikar muttered softly, "I shouldn't have disturbed the little boar." Zeal, intrigued, noted that even the little boar, with its laid-back demeanor, had been provoked to seek out Villia for help. Upon closer inspection, Zeal saw the little boar perched atop Villia's head, snorting angrily at Daikar, incessantly squealing in protest. Villia, what did Daikar do to warrant such fury? Upon seeing Zeal, Villia began to recount Daikar's misdeeds. Captain, this child harassed the little boar all day to make it open its eyes, resorting to incessant prattling, wind-blowing, and even using paralysis powder. Zeal turned his gaze to Daikar, bemused. The little boar merely squints. Why were you so curious? Daikar, sensing his father's scrutinizing gaze, scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "Isn't it just curiosity? How can one see the road with squinty eyes?" "Curiosity, my foot," Zeal retorted, playfully flicking Daikar. This child possessed a playful disposition akin to Villia's. Cradling Daikar, Zeal mounted the Charizard and soared back to the palace. Zeal sought out Quilisai and obtained the location of Gold Lion Shiki's stronghold from her. He handed her a special creature, intending for her to become his informant. Ginny would also be dispatched to learn the art of intelligence gathering alongside Quilisai. This would be Zeal's inaugural intelligence organization. Armed with this information, Zeal proceeded to find Helia. His specially crafted nano-armor was now complete, and it was time to indulge in a man's romantic adventure. "Dad, you're here." Upon reaching the laboratory entrance, Tesla spotted Zeal. One could only say that he was indeed Helia's child, displaying an affinity for technology from a young age. Where's your mother?" Zeal inquired, lifting Tesla into his arms. Following Tesla's guidance, Zeal entered one of the laboratories. Inside, an array of armors was on display. These were not the combat suits of the Vinsmoke, but rather metallic armors brimming with technological sophistication. "Captain, you're here," Helia exclaimed upon catching sight of Zeal, her eyes sparkling as she approached, holding a belt. "Quickly, try it on, the latest version of the nano-armor." Helia handed the belt to Zeal and began guiding him toward the training room. In the spacious training chamber, Zeal fastened the belt around his waist and activated the switch. He felt his blood surge as metal began to extend from the belt, soon enveloping his entire being in a crimson armor. With a mere thought, he levitated effortlessly. This was the result of magnetic levitation technology, allowing him to move without the stop-and-go of moonwalking. Moreover, it could reach speeds up to the speed of sound. While it may not match Zeal's instantaneous bursts of speed, it was more than adequate for travel. Zeal further tested the combat functionalities, discovering remarkable powers like sound wave attacks, electric shocks, magnetic shields, and armor-piercing projectiles. For an ordinary person, wearing such armor would equate to possessing the combat prowess of a rear admiral. However, for the strong, it merely served as a means of flight. Yet, strength is fleeting, while style is eternal. The cost of a single set of nano armor stood at 300 million berries. Captain Zeal fantasized about an army of armor-clad warriors. Helia abruptly interrupted his daydream, reminding him that even with abundant wealth, such creations were not feasible. Armor maintenance and energy replenishment also incurred costs. Clearly, it could not be widely disseminated. Thankfully, the armor was bound to the user's genetic factors. Otherwise, losing one combatant would mean gaining another enemy, rendering combat unnecessary. That night, Zeal summoned everyone together. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the new world to challenge the strong. Villia will temporarily oversee matters in Sky Island. Should any issues arise, the Shadow Clone may be consulted. Although the Shadow Clone shared the same consciousness as Zeal, it remained a crucial safeguard, and Zeal hoped it could always remain in a state of readiness. Sigh. Dad, I want to go too. Katia stood up, raising her small hand to express her desire. The other children also looked on with bright eyes, gazing at Zeal with pitiful expressions. This journey is perilous. Once the Ark proverb is completed, I will take you all to sea. Zeal felt helpless. This trip was a challenge against powerful foes, as well as a chance to harvest a bounty of devil fruits in the new world, far too dangerous to bring the children along. Sit down quickly. Don't add to your father's troubles, Villia admonished, pressing Katia back into her seat. After dinner, everyone returned to their quarters, but one individual trailed behind. Elisa, is there something on your mind? Zeal turned to face Elisa, who had blossomed into a graceful young woman over the past 2 years. However, she emanated an air of coldness, a sense of distance that dissuaded approach, glancing at the dagger sheathed at her waist. Zeal was reminded of the girl who once clutched a dagger at all times. No matter what, I want to join you. I too wish to challenge the strong. Elisa's unassuming tone revealed an unwavering resolve. On the Sky Island, apart from Zeal, she had no rivals. Her bizarre form, coupled with the abilities granted by the transparent fruit, rendered even the former Marine Rear Admiral Karina unable to contend with her. According to Zeal's estimations, Elisa had likely attained the prowess of an ordinary vice admiral, approaching the strength that Zifa possessed during their initial confrontation. This underscores the terrifying nature of Elisa's talent. It is noteworthy that, although Zifa's formal training commenced later in life, resulting in his abilities only emerging in his 30s, his speed of growth was still remarkable by any standard. After some contemplation, Zeal acquiesced to her request. Ultimately, for this expedition into the New World, Zeal chose to accompany Elisa, the ship's Dr. Lena, Waterlord, fire-breathing dragon, and Pikachu, embarking aboard the small vessel proverb constructed by Heli. Following the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, the dominion of the New World had shifted to 3 formidable powers. The most powerful, the Flying Sky Pirates, claimed 1/5 of the islands in the latter half of the New World, led by the infamous Golden Lion Shiki, who commanded a bounty of 4.5 billion berries. The faction boasted 10 elite fleets. The captain of the First Fleet, the Crusher Carnet, had a staggering bounty of 2.7 billion berries, while even the captain of the 10th Fleet, the Queen of Thorns, commanded a bounty of 1.15 billion berries. Although the Flying Sky Pirates had not yet reached their zenith, they were undoubtedly the reigning sovereigns of the New World at that moment. The second influential force comprised the John Pirates, the Silver Axe Pirates, and the Wangji Pirates, forming a pirate alliance that monopolized the first half of the New World, centered around Honeycomb Island. Captain John had a bounty of 3.9 billion berries, Silver Axe 3.8 billion berries, and Wangji 3.58 billion berries, while these 3 possessed superior combat prowess compared to the Flying Sky Pirates. Their lack of unity prevented them from confronting Shiki directly. Lastly, there was the Roger Pirates, led by Roger himself. However, this group roamed without a fixed base, failing to occupy any islands in the remaining segments of the New World. Countless pirates divided the spoils, including the formidable Charlotte Linlin with a bounty of 3.9 billion, Whitebeard Newgate with a bounty of 4 billion, the Dragon Jalen at 3.5 billion, the Voidwalker Eberlin at 3 billion, and the Silver Emperor Philip at 3.1 billion, among other powerful pirates. The current seas were far more perilous than at the onset of the narrative. The aged Whitebeard, the crippled Shiki with his head impaled by a ship's rudder, and the out-of-shape Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, left only Kaido to uphold the dignity of pirates. Yet, even Kaido was still on a reckless path to strength, with a bounty of merely 1.2 billion. Still falling short of being considered a great pirate, in an uncharted sea of the Grand Line, a small, golden airship entered a shroud of mist. Zeal and his companions donned nano-armors and descended from the sky. witnessing the airship vanish into the clouds following their departure. This was a technique invented by Heli, merging transparency technology to render vessels invisible. Pikachu perched on Zell's shoulder, while Water Lord glided over the surface of the sea. Accompanying them, Lena and Elisa soared above in their nano-armors. Truly, Heli's creations were remarkably convenient, and no matter how many times Lena experienced the nano-armor, she remained in awe of its capabilities, guided by the map. Zell discerned that within the mist lay a devil fruit, prompting him to lead the group in exploration. After a few minutes of flight, they finally spotted a small island ahead. "Captain, where is this place?" "It feels rather eerie," Lena whispered, cautiously peering out from behind Zell at the mist-shrouded isle. Zell retrieved the Book of Omniscience, contemplating how to gather information about the island, and opened its pages to enhance the book's omniscience. Zell had spent the past 2 years gathering a plethora of texts from O'Hara. The works encompassed a myriad of subjects, and Zell sought to ascertain whether any references to this island existed. Upon opening the book, he found only a terse sentence. A small island hidden in the mist, a paradise for serpents, a grave for travelers. The content was succinct, suggesting that this island was quite secretive. Likely visited by few, or rather, few had managed to depart successfully. As Zell and his companions advanced, the sound of snakes flicking their tongues began to echo from all directions. They halted, finding themselves encircled by a dense throng of serpents. However, this terrifying spectacle failed to instill fear in anyone. Zell emanated an overwhelming conqueror's haki, leading to the immediate annihilation of the snake horde, with not a single exception, unfazed. Zell and his companions resumed their tranquil march forward. After approximately half an hour, signs of human habitation finally emerged. Pale structures stood scattered, exuding an unsettling aura. With a creak, a door swung open, revealing the head of a small boy. His skin was ghostly white, resembling that of a long-term patient confined to a hospital. The boy waved at Zell and the others, beckoning them to approach. Without hesitation, confident in his abilities, Zell led the group into the boy's dwelling. Inside, they found not only the boy but also several emaciated individuals, some seated, others lying down, their gazes vacant and silent. Another newcomer, a frail old man, greeted them with a tone of lament. Observing the man's expression of sorrow, Zell inquired, "Grandfather, could you enlighten us about the situation on this island?" The elder took a seat and began to explain. "This is an island from which one cannot escape. Shrouded in mist, countless serpents thrive here. And the serpent sovereign will not permit anyone to leave." Zell, bewildered, pressed further. "Why does the serpent sovereign not allow anyone to depart?" The old man raised his head, his eyes wide with terror, sending chills down one's spine. Would a shepherd release his flock of sheep? Zell comprehended the implication. The so-called serpent sovereign likely feasted on humans, and these individuals were merely sustenance. With so many people, can't anyone escape? Lena interjected. Yet, the old man seemed to have succumbed to madness, repeatedly murmuring, "No escape, no escape." The boy who had led Zell inside explained. "The serpent sovereign can communicate with all the snakes on the island. Any who dare attempt to flee will be devoured." Communicate with all the snakes through brainwaves. Zell suddenly recalled the multitude of serpents encountered upon landing. It appeared that the so-called serpent sovereign had already taken notice of him. Zell's observation haki detected numerous life forms converging upon their location, prompting him to hastily signal for everyone to exit. Upon opening the door, they discovered a relentless surge of snakes emerging from the mist, including several colossal serpents measuring nearly 100 meters in length, representing various species. The hissing sound filled the air, and the individuals hiding within the house let out desperate wails. "They're coming again. They're coming again. If I must die, then so be it. I can no longer endure this." A frantic man, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, dashed outside, only to be swiftly overpowered by a swarm of snakes. However, the serpents did not harm him. They merely dragged him away toward the mist. Another day to live. Many breathed sighs of relief, grateful not to have been chosen. The boy next to Zell explained, "Every day, one person is taken to be offered to the serpent sovereign. The snakes will not harm us. One each day." This clarified the reason for the survival of some. It seemed that the serpent sovereign's size was likely modest. "Captain, what should we do?" Lena looked up at Zell, the stifling atmosphere making it difficult for her to breathe. "Let us proceed and discover what this serpent sovereign truly is." The remaining few hundred survivors watched Zell and his companions depart, with some unable to contain their remarks. How arrogant. Even a great pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries could not defeat the serpent sovereign. Yet, a flicker of hope remained in some hearts. Perhaps they can draw the serpent sovereign's attention, like that pirate 3 years ago. If so, We might have a chance to escape. Zur, Lena, Pikachu, and Suicune trailed far behind the serpentine horde, while Eliza stealthily followed closely behind the leading colossal cobra. After approximately an hour of travel, the serpents finally reached their destination. The serpents came to a halt, and the giant cobra coiled its tail around the collapsing man, slowly moving towards a deep pit before unceremoniously tossing him down. Despite his desire for death, the man was gripped by fear as the moment approached. Beneath the pit, a peculiar creature with wings and a comb, yet possessing a serpentine, elongated body, opened its sharp beak. However, the anticipated meal did not arrive. Instead, it receded further from his sight. Yikes! The strange creature emitted a shrill cry, irate at having its meal slip away. The serpents surrounding the pit began to stir. Their king was angered, and the consequences would be dire. All the serpents leaped towards the man's direction. Black and red lightning erupted, and a powerful conqueror's haki swept through the area, causing ordinary serpents to collapse to the ground, leaving only the massive cobra with the ability to move. Yikes! The peculiar creature cried out again upon witnessing Zur's might. Eliza dragged the unfortunate man to Zur's side and unceremoniously dropped him on the ground. "Are you all right?" Zur inquired of Eliza, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the man. Eliza's expression turned grave. Just as the two were conversing, the ground began to tremble. "Captain, it seems something is approaching," Lena exclaimed, glancing around and feeling the vibrations beneath her feet. Meanwhile, the gigantic cobra had reached the side of the peculiar creature. At that moment, a massive bamboo viper surged forth from the mist, followed by a large black-skinned snake adorned with red stripes. In quick succession, a giant rattlesnake, a massive silver-ringed snake, a vibrantly colored yet normally sized coral snake, and a 400-meter-long giant python appeared. With the gathering of the 7 king snakes, the surroundings transformed into a sea of serpents. Under the command of the strange creature, the 7 king snakes lunged towards Zur and his companions. The peculiar creature seemed disinclined to intervene directly, hovering above to observe the assault of the 7 king snakes. The battle erupted, with Zur charging towards the strange creature while the others engaged the 7 king snakes. Amidst Zur's fierce confrontation, many individuals in the White Village frantically raced towards the coastline. This was their chance. Although numerous snakes obstructed their path, as long as there were no king snakes, a glimmer of hope remained. However, many individuals chose to stay behind, having endured the harrowing escape 3 years prior, only to be driven back. That time, it seemed as though someone had managed to flee the island, but lurking in the depths of the sea was the 8th king snake, a giant sea serpent. The massive python lunged to bite Zur with its cavernous maw, yet Zur remained unperturbed as he approached the python. Suicune unleashed a powerful water cannon, striking the python's head askew. Zur stepped upon the python's head, bending slightly, while his right hand drew the blade from its sheath. Bloodstained, shadow kill. A flicker of crimson light flashed, leaving behind a blood-colored silhouette. Yikes! The peculiar creature was struck by Zur, sent flying a considerable distance. Not severed, truly a Zoan type, with remarkable physical attributes. Although Zur was uncertain whether the creature had consumed a snake fruit or a bird fruit, it was evidently a Zoan type. Moreover, given how obedient the snakes were to it, there was a significant likelihood it was a mythical Zoan. Bloodstained, dancing dragon, a blood-red dragon spiraled towards the strange creature. Yikes! The peculiar being appeared to descend into madness, gathering purple toxins in its claws and aiming a strike at Zur. The head of the blood-colored dragon morphed from red to purple, resembling a decaying corpse. Although Zur's attack was neutralized, the strange creature was still sent tumbling by the powerful impact, sliding across the ground for several hundred meters. Such potent toxins! Zur recalled having encountered the most formidable toxin from Satan's holy bull demon. However, that toxin was highly toxic, while this one possessed corrosive properties. As Zur battled the strange creature, the others were engaged in their own struggles. Bang! Bang! The python writhed its massive body, slamming against the ground, intent on crushing the bothersome insect. Hundreds of wounds, left by Eliza, continued to bleed profusely from the python's body. Her attacks, albeit limited in range, were by no means weak. The armed haki-covered daggers easily pierced the python's flesh, undetected, making Eliza a bane to such large foes. "Come on, can you hit me?" Lena taunted while evading the king snake's assaults and counterattacking. Much to the serpent's annoyance, tat-tat-tat. As Lena mimicked the sound of bullets, she unleashed a barrage of armor-piercing rounds upon the king snake. For the first time, the frail Lena experienced the exhilaration of battle. It was simply exhilarating. Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt, directly colliding with the coral snake's venom, neutralizing both attacks. Following that, Pikachu darted forward, striking the coral snake with a quick electric charge, leaving it dazed, now possessing the strength of a rear admiral. Pikachu found it a simple task to contend with a mere small snake. Meanwhile, the red-chained snake and silver-ringed snake besieged Suicune, yet they found themselves ensnared in Suicune's tidal vortex, becoming disoriented. The remaining rattlesnake and bamboo viper had no one to impede their advance, attacking Zer under the strange creature's orders. Unfortunately, Lena and Pikachu lacked the strength to hold them off. Eliza, though capable of battling a vice admiral, could not potentially detain two rear admirals, leaving only Suicune able to contend with two king snakes. However, to Zer, king snakes were merely larger insects, posing no threat whatsoever. Dodging the bamboo viper's strike, Zer effortlessly cleaved downwards. Severing a significant portion of its head, the rattlesnake swiftly approached, gliding close to the ground, its tail's unique scales producing a whoosh sound. Its upper body lunged forward, venomous fangs poised to strike. Blood rain. Falling stars. Zer manipulated the bamboo viper's blood, transforming it into a rain of blood bullets aimed at the creature. Bang! Bang! The blood bullets pierced through the rattlesnake's body. The two formidable king snakes fell before Zer in mere moments. The strange creature, now spitting blood, grew anxious upon witnessing Zer effortlessly dispatching its two powerful subordinates. Yikes! It called forth the other king snakes for protection, yet they were unable to respond, as Eliza and the others were no mere pushovers. At that moment on the battlefield, the python was on the brink of collapse, while the red-chained snake and silver-ringed snake were ensnared by Suicune's control. Only the eye king snake and coral snake remained to assist the peculiar creature. The coral snake spewed a jet of venom towards Pikachu, then decisively abandoned him, heading towards Zer instead. Pikachu. Feeling underestimated, Pikachu unleashed a frenzy volt. Suddenly, his small frame erupted with ferocious electricity, transforming into a streak of yellow lightning that surged towards the coral snake. Bang! The coral snake was sent flying, charred and evidently incapacitated. Simultaneously, a tremendous sound reverberated in everyone's ears. Bang! The immense python crashed heavily to the ground, its body riddled with countless gaping wounds, from which blood gushed incessantly. Standing atop the serpent's head, Eliza's gaze was as sharp and frigid as ice, her black attire untouched by a single drop of blood, save for the tip of her dagger, which continued to drip crimson. Upon vanquishing the giant python, Eliza concealed her form, only to reappear beside the king cobra. The king cobra, preoccupied with returning to its master, remained oblivious to Eliza's approach. In a silent instant, the cobra's glasses were pierced through by her dagger. After rendering the king cobra blind with her formidable weapon, the creature collapsed to the ground. Already weary from its prior battle with Lena, the unexpected ambush proved fatal for the inherently weak king cobra. After dispatching the serpent, Eliza chose not to assist Waterlord, discerning that there were no issues on that front. The temperature around Waterlord plummeted, frost gradually forming in the air, and in an instant, the world was enveloped in ice and snow, the two king cobras frozen solid. With a resounding crash, Waterlord unleashed a torrent of water, shattering the frozen serpents into a myriad of shards. The peculiar creature sensed impending doom. While the bamboo leaf green and rattlesnake obstructed Zeal, it attempted to flee skyward, desperate to escape the battlefield. Yet, Zeal would not permit such an escape, delivering a swift aerial slash in pursuit. Blood-soaked, 3,000 miles, the dark crimson strike inexorably cleaved through the strange creature, severing it in twain. Approaching the upper half of the creature, Zeal was astounded to discover it still alive, its vital signs unmistakably present. Devoid of any indication of imminent death, ignoring its desperate screams, Zeal swiftly dealt the final blow. Upon slaying the bizarre creature, a devil fruit materialized in the system warehouse, just as Zeal had anticipated. The fallen creature began to transform, ultimately becoming a 2-meter-long red-chained snake. Had an animal consumed the devil fruit? At that moment, Lena and the others gathered around, unable to connect the diminutive snake with the lord of all serpents. Let us leave. The devil fruit is secured. Without lingering, Zeal and his companions made their way back. Although the battle had not lasted long, it had nonetheless drained some of their stamina as they departed. The man left behind gazed in disbelief at the corpses strewn about. Dead, dead, the Lord of Serpents is dead, and yet I live. Ha ha ha. I live. The man oscillated between laughter and tears, resembling a madman. Upon returning to the white village, Zell furrowed his brow, noting that nearly 4/5 of the villagers had vanished, leaving only the elderly and the small boy they had encountered earlier. You have returned? The boy looked at Zell and his companions with incredulity. Indeed, the Lord of Serpents has perished. You may now depart. Zell felt a fondness for the boy, who had guided them into the house and explained the situation. In contrast to the indifferent adults, his kindness was a rare treasure. Depart. Where should I go? The boy's expression shifted from joy to confusion as he looked at Zell. Where is your home? Lena could not restrain her curiosity and inquired. I was born here. My home is right here. The boy was the child of a couple who had given birth in this place. Due to malnutrition, his mother had died during childbirth, and his father had been taken by the Lord of Serpents when he was around 3 years old. He had survived by foraging wild grasses. Perhaps due to his small stature, he had never been selected for removal, likely making him the one who had remained here the longest. What is the outside world like? What is sunshine like? The boy suddenly yearned for the world beyond, recalling his father's words about the warmth of the sun upon one's skin, having lived his entire life in this misty realm. He felt an intense longing for sunlight. So, would you like to come with us? And what is your name? Zell understood the boy's background and felt a pang of sympathy for his plight. Contemplating a way to assist him, much like he had helped himself, is that possible? The boy's eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed at Zeal and him. My name is Sonluin. Of course, but let us first fill our bellies. Zell retrieved a bounty of food from the system space, and the group commenced preparing a meal. After approximately half an hour, the food was ready. Captain, your culinary skills remain impeccable. Delicious. Although Zell had rarely cooked since Kyrie had joined as the chef, it did not mean his skills had dulled. This was Sonluin's first encounter with such meat. His previous sustenance had consisted solely of wild grasses or insects. Those who had been trapped for years watched with hungry eyes as Zell and his companions feasted. Yet none dared to ask for a share. After all, this was a man far more powerful than the Lord of Serpents. To offend him would be disastrous. Nevertheless, they did not leave, knowing that a king cobra remained by the seaside. And only by following Zell could they safely escape. After finishing their meal, Zell and his group strolled leisurely toward the shore, a throng of people trailing behind, though he paid them no mind. Before reaching the coastline, a pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. Zell beheld the bodies of those who had attempted to flee during his battle with the Lord of Serpents. All lifeless along the shoreline, blood stained the ground and mingled with the sea, forming a river of crimson. Hiss! Just as Zell and his companions arrived at the shore, a massive black and white sea serpent erupted from the depths. Lunging toward Zell with a menacing bite that blood-drenched, consecutive slashes, Zell drew his sword and struck. The sea serpent instantly reduced to hundreds of pieces, littering the ground. So powerful. The onlookers gasped in awe as they witnessed Zell effortlessly dismember the sea serpent. They recalled how 3 years prior, they had also fled to the shore, only to be confronted by this very serpent, its potent venom and blinding speed instilling despair. Let us move. Zell activated the nano-armor. Soaring into the sky, with Sonluin in tow, lifted by a single hand and on an uninhabited island, Zell's group gathered together. Sonluin was transported to the Sky Island via the interdimensional portal, where he would naturally find care. The retrieval of the devil fruit had concluded, and the group had assembled to claim their reward. Retrieval successful. Animal type, snake fruit. Mythical beast category, winged lizard form. Reward, young Giratina. Would you like to claim? The winged lizard, also known as the king snake or chicken snake, possessed the ability to command countless serpents, and its blood could aid snakes in transcending species limitations. The 8 great king serpents were cultivated by the winged lizard, boasting significant power. Furthermore, it bore potent venom, making it a formidable mythical beast. Upon discovering the winged lizard fruit, Zell remained composed. However, when he saw the reward of Giratina, he could no longer contain his excitement. For this was the deity of the underworld, an ultimate being commanding the reverse world, a notorious offspring of Arceus. Bursting with exhilaration, Zell chose to claim the reward. Suddenly, the sky darkened, fierce winds howled, and a black vortex appeared on the ground. Resembling a gateway to the depths of hell, a fearsome beast emerged, its flattened head and dark red eyes striking terror. A golden semicircle encircled its neck, with black and red stripes horizontally distributed across its front. It bore a pair of ghostly wings, giving it the appearance of a messenger from the netherworld. As Giratina manifested. Brook, who had already been located by Colokas, felt a tremor in his soul, as if an unseen force were tugging at his very essence. "Brook, what is happening?" Colokas inquired with concern. Shaken from his reverie, Brook realized the peculiar sensation had dissipated. "Oh ho ho. Nothing at all." Giratina stood 5 meters tall. In the world of Pokemon, it would surely be considered an adult. But in the world of One Piece, 5 meters was merely its juvenile height. Da-da. Giratina's authoritative voice resonated, its colossal form circling Zeal. "Giratina, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Zeal, with a radiant smile, addressed Giratina. What an imposing Pokemon. Lena, standing by, was utterly astonished. Giratina nudged Zeal gently, signaling him to mount. Without hesitation, Zeal seized the opportunity to experience the exhilarating sensation of riding a divine beast in flight. Having concluded their journey to Misty Island, Zeal and his companions continued their voyage towards the New World aboard the small Ark Proverb. Along the way, they encountered numerous devil fruits in their respective users, all of whom were of mediocre strength, easily dispatched by Eliza. Among them, the highest bounty belonged to a rhinoceros man, with a staggering reward of 850 million. However, he stood no chance against the elusive Eliza. Over the course of 4 months, Zeal amassed a bountiful collection of devil fruits. One might say, indeed, the Grand Line lives up to its reputation. Countless individuals who have consumed devil fruits yearn for a chance to showcase their prowess. Animal type, rhinoceros fruit, rewards the ironclad rhinoceros clan. Animal type, kangaroo fruit, rewards the kangaroo dragon clan. Animal type, bird fruit, green-headed duck form, rewards the scallion duck clan. Animal type, snake fruit, bamboo viper form, rewards the vine snake clan. Animal type, dog fruit, Yorkshire terrier form, rewards the little York form. Animal type, bug fruit, horn beetle form, rewards the Heracross clan. Animal type, dog fruit, Doberman form, rewards the Darubi clan. Superhuman type, chain fruit, rewards the soul devouring chain, a unique weapon with the ability to strike at souls. Superhuman type, rose fruit, rewards the complete rose product collection. Superhuman type, slime fruit, rewards the stinky slime clan. Among the 10 devil fruits, 9 were generously contributed by enthusiastic pirates. The rose fruit was procured from a country renowned for its perfumes. One could assert that Zeal has once again embraced the identity of a pirate hunter, leaving the Navy headquarters in a state of confusion. Initially, having been out of contact for 2 years, the outside world presumed him to be deceased. However, upon his unexpected return, he swiftly decimated dozens of pirate crews. After much contemplation, the Navy refrained from sending agents to capture Zeal, which took him by surprise. Nevertheless, this aligned perfectly with Zeal's intentions, as he was on a quest to challenge the legendary Gold Lion in swordsmanship. And the absence of interference suited him well. 5 months elapsed, and Zeal and his party finally arrived at Sabati Archipelago. Had it not been for their endeavor to collect devil fruits along the way, they would have reached their destination 4 months prior. Though they could have soared over the Red Line, they opted to land on Sabati Archipelago instead, drawn by the abundance of devil fruits. With a substantial 20 red dots enticing Zeal, the Sabati Archipelago comprises 79 districts. Areas 1 to 29 are primarily occupied by human trafficking shops, slave auctions, and lawless zones. Areas 30 to 39 feature Bubble Park, where bubbles are produced by red trees. Areas 50 to 59 are home to shipyards and coating zones, essential for pirates venturing into the New World. Areas 60 to 69 host Navy branches, frequently visited by the celestial dragons, necessitating the presence of Navy forces for their protection. Areas 70 to 79 are primarily taverns and inns. Due to Giratina's substantial size, it was unsuitable for him to accompany them on their travels. Thus, Zeal returned him to Sky Island, entrusting him to Vivian's care. It was during this time that Zeal discovered Giratina's ability to open the reverse world. Consequently, he instructed Giratina to establish the reverse world on Sky Island, providing a contingency plan for the residents to seek refuge should powerful adversaries invade. Zeal and his companions made no effort to conceal their presence, boldly entering Sabati Archipelago, where they were swiftly detected by the Navy. At Marineford, the Navy headquarters, Adrian Zeal and the fearsome dragon Jaren appeared at Sabati Archipelago, prompting a celestial dragon to attend an auction. The 5 elders ordered the dispatch of an admiral to accompany them. Kong, maintaining a stern demeanor, expressed his reluctance to oversee the protection of the celestial dragons, yet felt compelled to do so. I'll take care of it. Sengoku volunteered for the task, knowing that assigning Garp to protect the celestial dragons would only invite trouble, as Garp would likely refrain from restraining himself from striking them. Zephyr, stationed in the New World, acknowledged that no other vice admirals could contend with Zeal. He was the only one capable of standing in his way. Kong nodded in agreement with Sengoku's suggestion. Once again, these foolish individuals could remain in Mariewa without causing any disturbance. Garp, picking his nose, expressed his disdain for the celestial dragons. Upon hearing Garp's words, veins bulged on Kong's forehead as he bellowed. Garp, mind your position. Oh, I retract that statement. Garp replied nonchalantly, further infuriating Kong to at that moment. Another troubling report arrived. Report, the solitary red Baroque Lidfeld has appeared at Sabeti Archipelago. Bang! Kong slammed his palm on the table, shattering it. Another notorious pirate. Why did he not arrive earlier or later, but precisely now? Garp, you must go as well. Witnessing Kong's distressed expression, Garp ceased his carefree demeanor and responded, yes, sir. At this time, Zeal remained unaware that 4 admiral-level powers were converging upon Sabeti Archipelago. The atmosphere was bustling, with numerous pirates gathering on Island 1 for a grand auction. On Island 22, Lena clung to Zeal's arm as they strolled through the streets. Captain, it seems there's a large auction happening. Should we go take a look? Although Lena had spent her time in the Drum Kingdom, she, like any woman, was drawn to the excitement of the crowd. Are you certain? Island 1 is rife with filth and malevolence, hosting the largest human auction. But isn't there a Navy branch? How could there still be human trafficking right under their noses? Upon hearing Lena's words, a flicker of hatred flashed in Zeal's crimson eyes. Lena, who do you believe are the most wicked individuals in this world? Pirates. Lena answered without hesitation. While she had never encountered a celestial dragon, pirates were ubiquitous. No. It is the celestial dragons. At least 50% of the pirates in this world are driven to piracy by the celestial dragons. Zeal's calm assertion left Lena incredulous, prompting her to question, so many. Instead of answering, Zeal posed another inquiry. What do you think I am? A king, an adventurer, a merchant? After pondering, Lena listed all 3 identities. This is your perception. In the eyes of the Navy, I am but a pirate, yet you have never robbed civilians or flown a pirate flag. Zeal continued, what, in your opinion, constitutes a pirate? Burning, killing, plundering, and committing all manner of evil deeds define a pirate. Zeal shook his head and replied, to oppose the world government is to be a pirate. To rebel against this world is to be a pirate. Lena felt overwhelmed by this revelation, losing interest in attending the auction. Gripping Zeal's arm tightly, sensing the pressure on his arm, Zeal affectionately patted Lena's head. This world is distorted. Information is conveyed with great difficulty, leaving most people ignorant and uninformed in the eyes of ordinary individuals. The Navy represents justice, the world government embodies righteousness, and pirates are the embodiment of evil. Anyone opposing the world government is deemed malevolent. Eliza trailed behind Zeal, cradling Pikachu, lost in her own thoughts. Captain, where are we headed next? Lena inquired. Zeal grinned widely. Of course, we are going to the auction. Ah, isn't that the den of iniquity? Lena, having listened intently, assumed he was disinterested. Gaining strength is of utmost importance. This auction is bound to feature formidable devil fruits, or else so many wouldn't gather. At the same time, on island number 15, 2 celestial dragons, adorned with bubble helmets and clad in white diving suits, sat atop the backs of 2 towering slaves. Behind them, a throng of collared slaves accompanied by CP agents dressed in peculiar masks and white suits trailed closely, with Sengoku and Garp in their wake, upon the side of the celestial dragon's entourage. All who beheld them knelt, their faces pressed to the ground, too fearful to gaze upon their masters. The 2 celestial dragons engaged in casual conversation atop the slaves' backs. Point 1, a rotund man with a broad face remarked, I hope this time we have better slaves. The previous fishman was far too weak and perished within days. The other was a diminutive and unattractive woman, whose malevolent gaze swept over the kneeling crowd. Suddenly, she pointed at a woman and declared, I do not wish to see her. Go and kill her. Although the woman bore freckles, she was relatively fair-looking, utterly unaware of her perceived transgression against the celestial dragons. Great celestial dragon, my wife is thoughtless. We shall take our leave, a man beside the woman pleaded, rising to escort her away. Kill them all, the female celestial dragon bellowed in fury. She was acutely aware of her own appearance, thus harboring disdain for any woman who surpassed her in beauty in an instant. a CP agent activated his shave technique, materializing before the couple, extending his finger to deliver a lethal blow. Bang! Garp delivered a powerful punch, sending the CP agent crashing into the ground. Garp, what are you doing? Sengoku shouted, rushing forward to restrain him. The CP agents encircled Garp, demanding, Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, what is the meaning of this? How dare you lay hands on a member of CP? Garp, you dare defy the orders of the illustrious celestial dragons. Before Sengoku could explain, the woman's harsh voice interjected. The Rosalia Palace is our priority. We must proceed to the auction. Sengoku chose not to respond to the inquiries, intent on leaving the scene. You are merely a Navy admiral. Do you not believe I could have the Gorosei strip you of your rank? You and Garp would become mere errand boys. Sengoku's expression darkened, yet he replied, Commander Kong has issued directives. Under special circumstances, I have the authority to act independently. The woman intended to speak again, but was interrupted by the male celestial dragon. Hurry up. I can scarcely wait to acquire new slaves. The woman continued. This time, I grant face to St. Jormas. Next time, you shall see. The CP agents pried the unconscious agent's head from the ground and, finding him in a stupor, dispatched someone to escort him away. Garp and Sengoku positioned themselves at the rear of the procession, and Sengoku could not help but advise. What good does this do? Can you truly save their lives? Do not further offend the celestial dragons. In truth, Garp understood that the couple's fate was sealed. Even if the celestial dragons did not seek them out, others would surely exploit them to curry favor. Yet Garp, being unable to contain his frustration, retorted, I told you I did not wish to undertake this mission. With that, he pulled down his dog cap to shield his eyes, embracing the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Observing Garp's demeanor, Sengoku sighed, recognizing that Garp's temperament was as such. Otherwise, he would not have declined the promotion to admiral. Once the celestial dragon's entourage departed, the couple hastily fled the scene. However, lurking in the shadows, various factions eager to please the celestial dragons dispatched individuals to capture them. After all, the celestial dragons were among the wealthiest in the world, and pleasing them facilitated endeavors of all kinds. In a pitch-black alleyway, the couple sprinted desperately, yet could not shake off their pursuers. Just then, a noble figure clad in red and wielding an umbrella appeared before them. The Red Count, with his exceptional observation hockey, had grasped the entirety of the situation, his face contorted in disdain. Red Count, Barolik Ladefield, the pursuers trailing the couple, seasoned and knowledgeable, immediately recognized the Red Count upon his arrival. In the alley, bodies lay strewn across the ground, while the Red Count emerged like an elegant gentleman, umbrella in hand. In the Red Tree district of Sabati Archipelago, a fervent auction was about to commence. To everyone's astonishment, the paperman checked, with a bounty of 500 million berries, had also come to participate in the auction. A tall, slender man adorned in a white suit approached alone, emanating an aura that deterred others from coming near. Look over there at that woman. The Navy has placed a bounty of 600 million berries on the slippery Sonia, who boasts an underground bounty of 1.5 billion berries, known as the most beautiful woman upon the seas. Following the direction of the speaker, a statuesque woman clad in a pink bikini sashayed forward, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Her beautiful visage radiated joy, seemingly relishing the adoration of those around her. Yet the astonishment did not cease there. It was rumored that the grand finale of this auction would feature a natural-type devil fruit. Even the captain of the formidable dragon pirate crew, known as Evil Dragon Jaren, had made his appearance. Among the crowd, someone threw out a bombshell revelation that left many gasping. Devil fruits are treasures of the sea, categorized into Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia types, with Logia being universally acknowledged as the strongest. However, the intrigue did not end there. Evil Dragon Jaren, who had consumed the Zoan-type mythical beast, Thunder Dragon, was a being of considerable renown, with a bounty soaring to 3.5 billion berries. Undeniably one of the most formidable pirate crews in the New World. Just as the crowd buzzed with chatter, the sky suddenly darkened as a massive black dragon descended upon the auction venue. Roar! The black dragon's roar reverberated, causing the very heavens to tremble. The dragon transformed into a 6-meter-tall humanoid figure, adorned with 2 black horns. Dragonfolk, akin to the Oni tribe, are beings of exceptional physique, yet the birth rate among dragons is exceedingly low. With few still active upon the seas, Evil Dragon Jaren did not arrive alone. Beside him stood a 4-meter-tall man with white wings clad in white, and a 2-meter-tall beauty with short yellow hair. The white swan, Corys, boasted a bounty of 1.5 billion berries, while the treading witch, Anna, had a bounty of 1 billion berries. Recognizing Jaren's companions, some identified them as the second and third commanders of the evil dragon pirate crew. Jaren's imposing stature radiated a feral essence, while Corys exuded the grace of a gentleman. Meanwhile, Anna's petite form carried an aura of unattainable allure. The trio disregarded the presence of others and proceeded directly into the auction hall. Approximately 10 minutes later, the celestial dragons arrived at the auction venue, and Jaren's presence immediately captured Garp's attention. He had previously engaged in a 2-day, one-night battle with Jaren, yet Jaren's ability to fly had allowed him to escape Garp's grasp. Now, Garp simmered with pent-up frustration, yearning for a suitable outlet, and nothing seemed better than venting his ire on the mythical beast known as Jaren. Jaren, too, took note of Sengoku and Garp but remained unperturbed. This was Sabaody Archipelago. A conflict between such powerful beings could easily devastate the island, and the world government would not permit Garp to engage in battle here. Garp, what are you thinking? This is Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku, noticing Garp's eager demeanor, could not resist delivering a punch to his head. Garp, aware of the prohibition against fighting on Sabaody Archipelago, whimsically picked his nose, holding it up before Sengoku. Sengoku, look. This has to be the largest booger in history. Garp appeared to have discovered a treasure, presenting his find to Sengoku. Faced with the gargantuan booger so close at hand, Sengoku could no longer contain himself and delivered another punch to Garp, the force sending him crashing to the ground. With only 5 minutes remaining before the auction commenced, Zeal and his companions finally arrived at the auction hall. Zeal strolled in leisurely, as if on a casual walk, while Alyssa, Pikachu, and Suijin exhibited their fearless nature, though Lena's legs trembled slightly, particularly so when Garp, Sengoku, and Jaren simultaneously turned their attention towards them. The atmosphere became almost suffocating. Hello everyone, as a multitude of eyes fell upon him. Zaire raised his hand and greeted them with a smile. At that moment, Jalen's voice thundered through the air. Bloodstained Swordmaster, join my pirate crew. However, with unwavering resolve, Zaire promptly declined Jalen's invitation and, accompanied by the crowd, found a vacant seat. Jalen, incensed by Zaire's audacious rejection, nearly unleashed his conqueror's haki, yet restrained himself upon noticing Garp and the others, such audacity, to refuse the fearsome dragon Jalen with a bounty of 2 billion. Was nothing short of reckless. It was worth noting that the first officer of the dragon pirates, the tyrant Koff, boasted a staggering bounty of 21 billion berries. Indeed, Koff had once been equally arrogant, only to be subdued by Jalen. Most had already sentenced Zaire to death, save for Sengoku and a few others who recognized his formidable prowess. 3 years prior, Zaire had withstood the combined might of the elite admirals Crane and Zephyr, his strength having reached the level of an admiral. Now, with 3 years having passed, the extent of Zaire's remarkable talent remained a mystery to them. However, a confrontation with Jalen was certainly within his capabilities. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, the auction commenced as scheduled. A stunning beauty with flowing golden hair, an alluring figure clad in revealing attire, graced the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the much-anticipated auction is about to begin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Deliris, your auctioneer for the evening. With a graceful bow, Deliris revealed an expanse of flawless skin, causing the men present to catch their breath. The alluring depth of her neckline drew forth a torrent of fervent gazes. Confident in her physique, Deliris was well-versed in the art of captivating her audience. While Zaire savored the spectacle, a pair of petite hands waved in front of him. What are you looking at? Is having so many wives not enough for you? Lena exclaimed, a hint of irritation in her voice. In contrast to Lena's gentleness, Eliza exuded a more dangerous aura, as Zaire felt the cold steel of a dagger pressed against his waist. After 4 months of close companionship, her regard for Zaire had grown, though her inability to express it often led to heart-stopping moments. Ahem, I was merely lost in thought, Zaire replied, subtly nudging Eliza's dagger aside. His hand clasping hers, feeling the warmth emanating from Zaire's grasp. Eliza's usually stoic expression softened momentarily before she seemingly vanished from sight. Zaire pondered. It seems Eliza possesses a hint of its Sundara trait. Now, let us unveil the first auction item. As Deliris's words echoed, a finely crafted wooden box appeared upon the auction table. Animal type, dog fruit, wolf dog form, starting bid 50 million berries. With that, Deliris opened the treasure chest, revealing a white, banana-shaped devil fruit before the eager crowd. The atmosphere ignited with excitement. After all, This was a treasure of the sea. Even the most mundane devil fruit held a future value of 100 million berries. Let alone the formidable wolf dog fruit, 67 million berries. An ordinary pirate began the bidding, recognizing the significant enhancement this devil fruit would provide. 60 million berries. And you think you can claim this devil fruit? 80 million berries. Delirus cast a seductive glance over the audience, her voice laced with allure. 80 million berries. Does anyone wish to raise the bid? 100 million berries. 110 million berries. Just as the crowd reveled in the heated atmosphere, the White Swan chorus interjected, 200 million berries. Upon hearing the dragon pirates were in play, silence fell over the room. After all, neither pirates nor nobles wished to attract the attention of the formidable dragon pirates. 250 million berries. The celestial dragon Jomaz Saint boldly declared, unafraid of the dragon pirates, believing the world belonged to his kind, viewing everyone else as mere potential slaves. 250 million. Going once, 250 million. Going twice, 250 million. Going thrice. Just as Delirus prepared to strike her gavel for the third time, a calm voice interrupted. 300 million berries. Zaire disregarded the celestial dragon's authority and placed his bid. Lord Zaire bids 300 million berries. Is there a higher offer? Delirus's eyes sparkled. Despite the celestial dragon's lofty status, they adhered to the rules of the auction. In their eyes, it was only Zaire who dared to contest them. That was truly detestable. The higher the bid climbed, the greater her commission, which thrilled her immensely. How dare you compete with the mighty celestial dragons? Perish. Jomaz Saint raised his golden pistol, intent on shooting Zaire, only to be swiftly halted by Sengoku. Jomaz Saint, this is an auction. We cannot engage in conflict with Zaire at this moment. Jomaz, hurling insults at Sengoku, realized the latter was acting as a bodyguard and begrudgingly took his seat. 300 million, going thrice, sold. Given the current inflation, 300 million berries far exceeded expectations, as 200 million berries had already been deemed a ceiling. Now, for the second item up for bid, animal type, insect fruit. Wasp form, starting bid 30 million berries. The second item was yet another devil fruit, albeit one deemed rather lackluster. Regardless of its perceived worth, there would always be someone willing to claim a devil fruit. 40 million berries, 50 million berries, 70 million berries. This time, neither the dragon pirates nor the celestial dragons participated in the bidding, as the insect fruit offered no significant enhancement to physical capabilities, rendering it unappealing to them. 100 million berries. Zaire once again made his move, raising his bid to 100 million. Delirus's gaze shifted to Zaire, her face flushing with excitement. She seemed to have discovered the true benefactor. 100 million berries. Is there a higher bid? No one dared to contest Zaire, and he secured the item effortlessly. At this point, the crowd remained oblivious to the unusual turn of events, as devil fruits were still deemed vital assets for pirate crews. However, the ensuing moments would leave them only able to curse the wealthy fool. The third item for auction, Heart of the Deep Sea, a gemstone necklace worn by the mermaid queen 300 years ago. Starting bid 60 million berries. As a beautifully crafted necklace was presented, the noble women in attendance erupted with excitement. Nothing captivated them more than exquisite jewelry, especially the ocean blue gemstone that radiated a profound beauty unique to the sea. 80 million berries, 100 million berries, 200 million berries. The price quickly soared to 200 million berries, as suitors for the enchanting Sonia were willing to risk their fortunes for her admiration. 300 million berries. However, Rosalia Palace was not about to let such a stunning gemstone slip away, immediately raising the bid by 100 million berries. Zayo marveled silently. In any world, women's money was the easiest to acquire. Though he thought this, he still placed his bid, as the deep blue gemstone exuded a regal hue that he felt would look stunning on Villian. 350 million berries. Zaya's voice sent a shiver through Delirus, who gazed at him with an intensity that suggested she wished to meld with him, while the crowd remained puzzled as to why a man like Zaire would show interest in a gemstone. The auction continued unabated. However, the thoughts of the powerful are beyond their comprehension. Rosalia Palace was infuriated. Yet another self-righteous tirade escaped her lips, though Zell paid her no mind, observing Zell's disregard for the celestial dragons. Many took pleasure in his audacity. After all, the wealthy are universally despised. Although the subsequent items lacked the rarity of the earlier lots, they were nonetheless treasures seldom encountered, and Zell acquired each without exception. Items such as the notes of a renowned physician, specially crafted rose perfume, an unknown treasure map, and elegant gowns, items that the pirates scorned, were all claimed by Zeal. His ostentatious spinning attracted the attention of numerous young and beautiful noblewomen. His handsome visage and wealth rendered him irresistibly alluring. Despite his piratical identity, the atmosphere of the auction was stifling, as everything was monopolized by Zeal that moment. The next item for bid was unveiled. A cage on wheels emerged from beneath a red cloth. Delirious enthusiasm radiated from Delirious, who regarded what lay beneath as mere merchandise. The next auction item was a pair of twin dancers. Starting at a price of 5 million belly, as the red cloth was drawn back, two beautiful women with sun-kissed skin appeared, clad in dancers' attire. Their daring garments, coupled with a veil obscuring their faces, heightened the allure for the men present. The twins clung to one another, their helpless gazes directed at the predatory men outside, their faces betraying the terror and anxiety within. "Captain, are these individuals merely items for auction?" Lena's eyes were clouded with confusion. Clearly unable to accept the situation, she tightly grasped Zeal's hand, seeking solace. This was the darkness of the world, lurking beneath the sunlight. Zeal was unfazed. He had anticipated the presence of human trafficking at this auction from the moment he decided to attend. After all, this was a professional referral agency recognized by the Navy. 30 million belly, croaked an unremarkably unattractive elderly king, his determination evident. However, he was fated not to possess the beautiful twin dancers. 50 million belly. At the sound of St. Jormaz, no one dared to bid further. 100 million belly. St. Jormaz glared at Zeal, who remained unfazed, ensconced between the twins. 100 million belly. Could there be a higher bid? Delirious' enthusiastic voice rang out, yet no one dared to raise their offers. The twins' price of 30 million was already exorbitant. The celestial dragon's offer of 50 million was extravagantly rich, but Zeal was on an entirely different level. To bid 100 million for two ordinary humans was staggering, especially when the average human was typically valued at only 500,000 belly. Even the most powerful or striking individuals rarely commanded much more. The highest valued merfolk were only worth 70 million belly. Yet, as the most populous race in this world, humans were far less valuable. Following this, several more individuals were pushed onto the auction block, aside from the notorious pirates. Zeal bid on everyone else, regardless of race or age. For him, helping those he could was simply an act of compassion. After all, sending them to Sky Island to work for him was a viable option. Had Zeal only bid on the beautiful women, Sengoku might have found it understandable, but his actions left the admiral perplexed. Though Sengoku harbored feelings of guilt towards Zeal, as a marine admiral, he would not hesitate to eliminate him if the opportunity arose. Now came the penultimate item of the auction, a beautiful mermaid maiden, starting at 70 million belly. As the curtain over the water tank was drawn back, a stunning mermaid maiden appeared before the crowd. With deep blue, wavy hair, and a delicate face with slightly reddened eyes, her pitiable demeanor stirred both protective instincts and greed among the men. 100 million belly. St. Jormaz interjected, offering no chance for others to bid. "This mermaid is mine. Anyone who dares to bid against the celestial dragon is courting disaster." St. Jormaz, clearly enamored with the beautiful mermaid, wielded his status to intimidate those present. 200 million belly. Zeal shot a mocking glance at St. Jormaz, utterly unperturbed by his threats. "You dare to oppose the great celestial dragon? Sengoku, seize him at once." St. Jormaz roared, pointing a finger at Zeal and commanding Sengoku to act. "St. Jormaz, we cannot engage Zeal here. The Sabaody archipelago cannot endure such a confrontation, and it may jeopardize your safety," Sengoku reluctantly explained to him. While the destruction of the Sabaody archipelago was of no concern to him, the notion of a threat to his own life brought St. Jormaz back to his senses. Do not be angry, St. Jormaz. There will be ample opportunity to ensure his demise once we leave the Sabaody archipelago. Rosalia Palace, also disapproving of Zeal, advised St. Jormaz. 300 million belly. Though aware he could not detain Zeal, St. Jormaz was unwilling to let the beautiful mermaid slip away. 400 million belly. Zeal appeared unconcerned about the expenditure. Immediately raising the bid by 100 million, St. Jormaz's expression darkened, but he refrained from speaking. 400 million belly once, 400 million belly twice, 400 million belly 3 times. Sold. Delirious' voice rang out, high and enticing, her eyes sparkling with excitement as they fell upon Zeal. This auction, driven solely by Zeal, had seen the final price soar to nearly 3 times its original value, leaving her exhilarated. The final item for auction was, of course, a Logia-type devil fruit, the flame fruit. As the last item was brought to the stage, the atmosphere of the auction reached its zenith. A Logia-type devil fruit. The most formidable of all, consuming it grants the ability to control fire, starting at a bid of 100 million belly. 500 million belly. Sengoku's eyes lit up at the sight of the flame fruit. For the Navy, a Logia-type fruit in the hands of a gifted individual could equate to the power of an admiral. 700 million belly, the Dragon King Jalen announced, unwilling to let the opportunity for a Logia-type devil fruit slip away. 1 billion belly, 1.5 billion belly, 3.5 billion belly. This was the highest price Sengoku could offer. Beyond this, the Navy could not afford it, despite offering such high bounties on notorious pirates. The Navy could rarely defeat them. Even if they did, it was usually at the hands of equally fearsome pirates. Did pirates seek out the Navy for bounties? That would be tantamount to handing them achievements. Just when Sengoku thought Zeal, having spent so much, would run out of funds, Zeal boldly announced, "For billion belly." Sengoku's expression was one of utter disbelief, akin to having consumed something distasteful, which delighted Zeal immensely. "For billion belly, is there a higher bid?" "For billion belly for the third time, congratulations to Lord Zeal for acquiring the flame fruit." Sengoku's gaze bore into Zeal, who had spent nearly 70 billion belly at this auction. If Zeal could not produce the funds, it would suggest a rather unfortunate miscalculation in acquiring an item worth 70 billion. Not only Sengoku, but the entire assembly watched Zeal, eager to discern whether he truly possessed such wealth or intended to resort to his piratical ways to seize it. Under the scrutiny of all, Zeal waved his hand, and a golden pillar worth 100 billion belly materialized, descending onto the stage amidst incredulous stares. The gold had indeed been refined. However, Zeal had retained a few pillars for his own satisfaction. A gold bar worth 1 million. An elderly man approached the auction stage, assessing the massive golden pillar through specialized means to ascertain its value. Witnessing Zeal effortlessly produce such a colossal gold bar, the expressions of many pirates shifted dramatically, their eyes gleaming with greed as they gazed at Zeal. With a sudden rustle, a flurry of white papers appeared above Zeal, cascading down towards him, among the many sheets. An inconspicuous white paper floated to Zeal's neck, suddenly transforming into a razor-sharp edge, slicing down at an astonishing speed. Bang! Zerlin's intentions were rendered moot as Eliza plunged a dagger directly into the fray. The gust of air stirred by her motion, carrying a sheet of paper into the distance, morphing into the shape of a person. The paper figure, check it, surprised everyone by taking immediate action. A pirate recognized the assailant of Zerlin as none other than the paper man Check-It, who had consumed the paper fruit. "Just leave him breathing." Zerlin spoke nonchalantly to Eliza without even glancing back. Eliza's form became translucent, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers, seeing Eliza obstruct his attack. Check-It hastily opted to retreat from the battlefield. However, his speed was no match for Eliza's, and as he transformed into paper to escape rapidly, her silhouette suddenly appeared above him, but a flash of violet coldness flickered. And Check-It reformed into human shape, but his left arm had become eerily vacant, transparent fruit. From a distance, Sengoku's pupils constricted. In the hands of the weak, this devil fruit merely bullies those even weaker. Yet in the grasp of the strong, it could turn the tables on the mightiest foes. When pushed to its limits, the fruit could even obscure the observation abilities of others. For instance, while Eliza could not shield Sengoku's observation haki, she could indeed conceal Check-It's. Check-It noticed Eliza vanish from sight once more, his expression becoming grave. A rush of wind approached from his left, and his hands transformed into sharp sheets of paper. Slashing horizontally, the paper blades traced a perfect semicircle but failed to strike the invisible Eliza. Bang! Check-It's jaw was struck with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backward, his gaze vacant as a torrent of hot blood erupted from his mouth. "Wait! I am willing to join your pirate crew," Check-It gasped, utilizing every ounce of strength to prop himself up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he hastily exclaimed "At" that moment. He appeared a stark contrast to his initial bravado, his once pristine white suit now stained crimson. Eliza, ignoring his pleas for mercy, hoisted the feeble Check-It and advanced toward Zerlin. A flicker of hope ignited within Check-It. Believing that Zerlin valued his abilities and wished to recruit him as a crew member, "Lord Zerlin, I am eager to join your pirate crew." Check-It scrambled to his feet and implored Zerlin immediately after being tossed to the ground by Eliza. "Who told you that I am a pirate?" Zerlin looked down at the prostrate Check-It and delivered a swift kick, Check it disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no remains. Zerlin manipulated the blood mist, coalescing it into a long sword that floated around him, akin to a delightful new toy. Observing Zerlin's actions, many of the less formidable pirates broke into a cold sweat. Yet, among them, three, Jalen and his companions, approached Zerlin directly. Adrian Zerlin, I am offering you another chance to join my pirate crew. The overwhelming conqueror's haki accompanied the domineering declaration, bearing down upon Zerlin that I have already stated my disinterest in joining your crew. Perhaps you would consider serving under me instead? Zerlin's aura intensified, his formidable conqueror's haki clashing with Jalen's. The two powerful forces rent the heavens asunder, unleashing torrents of dark electricity that ravaged the sky. Aside from those behind Zerlin and Jalen, the entire First Red Tree District lay ensconced in the oppressive aura of Conqueror's haki. These two rascals, Sengoku, witnessing the encroaching pressure of Conqueror's haki, swiftly unleashed his own to shield the celestial dragons behind him. As Sengoku joined the fray, the sky shattered into 3 fragments. Yet, to Sengoku's disbelief, Zerlin's Conqueror's haki proved to be the most potent. Had Sengoku not intervened, Jalen's would have faltered in no time. Clearly, Jalen recognized this shift. His countenance darkening further dye in his eyes. Zerlin was merely a brash youth unworthy of comparison. However, the so-called brash youth now presented as a formidable force that overshadowed him. At this lively. Just as the 3 forces of Conqueror's haki clashed, a more formidable presence suddenly emerged, disrupting the balance of Zerlin and his companions. The solitary red, Baralic Redfield, Sengoku's visage darkened ominously, while Jalen's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Only Zerlin's expression visibly brightened with excitement. The Red Count regarded Zerlin with curiosity, undeterred by his presence. Through his unique perception, he sensed Zerlin's fervent desire for battle. Intriguing, such individuals still roam the seas. The Red Count gazed at Zerlin with an appreciative glint in his eye. Though the Conqueror's haki showed no signs of abating, Kapu, Sengoku, exerting himself to withstand the onslaught of Jalen and the Red Count, felt his frustration rise as Kapu idled nearby. Understood, Kapu, caught slacking, flicked the booger off his fingers. His demeanor shifting as a torrent of Conqueror's haki erupted forth, rivaling even the Red Counts, granting Sengoku a momentary reprieve. The CP agents, accompanied by 2 celestial dragons, departed the auction house, while Lena and her companions led the enslaved away, leaving only Eliza behind. The unfolding events surpassed all expectations, as the sky over the First Red District fissured into 5 segments, the smallest encompassing Jalen's area. Sweat streamed down Jalen's face, the immense pressure rendering him breathless. Every attempt to retract his Conqueror's haki was thwarted by Zerlin's relentless advance, forcing him to maintain his release. Zerlin reveled in the sensation. Under the weight of these 4 auras, his own Conqueror's haki was surging remarkably. Both Sengoku and Kapu perceived something amiss, astonished by the rapid growth of Zerlin's haki, an unfathomable rate, especially for Conqueror's haki, unlike the armament haki that could be honed through practice. Cease at once, or none shall depart from Sabaody Archipelago. With the celestial dragons having vacated the area, Sengoku, unwilling to continue the standoff, was the first to speak. Jalen, reveling in the situation, responded haughtily, "As you wish." The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, fully aware that Jalen's haki was the weakest among them, yet he remained so arrogantly defiant. Following Sengoku's lead in retracting his haki, the others gradually followed suit. The fractured sky began to mend, like a flustered maiden hastily gathering her scattered garments. Without hesitation, Jalen transformed into a massive black dragon, soaring skyward, with Chorus swiftly taking the form of an elegant white swan. The witch Anna leapt onto his back. She promptly followed Jalen's lead and vacated the scene. Observing the abrupt conclusion, the Red Count grasped his crimson umbrella, preparing to depart. Upon noticing the Red Count's intent to leave, Zerlin called out, "The solitary red." A letter flew from Zerlin's hand, which the Red Count deftly caught. Without awaiting a response, Zerlin turned and walked away, confident that the Red Count's nature would preclude any refusal. How dull. Let us return to see who can consume the most Sabaody sweets in succession. Kapu, who had remained largely silent, finally spoke, causing Sengoku's veins to pulse with irritation. Yet, it was precisely Kapu's absurd remark that eased Sengoku's tension, granting him a moment of calm. After all, capturing Zerlin and the Red Count was a futile endeavor. Overthinking it would yield no results. Sengoku commanded the navy to apprehend the hapless pirates who had succumbed to the overwhelming conqueror's haki and dialed the Den Den Mushi for a report. Meanwhile, the Red Count examined the letter Zerlin had provided. A faint smile gracing his lips that I hope you won't disappoint me. The blood-red ink on the white paper read, in half a month, the battle at Thunder God Island. On Zerlin's Ark of Prophesy. He was tallying the number of slaves obtained from the auction. There were a pair of beautiful dancer twins, a boy from the Snakehead clan, a girl from the Rabbit Fur clan, a towering young man, and a stunning mermaid. Follow me to the place you are about to call home. The expressions of the six varied. The twins and the mermaid were filled with fear and confusion. The boy from the Snakehead clan remained stoic. The robust young man appeared simple-minded, and the girl from the Rabbit Fur clan surveyed her surroundings with wide-eyed curiosity. The place we are to live? No, no. Sarah must return to Zoe. Upon hearing Zerlin's words, Sarah waved her hands frantically. Are you unaware of your current status? Zerlin regarded the peculiar fur-clad girl with confusion. I am Sarah, destined to join the gunner squad. Sarah spoke with utmost seriousness, as if she were utterly convinced of her words. You were captured by slave traders and sold at auction. Did you not know? Alas, slave traders. Where are these slave traders? Are you one of them? Sarah clenched her fists, assuming a combative stance. How old are you? 17. Speak the truth. 12. Clearly intimidated by Zeal, Sarah whispered her true age. The corners of Zeal's mouth twitched. This girl must indeed possess the legendary youthful appearance, as it was hard to believe she was only 12. Why did you leave Zoe? To train and become a competent member of the Musketeers. You ran away from home. How did you know? Sarah gazed at Zeal with disbelief. Well, it was a tradition in Zoe. 90% of the fur tribe adrift at sea were children who had run away from home, and the remaining 10% had accidentally fallen from the backs of their elephant masters. These naive fur tribe members, having never experienced the treachery of humanity, were sold without even realizing it. Ignoring Sarah, Zeal opened a portal, leaving Eliza and the others to guard while he transported this group to Sky Island. In the practice grounds of the Royal Academy of Sky Island, a shadow clone, under Zeal's command, established another portal at that moment. Deli was training Bear and Enel. Bear, look over there. Lord Zeal is there. Ginny poked Bear, directing her gaze towards Zeal. Bear turned to see Zeal emerging from the portal, followed by 6 peculiar figures. Zeal, you're back. Deli, disregarding Ginny's antics, rushed to Zeal's side the instant he appeared. Yes, I have something to ask of you. Zeal casually embraced Deli and gave her a kiss. This is Hassan from the Serpent Tribe, Sarah from the Fur Tribe, and Ate. These 3 are the slaves I purchased, just like Somluan. Let them stay at the academy for now. After communicating with Deli, Zeal led the remaining twin sisters and the mermaid girl to the palace. He entrusted the 3 of them to Kelly for management, and then turned to find Helly. Helly's laboratory was empty except for her. Tesla, though fascinated by science, was still a mere toddler and had gone off to play with his siblings. Don't move. I love watching you work. I in the lab. Zeal embraced Helly, who was still focused on her tasks. Does the captain enjoy this kind of play? Helly was quite open-minded, being the only one among Zeal's many companions willing to boldly experiment with him. You'll get a reward later. 2 hours later, Zeal left behind a book titled The Secrets of Burning next to the exhausted Helly and departed. This was a reward obtained from the retrieval of the burning fruit. The 3 devil fruits sent this time were of good quality. Animal type, dog fruit, wolf dog form, awarded to the Rock Dog clan. Animal type, bug fruit, wasp form, awarded to the 3 Bees clan. Superhuman type, paper fruit, awarded to paper science. And nature type, burning fruit, awarded to the great knife flame and the secrets of burning. The technology recorded in paper science was quite ordinary, with the only special aspect being the manufacturing of life cards. But Helly understood it was better than nothing. The secrets of burning, however, were far more advanced, containing various knowledge related to flames. Had Ace read this book, the burning fruit would not have fallen into the embarrassing state of being uneaten by even dogs. After dealing with the dispatched slaves and rewards, Zeal needed to resolve the final issue regarding the placement of the Pokemon. He borrowed a steel wing from Villian, who was working in the palace, and couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. Thankfully, he had the heart of the deep sea. Indeed, women seemed to adore such beautiful jewels. Although Zeal had grand plans for the construction of Sky Island, he had no desire to manage the trivial matters, which fell to Villian. She had been tirelessly working for the construction of Sky Island these past few days and had quite a few grievances against her indifferent master. Zeal. Upon seeing Villian's cold gaze, Zeal quickly pulled out the heart of the deep sea to escape a potential disaster. After half an hour of flying, Zeal finally arrived at the entrance of the breeding house. The entrance was surrounded by a cluster of buildings for the staff of the breeding house. However, only 30 individuals had been accepted so far, all from the lovely street staff. The work at the breeding house was crucial. So Zeal specifically appointed Villian, who understood Pokemon best, to oversee all matters there. After inquiring with an angelic lady handling the accounts, Zeal learned that Villian was occupied at the dairy tank group. The breeding house currently had only 3 designated areas: forest, grassland, and mine. The dairy tank clan resided in the grassland area, where the most Pokemon lived. Charge, Kintaro. Before Zeal could spot Villian, he heard a familiar youthful voice. Before his eyes, a black-haired boy was riding atop a Kintaro, waving his arms and shouting excitedly. Zeal swiftly moved, lifting Dakar into his arms. Charge, charge, from now on, stop. Kintaro, running too fast is unsafe. You agree, right, Dad? A smile broke across Dakar's face as he looked at Zeal. You're right, Dakar. This wind feels wonderful. At that moment, another blonde boy rode in on another Kintaro. Hey, Dad. Carmen, atop the Kintaro, spotted Zeal, who held Dakar in one hand and wore a friendly smile, and quickly grabbed the Kintaro's horns to halt its wild sprint. Dad, I've missed you so much. Sensing the impending calamity, Carmen leaped off the Kintaro and opened his arms towards Zeal. Feeling good? Zeal caught Carmen by the collar, smiling as he asked, "I in the grassland." Villian was inspecting the offspring of the dairy tank clan. Nyx and Rasha were playing nearby with their other siblings. Mom, Dakar and Carmen are missing. Rasha, having searched high and low without finding the two, reported anxiously to Villian. That child even brought Carmen along. He needs a lesson when he returns. Villian wasn't overly worried, for Zeal's bloodline was powerful. Even inheriting a portion of the steel balloon's traits would allow them to roam freely in the breeding house. However, she was well aware of her child's character. Carmen was likely being encouraged by Dakar. Charizard, could you help find them? Despite knowing their incredible physique, a mother still worries about her children. Charizard looked up and spotted a dark dot in the sky. Letting out a roar towards Villian, they're back. From where? After years of companionship, Villian and Charizard had developed a deep understanding, making it easy to grasp his meaning. So exhilarating. Ah, Dad, I know I was wrong. 2 voices rang out from the sky as Zeal descended with the 2 children in a free fall. The black figures rapidly descended, and just before hitting the ground, they stepped on the air and landed smoothly. Alas, so dull. Cadier, who had been excitedly shouting, lost his enthusiasm upon feeling Zeal's stable landing. Dad, can you make a more impressive entrance? Something that shakes the earth, preferably. Still recovering from the shock, Carmen looked up at Zeal, who was now faced with Cadier's more thrilling request. Smack. Villian walked over and delivered a swift slap to Cadier's backside. You rascal, all you do is cause trouble every day. If you want excitement, I assure you there will be plenty in the future. As a mother, it is natural for Villian to worry about her child's character. However, in Zeal's eyes, Cadier's personality was rather advantageous. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Only the fearless can become strong, and a love for excitement leads to passion and training. Dad, Nikes, accompanied by the other children, approached Jouer. He entrusted the limp Carmen to Valia and embraced each of the children in turn. Including Kadir and Carmen, there were a total of 7 children belonging to Jouer: Rasha, Nikes, Gavin, DKer, Carmen, Hella, and Mona. They had yet to commence their training, and their learning time was still brief. Their exuberant energy drew them to the nursery to frolic with the Pokemon father. Look, I have hatched a baby Snorlax. Hella exclaimed, cradling a Snorlax nearly her height to share her joy. Hella, you are truly remarkable. It is evident that she adores you. Jair was generous with his praise for the children, as this was his pedagogical approach. Frankly, the methods of child-rearing in the pirate world were rather eccentric. There was Charlotte Lin, who raised her children in a free-range manner, often unleashing her frustrations upon them. The monkey family, spanning 3 generations and 3 factions, was led by the iron-fisted love of Garp. Kaido, who raised his daughter as if she were a son and adorned her with an explosive collar, was another example that it can be said that the strong in the pirate world were woefully inadequate when it came to educating their progeny. often resorting to abstract methods. After spending some time playing with his children, Jair took them to place the newly acquired Pokemon. Pokemon are beings of high spirituality, and their living habits require careful consideration. For instance, within a colony of combees, typically there exists only one queen bee. If a second female emerges, she faces execution. To ensure the expansion of the combee colony, one must monitor the newborns for any females. Otherwise, the colony cannot grow and can only hope that the queen bee shows mercy on her daughter. Jair relished the moments spent with his children, strolling leisurely through the nursery while explaining the living habits of Pokemon. The energetic Tauros galloped across the plains, the leisurely Mareep grazed on grass, and the tranquil Snorlax basked in the sun. The Pokemon of the grasslands were brimming with vitality, their numbers swelling from 30 to 400 or 500 over the past 3 years. Generally, Pokemon have a shorter reproductive cycle compared to humans, who endure a 10-month gestation. However, there are species with fewer offspring, such as the Ralts family and the fossil Pteranodon found in mines. The more powerful the Pokemon, the higher the breeding difficulty and longer the time required. This is the Heracross family, which enjoys consuming tree sap, and it is prudent to keep them separated from the Bulbasaur family, as they may sap the nectar from the Bulbasaur's flowers. This is the Grimer family, known for their ability to digest waste and industrial refuse. Father, help me. Jair released the Grimer family in a damp clearing, which piqued Kadir's interest, prompting him to poke a Grimer with his hand. Jair lifted the Grimer that had covered Kadir's head, granting the boy a moment to breathe. The Grimer emitted an overpowering stench, typically residing in swamps and sewers. Ugh. While Jair continued speaking, Kadir, overwhelmed by the odor, began to gag on the side. You mischievous child. Must you always meddle? Valia, having taken Kadir in her arms, showed no disdain for the foul smell. She was somewhat exasperated, as the boy was particularly troublesome. Observing Kadir's discomfort, Jair led everyone to the lakeshore, allowing Kadir to wash off. Cassio, what are you doing here? Hela called out upon spotting Cassio, who was sleeping on a large rock by the tranquil lakeside. A blue-haired Cassio lay atop a massive stone, sunlight streaming down upon him, creating a picture of serenity. Hela, father, everyone, good morning. Cassio, clearly roused by Hela's shout, rubbed his eyes, sat up, and greeted the group with a yawn. It already noon. When did you arrive? He replied, still somewhat dazed. Cassio exuded an aura of languor, reminiscent of a country child lounging in a rice paddy. Not yet. Let's go. It's just about time for lunch. Jair didn't inquire about Cassio's presence here. He was well aware of his children's habits. The gentle older brother Rasha, the quiet older sister Nikes, the mischievous DKer, the lively Hela, the shy Mona, and the contemplative Cassio. All were treated equally, despite Cassio's mother being Karina. Valia and the others bore no peculiar notions. Jair had previously observed Cassio, initially suspecting that the other children were isolating him, but after some time, he realized it was Cassio who isolated the others, after resolving some matters and spending a few days with the children. Jair returned to the Ark of Proverb. Instead of taking the coded path to Fishman Island to enter the Grand Line, he piloted the Ark directly over the Red Line. As he soared above the continent, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he summoned Giratina, who had been laboring to carve out the distortion world in the Sky Islands. Giratina, as you create the distortion world here, let's see if the inhabitants of Mariawa take notice. Jair discovered that when Giratina was within the distortion world, he could not perceive him. This led him to ponder whether him, in the holy land of Mariawa, would notice the opening of the distortion world. If successful, it would undoubtedly aid in the eventual overthrow of the world government. Understood. Giratina's voice resonated in Jair's mind, and together they ventured into the distortion world. The uncharted expanse of the distortion world lay in darkness, and Giratina headed directly towards Mariawa. Approximately 5 hours later, a pitch-black passageway materialized. Though Jair could not see the external world, it signified that those outside could not sense their presence, and Giratina was capable of perceiving the outside conditions. This was a covert route into Mariawa. After ensuring Giratina was focused on creating the distortion world, Jair left behind ample provisions and departed. With only a few days remaining until his meeting with the Red Count, he needed to hasten to Thunder God Island. Initially, Jair had intended to confront Shiki, but it was evident that the solitary Red Count would be a more suitable opponent for him, should he engage Shiki in a mutually destructive battle. The other members of the flying pirate crew would not let him off easily. After a day of flight, Jair finally arrived at Thunder God Island. instructing Eliza and the others to remain aboard the Ark while he ascended the island with Pikachu. Thunder God Island is one of the first islands encountered after Fishman Island. However, it is perpetually shrouded in storm clouds and fraught with peril, making it a location most pirates would avoid. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and violet lightning flickered within the layers of clouds, occasionally striking the island with powerful bolts. Upon setting foot on the island, Jair immediately sensed the peculiar nature of the ground. Discovering that it was composed of strange purple stones, he stomped down forcefully, bending to pick up a piece of the purple rock, which crackled with electricity, seemingly infused with potent energy. Pika Pika, Pikachu, perched on Jair's shoulder, suddenly called out. "Do you want the stone?" Jair inquired, pointing at the purple rock. Pika Pika, Pikachu nodded eagerly, accepting the stone. Jair observed silently as Pikachu took the stone, and to his astonishment, electricity surged from Pikachu's cheeks, connecting with the stone. After 30 seconds, Pikachu joyfully exclaimed, "Pikachu!" Jair was intrigued, realizing that this small stone contained a significant amount of electrical energy, a remarkable find. "Pikachu, unleash a thunderbolt towards the stone," Jair instructed, holding the now dim stone towards Pikachu. With Jair's delighted gaze upon him, the dim stone began to glow brightly once more. Through experimentation, Jair discovered that this stone could store electrical energy, making it a valuable resource on Thunder God Island. It is conceivable that even a wielder of the Thunder Fruit's powers could not discharge as much electricity over a lifetime. Furthermore, he discovered that the stones deeper underground possessed a greater capacity for storing electricity, with the harder stones corresponding to a higher storage capacity. Zair's excitement had not yet waned. While exploring Thunder God Island, he noticed red dots appearing on the system map. Following the map's guidance, Zaya ventured into a valley. Rumble. The sky was alight with flashes of lightning, as bolts repeatedly struck the valley. Compared to this place, the thunderstorms elsewhere on Thunder God Island seemed trivial. Pikachu, perched on Zaya's shoulder, suddenly leapt down and dashed towards the points where the lightning struck, bathed in the purple glow of the lightning. Pikachu's fur stood on end, and its electric sacs began to involuntarily release yellow currents. Zaire, no longer preoccupied with the devil fruit, watched Pikachu with caution. Approximately an hour later, Pikachu returned to his side, still intermittently discharging electricity. Through a combination of gestures and sounds, Pikachu conveyed its meaning to Zaire. Essentially, it indicated that the currents here were beneficial for its strength enhancement, but the daily tolerance was limited. The more he explored, the more Zaire realized the island's immense value, resolving to claim it as his own. Given the adverse weather conditions, there were no navy outposts here, nor even a handful of living souls. Most pirates typically bypassed this island, opting for alternative routes. Zaire enveloped himself in armament hockey, disregarding the thunder strikes, and followed the map's indications to search for the devil fruit. After some rummaging, he uncovered a blue devil fruit beneath a pile of rubble. Following 4 hours of investigation, Zaire obtained information about this fruit. Animal type, bird fruit. Mythical beast form, thunderbird. As a reward, he received a juvenile thunderbird. With yet another mythical beast fruit in his possession, Zaire could not help but marvel at his fortune. Although both the thunderbird and water sovereign were merely tier 3 deities, Zaire believed that evolving into a formidable general was certainly achievable, albeit requiring some time. With only a few days remaining until his rendezvous with the Red Count, Zaire devoted himself to training alongside Pikachu and the Thunderbird. Suddenly, he recalled the technology related to the Thunder Fruit reward, specifically the electric body tempering techniques. Upon closer examination, he discovered that the stones on Thunder God Island were instrumental in manufacturing machinery. Consequently, he traversed the entire island in search of the finest specimens. Zaire even assigned a special name to these unique stones, Thunderstone. 3 days later, a small boat gradually approached Thunder God Island. The Red Count, Baloric Ladefield, stood calmly on the vessel, holding an umbrella. Suddenly, a colossal lightning bolt struck from the sky, yet the Red Count remained unfazed, ignoring the bolt. The purple lightning struck the umbrella, quickly dispersing in all directions without affecting him. With his formidable observation hockey, he had already detected Zaire's presence on the island, but a subtle smirk graced his lips, revealing a charming smile, as a powerful conqueror's hockey surged forth towards Zaire. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the Red Count's conqueror's hockey, Zaire halted his actions, his expression devoid of fear in the face of a stronger opponent. Instead, He radiated excitement. The tremendous surge of Conqueror's haki erupted from him. Colliding with that of the Red Count, the crimson lightning enveloped the purple lightning, splitting the overcast sky in two. At the clash of their Conqueror's haki signified the commencement of battle. Zeal unsheathed his blood-stained sword. Vanishing from his previous position, Bloodstain, soaring dragon, the blood-red dragon soared just above the ground, powerful winds swirling up debris as it charged forth with an unmatched momentum. Intriguing, the Red Count mused. Sensing Zeal's battle intent, he covered his umbrella in armament haki, striking out just as the blood dragon approached. The black umbrella effectively blocked the blood dragon's assault. Both combatants locked in a stalemate as the ground buckled under their combined weight. Come now, let me witness the distinction between a swordsman and a grand swordsman, Zeal exclaimed with fervor, his sword intent shifting dramatically. Bloodstain twisted in response to the force of the umbrella, delivering a horizontal slash toward the Red Count. Clang! Zeal's sudden change in tactic failed to wound the Red Count, whose keen instincts had anticipated the cunning strike. Realizing the Red Count possessed an uncanny ability to read minds through observation haki, Zeal ceased his attempts to deceive him. Did you know? The Red Count was indeed astounded that Zeal was aware of his extraordinary ability. Zeal, understanding the gravity of the situation, shifted his focus entirely to the battle. Sidelining other thoughts, bloodstain, continuous slashes, Zeal accelerated his speed, unleashing a flurry of powerful strikes in an instant. Clang, clang. While Zeal's speed had increased, the Red Count's was even faster, with the umbrella in his hand acting as the swiftest sword. Accurately deflecting each of Zeal's strikes. Do you wish to comprehend the disparity between a swordsman and a grand swordsman? Observe closely. The Red Count unleashed an indomitable aura, a sudden surge of power erupting as the umbrella transformed into a tempest in Zeal's vision. Danger! Zeal's mind raced with alarms, warning him of the impending onslaught. Bang! The umbrella glided past Bloodstain, striking Zeal squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, he was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a distant hill and raising a cloud of dust. Is it over? Not quite as anticipated. The Red Count, witnessing Zeal's flight, instinctively judged him to be defeated. Swordsmen pursue unparalleled offensive power. Typically, their physicality cannot compete with martial artists. Delightful. So this is the aura of a grand swordsman. Zeal felt he had grasped the opportunity to ascend to the rank of grand swordsman, recognizing that aura as the key, distinct from Conqueror's haki. Yet he remained unaware of the nature of this aura, which could amplify the power of his swordsmanship so significantly. Such terrifying physical prowess, how fascinating. The Red Count observed Zeal rising from the dust, blood trickling from his mouth, a gaping wound in his chest revealing the rhythmic beating of his heart. Though it had not pierced through, Zeal focused on his blood, initiating the healing process. The blood enveloped his chest, and fresh tissue began to grow over the previously pierced area. Bloodstain, 8,000 miles. Melding armament haki, Conqueror's haki, and the fruit's powers, a soaring slash extended for miles, imbued with black and red lightning, hurtling towards the Red Count. Finally, a flicker of change crossed the Red Count's otherwise calm visage as he combined armament haki and Conqueror's haki atop his umbrella. Cleaving through Zeal's attack, the Red Count was pushed back, sliding several hundred meters before halting, his trembling hands revealing the effort it took to withstand that strike. Fascinating, yet still lacking. In an instant, the Red Count unleashed a barrage of fierce slashes, leaving Zeal with no avenue for evasion, forcing him to withstand the onslaught. Sensing the weight of each strike, Zeal felt the opportunity to elevate to grand swordsman status was tantalizingly close. Yet he remained at a loss for the key. Are you holding back? Observing Zeal's demeanor, the Red Count realized he had not exerted his full strength, stirring a flicker of anger within him. Indeed, as the Red Count suspected, Zeal still had the fruit's awakening yet to be unleashed. He fought the Red Count solely with sword techniques, aiming to break through to grand swordsman status. Do you understand what it means to be a grand swordsman? To slice through steel, to shatter diamonds. These are the realms of a swordsman, while the ability to slice through anything is the domain of a grand swordsman. The Red Count proclaimed, continuing his relentless assault on Zeal. Though Zeal longed to comprehend the Red Count's words, the unyielding barrage of attacks left him gasping for breath, depriving him of even a moment to think. Once I ascend to grand swordsman status, I shall engage you with all my might. Foolish, the Red Count, incensed by Zeal's response, intensified his offensive that if you persist in this belief, you shall never achieve a breakthrough. Bang! The Red Count's strike landed squarely on Zer's abdomen, sending him flying once more. The chasm between a swordsman and a grand swordsman is vast, yet even the mightiest grand swordsman remains a swordsman. A transformation of mindset rather than merely a refinement of swordsmanship. The relentless strikes of the Red Count fell upon Zeal in quick succession, causing him to spew forth blood uncontrollably. A transformation of mindset? Despite his body enduring this torrential assault, his mind raced with thoughts, refusing to yield even in defeat. The T.O. Zeal, a great swordsman, epitomized the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, from the Red Count's words, it seemed that the reality was not as straightforward. Zeal began to recall his own breakthrough in his swordsmanship. The soaring slash defined a swordsman, yet countless individuals could unleash such strikes. Did that mean they were all swordsmen? Even the Rokushiki technique, known as Renkyaku, a flying slash executed with one's legs, could be considered a similar feat. The soaring slash of a swordsman must possess a unique essence that distinguishes it from mere force. But what could that difference be? Do you not know? How did you ascend to become a swordsman? Zeal's mind began to ponder, and the Red Count could naturally hear his inner musings. What puzzled him, however, was Zeal's remarkably limited understanding of swordsmanship. He was oblivious to the distinction between a soaring slash and a mere impact. Who taught you your swordsmanship? The Red Count asked with genuine curiosity. I taught myself, Zeal replied, momentarily taken aback by the abrupt change of topic. The Red Count gazed at Zeal in disbelief. He found it hard to accept that someone could self-learn to become a swordsman at such a young age. Yet, deep within, Zeal's sincerity resonated, affirming that he spoke no falsehood. A slash imbued with the will of a swordsman is the true soaring slash. If you remain fixated on form and technique, you shall never surpass the great swordsman. The Red Count was no Kaido. He did not indulge in the role of a mentor lightly. With a swift reminder, yet another powerful slash surged forth. Bang! Zeal was once again sent crashing into a small mountain, buried beneath a cascade of rubble. Not being constrained by form. Suddenly, Zeal comprehended a crucial truth. In the world of pirates, the mightiest swordsmen competed in speed and ferocity, rendering technique insignificant. Whether you wield one sword, 2 swords, 3, 8, or none at all. As long as you embody the spirit of a swordsman, you wield formidable swordsmanship. Bloodstained, purgatory. The earth transformed into a crimson sea enveloping Zeal, as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell. His red-hued pupils flickered ominously as he tightened his grip on the bloodstained blade, channeling power through his legs, propelling himself toward the Red Count with astonishing speed. Interesting. Have you ascended to become a great swordsman? The Red Count's pupils contracted sharply, excitement illuminating his face. Sensing Zeal's full force strike, the exhilarated Red Count swung his umbrella in response. Come on, now this is what I like. The intense impact caused blood to seep from the corners of the Red Count's mouth. Yet his excitement only grew to as you wish. With each strike, the two unabashedly unleashed their conqueror's haki, their long swords and umbrellas colliding with thunderous noise, even overpowering the thunderous roars of Raijin Island. The magnitude of their battle was so great that, despite the island's usual solitude, it drew the attention of passers-by. One day after their clash commenced, a warship arrived at Raijin Island, led by Admiral Blackarm Zephyr and Vice Admiral Crane. Although Zephyr and Crane had arrived, they refrained from intervening in the duel. Their purpose was to assess Zeal's strength and analyze his capabilities. Of course, they would seize the opportunity if both Zeal and the Red Count were to suffer mutual destruction. Have you become a great swordsman? Such terrifying talent. What a shame. Zephyr mused, gazing at Zeal. The world government would never allow Zeal to escape their grasp. Stop dwelling on it. Crane understood precisely what Zephyr lamented. If Zeal were merely a pirate hunter, there might still be a chance for collaboration. However, Zeal was a survivor of the Celestial Dragon-S nation racing game, a stain the world government would not permit the world to know. An existence they must eradicate. During the battle, both Zeal and the Red Count, through their observation haki, had sensed Zephyr's presence. Yet, neither chose to halt, for as long as the likes of Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr did not strike simultaneously, they believed they could escape. The battle raged on for another day, their stamina waning, yet both remained steadfast. Within that day, the World News Agency had already reported on their clash, garnering significant attention. That a newspaper titled The Bloodstained Swordsman Battles the Red Count, a duel of great swordsmen, began circulating across the seas in an unknown sea region of the New World. Whitebeard Newgate pondered over the newspaper in hand. Old man, are you considering taking the bloodstained swordsman as your son? Marco, sporting a pineapple hairstyle, observed Whitebeard's contemplative demeanor. Gura. Marco, you must understand, someone possessing such formidable conqueror's haki would never submit to another. Although merely 15, Marco was not yet the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. Yet Whitebeard recognized his potential and intended to nurture him closely. In the latter half of the New World, the Golden Lion gazed at the newspaper, an intrigued expression crossing his face, without notifying anyone. Driven by impulse, the Golden Lion soared toward Rygene Island. Meanwhile, on Rygene Island, the battle between Zeal and the Red Count had persisted for 3 days and nights. Following a particularly intense clash, they simultaneously ceased their actions, gazing upward at the sky. Ha! Red Count, I never imagined you would be bested so thoroughly by a mere child. A boisterous laughter echoed from above, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki. The Red Count furrowed his brow and inquired, Shiki, what brings you here? The newcomer floated in midair, with wild golden hair and clad in yellow attire, wearing a manic grin. It was none other than Shiki the Golden Lion, one of the pirate overlords of the New World. Of course, I'm here to recruit crew members. How about it? Adrian Zeal, join my pirate crew. Impossible, Zeal replied without a moment's hesitation, causing Shiki's expression to darken. Yet, in his pursuit of Zeal, he continued, join my flying pirate crew, and you shall be the captain of the First Fleet. Together, we will topple the world government and dominate this world. At that time, we shall possess the greatest power at sea, wealth and women within our grasp. Despite Shiki's tempting words, Zeal was no fool swayed by fervor. I am quite intrigued by the prospect of ruling the world. Why not become my subordinate instead? Before Shiki could respond, the Red Count burst into laughter. Though he had not anticipated Zeal's fortitude, the notion of Shiki being out-recruited merely amused him. You little brat. Are you courting death? Wave. Shiki drew the gnarled sword at his waist, unleashing a 300-meter-long slash towards Zeal. You intend to interfere in our battle? Before Zeal could act, the Red Count had already intercepted Shiki's attack. Clearly irked by Shiki's intrusion, seeing the Red Count shield Zeal from the slash, Shiki found himself unable to discern whether they were foes or allies. I shall await you in the latter half of the New World. With that, Shiki departed, having come on a whim without his crew. Had it been just the Red Count, he would have felt no fear. However, with the formidable Zeal present, Shiki chose to bide his time. Although Zeal and the Red Count appeared fatigued, Shiki was uncertain he could overpower both. Zeal? Where is Karina? Just as Shiki departed, Zephyr and Crane, who had been observing the battle, rushed over. Karina, she must be taking care of the child right now. Zeal tilted his head, deliberately provoking Crane. Did you force her? Crane's expression darkened, while Zephyr clenched his fists, preparing for action. I seem like that kind of person, Zeal protested, feeling insulted by the implication against his character. What must happen for you to release Karina? Crane's demeanor regained its calm. As the negotiator, she could not afford to be swayed by emotions. In truth, she had long wished to redeem Karina, but Zeal's sudden disappearance for 3 years left her with no means to act. And the child? Zefa added. Karina and I are in a mutually willing relationship, and Karina has already become a member of the Adrian family. Naturally, Zaire would never part with his wife. Originally, Karina was merely a rear admiral, and the Navy would not place too much emphasis on her. To Zefa, have you also married? Do you have children? How do you know? Zefa looked at Zaire with a puzzled expression. The Navy was aware of his wedding, but pirates generally were not. Just like Crane actually has a husband, and Garp has a wife, yet pirates are typically oblivious to such facts. Zefa got married and was promoted to admiral in the same year. But this upright Navy officer did not meet a favorable fate. At 38, he ascended to the rank of admiral and married, but by 42, he had lost his wife and child to a pirate he had let go, experiencing a dramatic rise and fall in just 4 years. Do you remember what I told you? Zefa did not respond, clearly having forgotten his own words. Protect your family well. After saying this, Zaire turned to the Red Count and said, let us call this a draw. Shall we? Shall we share a drink? The Red Count hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. The two seemed unconcerned about Zefa and his companions taking action, leisurely making their way towards the shore. Watching them depart, Zefa inquired with a glance at Crane if they should detain the two. Although they could not win, stalling until others arrived was certainly feasible. Crane shook her head and replied, "Let us go back and report to Admiral Kong. On the Sabati archipelago, in the number 7 Red Tree District, in Shaki S bar. You specifically came to Sabati archipelago, just for this bar?" The Red Count looked at Zaire with an odd expression, thinking Zaire would take him to a more renowned place for drinks, only to end up in such a small bar. "Do not underestimate this bar. The proprietress is an informant for the Rocks Pirates. Zaire did not come here merely for drinks. He was here for Shaki. Although he was not particularly knowledgeable about building an intelligence network, seeking out professionals was certainly a wise choice." Bang! Just as Zaire and the others were about to enter, a burly man was kicked out, blood splattered all over him, looking utterly miserable. "Did you really think I was easy to mess with?" A crisp, decisive female voice rang out, provoking laughter from a group of pirates. "Ha! That guy Pick dared to flirt with the proprietress. Isn't that courting death?" Previously, a pirate with a bounty of 200 million couldn't last 2 moves against her. The patrons in the bar were indifferent to what had just transpired. They were pirates, outlaws, and the death of a stranger held no interest for them. "Captain, this bar seems rather extraordinary." Lena, following behind Zaire, cast a worried glance at the 3 characters knocking bamboo at the bar's entrance. "Proprietress, 2 beers, 2 ladies' fruit wines, and a glass of regular fruit juice, please." Waterlord and Lightning Bird stayed on the Ark Proverbs to watch the ship. Had it not been for Lightning Bird, Zaire and his group would not have arrived at Sabati Archipelago so quickly. The energy of the Ark Proverbs is electrical, which was also why Zaire brought Pikachu along initially. However, Pikachu's energy was limited and could not sustain a rapid pace. Right away, coming right up, Shaki's expression showed surprise for a moment upon seeing Zaire and the Red Count. But she quickly regained her composure. "Red Count, and that bloodstained sword master Adrian Zeal." Other pirates were not as composed as Shaki. Upon seeing Zaire and his companions, they were frightened and fled the bar in droves. "Little brother, you're making it hard for me to do business." Shaki appeared unperturbed by the presence of Zaire and the Red Count, teasingly speaking. Zaire, not one for pretense, directly tossed a gold bar worth 100 million berries, calmly stating, "Is this enough for the drinks?" Zaire's composed demeanor made even the Red Count want to hit him. "It was simply too infuriating that you're spending 100 million berries just for drinks." Unlike the astonishment of the Red Count, Shaki seemed far more composed. "If it's just for drinks, it's certainly sufficient. Let us drink first." Zaire did not immediately make demands, allowing Shaki to serve the drinks first. "Is there anything to eat?" the Red Count inquired, having been hungry after 3 days and nights of fighting. "There's nothing," Shaki replied somewhat helplessly. "That you're hungry. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Zaire looked at the Red Count with a strange expression. The Red Count, feeling a bit irritated, thought it was quite normal to be hungry after 3 days and nights of fighting. And what was with that look? "You're not hungry. I've eaten already." Zaire had indeed eaten. Thanks to the effects of his gourmet cells, his system storage contained plenty of food. After all, taking food in and out of the system space was the same. During the journey, Zaire had been indulging in a feast in his room. However, the Red Count assumed he was recuperating and did not disturb him, instead enjoying the breeze on deck. After realizing his thoughts were misguided, Zaire considered that exchanges among strong individuals naturally involved drinking, while eating was reserved for banquets. "Proprietress, would you advise against me eating in your establishment?" "Of course, feel free." Shaki played with the gold bar in her hand, her mood quite pleasant. "It's on me. What do you want, barbecue or hot pot?" Forget it. Let us have a bit of everything." Under the astonished gazes of the Red Count and Shaki, Zaire began to pull out items. A barbecue grill, an electric stove, a hot pot basin, various peculiar seasoning bottles, and meat from sea kings and unknown beasts. Zaire's system space contained an abundance of items, especially those related to food. As a foodie, Zaire had even had Heli forge a 4-piece hot pot set and a professional barbecue grill. Lena and Eliza, seeing this, came over to help. As Zaire's women, knowing how to cook was a basic skill, and even if they didn't Kelly would have taught them. The Red Count, his face filled with astonishment, asked, "Where did you pull all this from?" "High technology." Zaire directly tossed a small, satchel-shaped space backpack, version 1.0, to the Red Count, revealing an internal space of only 8 cubic meters, the largest achievable space with current materials. Zaire's items were naturally retrieved from the system space, but he couldn't explain that to others. Coincidentally, the space backpack technology rewarded from the box fruit had also yielded results, making it just right to curry favor with the Red Count, as one of the 3 legendary pirates to come. The Red Count's strength was unquestionable, and his character suited Zair's taste. "Is there anything special?" the Red Count asked as he opened the satchel and looked inside, finding nothing particularly remarkable. "Just reach your hand in and see." Following Zair's suggestion, the Red Count reached in, only to find he could not touch the bottom. The space inside was much larger than he had imagined. A space backpack with 8 cubic meters of internal space, a great companion for home or travel. For just 9,999,999, you can own it. Zair seized the opportunity to promote, leaving the Red Count utterly speechless. "I have no money." The Red Count tossed the satchel back. "As he was not Zair and did not possess such wealth, consider it a gift, as your fee for helping me break through to the Grand Swordsman level." Upon hearing Zeal's words, the Red Count did not refuse but accepted the satchel directly. Had it been before, he would have pondered extensively, yet ever since the Great War, he realized he could no longer perceive the thoughts dwelling within Zeal's heart. He relished this newfound sensation of being unable to hear the voices of others, for throughout his youth, he had been burdened with the ability to discern the inner thoughts of those around him, revealing to him the darkness that enveloped the world and the malevolence within human hearts. The torment of his own ability had been the reason for his solitude. Zeal's capacity to shield the Red Count from perceiving the thoughts of others stemmed from having consumed the Count's blood. While Zeal did not acquire the ability to read minds, his sensitivity to the emotions of others had grown significantly stronger, enabling him to obscure the Red Count's mind-reading skills as well. So it could be said that he had gained immensely. The broth for the hot pot had been expertly prepared, and as the rich soup began to bubble, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The Red Count, gazing at the fragrant pot, could not help but swallow hard. On the island of Shambadi, a reluctant Cap had appeared outside the bar owned by Shaki. Upon receiving word that Zeal and the Red Count had arrived on the island, Kong promptly dispatched Cap to monitor their movements, resulting in Cap, who had been sound asleep, now brimming with resentment. "Damn Zeal and the Red Count, disturbing my slumber," Cap grumbled as he approached the bar, his nose twitching at the overwhelming scent. Having not yet had lunch, Cap immediately transformed into a captive of culinary temptation, his hands hanging limply as his nose guided him mindlessly. Upon pushing open the bar's door, Cap beheld the Red Count voraciously devouring his meal with chopsticks, while several women beside him were rapidly consuming their food, leaving only Zeal, who was grilling meat on the side. "Oh, Vice Admiral Cap, what brings you here?" Zeal inquired, his expression one of curiosity. "What is that delightful aroma?" Cap had completely forgotten his initial purpose for being there, his mind now consumed by thoughts of food, hot pot, and barbecue. "Care to join? I am a Navy officer. How could I possibly dine with a bunch of pirates?" Cap seemed to have suddenly come to his senses, firmly refusing. 10 minutes later. This hot pot is indeed delightful. And the grilled meat, simply divine," the Red Count observed Cap, who was thoroughly engrossed in his meal, devoid of any semblance of decorum, and fell into contemplation. That he noticed the situation was growing increasingly peculiar. They had seemingly come to drink. "By the way, Vice Admiral Cap, is it acceptable for you to be this way?" Shaki inquired, watching Cap devour his food. "It's nothing serious. Admiral Kong merely asked me to keep an eye on you all." "No worries. I am indeed monitoring you, am I not?" Cap mumbled, his mouth full of meat, his words slurred. Had it been the likes of Shiki or Kaido, known for their nefarious deeds, Cap would never have acted in such a manner. But Zeal and the Red Count were different. Zeal's bounty was a decree from the world government, while the Red Count's was due to his slaying of corrupt nobles. Strictly speaking, neither could be classified as a pirate. Unlike Sengoku and Tsuru, Cap's sense of justice had always been rather ambiguous. He could be friends with Roger, and it was quite normal for him to share a meal with Zeal and the Red Count. "First, let's fill our stomachs, and we can discuss other matters later," Zeal stated as he continued grilling the meat. An hour later. "Thank you for your hospitality, but I must take my leave." Having satisfied his appetite, Cap realized that lingering with them for too long was inappropriate, and he stepped outside while picking his teeth. "Vice Admiral Cap, are you all right?" Cap's aide, Bogart, grew concerned when Cap did not emerge promptly, fearing for his safety, and was about to rush inside when Cap finally appeared. All is well, all is well. I merely engaged them for an hour. Under my intimidation, they dared not do anything." Cap felt a twinge of guilt as he averted his gaze, though a smirk lingered on his lips. Bogart, noticing the guilt etched on Cap's face, chose not to confront him. Inside the bar, Zeal had already packed away all the utensils and began discussing serious matters. Miss Shaki, I wonder if you would be interested in joining my kingdom? Your kingdom? The Red Count was taken aback by Zeal's statement, having assumed Zeal was merely a pirate. Miss Shaki, you should be aware of my identity. Yes, Adrian Zeal, the former prince of the Adrian Kingdom, a survivor of the Tenryubito's nation destruction game in the year 1483 of the sea calendar. Shaki appeared to have conducted some research regarding Zeal's identity. The destruction game, the Red Count was unfamiliar with the specifics but could grasp the brutality of it. Every 3 years, the Tenryubito would hold this game, using slaves and indigenous people as prey. Competing to see who could kill more. Shaki's explanation astonished the Red Count, as it was the first time he learned of such events, having always lived in isolation and remained oblivious to such matters. Indeed, I wish to invite you to join the Adrian Kingdom. What do you say? The rewards will be plentiful, but the Adrian Kingdom has already perished, yet I still live. The Adrian Kingdom shall be restored in due time. Zeal's words were resolute, causing Shaki to feel a stir within her. I think I need to ponder this. Zeal was not surprised. If the news of his restoration were to leak, the world government would go to great lengths to suppress it. And Shaki did not believe Zeal could succeed, as Zeal's existence was a blemish upon the world government, as the destruction game was not permitted to be known amidst the seas, significantly impacting their rule. Much like Rock's D.Zbeck, all information would be eradicated. If you reach a decision, do seek me out. Zeal produced a transponder snail and handed it to Shaki, which was linked to a special Dindin Mushi. I believe we can collaborate for the time being, Mr. Zeal. Although Shaki was reluctant to join Zeal's kingdom, she did not wish to offend such a formidable individual. Let us proceed in this manner. Zeal was eager for talent and was willing to offer more opportunities. As night fell, Zeal and the Red Count departed the bar. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality. Indeed, next time I shall surely triumph over you. Zeal did not extend an invitation for the Red Count to join the Adrian Kingdom, knowing it was an impossibility. The current Adrian Kingdom was still unknown. And to the outside world, it appeared that only Zeal was a formidable presence, with Eliza being regarded as a semi-strong ally. Only with immense power and reputation could one attract formidable individuals to their cause. To expect someone of the Red Count's caliber to submit was out of the question. At most, they could remain friends. Captain, where to next? Zeal's objective for this voyage had been to surpass the Master Swordsman, which he had now achieved, yet he required some time to consolidate his strength. Let us return to the Sky Island. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Kong inquired, Cap, do you know if they have allied? Kong gazed at Cap. I don't think so. Other than discovering Zeal's exceptional culinary skills, Cap had gleaned nothing else, rendering him unable to respond adequately. Tsuru, what do you think? Kong had given up on Cap and turned at Tsuru. The likelihood of them forming an alliance is quite high. However, the Red Count is not particularly ambitious, likely only intervening when Zeal requires assistance. Yet Zeal poses a significant threat. He frequently disappears into the sea. If he is not in seclusion, he is likely developing his influence. Kong nodded. Are you suggesting he is forming a pirate crew? But why is there no news from the seas? Tsuru responded calmly. We have been mistaken about one thing. Zeal is not forming a pirate crew. What do you mean? He is the prince of the Adrian Kingdom. If he is building a force, it is quite possible he intends to restore his kingdom. Are you implying he has usurped a nation for his own advancement? That is also a possibility. He may simply be seeking a place to hone his skills. The conjecture of the crane was remarkably astute. However, it was the elusive Zeller who absconded with the Sky Island. Eluding the grasp of the Navy, as events unfolded, Zeller's new bounty materialized upon the seas. The blood-soaked swordsman, Adrian Zeller, a Grand Master of the sword and wielder of the blood fruit, adept in the 3 forms of hockey, was now sought after with a bounty of 33 billion berries. His fate indifferent. The Death Hunter, Eliza, a master of assassination and user of the transparent fruit, commanded a bounty of 500 million berries in the year 1491 of the Sea Circle calendar. A year had elapsed since Zeller's clash with the Crimson Count. During this time, the Sky Island had steadily progressed. Yet Zeller identified a significant dilemma. The dearth of talent within the island was alarmingly inadequate. Though he possessed a super serum capable of cultivating combat prowess, other forms of expertise were sorely lacking. Moreover, the population of the Sky Island had dwindled, with many having adapted to its unique way of life, limiting the potential for nurturing new talent. For Zeller's grand ambitions, this was insufficient. Talent is the bedrock of a nation's development. If it is scarce, one must endeavor to cultivate it. If the inhabitants of the Sky Island are few, then one must seek individuals from the four seas. Thus, the weighty responsibility of uncovering talent for the Adrian Kingdom fell upon Bear. Bear's abilities were particularly advantageous for the currently concealed Adrian Kingdom, allowing him to discreetly transport individuals to the Sky Island without detection. A month prior, the Talent Express team, comprising Bear, Ginny, and Thunderbird, was formally established. At 14 years of age, Bear's formidable heritage from the Bacania tribe, combined with the peculiar powers of the pawpaw fruit, enabled him to contend with naval commanders, while typical naval vice-admirals could hardly impede him. In the East Sea, a pirate ship laden with slaves was slowly making its way across the waters, the pirates aboard reveling in a feast, celebrating their successful plunder. Above the ship, Bear and Ginny perched upon Thunderbird. Concealed within the clouds, are they the ones? Bear inquired, glancing at Ginny, who was fiddling with a snail phone. Indeed, the Blackfang pirates slaughtered the village of Asia just a day ago, abducting numerous children, beautiful women, and some robust men, preparing to trade them with slave traders, Ginny relayed, eavesdropping on the conversation between the Blackfang pirates and the slave traders. Shall we proceed to liberate them now? Bear's countenance darkened. His desire to annihilate the nefarious pirates evident. Hold on, Bear. Let us wait until they engage in their transaction, then strike decisively, Ginny advised. No, Ginny. Every second wasted could cost a life at their hands. Bear's response was unusually vehement. We cannot gamble on the pirates' restraint towards the slaves aboard for the sake of maximizing our gains. Observing the steadfast determination in Bear's eyes, Ginny's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Ginny's affection for Bear stemmed from his genuine kindness. Below, on the pirate ship, a drunken pirate suddenly exclaimed, Captain, shall we bring out a few slaves to relieve our urges? Given the number of women we've captured, the other pirates, emboldened by drink, echoed in agreement. Aye, Captain, we've toiled long and deserve a respite. The captain, bearing a ghastly scar across his forehead, discerning the fervent gazes from his crew, begrudgingly acquiesced. Very well, let us fetch a few women, but keep the more attractive ones. They fetch a higher price. Moments later, 5 haggard women were dragged forth, their tear-streaked faces reflecting profound sorrow. Beasts, you wretched beasts. The women's frenzied cries only incited laughter among the pirates. One pirate, grinning wickedly, proclaimed, Today, I shall show you what true beasts are. Yet, as he advanced, a towering figure abruptly appeared beside him. Pawpaw shockwave. A surge of white energy coalesced in Bear's hand and struck the pirate. The brilliant light, flashing momentarily before the pirate's form, was cleaved in twain, collapsing lifelessly upon the deck. Enemy attack. The inebriated pirates, as if doused with cold water, abruptly regained their senses. They scrambled to comprehend the situation. Bullets rained down from the heavens, shattering several pirate skulls. The sight was gruesome, as the heads of the struck pirates burst open like overripe watermelons. Looking up, the pirates beheld a golden mech hovering in midair, gun barrels extending from its right arm. The bullets had emanated from this very contraption. Bear and Ginny remained silent, harboring no desire to parley with these malevolent pirates. Their intent was clear, to eradicate them. With each appearance beside a pirate, Bear claimed yet another life, while Ginny utilized armor-piercing rounds to dispatch her foes from above. As the crew fell one by one, the pirate captain, in desperation, dashed towards a female slave, intending to use her as a shield. Are you courting death? Bear's furious voice resonated in the captain's ear, and without hesitation, a single blow reduced the pirate captain to nothingness. Witnessing the ease with which their leader was vanquished, many pirates leapt from the ship, seeking to flee from these two demons. Yet, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, electrocuting those who had plunged into the sea. Approximately 10 minutes later, the pirate ship lay awash in blood, its crew obliterated. The 5 slaves, witnessing the demise of their tormentors, wept uncontrollably, bowing in gratitude to Bear and Ginny for avenging them. Sisters, could you summon everyone? Ginny retracted her nano armor, revealing her youthful visage. Understood, benefactor, one woman responded, momentarily taken aback by Ginny's true appearance, yet she nodded in agreement. On the deck, with the assistance of the 5 women, all the slaves aboard congregated. Some men and women embraced their families with fervor, while the majority of children and young girls stood alone, bereft of kin, their loved ones likely fallen to the pirates' cruelty. As the crowd's emotions began to settle, Ginny produced a horn from her satchel. Listen, everyone, The pirates who ravaged your village have been vanquished, yet the world harbors countless evildoers. Ginny paused, allowing her words to resonate before continuing. Bear and I were once slaves, just like you. But we have since escaped our shackles, claiming our own lives. Many others across the sea still suffer as we once did. Yet we were fortunate to encounter Lord Zeller, who sheltered us, nurtured us, granting us a home and strength. Now, Lord Zeller has dispatched us to rescue you. Will you join us in leaving? A man who appeared to be the leader stepped forward, declaring, "We have lost our homes. We wish to depart with our benefactor." Many echoed his sentiment. "We wish to leave with our benefactor. Bear will escort you to safety. Come forth one by one. Do not fear." With minimal persuasion, Bear utilized his powers, sending each individual to the Sky Island. Big Bear Express. Your satisfaction is guaranteed in the Sky Island. On Baika Island, a figure enveloped in bubbles soared swiftly through the sky. The figure landed upon the soft clouds, ceasing their scream. "Mayor Gray, you have arrived as well." Upon seeing Gray, over 30 individuals felt their anxieties dissipate. After being transported to the Sky Island by Bear, they had felt disoriented. Now, with their leader present, their hearts were at ease. Gray gazed upon the surviving villagers, tears welling in his eyes during the flight. He had dreaded the thought of losing them. Is everyone accounted for? Just then, Creanies approached the gathering. "Excuse me, is this the place Mr. Bear mentioned?" Regaining his composure, Gray assumed the leadership role once more, addressing Creanies on behalf of the villagers. "Indeed, I am the one responsible for your transfer. You may call me Creanies." Kinnis is a gentle and attentive individual. Thus Zell entrusted her with the responsibility of accommodating these people. "I am Gray, their village chief." With a smile gracing her face, Kinnis exuded a sense of reassurance. "Now, I must gather specific information about each of you to facilitate your placement, and I kindly ask for your cooperation." "Mr. Gray. Oh, of course," Gray responded, feeling no need to refuse Kinnis's request. Approximately half an hour later, Kinnis completed her records. Among the group were 15 children, 12 beautiful women, and 9 robust men. 8 of the children, tragically, were left without families. Utterly alone. Most of the men were members of the village's security team, strong and sturdy, intended for sale by pirates. Among the women were young maidens of striking beauty, as well as mature women still possessing charm. "Please follow me. We have prepared accommodations for you to rest and acclimatize. We are currently on an island high above the clouds, and the oxygen levels differ from those at ground level. If you experience discomfort, do not fear, it will pass with time." Under Kinnis's guidance, the 36 individuals arrived at the designated dwellings to rest. As they beheld the breathtaking scenery and felt the softness of the clouds below, the survivors of calamity found their spirits uplifted, while others indulged in the delectable cuisine provided by Kinnis. Gray approached her. "Lady Kinnis, may I inquire what tasks we are expected to undertake?" He felt uneasy about merely enjoying others' offerings without contributing. Although the Sky Island is vast, its population is sparse, and the recently developed Appiato Island harbors even fewer inhabitants. "We need your assistance in constructing our Sky Island." Upon hearing that there was work to be done, Gray felt a sense of relief that we are willing to perform any tasks. "But those children have lost their families. Could we not take on their responsibilities?" Kinnis smiled at Gray's words, finally understanding the source of the villagers' trust in their chief. "Rest assured, Mr. Gray, the children will be sent to the Royal Academy for nurturing, where many others like them reside. Additionally, the young maidens will have other opportunities. We shall not compel you into laborious tasks. The Sky Island we are building will also be your home, and you may choose the work you wish to pursue." Gray's eyes glistened with tears. He had not anticipated that they could have a home of their own. "Fear not, Lady Kinnis. I shall communicate this clearly to the villagers, and we shall strive together to build our Sky Island." A fervent flame flickered in Gray's eyes, igniting a passionate resolve within him. Kinnis, unaware of his deeper motivations, assumed he was simply filled with gratitude. Little did she know, Gray had embarked on a path of a missionary. Back in the dwelling, Gray cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. With a resonant cough, he launched into an impassioned speech. "Fellow villagers, the pirates have ravaged our village, leaving us homeless." Upon hearing Gray's words, the crowd felt a heaviness in their hearts. Their spirits dulled, uncertain of what lay ahead. "However, we encountered Mr. Kuma and Miss Ginny, who saved us from a fate of slavery. Our future is once again in our hands. Now we possess hope and purpose." Mr. Kuma mentioned that Lord Zell requires our assistance in constructing the Sky Island. "Our home," Should we not respond with enthusiasm? Gray's impassioned rhetoric stirred the crowd's emotions, prompting a resounding affirmation. Yes, excellent. Fellow villagers, let us labor diligently to construct our homeland, for the sake of Lord Zeal. The villagers, evidently invigorated, echoed, let us build the Sky Island. Outside, Zeal received news and prepared to educate the newcomers, only to be met with the fervent shouts of the crowd. What have you told them? Zeal inquired, casting a quizzical glance at Kinnis. Kinnis appeared equally perplexed, unaware of the sudden excitement that had enveloped the group. That I am not certain. It likely pertains to that chief named Gray. Zeal and Kinnis refrained from entering the house, opting instead to listen from outside. Accompanied by Gray's impassioned speech, intermittent exclamations of "Let us build the Sky Island" resonated within, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The more Zeal listened, the more he sensed a shift. Through Gray's words, he perceived his transformation from a benevolent strongman to the compassionate deity of the Sky Island. Zeal felt an unexpected sanctity envelop him, as if he were a divine messenger sent to guide the masses. Kinnis, too, was taken aback, teasingly whispering near Zeal, "Divine Lord." Zeal, feeling a wave of discomfort, was not accustomed to being referred to as a deity. Typically, the inhabitants of the Sky Island addressed him as Lord Zeal. Yet he found it impossible to escape the divine moniker. With a playful swat to Kinnis's rear, Zeal teased, "You shall face consequences this evening." Kinnis's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she remained silent. Once the commotion within subsided, Zeal entered the room with Kinnis by his side. "Greetings, everyone. I am Zeal, the ruler of the Sky Island." Zeal spoke, meeting the curious gazes of the crowd. "Divine Lord," they exclaimed with fervor. Zeal felt a tinge of embarrassment, but knew he must not falter. "You may call me Lord Zeal. I am not a god. Whereas the divine turned a blind eye as you faced peril, I shall extend my hand to assist you." Zeal's words struck a chord within their hearts. Indeed, when the pirates slaughtered their families, the gods did not intervene, yet Zeal had sent a messenger to rescue them. "Now you are a part of the Sky Island, and I need your collaboration in building our home." The crowd, unhesitant, voiced their determination. Zeal had not anticipated such ease in rallying their spirits. It seemed that entrusting Gray to Kinnis would facilitate the integration of those brought by Kuma. Since the establishment of Kuma's talent delivery group, individuals had occasionally arrived on the Sky Island. Most of those brought were slaves or individuals oppressed by nobility, living in dire circumstances. Pirates, too, had been transported to the Sky Island, all of whom were, without exception, devil fruit users. Over the course of 2 months, 2 devil fruit users had been delivered by Kuma. After defeating the 2 pirates, Zeal acquired 2 devil fruits. The Zoan-type bird fruit, granting the ability to transform into a platypus, and the Paramecia-type ball fruit, bestowing powers akin to those of an electric ball. Zeal placed them in the breeding facility, though while the platypus was manageable, the electric ball species posed some challenges. In the breeding facility, Diker was, as usual, seeking thrills, riding the Kintoro at a gallop, attempting to touch the electrically paralyzed Mary sheep, and provoking the Iron Rhino, fleeing in disarray. "That I understand now. Iron Rhino," Diker exclaimed, running for his life. Vivian paid him no mind. The Iron Rhino would not truly harm Diker, at most nudging him with its horn. "Ack!" Diker cried out as his rear was poked, causing him to flail his legs in a desperate attempt to shake off the Iron Rhino. Suddenly, Diker recalled Zeal's words about the Iron Rhino. Once it began to run, it would not stop unless it collided with something. With a plan forming, Diker lured the Iron Rhino toward a small hill and, just before a massive rock, leaped aside to evade the rhino's charge. The Iron Rhino collided with the stone, shaking its head in confusion, momentarily forgetting its pursuit. After a moment of bewilderment, it turned and ambled away. Diker, hidden behind the rock, sighed in relief, only to be greeted by a curious sight. A round, red and white creature resembling a ball. The electric ball species was known for its propensity for self-detonation, typically activating its explosive abilities with the slightest provocation. Zeal's voice echoed in Diker's mind, causing his expression to shift dramatically. "Electric ball, please remain calm." Descartes endeavored to speak up and salvage the situation, yet the electric orb paid him no heed, as it began to radiate a dazzling white light. Kadir immediately placed his hand on his waist, activating the switch of his nano-armor, which instantaneously enveloped his form in a suit of black armor. Bang! A flash of white light surged forth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Kadir was hurled by the wind, crashing against a stone. However, Descartes remained unscathed. The nano armor was crafted from the strongest memory metal produced by the synthetic metal platform, rendering it impervious to ordinary explosions. Within the confines of the nano armor, Descartes gazed at the electric orb with exhilaration. Having discovered a new thrill, the blinding white light ignited a sense of excitement within him, particularly the potent shockwave generated at the moment of the explosion, akin to a momentous awakening. Although Descartes' face was obscured, the electric orb could still sense the fervent gaze penetrating through the armor. Thus, with another bang, another flash of white light erupted. At merely 3 years of age, Descartes encountered an explosion for the first time in his life. Yet, it felt like a destined encounter. He sensed his very blood boiling with fervor. The electric orb, too, had never met anyone who appreciated its explosions so thoroughly, feeling an inexplicable kinship. Thunder, the electric orb leapt, its face displaying a joyful expression. "Do you wish for me to accompany you?" Descartes seemed to establish a telepathic connection with the electric orb, intuitively grasping its intentions. After following the electric orb for a while, Descartes suddenly noticed an increasing number of electric orbs appearing before him. Thunder, electricity. Thunder, electricity. Indeed, explosions were art. Nothing could rival their exhilarating nature. Thunder, the bond between Descartes and the electric orb blossomed into friendship, united by their shared appreciation for explosions. A few electric orbs engaged in communication, and Descartes aptly responded at intervals. Understanding Descartes' affinity for explosions, the electric orb's fondness for him grew exponentially. To celebrate their meeting, the electric orbs commenced a uniquely captivating welcome ceremony. The radiant white light sparkled across the hillside, the sounds of explosions echoing far and wide. Thankfully, Zeal had deliberately chosen a location devoid of other Pokémon when accommodating the electric orbs. Otherwise, few Pokémon would have been able to endure the chaos. Immersed in the thrill of the explosions, Descartes quivered with excitement. Descartes, Villia, having heard the deafening explosions, rode her Charizard to investigate, only to discover the small figure clad in nano armor. Without a moment's hesitation, Villia recognized Descartes. "I am not Descartes." Upon catching sight of Villia, Descartes felt his heart plummet, and he took off running. A minute later, having retracted his nano armor, Descartes found himself lifted in Villia's grasp. "Mother, I realize my mistake," Descartes lamented, feeling the burning sensation on his backside. "Where did you go wrong?" Villia's anger surged. While she could overlook Descartes' mischievousness, engaging in such perilous activities was entirely unacceptable. After an exchange filled with maternal concern, Descartes was unceremoniously tossed in front of Zeal. "I hear you sought out the electric orbs to discuss your explosive experiences." Zeal regarded Descartes with a stern expression. Yes, Descartes acknowledged the danger of his actions. Had it not been for the nano armor, he would have sustained serious injuries. Indeed, serious injuries. The explosions from the electric orbs were merely capable of inflicting significant harm upon Descartes. His exoskeletal genes and steel balloon talent were not to be underestimated. The feats of Charlotte Lingling, who could tear giants apart at the age of 5, served as a testament to this. Adult giant soldiers were formidable adversaries. Presently, the explosive power of the electric orbs was comparable to that of a standard hand grenade, posing no lethal threat to Descartes. "You can be mischievous and seek thrills, but do not cause your mother undue worry." "Understood, father." Observing Descartes' downcast demeanor, Zeal chose not to offer consolation. Indeed, this child's character required some moderation. However, witnessing Descartes' passion for explosions, Zeal recalled that within his devil fruit lay an explosive fruit. Zeal retrieved the explosive fruit and addressed Descartes. "This is the explosive fruit. It will enable you to become an explosion person, impervious to explosive shockwaves." Descartes' eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Zeal. "Father." Upon hearing Descartes' endearing tone and considering the boy's nature, Zeal felt a wave of discomfort. He tucked the devil fruit away, instructing Descartes, "Go apologize to your mother. If she forgives you, I shall keep this devil fruit for you." "Huh? Why keep it?" Descartes had anticipated that Zeal would hand the explosive fruit over directly. "You little rascal, the devil fruit will be yours in due time, but you are still too young." Zeal did not immediately present the devil fruit to Descartes. Given the boy's temperament, he might very well blow up the palace by the next day. In the training grounds of the Royal Academy, 11 young figures were besieging Zeal. Atai swung his massive fist at Zeal, who deftly sidestepped the attack. Too slow, Zeal wielded a wooden stick, striking Atai on the head. Atai's cumbersome body lost balance and collided into Ohm, sending both tumbling to the ground. Enel seized the opportunity, delivering a whip kick aimed at Zeal. However, Zeal leaped back, and Enel's leg struck Hassan's long neck instead. Bang! Hassan fell to the ground in pain. Timing was commendable, yet the movements were too conspicuous. Phantom explosion. Just as Zeal spoke, Koli conjured several orbs of white energy and hurled them at Zeal. Dust erupted, obscuring the scene within. Before Koli could revel in her success, a wave of intense unease washed over her. Her body suddenly became ethereal, and without the armed color coding, the wooden stick passed straight through her form. Quick to react, quite impressive. Zeal nodded, satisfied with Koli's reflexes. Take this. A voice rang out near him as Sarah's electrified palm descended from above. Zeal shifted slightly, catching Aisha's fluffy leg with one hand, and swung her forward. Crashing directly into Shura. 3 minutes later, all 11 trainees lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to move. Their physical prowess had met the standard, yet their combat skills required further refinement. Zeal spoke. He produced 11 vials of super serum. In a moment, you shall drink this serum, endure, and you will be reborn. If you cannot withstand it, then you will join the others in class. Zeal had taken the time to guide them, and they needed to strive harder than their peers. He harnessed the powers of the devil fruit to expedite their recovery. It was merely a test, and Zeal had not attacked them. Every bruise they bore resulted from their own sparring, with Koli being the sole recipient of Zeal's strikes. After all, without mastering the armed color, he could not touch her when she was ethereal. Once the 11 recovered, Koli was the first to seize a vial of super serum and drink it down. Following her example, the others quickly followed suit. For 3 minutes, their agonized cries reverberated throughout the academy, sending shivers down the spines of the other ordinary students. Observing the varied expressions of the students, Deli remarked, the more wretched their cries now, the stronger they shall become after their rebirth. If you work hard, you too will have your chance. Do not squander this opportunity. The less talented students felt a surge of excitement at her words. Rebirth was their chance. Watching the trainees grow increasingly serious in their training, Deli nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Zeal observed the 11 endure and could not help but nod in satisfaction. The white steam dissipated. Their forms were revealed. It was evident that each individual's height had increased by 20 to 50 centimeters. Only Atai had surged a full meter, reaching over 3 meters tall, towering even above Zeal. Atai's clothing had been torn to shreds, the fabric unable to contain his bulging muscles. If the skin were green, one would resemble the Hulk in all his glory. Zhaoyang's eyes sparkled with realization. It seemed that Atai possessed some unique bloodline, endowing him with exceptional physical prowess, such formidable strength. I feel as though my physical capabilities have increased several-fold. As they experienced the transformation of their bodies, many expressed their astonishment. Atai, unleash your full power and strike me. Zhaoyang called out to Atai. Atai, as stoic as ever, would not refuse Zhaoyang's request. With his arm drawn back, he summoned all his might and delivered a punch that even produced a sonic boom. Bang! Atai's powerful blow crashed against Zhaoyang's palm, fracturing the ground beneath them. His strength likely reached the level of a colonel. Zhaoyang was quite pleased with Atai's power, considering he was only 13 years old. With such strength, his talent was already approaching that of a great bear. After a moment of contemplation, Zhaoyang retrieved a devil fruit from the system space. It was an ancient Zoan-type fruit, the bear fruit. In its short-faced bear form, whether to consume it was entirely Atai's decision. Zhaoyang's stock of devil fruits was plentiful, and allowing them to languish in storage was hardly ideal, even though he could reserve them for his children. Zhaoyang still had 2 superior fruits, the strength fruit and the muscle fruit, so he was not particularly concerned about one ancient variety. Without hesitation, Atai seized the devil fruit and tossed it into his mouth. Zhaoyang wanted to observe his reaction to the fruit's notoriously unpleasant taste. However, to Zhaoyang's disappointment, Atai swallowed the devil fruit whole without even chewing it. After consuming the fruit, Atai's body began to transform, sprouting brown fur and towering to a height of 10 meters, morphing into a colossal bear so tall. Onlookers gasped at Atai's drastic change. Roar! Atai let out a mighty roar, and his form shifted again, reducing to 5 meters while his face returned to normal. Though he retained some characteristics of the short-faced bear, his body still cloaked in a layer of brown fur. Atai, let us spar, so you can acclimate to your new abilities. Xiaoyang urged, curious about the extent of Atai's newfound powers. Without hesitation, Atai unleashed a tremendous force, charging towards Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang raised his hand to intercept Atai's attack, nodding in approval. Both speed and strength had reached the level of a naval rear admiral. With a firm push, Xiaoyang sent Atai hurtling away to Atai's form shifted once more, transforming back into the towering short-faced bear shape, and he charged towards Xiaoyang on all fours. Bang! Xiaoyang braced himself against Atai's massive paw, causing the ground to crack. Roar! Atai bellowed, his long limbs granting him agility. As he brought down his other paw, Xiaoyang maintained his stance, absorbing Atai's force. Dust and debris swirled around them, while the onlookers watched in disbelief. Xiaoyang remained utterly unmoved to them. Atai's strike seemed terrifying, and they expected Xiaoyang to expend considerable effort to counter it. Yet, Xiaoyang's strength astonished them once more as he effortlessly deflected Atai's attack. They felt pressure merely from Atai's 10-meter stature. "That's enough," Xiaoyang declared, pushing aside Atai's enormous paws, signaling him to cease hostilities. Obediently, Atai halted his assault and reverted to his human form. "Thank you, Lord Xiaoyang." Though Atai was not one for words, he understood the value of the devil fruit Xiaoyang had bestowed upon him. Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively and addressed the others. "I possess many devil fruits. You all have the opportunity to obtain one." Excitement sparkled in their eyes as they recognized Atai's remarkable increase in power. "If your strength meets the standard, rewards will naturally follow." Xiaoyang ignited their enthusiasm before departing to find Dalai at that moment. Dalai was training students, with Gavin observing nearby. Gavin, possessing exceptional physical talent, was already close to 1.50 meters at merely 3 years of age. "What about you, Gavin? Do you wish to train as well?" Xiaoyang inquired, ruffling Gavin's soft, golden hair, which felt delightful to the touch. "Yes, Dad. I can start training too," Gavin eagerly responded, envious of the evident progress made by the students he often saw Dalai train. "My training is quite rigorous. Are you prepared?" Xiaoyang had initially planned to wait until the children were 5 before commencing their training, but he had clearly underestimated the might of his bloodline. At 3 years old, his children already exhibited physical qualities comparable to adults. However, it was not surprising, given that Ant could tear apart giants at 5, and even Luffy could defeat adults at that age. The physical prowess of individuals in the pirate world was indeed extraordinary. "That I can do it." Gavin's eyes sparkled with determination, clearly anticipating the training ahead. "Very well, in 1 month's time, you will officially begin your training." Cherish these final moments of leisure, Xiaoyang decided, realizing that a month later would be 1492, and his children would be turning 4, making it the right time to start. "Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely persevere." Gavin exclaimed confidently, oblivious to the challenges that lay ahead. "Isn't it too early? The children are still so young," Dalai interjected, somewhat perplexed by Xiaoyang's intentions. "That it is not too early. The sea is fraught with turmoil, and battles occur continuously. Although we reside thousands of meters in the sky, the ocean is our true home. You are aware of my identity. The world government will not let me off easily. They cannot take action against me directly, but they will seize any opportunity to impose sanctions. The children must grow stronger." Xiaoyang's words awakened Dalai, who had nearly forgotten the dangers of the sea after 3 years on the Sky Island. "Perhaps I should consume a devil fruit as well. I feel my swordsmanship has reached its limits." Dalai had long aspired to master swordsmanship, but her talent seemed to plateau at the level of a swordsman. However, to enhance her combat capabilities, she contemplated consuming a devil fruit, recognizing that only greater strength would enable her to support Xiaoyang. Moved by Dalai's resolve, Xiaoyang felt a warmth in his heart. Nothing was more touching than a family member willing to sacrifice for him. After some thought, he realized that a particular devil fruit would be perfect for Dalai. Xiaoyang retrieved a teal-colored devil fruit from the system warehouse. This was a paramecia-type scythe fruit, capable of unleashing wind blades. If mastered to the point of awakening, it could potentially elevate her to the level of a grand swordsman. The scythe fruit seemed ideally suited for a swordsman, as the wind blades it produced closely resembled a swordsman's slashing techniques. Yet their natures differed. If Xiaoyang were to consume this fruit, he could easily fuse the swordsman's slash with the wind blade, but he wondered how well Dalai would adapt to it. Dalai gazed at the scythe fruit in Xiaoyang's hand, hesitated for a moment, then resolved to consume it. Currently, Xiaoyang's side had only himself and Eliza as capable fighters. Kalina had decent strength, but it was merely adequate in the vast ocean, unlike Xiaoyang's other women. Daili had always been in the shadow of the Villiers sisters, protecting them. However, Xiaoyang's significance in her heart had been growing, especially after having children, making her even more attentive to him. Ugh, Daili gagged at the taste. Although she had never tasted excrement, she found the flavor of the devil fruit reminiscent of it. Xiaoyang, suddenly bursting with mischief, quipped, "I've heard that to fully acquire the powers of a devil fruit, one must consume it whole." Daili shot him a deadpan look, as if to say, "Do you really think I'm that naive?" Daili, standing at 2 meters 3, was undeniably tall, and her knightly demeanor exuded an aura of authority. Xiaoyang had never witnessed her in such a state before, and he couldn't help but feel a stir of excitement. "Xiaoyang, accompany me as I familiarize myself with the abilities of the devil fruit." Seeing that familiar glint in Xiaoyang's eyes, Daili felt a tinge of shyness. Remembering Gavin was still nearby, she quickly interrupted Xiaoyang's thoughts. Ahem, understood, in order to showcase the combat prowess of swordsmen to the students. Zeal deliberately cleared the training ground, inviting all students to observe the spectacle on the training field. Deli and Zeal stood facing each other, while the students gathered at the periphery to watch. Deli wielded an exquisite Western sword, while Zeal brandished a standard long knife he had used during his early days at C.1000 miles. Bloodstained, 1,000 miles. The two exchanged a powerful slash, the crimson strike clashing with the azure one, producing a deafening sound as they negated each other. Merely accompanying Deli in her exploration of the devil fruit, Zeal naturally refrained from exerting his full strength. Shadow kill. Deli's form abruptly vanished from sight, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. This technique, developed by Zeal in conjunction with the Marine 6 styles, was known to Kelly, Deli, and Karina. It could be said that both Kelly and Deli honed their swordsmanship under Zeal's tutelage, while Karina's style still bore traces of the Marines. However, under Zeal's guidance, it had undergone considerable transformation. The Western sword, entwined with the cerulean whirlwind, struck against Zeal's long knife, rendering Deli's movements imperceptible to all but Karina, who could discern her actions clearly. Deli's consumption of the devil fruit did not evoke envy in Karina. Her own innate talent for swordsmanship instilled in her the confidence that she too would become a grand swordsman. Upon realizing her initial attack had failed, Deli swiftly adapted her strategy. Bloody wind. With a graceful spin, Deli conjured a verdant tornado, its formidable pulse stirring up a cloud of dust from the ground. Were she to face an ordinary rear admiral, this whirlwind could easily tear him apart. Continuous slash. Hundreds of wind-infused slashes erupted forth, careening towards Zeal as if inexhaustible. Bang, bang. Although Zeal successfully blocked every strike, the ground bore the brunt of the residual force, creating numerous craters. Swimming dragon. The previous Deli would never have been able to execute this maneuver. This technique required the energy from the fruit to envelop her entirely, propelling her forward with the ferocity of a mighty dragon. Now, she could barely manage to perform it, albeit with some awkwardness. The cerulean dragon opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Zeal with a tremendous crash. Dust enveloped the scene, obscuring everyone's view. As the haze lifted, both figures were revealed standing firmly, though the ground beneath them had formed a massive crater. What incredible destructive power! Gavin watched the duel between his parents, exhilarated. It was far more thrilling than observing the other students' battles. With a bit more practice on her devil fruit abilities, Deli would surely attain Vice Admiral strength. Zeal nodded with satisfaction, observing the battered ground around him. He noted that he would need to ask Helly to prepare some special materials for the flooring, as it was unacceptable for the ground to be left in such disarray after each bout. On the first day of the year 1492 in the era of the sea, Daikel, who had spent the day frolicking with the thunder beasts, was sound asleep. Suddenly, he dreamt of being seized by a fire-breathing dragon, tossed about in the sky. "Put me down, fire dragon. I promise I won't blow your tail again." Zeal grimaced. This boy was truly in for it. The fire dragon's tail was the embodiment of life as flame. Did he really think blowing on it would extinguish it? "Wake up, Daikel. Have you forgotten what today is?" Zeal said, lifting Daikel with one hand and speaking into his ear. "Ugh. Dad, good morning," Daikel mumbled, his eyes fluttering open to see Zeal's stern expression, prompting an awkward response. Zeal carried Daikel directly to the newly constructed training ground of the palace, the floor laid with a bright silver alloy named after the Helly family. Looking up, Daikel noticed that all his siblings had gathered. realizing he was the only one summoned by Zeal. Recalling that Zeal had mentioned they were to begin training today, he felt a pang of sadness. Those blissful days had slipped away irretrievably. Zeal tossed Daikel into the midst of the children, proclaiming, "Your physical fitness has now reached the required standard. We can commence training. The training ahead will be arduous, but I hope you will persevere." With that, Zeal produced a mountain of devil fruits, an impressive sight to behold. The children, familiar with the concept of devil fruits yet never having seen such a plethora, widened their eyes in astonishment. Observing their stunned expressions, Zeal declared, "I will rank you based on your performance, and those with higher ranks may select their devil fruits first. With pressure comes motivation." Zeal would not oppose healthy competition among siblings. Having instilled a sense of collective awareness in them from a young age, in their still maturing hearts, perhaps the safety of family outweighed all else. Zeal retracted the devil fruits and began assigning training tasks. "From now on, each of you shall run 10 laps around the training room." Zeal's demands were indeed high. One lap of the training ground measured 800 meters, totaling 8,000 meters in a previous life. Even an adult would be exhausted. However, in the pirate world, while challenging, 8,000 meters could certainly be completed. "Get moving." Upon hearing his command, the children immediately began to run, though gaps quickly appeared among them. Gavin was the most enthusiastic about the training, sprinting ahead, followed closely by the ever-energetic Daikel and Carmen. To Zeal's surprise, Nikes kept pace with the leading trio. The more composed ones, including Cohen, Trax, Malin, Sol, Kesha, and Morgana, formed the middle group. Lastly, leading a straight line at the back was Rasha with Tesla, Hella, Mona, and Cassio. It was clear that Rasha was guiding his slower siblings, but Cassio seemed entirely unbothered, lagging at the end and showing no concern even as Gavin lapped him, embodying a carefree spirit. However, Zeal chose to ignore him. This was merely a warm-up run, and there would be ample opportunities for him to take things seriously later. Half an hour passed, and Hella and Mona were on the verge of collapse, their legs feeling as though they were encased in lead, making running a Herculean task. "I can't go on." Daikel, having started off too exuberantly, was the first to voice his fatigue, expecting to elicit sympathy from Zeal. He paused to catch his breath. Crack! A bamboo rod struck Daikel's backside. "You may run slowly, but you cannot walk or stop," Zeal admonished. Wincing, Daikel resumed his run. "Come on, Mona, Hella, just 3 more laps to go," Rasha encouraged. Noticing the exhaustion etched on their faces, as for the ever-distracted Cassio, his lack of flushed cheeks or labored breathing made it evident he could continue. 10 minutes later, the first child to complete the laps emerged, surprisingly. It was Nikes. This was quite unexpected, as Rasha, the eldest brother, had always been attentive to his younger siblings, often overlooking Nikes' role as the eldest sister. Gavin was the second to finish, with the rest of the children following in a similar order to the start. Except for Daikel, who fell behind Tesla, surpassing only Hella, Mona, and the lackadaisical Cassio. "Slap your legs. Loosen up. We'll be starting the next training soon." Zeal's words struck like thunder, prompting Daikel to complain, "I can't do it anymore. Dad, I think I'm sick. I need a break." "Sick, you say? Worry not. I came prepared." Zeal clapped his hands, and a beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was Shanai Dao. "Shanai Dao, healing wave," with a command from Zeal. Shanai's palm emitted a pink wave, washing away the fatigue of the crowd. "You have 30 minutes to recuperate, so make the most of it." Dekar still wished to speak, but a single glare from Zeal silenced him. During this interval, Zeal summoned a new Pokemon, the Wisdom Ape. This creature possessed an exceptionally high IQ, featuring a black face, white fur, and a purple mane resembling a cloak around its neck, all while wielding a white fan. It was a reward from a devil fruit obtained from a pirate Zeal had slain. This animal-type Pokemon, known as the Monkey fruit, gorilla form, was a special individual from the Wisdom Ape clan, exhibiting intelligence surpassing that of the average human, along with an impressive array of skills. Zeal had brought the Wisdom Ape for the children to train with due to its mastery of gravity skills, a rarity among his Pokemon, as typically only Psychic-type Pokemon possessed such abilities. Half an hour later, the group had mostly recovered, gazing curiously at the Wisdom Ape beside Zeal. After all, it was their first encounter with such an audacious Pokemon. The Wisdom Ape regarded their expressions with a look akin to that of observing fools, which was quite vexing. Zeal spoke. "This is the Wisdom Ape, who will serve as one of your instructors from now on. However, The gorilla's gaze was rather infuriating. Dekar felt uncomfortable under the wisdom ape's scrutiny. Unsure why it fixated on him. It could only be said that the wisdom ape had successfully identified the most intellectually stimulating among the children during their rest. In truth, it was merely a sign of respect towards his performance, as their clan was unique in that they displayed such expressions towards particularly clever individuals. Zeal's mischievous tendencies resurfaced, although Dekar remained skeptical. The wisdom ape turned to Zeal, donning the same expression it had when looking at Dekar. I see. Dekar exclaimed, realizing the wisdom ape regarded Zeal with the same admiration it had for him. His pride swelling. Indeed, his intelligence was immediately recognizable. Zeal facepalmed, realizing he was digging his own grave with this absurdity. Wisdom ape, gravity. At Zeal's command, the wisdom ape pressed its fan downward, unleashing an invisible field of force, causing everyone to feel an intense gravitational pull, accompanied by the sound of bang, bang, bang. The group found themselves prone on the ground. Now, push beyond your limits and stand up. Ah, Gavin shouted, using his hands to brace against the ground as he slowly rose. The others followed suit, shouting loudly before exerting themselves. Ultimately, everyone except Mona managed to stand. Mona's face turned crimson as she strained against the gravity, her hands pressed firmly against the ground. Come on, Mona, you can do it. You're almost there. Everyone encouraged her. With the collective motivation, Mona finally straightened her body, panting heavily. Excellent. Now, onto the second phase, throw a punch. By noon, all the children lay exhausted on the ground, their faces void of hope. The training had concluded for the day, and Zeal indicated that such rigorous sessions would be the norm henceforth. Please no. Dekar's protests were disregarded by Zeal. Shania appeared once more, releasing another wave of healing energy, restoring everyone's vitality. That moment, Kelly arrived at the training grounds, accompanied by several women. Zeal, isn't this a bit too harsh? Seeing the children's pitiful state, it would be disingenuous to claim Kelly was unconcerned. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. After this morning's exercises, Zeal realized he had underestimated the children's potential. The capabilities bestowed by bloodline fruits were astonishing. Had Charlotte Linlin consumed a bloodline fruit, the Big Mom Pirates would have been invincible long ago. After sending the children away with Kelly, Zeal proceeded to Apaya's shipyard to assess the construction progress of the Ark Proverb. The completed Ark Proverb, combined with Heli's modifications, had already surpassed the original version. Yet he was curious how it compared to the Underworld King. Reflecting on the Underworld King, Zeal recalled that it remained in Tom's possession, and it seemed he would need to seek it out. Zeal, what brings you here? Heli, overseeing the shipbuilders, was somewhat taken aback by Zeal's arrival. That I came to check on the construction progress of the Ark Proverb. Currently, the Ark Proverb was still in its nascent stages, and there was a long way to go. Although many new shipbuilders had joined recently, they struggled to grasp certain advanced technologies, leaving Zeal to handle the bulk of the work, resulting in slow progress. Heli was equally frustrated. Despite Zeal providing an abundance of innovative technology, he was the sole researcher, making it overwhelming. Zeal recognized this shortcoming. Previously, having Heli was sufficient, but now the lack of scientific talent in Sky Island posed a significant obstacle to his ambitions. Do you know any capable scientists? Perhaps we could return to your homeland to recruit a team. Heli hailed from Machanica Island, the homeland of the genius scientist Vegapunk, where scientists were as plentiful as doctors on Drum Island. Heli concurred with Zeal's suggestion, stating, I know a brilliant scientist who has a keen interest in energy. If we could share our electric and magnetic energy technologies with him, he might be inclined to join us. Zeal was taken aback by Heli's remarks. She had always boasted of being the most brilliant female scientist, exuding extreme pride. His name is Vegapunk, a user of the brain fruit. Vegapunk? Isn't he working for the world government? Zeal recalled Vegapunk's long-standing association with the world government. Heli gave Zeal a curious glance. I'm not sure. Didn't he establish an organization called MADS for illicit scientific research? Heli's words left Zeal momentarily speechless. He was unaware of this development, perhaps having overlooked it while watching anime. Zeal took Heli back to the palace and contacted Shaki through a din mushy to Mr. Zeal. How may I assist you? Shaki's voice was sultry. Heli shot Zeal a puzzled look, seemingly assuming Shaki was his romantic partner. Miss Shaki, do you have any information regarding MADS and Vegapunk? MADS is an illicit research organization sponsored by the King of Loan Sharks. Field. Vegapunk is a genius scientist who has consumed the brain fruit. Zeal's eyes lit up. realizing Vegapunk had not yet aligned himself with the world government. Do you have any knowledge of their whereabouts? This will take a bit of time, approximately 2 days, Shaki's voice continued. Amidst conducts its research in secrecy. I learned about it through a friend who works there. Zeal recalled some plot points related to one piece he had encountered online. The Queen of Happy Street, Stussy, was based on Miss Bakken, a former member of the Rocks Pirates and also affiliated with MADS, primarily researching cloning technologies. Shaki must have been a member of the Rocks Pirates as well. And her friend was likely Miss Bakken. Your information is invaluable. How much will it cost? 50 million berries, and I look forward to our collaboration. Zeal could detect Shaki's evident delight in her tone, suggesting that money intrigued her more than previous partnerships. No problem. I'll ensure you receive it. Zeal hung up the din mushy and turned to Heli, who had been listening intently. Are you familiar with Vegapunk? Not intimately, but we've crossed paths a few times. That he is not interested in weapon research. He's been preoccupied with something he calls endless energy. Heli had always focused her research on weaponry. She had first encountered Zeal while investigating an ancient robot. That's sufficient. You'll accompany me to find Vegapunk. In the ensuing 2 days, Zeal diligently trained the children each morning, dedicated the afternoons to his own practice, and encouraged the wives to engage in physical exercise during the evenings, leading a life of serene contentment. Thanks to his efforts, most of the wives, including Lena, Elisa, and the twin dancers Nora and Nolan from the previous auction, have given birth to their second child. Fortunately, the current developments have entered a stable phase, providing them with a secure environment. This morning, intelligence from Shachi also arrived. MADS is currently in the Kingdom of Izio in the South China Sea, seemingly engaged in a transaction involving devil fruits. Having lingered there for nearly a month, the Kingdom of Izio is quite unique, governed by both the Church of Light and the Church of Night, with the royal authority being remarkably weak, as if they have struck some sort of deal with MADS. Upon receiving this intelligence, Zaire promptly set off with Heli. Accompanying them was the portable charger Pikachu, as the trio made their way towards the Kingdom of Izio in the South China Sea. Upon their arrival in the skies above the Kingdom of Izio aboard a small vessel named Proverb, Zaya piloted the craft over the ocean, anchoring at the island's edge, leaving Pikachu to guard the vessel while he and Heli disembarked. The Kingdom of Izio, vast in expanse, was enveloped in an unsettling silence. The denizens of the streets donned white garments, their faces perpetually adorned with smiles, exuding an air of friendliness. However, as Zaire set foot in this realm, the once amiable expressions of the residents abruptly transformed. They turned to him in unison, their faces darkening. The followers of the Church of Night must leave the City of Light, one individual shouted, prompting the others to echo the sentiment, their demeanor akin to that of a frenzied mob. Zaire furrowed his brow, releasing a faint yet oppressive aura, one that would not induce unconsciousness but would certainly instill a sense of pressure. The residents visibly recoiled, their gazes reflecting a primal fear, as if they beheld a ferocious beast. Yet, to Zaire's astonishment, these individuals did not retreat, continuing to chant, "The followers of the Church of Night must leave the City of Light." It appeared that their ire was directed solely at him, likely due to some misunderstanding that led them to believe he was affiliated with the Church of Night. Heli noticed that all the hostility was directed at Zaire, as if she were invisible to them. Zaire too recognized this peculiarity, scanning their surroundings with Heli, formulating a hypothesis that it must pertain to the color of their attire. Zaire was clad in black, while Heli wore a white coat, mirroring the attire of the locals. Nevertheless, Zaire had no intention of changing his clothing. His strength rendered such alterations unnecessary. Intensifying the pressure of his aura, Zaire caused those who had spoken out to roll their eyes and faint. Ignoring the surrounding throng, each step he took sent another portion of the crowd collapsing to the ground. Zaire discovered 2 devil fruits on the system map, located at opposite extremes in different directions. However, securing Vegapunk remained paramount. The fruits could be retrieved later days, and Heli proceeded towards the royal palace. A contingent of knights approached. How dare the followers of the Church of Night intrude upon the City of Light? You are openly provoking us. 100 knights clad in gleaming white armor surrounded Zaire and Heli, drawing their swords to strike. Let me handle this. I wish to test my new technology. Be careful. You're pregnant. I'll resolve this swiftly. Zaire felt a twinge of concern, sensing a sacred aura emanating from these knights, indicating they were not to be underestimated. Fear not. My strength is more than sufficient, Heli replied. her expression filled with determination, prompting Zaire to acquiesce, knowing he would protect her. Heli activated her nano-armor, and in an instant, a silvery suit enveloped her form, with a surge of blue electricity in her left hand and flames igniting in her right. She forcefully struck the ground. Overload, lightning and fire erupted from her center, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Realizing the impending danger, Zaire swiftly leaped into the air. The knights surrounding them were sent sprawling, and the ground beneath them lay in ruins. Save for the area directly beneath Heli's feet, which remained intact. This new armor of mine is truly impressive, she exclaimed. With a playful tap on Heli's head, Zaire remarked, "You spare even me?" Heli pouted, feeling slighted. Zaire had employed a technique of internal damage, eliciting a comical reaction from her. Were she not pregnant, he would have struck with greater force to aren't you unscathed, Heli retorted, her voice tinged with indignation. Zaire shook his head. Opting not to dwell on the matter, be cautious. They have not lost their fighting capabilities. He sensed that the fallen knights were not dead and were gradually recovering. Regardless of their motives, any who drew swords against him would find no mercy. The knight's armor glimmered with a holy light, as if some divine force was shielding them. "Vile intruders, the angels are with us. We are immortal warriors," the knight commander bellowed, rising to his feet, point one by one. The other knights began to stir, much to Heli's astonishment. Although this was a newfound ability she had just begun to explore, its potency rivaled that of a mid-ranking officer, revealing the surprising strength of this small kingdom in the South China Sea. "Perfect. I have many more techniques yet to try," Heli beamed, viewing the formidable knights as if they were mere playthings. Clang! The knight commander struck Heli's armor with his sword, failing to leave even a scratch. His face, once stern, now bore an expression of shock. Such a feeble attack. Heli assessed the power of the strike, concluding it was akin to that of a naval captain, with her palm resting against the commander's chest. She unleashed a sonic attack that sent him hurtling backwards. As the remaining knights closed in, an invisible magnetic field materialized around Heli, causing the armored knights to feel an immense repulsive force, rendering them immobile. Suddenly, two machine guns appeared on Heli's shoulders, unleashing a hail of bullets that pierced the knights' legs, forcing them to kneel. Seeing Heli conclude her battle, Zayu approached. He seized the knight commander, whose lips bled yet still bore a defiant grin. "The angels are with me." With a resounding slap, Zaire struck the commander's face, sending his helmet flying. "I will ask, and you shall answer. Why did you attack me?" "The angels are with me." Slap? Incorrect. The angels are. Slap? The angels. Slap? 3 minutes later, Zaire released the knight commander, who lay unconscious. He turned to Heli, who was interrogating the others. Heli shook her head, remarking, "These individuals seem brainwashed. They refuse to divulge any information, even at the cost of their lives." Zaire felt a headache coming on. If only he possessed the abilities of the Red Count, he mused, realizing he would need to bring along a Pokemon skilled in hypnosis in the future. Although they had gleaned no information, Zaire noted the knights' peculiarities. While their combat prowess was lacking, their physical attributes were exceptional, and their recovery abilities were impressive. "My lord, I can provide you with information." An elderly man, his face completely obscured, emerged from a house by the street. He had been secretly observing Zaire and Heli. Zaire, mistaking him for a common resident, paid little attention. "Please follow me. I can explain everything," the old man urged. Zaire and Heli exchanged glances before following the elder down a twisting alley, navigating for roughly half an hour until they reached a riverbank. "My lord, across this river lies the kingdom of Izio." The old man's voice suddenly transformed, youthful and vigorous, his posture straightening, shedding his previous frailty. Though Zaire could not see the man's face, the vitality radiating from him hinted at his true youth. The man removed the white cloth covering his face and addressed Zaire. "I am Nandi. It would be an honor for you to visit our kingdom, as our sovereign is eager to befriend a powerful individual such as yourself." Nandi, a man with a serious demeanor, exuded an air of gravitas. "Well then, let us proceed," he said. Zeal, not one to refuse, had indeed harbored a desire to visit the kingdom in hopes of encountering Vegapunk. As they journeyed, Nandi regaled Zeal with tales concerning the kingdom of Izio. This kingdom was home to two principal churches, the Church of Light and the Church of the Night. The adherents of the Church of Light venerated angels, believing that these celestial beings would bestow their protection upon them, and they advocated for gratitude towards God. Conversely, the followers of the Church of the Night harbored a belief in the non-existence of God, perceiving the world as shrouded in darkness, enveloped by the night. The existence of these two churches dated back several centuries. The majority of those who joined the Church of Light hailed from affluent families, while those who gravitated towards the Church of the Night were predominantly from impoverished backgrounds. Although these two institutions were traditionally at odds, they had maintained a mutual non-interference. However, a decade prior, the members of both churches grew increasingly radical, coercing ordinary individuals to join their ranks, leading to numerous bloody confrontations. Initially, the royal family managed to suppress the unrest, but as time wore on, both churches produced a cadre of empowered individuals, the Knights of Light from the Church of Light and the Night Hunters from the Church of the Night. Conflict between the two factions began to frequently ensnare the civilian populace, and the two churches became irreconcilable adversaries, ultimately fracturing the Kingdom of Izio into three distinct regions: the City of Light, the Kingdom of Izio, and the City of Night. Zeal's assumption proved accurate. The Knights of Light indeed mistook him for a member of the Church of the Night, which explained their hostile actions toward him. As Nandi ambled along, he shed his white outer garment, revealing a yellow shirt beneath, and walked with Zeal and Heli through the streets with a demeanor that appeared quite natural. The thoroughfare was sparsely populated. Yet Zeal could discern disdain in the gazes of the passers-by, likely due to the attire worn by him and Heli. Nandi led them into a clothing shop, procuring several garments in vibrant hues, which transformed the onlookers' stares into more amiable glances. Outsiders here often get mistaken for members of the Church of Light or the Church of the Night due to their clothing? Zeal inquired, perplexed, for it seemed that identifying them as newcomers should be rather straightforward. Nandi did not halt his pace but replied, "It has been quite some time since we have seen outsiders. Typically, anyone arriving would first pass through the City of Light or the City of Night, and most newcomers end up becoming part of their ranks. 2 hours later, the trio finally arrived at the royal palace. The palace was vast, yet it bore the unmistakable signs of antiquity, with several factories even integrated within its structure. Nandi approached the guards to present their credentials, leaving Zeal and Heli to wait nearby. "Shush! What a tedious bunch! How long must we endure this dreary affair?" A plume of purple gas wafted out from the palace gates, heading directly towards Zeal, just as it was about to pass him. Caesar, who had been making his way past, suddenly felt himself yanked away, unable to restrain his outburst. "Who dares impede me? I am a distinguished scientist invited by your king." Caesar had intended to revel in the festivities but found himself vexed by this interruption. Momentarily forgetting his own natural abilities, Caesar Qrang, a user of the gas fruit and a member of MADS, found his arm caught by Zeal, who, with a smile, declared, "Since you recognize my esteemed self, you ought to release me." "You do not recognize me? Why should I acknowledge the blood-stained swordsman, Adrian Zeal?" In the face of Zeal's crimson gaze, Caesar suddenly recalled his identity. Zeal's bounty soared to an astonishing 33 billion berries, marking him as a significant figure, and his distinctive eyes made him easily recognizable. The arrogance on Caesar's face dissipated, replaced by a rather unpleasant grin. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Caesar, a coward at heart, understood the disparity between himself and a pirate with such a formidable bounty. "You may now proceed to meet His Majesty the King," Nandi interjected, having not returned to the kingdom for some time, but recognizing that those who emerged from the palace were of considerable stature. He feared for Zeal's potential aggression towards Caesar and seized the opportunity to intervene. Is Vegapunk present? Zeal disregarded Nandi, for his purpose in coming was not the king, but Vegapunk himself, within the palace. "A subordinate can guide you," sir. A man clad in butler attire approached, having received Nandi's message and recognizing members of MADS. Zeal released his grip on Caesar and turned to follow the butler, accompanied by Heli. Once Zeal had distanced himself, Caesar muttered a curse under his breath, lamenting his misfortune. He had merely sought to enjoy himself when he encountered such an imposing figure. As for alerting Vegapunk, that was even less conceivable, for in Caesar's mind, Vegapunk was the world's foremost scientist. Should Vegapunk perish, he would ascend to that esteemed position himself. With this thought, Caesar erupted into laughter. "Shush!" Upon entering the palace, Zeal observed that the guards were equipped with advanced weaponry, unlike the iron swords of the Church of Light. Instead, they wielded rifles reminiscent of those used by the Navy. It was noteworthy that, due to the world government's technological embargo, the technological advancements in this world were rather skewed, where lasers could be fired, yet fully automatic rifles were absent. Typically, kingdoms across the seas were quite backward. with only the naval branches capable of affording such an arsenal. Under the guidance of the butler, Zeal and Helly were escorted to a chamber resembling a laboratory. Therein resided Dr. Vegapunk. "Please follow me," the butler said with utmost respect towards Zeal, likely informed of his prowess by Nandi. The laboratory bustled with activity. Zeal even spotted Kaji engrossed in firearms research, Quinn savoring red bean soup, and Bagan counting money. Bagan glanced up at Zeal, her pupils dilating in shock. The bloodstained swordsman, Adrian Zeal. Having encountered Zeal in the Valley of the Gods, she found him markedly more composed and considerably more perilous than the youthful figure she had once known. "Miss Bagan, it has been a while. Shaki asked me to convey her regards." Zeal greeted her. Bagan's expression darkened, yet she managed to force a smile in response. "It has indeed been a long time." Young Zeal. Bagan inwardly cursed her fate. No one knew better than she, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, how terrifying those with bounties exceeding 30 billion could be. That if given a choice, she would have preferred never to cross paths with Zeal again. Initially, Zeal intended to engage in further conversation when a tall man clad in a lab coat emerged from the laboratory. Indeed tall, especially when considering his oversized head. "I am a university student, and my studies do not pertain to the humanities. Hence, my writing may not be particularly refined. However, having perused numerous novels, I was inspired to pen my own tale. There is ample leisure time in my university life. Otherwise, I would not have the opportunity to write. In high school, I attempted to write several stories, but typically abandoned them after a few thousand words. This is, in fact, the first novel I have managed to compose in such length. I am aware of my numerous shortcomings, particularly the excessive amalgamation of elements, which has led to considerable difficulties in handling the narrative. Many have remarked upon the convoluted nature of my main storyline, which essentially revolves around the collection of devil fruits, procreation, nurturing offspring, navigating the world government, and ultimately overthrowing it. However, my details are so chaotic that readers struggle to discern the main thread, which is an area requiring improvement. I am committed to completing this novel, striving to maintain focus on the central storyline in my future writing endeavors. Personally, I hold a deep affection for both Pokemon and One Piece, which is why I sought to merge the two. However, the challenge has proven formidable. Among the literature I have encountered, only one, Arceus's Journey in the World of Pirates, has effectively blended these two worlds. Should you find my work unbearable, I encourage you to explore that book. I am actively learning how to integrate two disparate worldviews, with this realm remaining firmly rooted in the world of pirates. Thus, the role of Pokemon is primarily in the realm of civilian life, with only those legendary creatures capable of competing with the top-tier powers. Yet, when considering a multitude of legendary beasts alongside an entire family, the balance of power becomes utterly unmanageable. Thus, I seldom allow divine beasts to take action, primarily relying on human capabilities. In truth, regardless of the world, divine beasts should not serve as the primary combat force. Particularly considering the nature of a children's animation, the power dynamics within Pokemon are more chaotic than those in One Piece, with absurdly weak instances such as Suicune ensnared in a net or Kyogre caught on a fishing line. Personally, I am most fond of stories centered around the behind-the-scenes or summoning genres, where the strength of numbers prevails. Hence, I incorporated the concept of a family, intending to feature family members more prominently in the latter parts of the narrative to ensure a more exhilarating experience for the audience. This book commences during the Rocks era, and to clarify the main storyline, I may accelerate the progression of events, rendering the significant occurrences from the anime more captivating. To establish a formidable family prior to the anime's narrative, I will significantly advance the timeline. While I could simply write about events 20 years later, that would render the narrative mundane and hinder the development of family members' personalities. Many family-centric novels I have encountered tend to feature only 3 or 4 memorable characters, which is precisely why I aspire to pen a tale chronicling the rise of a family, where each member possesses their own charm and uniqueness, rather than feeling like arbitrary additions to illustrate their growth. I will also include a segment detailing their travels across the seas, striving to showcase each child's distinctive traits. I am adjusting the chapter to meet word count requirements, and I am grateful to every friend who has reached this point. I will endeavor to enrich the forthcoming content. Mr. Zeal, I am Vegapunk, the head of MADS. I wonder what brings you to me. Vegapunk spoke, his tongue elongated in a rather peculiar manner. Zeal regarded the middle-aged man before him. whose large head and long tongue elicited a sigh about the abstract nature of appearances in the One Piece world. Seemingly understanding Zeer's thoughts, Vegapunk elaborated, "I am a user of the brain fruit. Having a larger head is quite normal, Vegapunk. It has been quite some time." Heli, who had been by Zeer's side, interjected, seeking to establish rapport to increase the likelihood of a successful invitation. "Who are you?" Vegapunk, perhaps having not seen Heli in quite a while, struggled to recognize her. "It's me, Heli, from the 8 family." Vegapunk slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, the little girl from the 8 family." Heli bore no ill will regarding Vegapunk's forgetfulness. Even a prideful individual like him must admit his status as the world's foremost scientist. Dr. Vegapunk, we are primarily here to invite you to join us. After establishing a connection, Zeer moved on to the crux of the matter. "Well, I need to give this some thought," Vegapunk replied diplomatically, though he had effectively declined Zeer's offer. After all, from the outside perspective, Zeer was merely a pirate, while Vegapunk's research on infinite energy was aimed at benefiting the common folk. He could not possibly align himself with a pirate faction. Yet, due to the disparity in their strengths, he felt compelled to delay his response. "Dr. Vegapunk, are you concerned that we are pirates? But what truly defines a pirate? The only actions I can deem as piratical are those opposing the world government." Vegapunk pondered, realizing that since Zeer had set sail, he had not committed any acts of harm against civilians. "I believe Mr. Zeer is not an evil pirate, but," Vegapunk trailed off, fully aware of what he wished to convey. "Are you familiar with the Land of Gold? I have been there, and we lack nothing but funds." As Zeer spoke, he retrieved a bar of gold from his system space, enhancing his credibility. Without pausing, he presented a spatial satchel to Vegapunk. "I know you have been dedicated to deciphering ancient technology in pursuit of infinite energy to benefit the world. And I possess much technology as well." Vegapunk examined the satchel in his hands, his eyes lighting up upon discovering its vast internal space. "Is this a result of a paramecia-type devil fruit ability?" Vegapunk, the world's leading scientist, immediately deduced the connection to a paramecia-type devil fruit upon witnessing the spatial satchel's function. Unlike the crafting of serums and potions, technologies like nanotech armor and the spatial satchel rely heavily on the study of the genetic factors of devil fruits. Without unraveling the secrets of devil fruits or the blood of their users, it would be impossible to comprehend their intricacies. Zeer chose not to respond, as matters involving specialized knowledge were best left to experts. Heli, understanding Zeer's intent, took over the conversation. "This utilizes the box fruit." Heli and Vegapunk engaged in an enthusiastic discussion, seemingly oblivious to Zeer's presence. However, Zeer did not mind, recognizing that patience is required when dealing with geniuses. He remained an attentive listener, even if he could not comprehend everything. Maintaining a proper demeanor. 2 hours later, their conversation reached a temporary conclusion. Heli showcased various peculiar items, several of which captivated Vegapunk's interest. "Apologies, Mr. Zeer, but I find your technologies utterly fascinating." "Not at all. I wonder what your thoughts are, Doctor." After a moment's hesitation, Vegapunk responded, "Zeer, I can join you, but I have 3 conditions. First, I require a certain degree of autonomy. Second, I need sufficient funding. Third, I wish for my colleagues to have the option to choose whether or not to join." Upon hearing Vegapunk's 3 stipulations, Zeer smiled. No problem. In truth, Vegapunk had yet to align himself with the world government. He was funding an illegal research organization backed by the Dark King of the Underworld, Doflamingo. As long as Zeer could offer better conditions than Doflamingo, Vegapunk had no reason to decline to in the original timeline. Dragon had invited Vegapunk to join the Revolutionary Army, but due to their lack of funds, his offer was callously refused. Had Dragon been affluent, Vegapunk would likely have been inclined to join the revolutionaries. "My lords, His Majesty the King requests an audience." The butler's call at the laboratory door interrupted the conversation between the two. Mr. Zeer should find this intriguing. Perhaps we should meet him. Vegapunk's words piqued Zeer's curiosity, prompting him to consider an audience with the King of Izio. However, Zeer was taken aback when the king personally arrived at the laboratory entrance. The king was an elderly man exuding an aura of nobility, though he appeared rather unwell. Despite Zeer's ability to easily extinguish the king's existence, the king's long tenure in power had cultivated a sense of respect towards Zeer. "Mr. Zeer, I wonder if you could save our kingdom." "Of course, there would be compensation. I am willing to exchange the secrets of the mythical Zoan devil fruit." Initially, Zeer was skeptical, as a king from the South Seas could hardly possess greater knowledge about mythical Zoans than he, a time traveler. However, Recalling Vegapunk's previous statement, he refrained from voicing his doubts. Mr. Zeal, our kingdom of Izio has been excessively eroded by the Church of Light and the Church of Shadows. If we do not act soon, we shall vanish forever. The old king's eyes welled with tears, conveying a sense of authenticity. Through the king's explanation, Zeal grasped the situation's context. For the past decade, members of the two churches had forcibly recruited followers, leading the state to suppress these radicals. However, as time passed, the churches grew increasingly powerful, and the kingdom's army found it increasingly challenging to maintain order, prompting them to seek alternative approaches. Amidst had come to this place. Drawn by the king's secrets regarding mythical zones to verify the king's claims, Vegapunk was willing to update the kingdom's technology. Although it was merely a simple upgrade of firearms, it was more than sufficient for the kingdom of Izio. In recent days, amidst had been assisting the kingdom in constructing a military factory, intending to upgrade their equipment before addressing the individuals behind the two churches. However, Zeal's sudden appearance complicated matters, and to ensure the success of their plans, the old king was reluctant to relinquish the powerful ally that Zeal represented. Having understood the entirety of the situation, Zeal inquired, "Is the secret you mentioned regarding mythical zones worth my intervention?" Although the king hesitated to reveal the information immediately, fearing Zeal might refuse to assist them, he ultimately spoke. "Mr. Zeal, do you know how mythical zone devil fruits come into existence? Are you aware of the origins of the phantom beast type of devil fruit?" The words of the old king indeed piqued Zeal's interest. A branch of the animal-type devil fruits. Phantom beasts are creatures that exist solely in the realm of human imagination, while natural, superhuman, ordinary animal, and ancient types have all manifested in the world. Only the phantom beast type remains non-existent. Observing Zeal's expression, the old king discerned that he had captured Zeal's attention and proceeded to say, "The origins of the phantom beast type are shrouded in mystery. However, my ancestors once endeavored to create phantom beast devil fruits. Judging by the shifts in power between the two churches over the years, it seems that my ancestors' plan was indeed successful. My forebears believed that the phantom beast devil fruits emerged from the long-standing beliefs of humanity, and they conducted experiments to explore this notion. Both the Church of Light and the Church of Night were established by my ancestors." Zeal likely had some inkling of the experiments conducted by the founders of the Kingdom of Izio, but it was probably more complex than he assumed. Indeed, the old king's words addressed Zeal's queries. "My ancestor was a wielder of the power of belief fruits, capable of instilling faith in the hearts of people and solidifying certain convictions." Upon hearing about belief fruits, Zeal felt a surge of inspiration, and the Book of Omniscience appeared in his hands. Although the old king was unaware of Zeal's actions, he wisely paused his discourse. The superhuman-type belief fruit can amplify people's faith in specific convictions, philosophies, and scientific truths. Throughout history, the wielders of such fruits have included kings, founders of religions, psychologists, and charlatans. Upon reviewing the contents of the Book of Omniscience regarding belief fruits, Zeal could only conclude that there are no worthless devil fruits, only inept wielders. Some individuals can harness the power of belief to brainwash a legion of devoted followers and ascend to the throne, while others may employ it for deceit. Tucking away the Book of Omniscience, Zeal inquired, "What phantom beast types do the two churches revere?" "The Church of Light venerates angels, while the Church of Night worships demons." The old king's revelation only deepened Zeal's confusion. "How did your ancestors ascertain that the world lacked the phantom beast devil fruits of angels and demons?" Zeal's question momentarily left the old king taken aback. His knowledge stemmed from the historical documents passed down through the kingdom. Had it not been for the events of recent years, he would not have believed such matters. Perhaps he did not create the phantom beasts, but rather attracted the arrival of the phantom beast devil fruits. At some point, Bijapank had approached Zeal's side. Observing Zeal's demeanor, Bijapank continued to elucidate. "I cannot ascertain the nature of superhuman and natural-type devil fruits. However, based on my studies, animal-type devil fruits possess consciousness. They gravitate towards the most suitable environments and select their own masters." Bijapank's words reminded Zeal of certain speculations from his past life regarding the Pirate King. It was not that Luffy mistakenly consumed the gum-gum fruit, Nika fruit, but rather that the Nika fruit chose Luffy. If this hypothesis holds true, then the presence of angel and demon fruits here would not be surprising. "Have you encountered those two wielders?" Zeal continued to ask. "No. While the members of the Church of Light may not be particularly powerful, they are exceedingly troublesome. The followers of the Church of Night are even more deranged." often engaging in reckless battles without regard for their lives, yet they can be slain as long as one maintains a safe distance. The purpose of Bijapank and his associates in crafting weapons is primarily to deal with the members of the Church of Night. As the followers of the Church of Light possess too much endurance. I have fulfilled your request. There is no need to wait any longer. Tonight, I can resolve the issue. Should we not wait a few more days? After all, the equipment will soon be ready. No need. Even if one were to consume a phantom beast devil fruit, what difference would it make if one is confined within this small South Sea? Then their power will remain limited. That evening, Zeal strode boldly into the City of Night. After all, he was clad in black, resembling the denizens of the City of Night. Considering the circumstances, Zeal chose not to bring Heli and ventured alone. The streets bustled with activity, resembling an ordinary city, not unlike any other. Initially, Zeal intended to follow the red dot on the system map directly to locate the devil fruit. However, unforeseen events prompted him to alter his strategy. After a short distance, Zeal observed a throng of people converging towards the city center. To avoid causing a disturbance, he melded into the crowd. Following the flow of humanity, Zeal soon arrived at a foreboding church. The church appeared to have stood for several centuries, its presence rendered even more ominous under the cloak of night. Worshippers encircled the church, all of them silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Before long, several individuals clad in black robes and hats emerged from the church and ascended a raised platform. Following them was a contingent of well-dressed individuals in black attire, their expressions calm, yet exuding an aura of madness. Zeal surmised that these individuals were the night hunters of the Church of Night, numbering approximately 300 within his observation. The aura of the night hunters felt particularly insubstantial, as if it were an artificial construct. One among the gathered figures on the platform stepped forward and addressed the multitude of worshippers below. Children of the night, the day of selection has arrived once more. The demon lord shall bestow upon us strength. And the night is with us. The tremulous voice of the speaker resonated like that of an elderly man, yet his tone conveyed the fervor of a frenzied zealot. The night is with us. The previously silent crowd erupted in fervent cries, their shouts echoing with madness. Yet, Zeal felt perplexed, for the system map indicated that the true wielder of the devil fruit was not among those on the platform but remained within the church. Unmoving. Although Zeal refrained from speaking, he was inconspicuous among the crowd, and no one paid him any heed. After 5 consecutive rounds of fervent chanting, the crowd fell silent once more, yet Zeal sensed an intensified excitement among them. The elderly speaker on the platform resumed. Now, let us express our gratitude for the demon lord's blessings. As his words faded, the individuals upon the platform turned in unison towards the church. Kneeling in reverence, the throng of worshippers followed suit, collectively bowing their heads. Zeal stood among them, feeling somewhat awkward. Kneeling was out of the question, and he could not maintain the pretense for long without revealing himself. Initially unnoticed, the first pair of eyes soon caught sight of him, and progressively more gazes turned towards Zeal. Although they were uncertain of Zeal's refusal to kneel, in their eyes, it was a blatant disrespect towards the demon lord, leading to murmurs among them. The volume of discourse behind him increased, and the elderly figure on the platform grew incensed. He was about to admonish the crowd when he caught sight of Zeal's gaze. Zeal's crimson eyes fixated on the old man, who felt as if he had been ensnared by a ferocious beast, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. Yet, bolstered by his unwavering faith, he boldly demanded, "Why do you not kneel?" The old man's words brimmed with madness. Zeal's actions were a sacrilege against his faith. In the eyes of such fervent devotees, their demon lord was supreme. Zeal had no desire to engage in protracted discourse with these brainwashed followers. He unleashed his formidable conqueror's haki, and black-red lightning illuminated the darkened sky. Boom! Boom! One by one, those around him collapsed. Even the night hunters on the platform found themselves unable to resist and knelt before him. Were it not for that peculiar force, all present would have succumbed to unconsciousness. "Kill this blasphemer of the night." The old man half-kneeled, pointing a trembling finger at Zeal, his voice laced with fury. The leader of the shadow hunters was the first to act, leaping from the platform and throwing a punch at Zeal. Zeal extended his right hand to grasp the man's fist, assessing the strength behind it, significantly greater than that of the light knights. In the eyes of the terrified night hunter, Zeal forcefully slammed him backward. Boom! The earth shattered, and the man rolled his eyes back, losing consciousness. Zeal discerned that the physical prowess of these individuals was merely average, slightly superior to that of ordinary folk. and he had no interest in wasting time with them. Raising his hand towards the crowd, a flash of red light flickered in his eyes, and all were abruptly lifted by an unseen force. Soaring into the distance, this was due to Zeal's control over their blood. He was manipulating their very essence, like the golden dust of the Golden Emperor, as long as it resides within the human body. It can indirectly manipulate their actions. It seemed that the enormous commotion outside had caught his attention. A middle-aged man emerged once more from within the church, clad in a suit of black armor. Zeal revealed a smile, for the main figure had finally appeared. "Who are you, and why have you invaded our night church?" Despite the defeat of his followers, the Night Lord remained unafraid, merely exhibiting a hint of annoyance. "You were tasked with a mission. You must have captured quite a few from the kingdom of Isu, haven't you?" Zeal replied calmly. No. They have returned to the embrace of the Night Church. I have done a good deed." The Night Lord's voice dripped with regret, as if Zeal had truly misunderstood him. "They have become lost in their lives, yet the Night Church will accept them. Here, they shall receive more. They can do what they desire but dare not pursue. The Demon Lord will bear the consequences of their actions. Forsaking the light, they can better assimilate into the darkness of this world." The Night Lord grew increasingly frenzied as he spoke, raising his hands high, as if joining the Night Church were the ultimate destiny for all. "So, what do you say? Will you join the Night Church?" In conclusion, the Night Lord even extended an olive branch to Zeal. "No, thank you. This world may indeed be shrouded in darkness, but I cannot live without sunlight." Zeal's words were resolute, prompting the Night Lord to contemplate employing physical means to force Zeal's induction into the Night Church. "You are lost. Let me guide you back to the embrace of the night." The Night Lord's form began to shift, horns sprouting from his head, dark purple wings unfurling from his back, his height increasing from 3 meters to 4. Demon's Claw. The Night Lord lunged at Zeal with his razor-sharp claws, but Zeal's right hand was enveloped in armed color, blocking the assault. Hellfire. The eerie green flames engulfed the Night Lord's claws, igniting along the trajectory of Zeal's punch. Unlike ordinary flames, the temperature of hellfire was chillingly low, penetrating to the very bone. Moreover, it burned not the flesh, but the soul. However, for Zeal, it posed no challenge. His body was extensively covered in armed color, and the hellfire extinguished itself. "Why can't hellfire burn you?" The Night Lord sensed unease. He had tried many methods, and apart from the sea, nothing could quell the hellfire. Yet Zeal remained utterly unafraid, limited by the confines of a small church. He was destined to be a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to comprehend that armed color surpassed all else. "I've had my fun. It is time for you to die." Zeal had no desire to continue the battle. While the powers of the devil fruit were formidable and mysterious, the individual wielding them was simply lacking. Explosive blood fist. A crimson fist struck the Night Lord's abdomen with astonishing speed. The Night Lord's body arched painfully, his eyes bulging from their sockets, and he was propelled like a cannonball into the church. The ancient structure began to collapse, dust swirling in clouds, obscuring visibility. Zeal had not even drawn his blade. With a single punch, the Night Lord was vanquished. Still alive? To Zeal's surprise, the Night Lord still clung to life. Even retaining consciousness as the dust settled, the Night Lord pushed aside the stones that had pinned him and staggered to his feet. Clutching his stomach, truly a mythical beast species, their enhancement of physical prowess was remarkable. "My lord, we have no enmity. I can offer you a price greater than that of the kingdom of Isu. Only those who have personally experienced the sensation of death can understand that they do not truly fear it." "That will not do. My reward is your life." Zeal was determined not to miss out on such a powerful devil fruit. The mythical beast species had varying strengths, and the human fruit's mythical beast species was even more formidable. In the vast ocean, there were only 2 human fruit mythical beast species. One was the war country's human fruit, mythical beast form, Great Buddha, and the other was the human fruit, mythical beast form, Nika. The fact that one was wielded by a marine admiral and the other was sought after by the pirate king attested to the immense potential of the human fruit's mythical beast species. If granted to Zeal's child, it would guarantee at least the strength of 2 admirals. In that case, you shall die. The Night Lord screamed hysterically. Previously flung away by Zeal, the Night Hunters charged at him like a band of desperate warriors. Zeal attempted to manipulate their blood, seeking to control them, but the reality far exceeded his expectations. Even as their arms exploded mid-flight, blood splattering everywhere, many still surged towards Zeal. The glint of danger shone in their eyes. leaving Zeal no time to detonate them one by one. They are the children of the night. They fear not death. The Night Lord's lips dripped with blood, yet he continued to laugh heartily. Hunters from all directions pounced upon Zeal, from the southeast to the northwest, above and below. All were followers consumed by madness. Bloodthirsty tide. Time seemed to freeze for an instant as the earth transformed into a crimson wave, sweeping away all those around Zeal. You appear quite pleased, do you? Riding the blood tide, Zeal approached the Night Lord, his calm voice sending shivers through him. No, do not come closer. However, Zeal did not heed his pleas. The blood tide enveloped the Night Lord, silencing him as he perished within the sea of blood. Zeal opened the system warehouse, a smile gracing his lips at the newly acquired devil fruit. He departed, leaving the mess for the people of the kingdom of Isu to clean up. Having dealt with the night church, Zeal hastened to the city of light. Yet, unlike the morning's bustling atmosphere, the night in the city of light was eerily desolate. The streets lay empty, while the houses within glowed brightly. Zeal had no interest in their customs. He followed the system map's guidance to seek out another devil fruit wielder. Inside the light church, a white-haired, white-bearded priest wore a benevolent smile, yet an insidious grin crept across his face. Ladies, allow me to lead you back to the embrace of the Lord, the three beautiful women, recently captured from the kingdom of Isu by the light knights, huddled together like frightened rabbits, trembling. Father, Father! Just then, an anxious voice rang out from outside, interrupting the priest's actions. Although irritated, the priest chose to meet the newcomer. Given his esteemed position, he approached the door, maintaining his ever-gentle smile. Child, do not be so hasty. The angels shall protect us. There is no need for such concern. The priest's smile did little to calm the light knight, who continued to shout in terror. That killing star, the one that appeared this morning, has returned. He was one of the light knights whom Heli had vanquished earlier, deeply impressed by Zeal's bizarre abilities. The priest retained his benevolent demeanor, softly replying, Do not worry, child. The angels are with us. The comforting words resonated in the light knight's ears, causing his body to relax and his expression to cool. The angels are with us. The unwavering declaration escaped the light knight's lips. The priest revealed a satisfied smile, for indeed, the process of brainwashing required repetition. Come, let us. Bang! The priest's voice was abruptly silenced as a light knight crashed through the church, rushing past him, the resulting gust of wind disheveling his white hair. Why didn't you come to greet me? Surely, as a guest, I deserve some attention, do I not? Zeal's mocking voice echoed, sending chills down the spine of the now unsettled light knight. Outside the church, light knights lay scattered across the ground. Zeal stood beneath the moonlit sky, his black coat billowing in the wind, crimson eyes fixed upon the priest, resembling a vengeful specter from the depths of hell. The priest's astonishment faded, his expression still adorned with that benevolent facade. Young man, your murderous aura is overwhelming. I believe we have no conflict. I apologize for the actions of my children this morning. They only sought to uphold the sanctity of the Lord. Perhaps their actions were not entirely incorrect. Compared to the wretches of the night church, I find your true nature even more repulsive. Gazing upon that benevolent visage, a wave of nausea washed over Zeal. I believe you need to experience the glory of the Lord, my child. The angels will surely forgive your transgressions. The priest's body began to undergo a transformation. His pallid hair turned into resplendent golden locks, the wrinkles on his face vanished, and a pair of pristine white wings sprouted from his back. Holy light! The priest's form radiated a luminous white glow that cascaded down upon Zeal. Piercing through the darkness of night, blood veil, Zeal lifted his right foot and gently pressed it against the ground, causing a curtain of blood to materialize before him. The clash of white light and the blood veil emitted a sizzling sound. 10 seconds later, the white light dissipated, leaving Zeal unchanged at his post. Arrow of light. Numerous golden arrows converged around the priest, densely shooting forth towards Zeal. Once again, Zeal raised the blood veil, allowing the light arrows to penetrate it, ultimately shattering into white radiance. Blood rainfall of falling stars. Under Zeal's command, large droplets of blood coalesced, cascading down like rain towards the priest hovering above. Divine protection. Sensing the impending danger, the priest swiftly conjured a shield to fend off Zeal's relentless onslaught. Approximately 5 seconds later, the light shield shattered, and blood coursed through the priest's body. The pain assaulted the priest's senses, compelling him to emit a cry of anguish. As the blood rain ceased, the priest's body was riddled with wounds. His once white robe now stained crimson. Holy healing! Specks of white light emerged around the priest's body, initiating the restoration of his battered form as Zeal's eyes brightened. Among the numerous devil fruits he had gathered, only the purification fruit possessed healing abilities. However, the primary function of the purification fruit was to cure ailments rather than restore vitality. Conversely, the angel's abilities were evidently restorative, and judging by the situation of the Light Knights, it was highly probable that they could heal others. Aside from the phoenix fruit, Zeal had yet to encounter any healing-type devil fruit that could only heal its wielder. Young man, I believe we can have a meaningful conversation. God will forgive your transgressions. The priest had already resigned himself to the fact that he was outmatched and sought to persuade Zeal to cease his assault through discourse. This was no ordinary persuasion. He employed the capabilities of the devil fruit, excelling in swaying hearts and minds. Whether or not God existed was uncertain, but he found the doctrines of the Night Church to be far more reliable. Blood Dragon Soul. The scattered blood began to coalesce, ultimately forming a 10-meter-long blood dragon. Though it could have been longer, Zeal deemed it unnecessary. The blood dragon engulfed the priest, soaring into the sky before dissipating into a cloud of blood mist. After his battle with the Red Count, Zeal found little interest in combat, as his adversary seemed too feeble. The reason he had refrained from unleashing his full power was merely to witness the capabilities of these two devil fruits. Otherwise, dispatching these two would have been a trivial matter for him. However, it appeared he was left disappointed. The duo had utterly squandered the potential of these mythical beast-type devil fruits. Red fireworks erupted in the sky, and the three abducted women shed tears of gratitude, bowing towards the direction Zeal had departed. The people of the Izio kingdom. Both members of the church appeared to be lunatics. They sought neither death nor the fate of becoming madmen like others. Back at the Izio royal palace, Zeal returned as if nothing had transpired. My lord, you have returned. The guards at the entrance mistook Zeal for having merely gone on an outing, unaware that he had independently resolved the kingdom's two greatest crises. Word of Zeal's return swiftly reached the old king's ears, prompting him to rush to find Zeal. Mr. Zeal, I am concerned about the Night Church's affairs. The old king was apprehensive, fearing that Zeal might not have fulfilled his earlier promise and worried that he might inadvertently offend Zeal. It has been resolved. I have also dealt with the Light Church. You may send someone to verify. Zeal's calm response suggested he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The old king initially found it hard to believe. Yet he placed his trust in Beijia Banca's character. I will send someone to attend to your rest immediately. You have worked hard throughout the night. The old king beamed, even altering his address for Zeal. The following day, Zeal intended to inquire with Beijia Banca about when they could depart, only to encounter an unexpected visitor. Inside the laboratory, 3 CPO members clad in white suits and masks were engaged in conversation with Beijia Banca. Beijia Banca, the world government sincerely invites you to join us. You must be aware that your research has continually skirted the edges of legality. Should you cross the red line, the world government will not hesitate to take action against you. The world government's invitation sounded more like a threat. Having grown accustomed to their elevated status, individuals like Beijia Banca were merely seen as assets to them. If they could not possess him, they would rather see him destroyed. The world government had long been notorious for its technological embargo. You are threatening my scientist. Zeal strode into the laboratory, his tone laced with a hint of recklessness. Adrian Zeal. The CPO members quickly recognized him, both due to his identity and the massacre of celestial dragons during the battle at God Valley, which had placed him on the world government's kill list. Run. Without hesitation, the 3 CP agents bolted towards different exits. However, Zeal was far from unprepared. Allowing them to escape the laboratory was merely a means to avoid collateral damage to Beijia Banca upon exiting the laboratory. The 3 agents were met with a sky turned crimson, blood enveloping the entire facility. I kindly request that you stay. Bloodied scythe materialized in Zeal's hand, unleashing a crimson slash. Bloodied scythe. 1,000 miles. One of the CP agents was cleaved in half. Lifeless, the remaining 2 agents exchanged alarmed glances. One lunged at Zeal, while the other hastily retrieved a transponder snail from his suit. Dialing a number .6 King gun, Zeal parried the attack, then swiftly severed the throat of the lunging agent. The headless corpse collapsed, blood gushing forth. Lord Satan, Beijia Banca has joined the Zeal pirates. Meanwhile, in the holy land of Mariahua, the 5 elders were engaged in yet another meaningless meeting when an unexpected call from a transponder snail interrupted the proceedings. Hello, 5 elders. May I inquire who you are? Zeal took the transponder snail from the deceased CP agent, addressing the 5 elders on the other end. He was already aware it was Lord Satan, as he too was a scientific defense deity and would likely be overseeing Bejabanka's affairs. Adrian Zeal, you continuously challenge the world government's limits. Do you not fear for your life? Lord Satan recalled the humiliation he had felt after being overwhelmed by Zeal's explosive power during the incident at God Valley. What? Are you longing for another taste of defeat? Reflecting on the encounter, it was evident that the situation had been perilous. Had it not been for the presence of his shadow clone, he might have faced a furious retaliation from Lord Satan. Nonetheless, such considerations did not prevent Zeal from boasting, as the truth remained undeniable. Zeal. Before the other 4 elders, Zeal openly exposed Lord Satan's wounds, inciting a palpable fury within him. Not be so rash. After all, you've lived for many years. I have matters to attend to, so I shall hang up. Regardless of Lord Satan's rising anger, Zeal abruptly ended the call. He tucked away the transponder snail, planning to analyze it later with his special kosher beast, as it might yield additional eavesdropping methods. Dr. Bejabanka, do you have any idea when we can leave? I suspect the world government has already dispatched personnel to apprehend us. Zeal turned to Bejabanka, his smile radiating warmth, as if the world government's pursuit was of little consequence to him. Last night, I spoke with the other colleagues. 15 individuals are willing to leave with us. Vegapunk also swiftly recovered from the shock of Zell's decisive handling of the 3 CP agents. Although the abilities of these 3 agents were rather mediocre, Zell proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated, especially considering his youth. Through communication with Vegapunk, Zell learned that Judge, Queen, and Bakine had no intention of departing with them. Queen and Caesar were unwilling to have anyone above them, though this was purely in the scientific realm. Judge, on the other hand, was burdened with the mission of reviving Germa and thus had to leave. As for Bakine, she simply held a dim view of Zell, believing him to be already doomed. After all, Zell had slaughtered too many celestial dragons in the battle at God's Valley. The world government would not let him escape unscathed. Vegapunk felt no regret. He was simply content to have Zell on his side. After all, Heli's research capabilities were comparable to those of Judge and the others. The M80S ship housed numerous experimental instruments. And under Vegapunk's astonished gaze, Zell meticulously stored the portable equipment into his system space. The research conducted by M80S was carried out aboard the ship, so their experimental apparatuses were not overly cumbersome, making them suitable for Zell to collect. Once Vegapunk bid farewell to his colleagues, Zell led the others to the shore where the Arc Maxim was docked at tea that moment. Pikachu was lounging on the sofa in the room, licking ketchup, appearing exceedingly content. Suddenly, the transparent mode of the Arc Maxim deactivated, causing Pikachu to leap up from the sofa, aware that Zell had returned. Pika Pika. Upon seeing Zell accompanied by a group on the shore, Pikachu wasted no time climbing onto Zell's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, Pikachu, Zell said while stroking Pikachu's FUR.is. This transparent technology. It is truly remarkable that the entire ship can be concealed. The scientists were utterly uninterested in the adorable electric mouse, instead engrossed in their discussions about the Arc Maxim. Although they were curious about the technology, they dutifully boarded the Arc Maxim. However, when the Arc Maxim took off, it shattered their preconceptions. After all, it was their first encounter with a ship that could ascend solely by electric power rather than relying on the abilities of a devil fruit. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the crowd, the vain Heli began her boastful monologue. What do you think? This is my magnificent flying vessel, the Arc Maxim. While Zell and his companions were joyfully engaged in conversation, some individuals were seething with anger. In the holy land of Mariawa, the 5 elders convened to discuss how to deal with Zell. Seething with rage, Saint Satan spoke up. I propose we personally capture Zell, as per my usual practice. Let us vote. Saint Mads, the environment warrior with a long white beard, added, for or against. In favor, except for Saint Satan. The other 4 elders cast their votes against that. If their votes had any significance, they would not have witnessed Luffy awakening Nika. Send Sengoku to hunt him down, and also raise his bounty. Those who slay celestial dragons must be punished. After a futile discussion, the 5 elders ultimately decided against taking personal action. It was on this very day that Zell's new bounty was announced across the seas. Bloodstained Sword Master Adrian Zeal, wielder of the Blood fruit, a grand swordsman proficient in all 3 types of hockey, with a bounty of 4,444,444,000 berries, dead or alive. 3 days later, the Arc Maxim entered Skypiea. So this is Skypea? How are these cloud islands formed? What is the difference between sea clouds and seawater? During these 3 days, Zell witnessed the scientists' insatiable curiosity when confronted with the unknown. Their questions seemed endless. However, Heli appeared particularly amused by their ignorance, eagerly providing explanations. Unbeknownst to them, Heli had become as esteemed in their eyes as Vegapunk. Welcome back, Lord Zell. Guarding the gates of heaven were Wade and several Sandia warriors, who took their duty seriously. Yes, do well, and there will be rewards for you, Zell promised them. Offering a little incentive was not difficult. Various odd potions, or even devil fruits were readily available. The Arc Maxim docked at the newly constructed port in Appiato, and Zell led the many scientists to Heli's office. Just as they were about to enter the laboratory, an explosion echoed from within. Heli rushed into the lab, where her most precious experimental data was stored. Mom, you're back? Tesla's face was charred, his hair transformed into a frizzy mess, creating a somewhat comical appearance. Tesla, are you all right? Upon seeing Tesla in the laboratory, Heli felt relieved. After all, Tesla was no stranger to the lab and was usually quite cautious. I'm fine, Dad. Good afternoon. Tesla exclaimed upon spotting Zell arriving behind Heli. Go wash your face first, Zell said, ruffling Tesla's frizzy hair. Noticing Tesla heading to wash up, Vegapunk inquired, Is this your child? How could you allow him in the lab under such circumstances? It's not safe in here. Vegapunk clearly disapproved of Zell and Heli permitting such a young child to enter the laboratory. Tesla possessed remarkable physical resilience. Such an explosion could not harm him. And moreover, the child had a keen interest in science, which Vegapunk could nurture. Zell did not oppose his child's pursuits. The reason he required them to train was that survival in this world necessitated formidable strength. However, Zell had no intention of confining them within the family. The sky is vast, and the birds may soar freely. Their lives are for them to determine. Allowing Heli to guide Vegapunk and the others on a tour of the laboratory, Zell placed the experimental instruments down and departed, heading towards the breeding house. That he could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of encountering the angel fruit and the rewards of the devil fruit. In a certain plain within the breeding house, Zell was accompanied by Villia and a group of children. They were already aware that Zell was about to summon a new divine beast, and they brimmed with anticipation that a flash of white light illuminated the space, revealing a creature resembling a deer, adorned with 8 antler-like branches extending from its head, each tipped with vibrant protrusions. Its black and blue fur exuded a sacred aura. This was Xerneas, representing the essence of life. Yo! A melodious deer cry echoed, seemingly cleansing the soul of all who heard it. Flowers began to bloom on the ground, and a stunning sea of blossoms materialized in an instant. So beautiful! Hela was utterly captivated by these exquisite and divine creations. Following Xerneas, another flash of white light appeared that a creature resembling a colossal bird emerged, its body and tail extending outward in 3 directions. With 5 sharp claws on both its wings and tail, composed of a black and red coloration that radiated an aura of destruction. This was Yveltal, the harbinger of annihilation. Roar! Yveltal's roar was filled with ferocity, unlike any Pokémon they had encountered before. Yo! Xerneas let out a soft call, calming the somewhat agitated Yveltal. Roar! It's all right. That is not what you desire, Zell reassured Yveltal, understanding that its violent tendencies were beyond its control and could be easily influenced. Once its power reached a certain threshold, its self-control would significantly improve. Dad, can Xerneas come with me to the Flower Sea? Marlene suddenly asked, gazing at Zell with longing. Zell, unable to resist his daughter's plea, lifted Marlene and led the group to the Flower Sea. Marlene's mother, Bavelra, used to run a flower shop, and Marlene had developed a fondness for flowers. Mother and daughter had even constructed a flower sea within the breeding house. In the Flower Sea, Butterfree and Beedrill busily gathered nectar, and upon seeing Marlene approach, they immediately swarmed around her. Hello, little butterfly. Hello, little bee. Malin is quite familiar with these Pokémon, while Zaire fails to recognize a single one. As bug-type Pokémon, their breeding speed is the fastest among all Pokémon currently. The silk from the green caterpillars on Sky Island has become a primary textile material, and sweet honey is an exceedingly rare delicacy. Please, Xerneas. With Zaire's request, Xerneas once again released the power of life, causing the expanse of flowers to triple in size. Butterfree and Combees joyfully flit through the sea of blossoms, while the young girls, Malin, Hela, Kaisha, and Morgana delightfully frolic amidst the floral splendor. Come join them, Nyx, Zaire remarked, observing Nyx's hesitance to join Maylin and the others that I'm the big sister. I can't be as childish as they are. Oh, big sister, come along. Seeing the girls in such high spirits, several boys decided to join in for a spirited run. With a loud shout, Dykel grasped Nyx's hand and took off running. Dykel. Nyx initially responded with mild annoyance, but soon found herself swept up in the excitement. How wonderful! The pursuits of children are so simple, Cassio observed with a reflective expression. Zaire's face darkened. What could a 4-year-old like you be reflecting on? You're still a child. Go play with them. Zaire lightly kicked Cassio's backside. No, I have an agreement with Psyduck. I plan to engage in an epic battle with them today, and I need to conserve my energy. Intrigued, Zaire inquired about Cassio's battle with Psyduck. Is there such a thing? Are you actually bullying them? Of course not. I suffered a crushing defeat that day. This time, I shall reclaim my victory in a staring contest. Zaire found Cassio rather dull. Despite showing no interest in most things, he had an unusual fondness for the daft Psyduck, much like Dykel's affinity for Electrode, while Cassio preferred to be with Psyduck. Zaire had even seen Cassio floating on the water with Psyduck, both displaying the same vacant expression. A month passed in this manner, with Sky Island steadily developing, until today, suddenly, a whirlpool formed before Zaire, and a woman with short orange hair and a small boy with purple hair tumbled out. Inside the palace's medical room, Lena was treating the 2 individuals brought by Giratina. Although they had not sustained any life-threatening injuries, the shock and long journey had left them quite fatigued. Roar, the now 25-meter-long Giratina circled Zaire. Recounting the events that I understand. They weren't discovered, were they? With the assistance of Shanedo's simultaneous translation, Zaire grasped Giratina's meaning. Roar, that's good to hear. You have performed a great service this time. I shall have Kelly prepare some food for you. Hearing Zaire's words, Giratina soared happily in the sky. The 2 individuals were naturally Zephyr's wife and son. Ever since Zaire instructed Giratina to keep an eye on them, Giratina had been monitoring them daily. During an event at the Navy headquarters, several pirates imprisoned by Zephyr plotted to kill his wife, intending to make Zephyr experience a living hell. However, Giratina created a whirlpool and whisked the 2 away, rendering the pirates unconscious. The decision not to kill them was also made on Zaire's orders. He wanted to ascertain whether there was a conspiracy surrounding the potential assassination of Zephyr's family. It was hard to believe that these pirates could so easily infiltrate the Navy headquarters and accurately locate Zephyr's family. Zaire was certain it was not mere luck. Lord Zaire, may I inquire how you intend to handle us? As Zaire entered the medical room, Zephyr's wife stood and asked. Zaire regarded her and replied, Do you know me? My husband has spoken of you. That made sense. After all, they had exchanged blows a few times. As Zaire spoke, he pulled over a chair and sat down. Is the child all right? Zaire's child had fallen into a coma. Like Zaire's children, he was also 4 years old, but he did not possess such formidable physical resilience. Thank you for caring for Talvis, Mrs. Lena. He is merely sleeping for now. Zephyr's wife gently caressed Talvis's face. She had nearly lost her child. Nothing could be more despairing for a mother. Aren't you afraid that I might have abducted your wife and child to threaten Zephyr? Zephyr's wife shook her head and replied, My husband said you are a pitiable child. He understands your actions, and you are a kind person. A kind person, Zaire murmured, the concept of kindness feeling exceedingly distant to him. You need not flatter me. Now that you've arrived here, there is no possibility of your departure. While Zaire trusted Zephyr's character, he would not allow anyone who had witnessed Sky Island to return to the sea. The island's position was crucial to his plans. Even if Zaire were to conquer other islands later, the development of Sky Island was of paramount importance. I am not flattering you. I can see that you are a kind person. Just like that great dragon, you all possess gentleness. Zephyr's wife wore a warm smile, her heartfelt words striking deeply. Zaire recalled Giratina's ferocious demeanor and wondered how it would react to such words. May I ask your name, madam? Lucia. You may stay in the medical room for now. I will send someone to find you accommodations afterward. After their exchange, Zaire returned to his office, where he approached Villian, who was busy handling documents. Zaire lifted Villian into a chair, remaining silent. What is it? Have you encountered something troubling? Villian gently inquired, her voice soft in Zaire's It's nothing, just the absurdity of someone calling me kind. Don't you find that amusing? Zaire was unsure why he felt this way, considering he was a man whose hands were stained with blood. Yet, the notion of kindness still stirred something within him. Perhaps it was the remnants of his upbringing. Years of education could not be erased by a few years of violence. It was ingrained in his very bones, almost akin to a national gene. Indeed, you are a kind person, whether it is me, Vilya, or Kelly. We have all been saved by your kindness. Villian smiled, her expression genuinely soothing. Perhaps I am simply craving your company. Zair's mood began to settle. Resting his head on Villian's shoulder as he teased her, that I can tell. Do you think we are unaware? Villian was unfazed by Zair's teasing. Instead, she began to retaliate. Zair contemplated giving her a taste of her own medicine, his hands wandering over Villian's. At the Navy headquarters, outside the former Zephyr residence, Admiral Crane was inspecting the scene of a large crater. Have you found Lucia and Talvis? Crane's tone carried a hint of anger. She was too astute not to sense the underlying issue. During an event at the Navy, an explosion had suddenly erupted in the residential area. By the time she arrived, Zephyr's home had vanished, leaving only a massive pit. This was clearly a meticulously planned and organized attack, specifically targeting Zephyr. Crane, do you have any leads? Sengoku approached Crane, his expression grim. None, but how do we report this to Zephyr? Zephyr was currently apprehending pirates in the New World, completely unaware that his wife and son had fallen victim. That we must tell him the truth. Pirates infiltrated the Navy headquarters and murdered his family. Sengoku spoke with great difficulty. Crane raised her head to look at Sengoku. They both understood that something was amiss. However, they also knew that only pirates could be responsible for such an act. The tone of Crane was remarkably flat, devoid of any discernible emotion, even to Sengoku. Meanwhile, in a remote sea of the New World, Zephyr was exuberantly returning to the Navy headquarters after successfully capturing a pirate with a bounty of 15 billion berries. It had taken him considerable effort to apprehend this pirate, as such seasoned criminals were notoriously elusive, making it challenging for the Navy to seize even a single one that while engaged in conversation with his subordinates. Zephyr suddenly noticed the phone bug in his arms ringing. Hello, is this Crane? I've just captured the Reaper, Kabuta, and I'm on my way back to headquarters, Zephyr exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Zephyr, I have some news to share. But please don't get too worked up. What news? A pirate has infiltrated Marineford and killed Lucia and Tarvis. What? Crane, what are you saying? Zephyr questioned incredulously, his disbelief palpable. That I'm sorry, Zephyr, your wife and child have met with a tragic fate. Zephyr stared vacantly at the phone bug in his hand, his expression shifting from elation to fury. Full speed ahead. Return to headquarters. The transformation in Zephyr startled the sailors aboard, for they had never witnessed such a side of him. He had always been a gentle mentor in their eyes. As the warship plodded along, Zephyr's anxiety escalated. Unable to endure the wait any longer, he took to the air with a moonwalk, flying towards the Navy headquarters. Zephyr, please don't lose your composure. Lucia and Tarvis may still be alive, Crane said, observing Zephyr kneeling on the ground, wearied and distraught. Why? Crane, tell me who did this. Zephyr's voice was hoarse, laced with tears. His wife and child were ordinary people. How could they possibly survive such an explosion? According to the investigation, the assailants were believed to be the 3 members of the poisonous pirate group, who had likely returned for revenge. The Navy had not been idle in the past few days. However, such a conclusion did little to appease Zephyr. Do you think that as plausible? This is the Navy headquarters. How could the pirates possibly know about my wife and child's whereabouts? Zephyr could no longer contain his emotions. Shouting at Crane, we will spare no effort in pursuing the 3 members of the poisonous pirate group, Crane insisted, unwavering in her determination that they were the culprits. I'm tired. You may leave now. Zephyr waved his hand dismissively, signaling Crane to go. Please take a moment to calm down. Crane understood the necessity of granting Zephyr some time to collect himself, and reluctantly departed, kneeling on the ground. Zephyr's mind was consumed with memories of his wife's gentle smile and his son's innocent words. My dad is a Marine admiral. I will become an admiral too. Tears blurred his vision, and it felt as though his heart were being torn asunder, overwhelming anguish engulfing him, with his breathing growing rapid and labored. Zephyr clutched his chest, his right hand pounding the ground repeatedly. However, after 2 days of relentless movement coupled with emotional torment, he gradually began to lose consciousness. In the final moments before fainting, Zephyr recalled his son's repeated admonition to protect your family. Thud. Zephyr collapsed to the ground. Zephyr. Crane, who had been watching from a distance, immediately rushed to Zephyr's side, cradling him and hastening towards the hospital. Outside the operating room, Crane, Sengoku, Garp, and Kong sat in silence. At that moment, the doctor emerged. "Doctor, is Zephyr going to be all right?" Garp sprang to his feet and inquired urgently. "Admiral Zephyr has experienced an asthma attack, but thanks to his robust physique, he has managed to suppress it. However, in another 10 or 20 years, it may resurface." The doctor's words struck Garp like a heavy blow to the gut. "Are you incompetent doctors? How could someone as strong as Zephyr develop asthma?" Garp shook the doctor's shoulders, spitting in his face as he raged. "Garp, please calm down." Sengoku intervened, prying Garp's hands from the doctor. "Can you provide more details?" Crane asked the doctor. The doctor rubbed his sore arms and replied, "Admiral Zephyr's family likely has a hereditary history of asthma. His physical and mental exhaustion, combined with the emotional upheaval, triggered the attack. What are you doing? How could pirates infiltrate Marineford?" Garp shouted at Sengoku, frustration evident in his voice. He had been pursuing the Roger pirates at the time of the incident and had only returned upon hearing the news. "We were conducting an event. No one knows how the pirates got in." Sengoku retorted, equally distressed, unable to contain his frustration in response to Garp's accusations. How could the pirates know about the Navy's event? How did they even know where Zephyr's family lived? Garp was clearly unconvinced. He had a close relationship with Zephyr and could not accept the fact that despite Zephyr's dedication to the Navy, he could not even protect his own family. Finally, Kong, who had remained silent, spoke up. "Enough. We must pursue the poisonous pirate group without letting the public know about this incident. If the world learns that an admiral's family was murdered at the Navy headquarters, it would be a catastrophic blow to our reputation." With Kong's intervention, the quarrel between Garp and Sengoku came to a halt. "Kong." Just then, a voice echoed from the hospital room. The group rushed inside. "Zephyr, are you feeling any better?" Crane's gentle voice resonated. Zephyr did not respond immediately. Instead, he stared at the ceiling and said, "I believe I am no longer suited for the position of admiral. I wish to take a rest." Upon hearing Zephyr's words, everyone grew anxious. "Zephyr, trust us. We will capture the culprits who murdered your wife and child. The seas are chaotic, and we cannot afford to lose you," Kong urged urgently. Zephyr turned to regard the concerned expressions of his colleagues. His heart, which had felt deadened, now stirred with a sense of obligation towards the Navy. He understood the precarious state of the seas. The New World had become a pirate's domain, with countless adventurers setting sail each day, placing unprecedented pressure on the Navy. "I wish to establish an elite training program. Henceforth, I shall be responsible for guiding those aspiring Marines who uphold justice." Kong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "I will retain your title of admiral. You will remain at the Navy headquarters to instruct the new recruits." This arrangement was far more acceptable than allowing Zephyr to leave the Navy entirely. Meanwhile, in Mariawa, the five elders convened to discuss the situation surrounding Zephyr. "Who rescued Zephyr's wife and child?" St. Maz remarked. "Unknown. CP0 only discovered those 3 inept pirates who couldn't even handle a woman and a child." St. Satan replied, "Should we send more people to search?" "No need. Just inform Rothschild that Zephyr's wife and child are dead." The targeting of Zephyr stemmed from his actions no longer being under the control of the world government, particularly his principle of not killing. Moreover, Zephyr had previously interfered when a celestial dragon attempted to abuse a slave, leaving a lingering resentment. After all, to the celestial dragons, Zephyr was merely a disobedient dog, deserving of a lesson. A month later, Zeal set sail once again. This time, his destination was Wano country, with both the shield fruit and seastone mines in his sights. However, to seize control of Wano, he would require sufficient strength to maintain order, which is why he brought along many individuals. Among them were the mid-admiral level Ate, the bearers of the blockade, and the 3 bears, as well as Has son, who had consumed the rattlesnake fruit, attaining the peak of colonel rank. The legendary beast, Suijin, had reached elite mid-admiral status, accompanied by 50 soldiers who had consumed super serum, reaching the rank of lieutenant colonel. Zeal intended to place a spatial gate in Wano, believing this cadre to be adequate to secure the region. After all, Wano boasted only one formidable warrior, Kazuki Oden, and Zeal felt confident in his ability to defeat him. As Zeal advanced towards Wano, Kurazumi Mushi was inciting Kurazumi Orochi. Kazuki Oden eagerly anticipated the founding of Wano and the adventures that lay ahead. The Whitebeard pirates were also en route to Wano. Meanwhile, from the past, The celestial moon was poised to traverse time into an unfamiliar future. Anchor the ship. I have matters to attend to. I in the sky not far from the land of harmony. Zeal commanded the cessation of the ark's prophecy. The reason was simple. The system map indicated the presence of a devil fruit directly below. Zeal approached the edge of the vessel and leaped from several thousand meters above. Unbeknownst to the pensive Tianyue, who was contemplating her survival by the campfire, a man was plummeting rapidly from the sky above her. "I'm so hungry," exclaimed the green-haired girl clad in a pink kimono, as she fell backward onto the ground, patting her stomach in lament. Lying on the ground, Tianyue gazed up at the azure sky, only to suddenly notice a black, gradually enlarging. "What is that?" She rubbed her eyes, watching as the dark shape became increasingly distinct. "Hey, wait a minute." By the time Tianyue discerned that the falling object was a person, it was too late to evade. She sat up to shield her vision. As Zeal descended to within a few hundred meters of the ground, he executed several moon steps in succession, using the reaction force of stepping on the air to land gracefully. "Beautiful lady. What are you doing?" The anticipated cacophony did not occur, prompting Tianyue to slowly lower her arms. Upon seeing Zeal's smiling visage, Tianyue's frustration surged. "What is wrong with you? Don't you realize how frightening that was?" With a surge of unexpected bravado, she pointed an accusatory finger at Zeal. As she concluded her tirade, her stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. "Shall I treat you to a meal as compensation?" Zeal recognized the young woman before him and could not help but note the vivacious energy that radiated from her youthful spirit. "Oh, you think a mere meal can quell my fury?" Grr. Tianyue wished to continue her retort, but her stomach's protest was too loud to ignore, causing her cheeks to flush. Observing her predicament, Zeal promptly produced a culinary tool, musing that perhaps Tianyue could be swayed by a delectable hot pot. Just as she had been by Odin from the light moon point 10 minutes later, Tianyue was fanning her mouth with her hand. "This Odin is far too spicy, but, oh, how delightful. I told you, this is called hot pot." "Not,"